Tantor Audio, a division of Recorded Books, presents Death on the Installment Plan by Louis-Ferdinand Céline, translated by Ralph Manheim, narrated by David Kolachi. Preface. In an article on Journey to the End of the Night, Céline's first novel, a French critic, Robert Allerton, put forward a humanistic definition of great literature. It should appeal not only to man's heart, intelligence, love of truth, but to the whole man. However pessimistic, it should help him to acquire an acceptance of life. A work excellent in other respects, but inculcating a disgust with life, is not great literature. Allerton goes on to ask how it comes about that for all its horror, bitterness, hatred, and general blackness, Journey to the End of the Night is still, 30 years after its original publication, widely regarded as one of this century's greatest novels. The question applies equally to Céline's second novel, Death on the Installment Plan. The intense blackness in Céline's work converges from several sources. As a physician, Dr. Destouches, his mother's first name was Louise Céline, hence the pseudonym, was obsessed by death and human suffering. A wound received in the First World War left him with insomnia, headaches, and a continual roaring in his ears. His childhood in the world of small Paris shopkeepers may have been less sordid than the picture painted in Death on the Installment Plan. Unlike Ferdinand, he was a studious child with an aim in life. His medical vocation came to him at an early age. A friend from his medical school days goes so far as to say that his parents lived in perfect harmony, and a number of Céline's own utterances show that he felt a good deal more affection for his parents than one would gather from Death on the Installment Plan. Be that as it may, he was profoundly affected by the mentality of the petit bourgeois and lumpenproletariat among whom he grew up, by their cynicism, their deep distrust of their fellow men, their persecution mania. On leaving elementary school, he began to earn his living at odd jobs, and his experience of business and bosses in the good old days before the First World War never left him. He often came back to it in letters and interviews. In Death on the Installment Plan, he writes, "If you haven't been through that, you'll never know what obsessive hatred really smells like. The hatred that goes through your guts all the way to your heart." And, "My main pleasure in life is being quicker than the boss when it comes to getting fired. I can see that kidney punch coming. Bosses are all stinkers. All they think about is giving you the gate." And he generalized his experience. He saw no reason to suppose that anyone would be better than the people he had known. On the point of setting out for England, he wonders if the English weren't going to be meaner and crummier, a damn sight worse than the people around here. The blackness is further intensified by his literary attitudes and by the literary personality he composed for himself. He believed that literature had sidestepped man's baseness as he knew it, that writers had resolutely embellished man, that his experience was the truth, which it was his mission to tell. His purpose in writing, he once said, was to blacken himself and others. We should all be freer if the whole truth about human crumminess were finally told. He succeeded quite well in his mission, and yet, to go back to Allerton, he does not, at least in his early books, and specifically in Death on the Installment Plan, disgust us with life. Far from it. Perhaps indeed we do feel freer. Even in Céline's explicit statements, there are certain exceptions to his overall view of humanity. He makes no secret of his tenderness toward children and whores as well as animals. But although this might suffice to redeem Céline the sinner, it would hardly lead us either to accept life or to accept Céline as a great writer. The explanation seems obvious today. The vision set forth in the first novels is not such as to destroy the world under our feet. This was much less evident in the 30s, when the books first appeared. At that time, many readers and critics, even among those whose opinion was generally favorable, were too shocked by the nightmare, by Céline's directness of expression and his revolution in style, to notice anything else. Since then, however, a great deal has happened, both in history and literature. We are no longer shocked. We can see more clearly. And there is hardly a page of Death on the Installment Plan that does not reveal Céline's deep attachment not only to the world, to places, colors, clothes, furniture, boats and barges, lights in the distance, but to people as well. A man's real mistress, he had said in Journey to the End of the Night, is life. His feeling for his mistress is expressed with the utmost diffidence and suspicion. He distrusts her as Ferdinand distrusts Nora in the second book. He vilifies and derides her. She is futile, a brief quiver in anticipation of death, insidious in her blandishments, always on the lookout for new ways to take us in. But he is always awake to her beauties, and the vigor of the disgust or derision with which he reacts to her ugliness only underscores his passion. This seems a rather tall order, but here is an example from Death on the Installment Plan. A cluster of suburban villas in the early morning. All kinds, rocky, flattened, arrogant, bandy-legged, pale, half-finished ones, skinny, emaciated, staggering, reeling on their frames. A massacre in yellow, brick red, and semi-piss color. Not a one that can stand upright. A collection of toys plunked down in the shit. One critic calls Céline's world a river of muck with a luminous surface. True, the grime and the glow are both present, but especially in Death on the Installment Plan, one is inclined to ask, which is the body of the stream and which is the surface? For all his insistence on truth, Céline was not a realist. André Gide once said that he wrote not of reality, but of the hallucinations provoked by reality. Céline himself spoke of transposition to the plane of delirium, of a method of capturing emotions, not objects. He never describes, never relates objectively what happened. Things and events become inseparable from the emotions they arouse: hate, disgust, suspicion, wonderment, naive enthusiasm, tenderness, nostalgia, even love, and laughter, a great deal of laughter, intermingled with everything else, enhancing, tempering, or calling into question. Céline spoke of his manner as comic lyricism, and this lyrical attitude toward fact is characteristic of him. Once, when questioned about the details of his early life, he said, "That's of no importance. Anyway, you can find it all in Journey and in Death on the Installment Plan." But in Journey, Bartholomew Céline makes the trip from Africa to New York in chains aboard a galley. In Death on the Installment Plan, to cite only one example, Ferdinand refuses with striking success to learn English during his stay in England, whereas young Destouches, who also spent some months in England, learned the language very well. Almost all Céline's books are, in form at least, autobiographical. His biography remains obscure except for the barest framework. In the opening pages of Death on the Installment Plan, Céline states his intentions by introducing the narrator, the I, who will be telling the story of Ferdinand's childhood and early adolescence. This I appears to be Céline's literary personality or pose, a prolongation of the Bartholomew of Journey to the End of the Night. He is gloomy, downtrodden, disabused, a doctor but also a poet, a latter-day François Villon. Unlike Dr. Destouches, who by all accounts was devoted to medicine and his patients, the narrator looks on medicine as a fascinating nightmare at best, and regards his patients as pests. Ferdinand is this man as a child, though one wonders in view of his recalcitrance and bewilderment how he ever got through medical school. A head wound incurred in the war has left the narrator with a tendency to delirium, reflected in such hallucinations as the orgiastic stampede from the Bois to the Place de la Concorde, and the sea voyage over the rooftops of Paris. Further on, Ferdinand has similar delirious visions, so similar that one wonders whose delirium it is, whether it is brought on by Ferdinand's fever or by the narrator's wound. But the narrator's delirium is programmatic. Its function goes far beyond Ferdinand's explicit fevers. It is a manifesto for Céline's comic lyricism, his method of transposing to the plane of delirium. The narrator is a storyteller. He entertains Madame Vitrouve and her niece Mireille with his stories, and he is at work on a book, The Legend of King Krogold, a mock medieval romance. It, too, with its delirious pageantry, its lyricism, its mixture of persiflage and monumental horror, is a statement of the author's intention. The narrator, and the boy Ferdinand, who inherits the legend from his adult self, escapes into it from the meanness and boredom of daily life. In Céline, however, legend is far more than an escape. It engulfs all life, the daily as well as the exceptional. "There is no softness or gentleness in this world," says Death to Prince Gwendor. "All kingdoms end in a dream." Another programmatic trait in the narrator is his persecution mania. He suspects all manner of plots against him at home, in the neighborhood, at the clinic where he works. Ferdinand, in turn, is a victim. If we take his story of his childhood, it is his story because by a magical effect of style the narrator becomes Ferdinand. At its face value, he never did anything wrong. Others, the crumminess of people, are responsible for all his troubles. Yet he feels guilty. He knows, though he never stops projecting his guilt outward, that his laziness and mulishness have something to do with it. He makes fun of his father, who blames everything on the Jews, the Freemasons, and the Japanese, but his own outlook, the suspicion and distrust that make him so unyielding, is not very different. Death on the Installment Plan, this lyrical autobiography in which impressions and emotions overshadow fact and in which the distortions of memory, far from being corrected, are jealously preserved, witness the mounds of artichokes in the food shops of Rochester, England, is the story of a boy who grew up with this century of progress. Department stores, motor cars, and airplanes are coming in. Fine craftsmanship, small shops, and spherical balloons are going out. The boy is avid for freedom, a notion there is very little place for in his home or in the shops where he tries to earn his keep. His struggle with his parents and his bosses ends in disaster. He is temporarily saved by his encounter with a different kind of boss, a bohemian, an editor, a universal inventor, who opens up the heavens and the secrets of science to him, though in his character and way of life he is no better than anybody else. But progress is inexorable. Forces real and occult carry the universal genius to his doom. Céline often said that he regarded himself primarily as a stylist. He wrote with great care, and the apparent disorder of his style is a well-laid trap. He held that the French literary language was stiff and spent with age, that classicism and academicism had emasculated the language of Villon and Rabelais, and that in our age emotion could be captured only in the spoken tongue. He regarded his use of popular French as his chief contribution to letters. In Journey to the End of the Night, the style, sentence structure, vocabulary, is still relatively literary, though there, too, a strong popular admixture lends a tone that had never before been heard in French prose. In Death on the Installment Plan, this spoken style is perfected. It is also in this book that the three dots, which so infuriated academic critics at the time, appear in force. They mark the incompleteness, the abruptness, the sudden shifts of direction characteristic of everyday speech, and signify a declaration of war on the flowing prose period. English language readers who are bored with this brand of punctuation, which has unpleasant associations especially in American letters, will observe that in Céline its use is not a sign of vagueness or sloppiness, but rather reflects the agitation, the fast-flying emotion he wished to convey. Céline was in love with argot, underworld slang, which in French is extraordinarily rich and hermetic, a complete language. He called it the language of hatred. But Céline's language is not argot. If it were, only the underworld would be able to read it. It is the language of the common people of the Paris region, a language that continually absorbs words and phrases of argot, usually after they have been discarded by the underworld. In his use of this medium he is faithful to its spirit, but by no means realistic. He embroiders, transposes, invents new words, and corrupts old ones for his own purposes. He employs this richly imaged, down-to-earth, low-down language in incongruous upper realms, in scientific and philosophical disquisitions, and he mixes it with noble discourse in parodies of noble discourse, or for other purposes. A more detailed discussion of Céline's style would have to deal with technical matters of French morphology and syntax, which would be of little interest to English language readers, or with problems of translation, which would interest only translators. Still, there is one question that may call for an answer. Why a new translation? I have said that people 30 years ago were shocked by Céline's subject matter and style. The previous translator was an able craftsman, but he, too, seems to have been shocked, at least by the style, which he evidently regarded either as a mistake or as conceivable only in French. The 3 dots and what they stand for are largely eliminated. The swift, abrupt ejaculations are transformed into the flowing periods that Céline rejected, and the language is to a considerable extent ennobled. I have tried to give an idea of Céline's style. R.M. Here we are, alone again. It's all so slow, so heavy, so sad. I'll be old soon, then at last it will be over. So many people have come into my room. They've talked. They haven't said much. They've gone away. They've grown old, wretched, sluggish, each in some corner of the world. Yesterday at 8 o'clock, Madame Barange, the concierge, died. A great storm blew up during the night. Way up here, where we are, the whole house is shaking. She was a good friend, gentle and faithful. Tomorrow they're going to bury her in the cemetery on the Rue des Saules. She was really old, at the very end of old age. The first day she coughed, I said to her, "Whatever you do, don't stretch out. Sit up in bed." I was worried. Well, now it's happened. Anyway, it couldn't be helped. I haven't always been a doctor. Crummy trade. I'll write the people who've known her, who've known me, and tell them that Madame Barange is dead. Where are they? I wish the storm would make even more of a clatter. I wish the roofs would cave in, that spring would never come again, that the house would blow down. Madame Barange knew that grief always comes in the mail. I don't know whom to write to any more. Those people are all so far away. They've changed their souls. That's a way to be disloyal, to forget, to keep talking about something else. Poor old Madame Barange. They'll come and take her cross-eyed dog away. For almost 20 years, all the sadness that comes by mail passed through her hands. It lingers on in the smell of her death, in that awful sour taste. It has burst out. It's here. It's skulking through the passageway. It knows us, and now we know it. It will never go away. Someone will have to put out the fire in the lodge. Whom will I write to? I've nobody left. No one to receive the friendly spirits of the dead, and let me speak more softly to the world. I'll have to bear it all alone. Toward the end, the old lady was unable to speak. She was suffocating. She clung to my hand. The postman came in. He saw her die. A little hiccup. That's all. In the old days, lots of people used to knock on her door and ask for me. Now they're gone, far away into forgetfulness, trying to find souls for themselves. The postman took off his cap. I know I could talk about my hatred. I'll do that later on if they don't come back. I'd rather tell stories. I'll tell stories that will make them come back to kill me from the ends of the world. Then it will be over, and that will be all right with me. At the clinic where I work, the Lanotti Foundation, I've had a lot of complaints about the stories I tell. My cousin, Gustin Sabayot, makes no bones about it. He says I should change my style. He's a doctor, too, but he works across the Seine at La Chapelle Jonction. I didn't have to go see him yesterday. The fact is, I wanted to talk to him about Madame Bérange. I got started too late. Seeing patients is a rough job. At the end of the day, we're both pooped. Most of the patients ask such tedious questions. It's no use trying to hurry. You've got to explain everything in the prescription 20 times over. They get a kick out of making you talk, wearing you down. They're not going to make any use of the wonderful advice you give them, but they're afraid you won't take trouble enough, and they keep at you to make sure. They want suction cups, x-rays, blood tests, and they want you to feel them from top to toe, to measure everything, to take their blood pressure, the whole damn works. Gustin has been at it for 30 years. One of these days I'm going to send those pests of mine to the slaughterhouse at La Villette for a good drink of warm blood first thing in the morning. That ought to knock them out for the day. I can't think of any other way to discourage them. The day before yesterday, I finally decided to go and see Gustin at home. The suburb where he lives is a 20-minute walk from my place once you've crossed the Seine. The weather wasn't so good, but I started out just the same. I thought I'd take the bus. I hurry through my consultation. I'm slipping out past the accident ward when an old bag spots me and latches onto me. She drags out her words like me. That comes of fatigue. She has a voice like a grater. That's from liquor. She starts whining and whimpering. She wants me to go home with her. "Oh, doctor, please come, I beg of you. My little girl, my Alice. It's on the Rue Rancienne, just around the corner." I didn't have to go. My office hours were over, supposedly. She insists. By that time, we're outside. I'm fed up with sick people. I've been patching up those pests all day, 30 of them. I was all in. Let them cough. Let them spit. Let their bones fall apart. Let them bugger each other. Let them fly away with 40 different gases in their guts. To hell with them. But this sniveling bitch holds me tight, falls on my neck, and blows her despair in my face. Her despair reeks of red wine. I haven't the strength to resist. Anyway, nothing would have made her let go. I thought maybe when we got to the Rue des Casses, which is a long street without a single lamp, I'd give her a good kick in the ass. So for the 100th time I weaken, and the record starts up again. "My little girl, please, doctor, please. My little Alice, you know her?" The Rue Rancienne wasn't around the corner. It was completely out of my way. I knew exactly where it was. It's after the cable factory. She's still talking, and I listen through my private haze. 82 francs a week. That's all we've got to live on, with 2 children. And my husband is such a brute. It's shameful, doctor." I knew it was all a lot of hokum. Her whole story stank of booze and sour stomach. By that time, we got to their hangout. I climbed the stairs. At last I could sit down. The kid wore glasses. I sit down beside her bed. She's sick, all right, but even so, she was playing with her doll, kind of. I thought I'd cheer her up. I'm always good for a laugh when I put my mind to it. She's not dying, but she does have trouble breathing. She's certainly got an inflammation. I make her laugh. She gags. I tell her mother there's nothing to worry about. The bitch. Now she's got me cornered, she decides she can use a doctor too. It's her legs, all covered with black and blue marks where she's been beaten. She hikes up her skirts. Enormous bruises and deep burns. Her unemployed husband did that with the poker. That's the way he is. I tell her what she can put on them. I take a piece of string and make a kind of swing for the miserable doll. Up and down she goes, from the bed to the doorknob and back. It was very funny. That was better than talking. I apply the stethoscope. She's wheezing pretty bad, but it's nothing dangerous. I tell the mother there's nothing to worry about. Exactly the same words as before. That's what gets you down. The kid begins to laugh. She gags again. I have to stop. Her face is all blue. Mightn't she have a little diphtheria? I'll have to see. Take a specimen tomorrow. The father comes in. With his 82 francs, they can't afford wine. All they've got to drink is cider. I drink it out of a bowl, he says right off the bat. It makes you piss. And he takes a swig from the bottle to show me. We all say how lucky it is that the little angel isn't too sick. What interested me most was the doll. I was too tired to bother about grown-ups and diagnoses. Grown-ups are a pain in the ass. I was determined not to treat a single one until the next day. I guess they think I don't take my work seriously. To hell with what they think. I drink their health again. The consultation is absolutely free, gratis, for nothing. The mother brings up her legs again. I give her a last piece of advice. Then I go down the stairs. On the sidewalk, there's a little dog with a limp. He follows me without a moment's hesitation. Everything attaches itself to me today. It's a little fox terrier, black and white. Seems to be lost. Those unemployed punks upstairs, what ingratitude. They don't even see me to the door. I bet they're fighting again. I can hear them yelling. He can stick the whole poker up her ass for all I care. That'll teach her to waylay me at closing time. I turned off to the left toward Colombe. The little dog was still following me. After Asnières comes La Jonction, and then it's not far to my cousin's. I couldn't stand seeing him drag along like that. Maybe I'd better go home after all. We turned back by way of the Pont Binot, skirting the row of factories. The dispensary was shut up tight when we got there. We'll feed the little mutt, I said to Madame Hortense. Somebody'll have to get some meat. We'll call up first thing in the morning. The SPCA will send a car for him. We'd better lock him up for tonight. Then I went out again, easy in mind. But that dog was too scared. He'd been beaten too much. Life is hard on the streets. When we opened the window next day, he wouldn't wait. He jumped out. He was even afraid of us. He thought we'd locked him up to punish him. He couldn't understand. He didn't trust anybody anymore. It's bad when that happens. Gustin knows me well. When he's sober, he has good ideas. He has a sense of style. His judgments are reliable. There's no jealousy in him. He doesn't ask much of this world. He's got an old sorrow. Disappointment in love. He doesn't want to forget it. He seldom talks about it. She was a floozy. Gustin is good as gold. He'll never change till his dying day. Meanwhile, he drinks, kind of. My trouble is insomnia. If I had always slept properly, I'd never have written a line. You could talk about something pleasant now and then. That was Gustin's opinion. Life isn't always disgusting. In a way, he's right. With me, it's kind of a mania, a bias. The fact is that in the days when I had that buzzing in both ears, even worse than now, and attacks of fever all day long, I wasn't half so gloomy. I had lovely dreams. Madame Vitruve, my secretary, was talking about it only the other day. She knew how I tormented myself. When a man's so generous, he squanders his treasures, loses sight of them. I said to myself, that damn Vitruve, she's hidden them someplace. Real marvels they were. Bits of legend, pure delight. That's the kind of stuff I'm going to write from now on. To make sure they're as good as I think, I rummage through my papers. I can't find a thing. I called Delumel, my agent. I want to make him hate me, to make him groan under my insults. But he's not so easily fazed. It's all one to him. He's loaded. All he says is that I need a vacation. Finally, Vitruve comes in. I don't trust her. I have my reasons. I light into her point blank. Where did you put my masterpiece? I had several hundred reasons for suspecting her. The Linouti Foundation was across the way from the bronze balloon at the Porte Pereire. Almost every day when I'd finished with my patients, she'd come up to deliver my typescripts, a little temporary structure that's been torn down since. I wasn't happy there. The hours were too regular. Linouti, who had founded it, was a big millionaire. He wanted everybody to have medical treatment and feel better without money. Philanthropists are a pain in the ass. I'd have preferred some municipal dispensary, a little vaccinating on the side, a modest racket in certificates of good or bad health, or maybe I could have supervised a public bath. In other words, something soft. Well, so be it. I'm not a Yid or a foreigner or a Freemason or a graduate of the École Normale. I don't know how to make friends and influence people. I fuck around too much. My reputation's bad. For 15 years now, they've seen me struggling along out here in the zone. The dregs of the dregs take liberties with me, show me every sign of contempt. I'm lucky they haven't fired me. Writing picks me up. I'm not so badly off. Vitruve types my manuscripts. She's attached to me. Listen, I say. Listen, old girl, this is the last time I'm going to give you hell. If you don't find my legend, it's the parting of the ways. It's the end of our friendship. No more intimate collaboration. No more grub and bub. No more dough. She bursts into lamentations. She's a monster in every way. Her looks are awful, and her work is awful. She's an obligation. I've had her on my neck since I was in England. She's the fruit of a promise. Our acquaintance goes way back. It was her daughter, Angèle, in London, who made me swear to look after her forever. I've looked after her all right. That was my vow to Angèle. It dates back to the war. Besides, come to think of it, she knows what she knows. Okay, supposedly she's tight-lipped, but she remembers. Angèle, her daughter, was quite a number. It's amazing how ugly a mother can get. Angèle came to a bad end. I'll explain if I'm forced to. Angèle had a sister, Sophie, a big, tall screwball. She's settled in London. And Mireille, the little niece, is over here. She has the combined vices of the whole family. She's a real bitch, a synthesis. When I moved from Racy to Port-Pereire, they both tagged along. Racy has changed. There's hardly anything left of the walls or the bastion. Big, black, scarred stones. They rip them out of the soft ground like decayed teeth. It will all go. The city swallows its old gums. The bus, the PQ bis, they call it now, dashes through the ruins like a bat out of hell. Soon there won't be anything but sawed-off, dung-colored skyscrapers. We'll see. Vitruve and I used to argue about our troubles. She always claimed she'd been through more than I had. That isn't possible. Wrinkles, yes, she's got more. There's no limit to the amount of wrinkles people can get, the loathsome traces that the good years dig in their flesh. Mireille must have put your papers away. I leave with her and escort her out to the Rue des Minimes. They live together near the Bitrunel chocolate factory, in a joint that calls itself the Hôtel Méridien. Their room is an inconceivable mess, a junk shop full of miscellaneous articles, mostly underwear, all very flimsy and cheap. Madame Vitruve and her niece both do it. They have 3 douche-bags fully equipped and a rubber bidet. They keep it all between their beds. There's also an enormous atomizer that they've never succeeded in getting to work. I wouldn't want to be too hard on Vitruve. Maybe she has had more trouble than I have. That's what makes me control myself. Otherwise, if I were sure, I'd lick the hell out of her. She used to keep the Remington in the fireplace. She hadn't finished paying for it, so she said. I don't pay her too much for my typing, I've got to admit that. 65 centimes a page, but it mounts up in the end, especially with big fat books. When it comes to squinting, though, I never saw the like of Vitruve. It was painful to look at her. That ferocious squint gave her an air when she laid out the cards. Tarots. She sold the little ladies silk stockings, and the future, too, on credit. When she puzzled and pondered behind her glasses, she had the wandering gaze of a lobster. Her fortune-telling gave her a certain influence in the neighborhood. She knew all the cuckolds. She pointed them out to me from the window, and even the 3 murderers. I have proof. I'd also given her an old blood pressure contraption and taught her a little massage for varicose veins. That added to her income. Her ambition was to do abortions, or to get involved in a bloody revolution, so everybody would talk about her and the newspapers would be full of it. I'll never be able to say how she nauseated me as I watched her rummaging through that junk pile of hers. All over the world there are trucks that run over nice people at the rate of 1 a minute. Vitruve gave off a pungent smell. Redheads often do. It seems to me that there's an animal quality in redheads. It's their destiny, something brutal and tragic. They've got it in their skin. I could have laid her out cold when she went on about her memories in that loud voice of hers. She had hot pants, and it was hard for her to do much about it. Unless a man was drunk and it was very dark, she didn't have a chance. On that point I was sorry for her. I myself had done better in the way of amorous harmonies. That, too, struck her as unjust. When the time came, I'd have almost enough put by to settle my accounts with death. I had my aesthetic savings. What marvelous ass I'd enjoyed, I've got to admit it, as luminous as light. I had tasted of the infinite. She had no savings, that goes without saying. To earn her keep and get a little enjoyment on the side, she had to take a customer by surprise or corner him when he was too tired to resist. It was hell. By 7 o'clock, the good little workers have gone home. The women are doing the dishes, the males are tied up in radio waves. That's when Vitruve abandons my beautiful book and goes out in pursuit of her livelihood. She pads from landing to landing with her slightly damaged stockings and her crummy lingerie. Before the crash, she managed to get along, what with credit and the way she terrified her customers. But today the identical crap is given away at street fairs to stop the gripes of losers at the shell game. That's unfair competition. I tried to tell her it was all the fault of the Japanese. She didn't believe me. I accused her of doing away with my wonderful legend on purpose, even of throwing it in the garbage. It's a masterpiece, I added. We've got to find it. That handed her a laugh. We rummaged through the pile of merchandise. Finally, her niece came in. She was very late. Christ almighty, what a rear end. That ass of hers was a public scandal. Her pleated skirt helped to bring it out, a rounded accordion. The unemployed are desperate, sex-starved, no dough to take a girl out with. They were good and mad. "What about giving me some of that ass?" they'd shout at her. Square in her face as she comes through the hall. It's rough always getting a hard-on for nothing. The youngsters with finer features than the rest feel entitled to it. They expect life to coddle them. It wasn't until later that she began to go down and hustle, after no end of calamities. For the present, she was just having fun. She didn't find my beautiful legend either. She didn't give a damn about King Krogold. The only one who cared was myself. Her school of life was the Petit Panier, a dance hall near the Porte Brancion, just before the railroad. They didn't take their eyes off me when I got mad. In their opinion, I was a champion creep, a stick-in-the-mud, jerk-off intellectual, and so on. But now, surprisingly enough, they were scared I'd clear out. If I had, I wonder what they'd have done. I have no doubt that the aunt thought about it plenty. Lord, the winning smiles they treated me to when I began to talk about a change of air. In addition to her amazing ass, Mireille had romantic eyes and a bewitching look, but a hefty nose, a beezer. That was her cross. When I wanted to humiliate her a bit, I'd say, "No kidding, Mireille, you've got a nose like a man." But she was good at telling yarns, like a sailor. She made up all sorts of things, at first to amuse me, later to make trouble for me. I like to hear a good story. That's my weakness. She went too far, that's all. I got violent in the end, but she certainly deserved the thrashings I gave her, and if I'd killed her, she'd have deserved that, too. She finally admitted it. The fact is, I was pretty generous. I socked her for good reason. Everybody said so, at least the ones who were in the know. I'm not being unfair to Gustin Sabaillot when I say that he didn't knock himself out with his diagnoses. He got his ideas from the clouds. The first thing he did when he stepped out of his house in the morning was to look up at the sky. "Ferdinand," he'd say, "today it's going to be rheumatism, one case after another. You want to bet?" He read that in the heavens. He was never very far off, because he had a thorough knowledge of the climate and the human temperament. "Aha! A bit of hot weather after a cold spell. That calls for calomel, take my word for it. There's jaundice in the air. The wind has changed from north to west, from cold to rain. That means 2 weeks of bronchitis. There's no point in their even getting up. If I were in charge, I'd make out my prescriptions in bed. After all, Ferdinand, when they come to see us, all they do is gab. For doctors who get paid by the call, there's some point in it, but for us, On a monthly salary, what's the use? I could treat them without stepping out of the house. Damn pests. I don't have to see them. They wouldn't wheeze any more or less. They wouldn't vomit any more. They wouldn't be any yellower or redder or paler or less idiotic. That's the way it is, and nobody's going to change it. That's how Gustin felt about it, and he was damn right. Do you think they're sick? They moan, they belch, they stagger, they fester. You want to clear them out of your waiting room, on the double? Even the ones who damn near suffocate every time they cough? Offer them a free pass to the movies, or a free drink across the street. You'll see how many you've got left. If they come around and bother you, it's mostly because they're bored. On the day before a holiday, you never see a soul. Mark my words, the trouble with these poor bastards isn't their health. What they need is something to do with themselves. They want you to entertain them, cheer them up, fascinate them with their belches, their farts, their aches and pains. They want you to find explanations, fevers, rumblings, new and intriguing ailments. They want you to get interested, to expatiate. That's what you've got your diplomas for. Getting a kick out of his death while he's busy manufacturing it. That's man for you, Ferdinand. They cling to their clap, their syphilis, their TB. They need them. And their oozing bladders, the fire in their rectums. They don't give a damn. But if you knock yourself out, if you know how to keep them interested, they won't die until you get there. That's your reward. They'll come around to the bitter end. When the rain slanted down between the chimneys of the power plant, he'd say, Ferdinand, this is sciatica day. If I don't get 10 cases today, I'll send my parchment back to the dean. But when the soot came back at us from the east, which is the driest quarter, over the Bitrunel chocolate factory, he'd crush a smudge against his nose and say, I'll be buggered if the lungers don't start bringing up clots before the night is out. Damn it all, they'll wake me up a dozen times. Sometimes in the late afternoon he'd make things easier for himself. He'd climb up the ladder to the enormous cabinet where the samples were kept, and he'd start distributing medicines directly, free of charge, and absolutely without formality. Hey, you, string bean, you got palpitations? He'd say to some sloven. No. Haven't you got a sour stomach, a discharge? Sure you have, just a little. Well, then take some of this, you know where, in 2 quarts of water. It'll do you a world of good. How about your joints? Don't they ache? No hemorrhoids? And how about your bowels? Here are some Pepe suppositories. Worms, too? You think so? Well, here are some wonder drops. Take them before you go to bed. He suggested something from every shelf. There was something for every disorder, every symptom, every obsession. Patients are amazingly greedy. As long as they've got some slop to put in their mouths, they're satisfied. They're glad to get out. They're afraid you might call them back. With his Santa Claus Act, I've seen Gustin reduce to 10 minutes a consultation that would have taken hours if handled conscientiously. But I myself had nothing to learn in that line. I had my own system. I wanted to talk to him about my legend. We'd found the first part under Mireille's bed. I was badly disappointed when I reread it. The passage of time hadn't helped my romance any. After years of oblivion, a child of fancy can look pretty tawdry. Well, with Gustin, I could always count on a frank, sincere opinion. I tried to put him in the right frame of mind. Gustin, I said, you haven't always been the mug you are today, bogged down by circumstances, work, and thirst, the most disastrous of servitudes. Do you think that just for a moment you can revive the poetry in you? Are your heart and cock still capable of leaping to the words of an epic, Sad to be sure, but noble, resplendent. You feel up to it?" Gustin stayed where he was, half dozing on his step-ladder in front of his samples and the wide-open medicine cabinet. Not a word out of him. He didn't want to interrupt me. "It's the story," I informed him, "of Gwendor the Magnificent, Prince of Christiania. Here we are. He is breathing his last. As I stand here talking to you, his blood is pouring from a dozen wounds. Gwendor's army has just suffered a terrible defeat. King Krogold himself caught sight of him in the thick of the fray and clove him in twain. Krogold is no do-nothing king. He metes out his own justice. Gwendor had betrayed him. Death comes to Gwendor and is about to finish his job. Get a load of this. The tumult of the battle dies down with the last glow of daylight. The last of King Krogold's guards vanish in the distance. The death rattles of a vast army rise up in the shadows. Victors and vanquished give up their souls as best they can. The silence stifles their cries and moans, which become gradually weaker and less frequent. Crushed beneath a heap of his followers, Gwendor the Magnificent is still losing blood. At dawn, death stands before him. Hast thou understood, Gwendor? I have understood, O Death. I have understood since the beginning of this day. I have felt in my heart, in my arm as well, in my friend's eyes, even in the step of my charger, a slow, sad spell akin to sleep. My star was failing in thine icy grip. Everything began to leave me. O Death, great is my remorse, endless my shame. Behold these poor corpses. An eternity of silence will not soften my lot. There is no softness or gentleness in this world, Gwendor, but only myth. All kingdoms end in a dream. O Death, give me a little time, a day or two. I must find out who betrayed me. Everything betrays, Gwendor. The passions belong to no one. Even love is only the flower of life in the garden of youth. And very gently Death gathers up the prince. He has ceased to resist. His weight has left him. And then a beautiful dream takes possession of his soul. The dream that often came to him when he was little, in his fur cradle, in the chamber of the heirs, close to his Moravian nurse in the castle of King René. Gustin's arms dangled between his legs. "Well, how do you like it?" I asked him. He was on his guard. He wasn't too eager to be rejuvenated. He resisted. He wanted me to explain the whole thing to him, the whys and wherefores. That's not so easy. Such things are as frail as butterflies. A touch, and they fall to pieces in your hands, and you feel soiled. What's the use? I didn't press the matter. In going on with my legend, I might have consulted some sensitive soul, well versed in fine feelings, in all the innumerable shadings of love. I prefer to manage on my own. Sensitive souls are often impotent. They need to be whipped. There's no getting away from it. Anyway, let me describe King Krogold's castle. A great monster cowering in the heart of the forest, vast, crushing hulk hewn out of the rock, kneaded from bilging foulness, credences edged with friezes and redans, dungeons upon dungeons. From the distant seashore the crests of the forest ride in to break like waves against the outer walls. The lookout, wide-eyed for fear of being hanged. Higher, still higher, on the summit of Moorhand, on the tower of the treasure-house, the banner flaps in the gale. It bears the royal arms, a snake beheaded, bleeding at the neck. Traitors beware. Gwendor has paid for his crime. Gustin was done in. He was dozing. In fact, he was sound asleep. I locked up his medicine cabinet. "Let's get out of here," I said to him. "We'll take a walk by the Seine. It'll do you good." He didn't want to move. I kept at him, and he finally agreed. I suggested a little café on the other side of the Ile aux Champs. When we got there, he fell asleep again, in spite of the coffee. Not a bad idea, I admit. It feels pretty good in those bistros around 4 o'clock. 3 artificial flowers in a tin vase. The riverfront is deserted. Even the old soak at the bar is beginning to accept the idea that the patron won't listen to him anymore. I leave Gustin alone. The next tugboat is sure to wake him up. The cat jumps off the old woman's lap and comes over to sharpen his claws. The way Gustin turns up his hands when he sleeps, it's easy to read his future. A man's whole life is in his palms. With Gustin, it's the lifeline that's prominent. With me, it's luck, the fate line. My chances of long life don't look too good. I wonder when it will be. I've got a furrow at the base of my thumb. Will it be an arteriole bursting in my encephalon, or in the central gyrus, or in that little convolution of the third ventricle? Métipois often used to point out that spot in the morgue. A stroke is a tiny little thing, a little break in the gray mass, no bigger than a pinprick. But the soul has passed through, carbolic acid and all. Unfortunately, it might turn out to be a neoplasm of the rectum. I'd give a lot for the arteriole. Your health. Métipois was a real master. We used to spend whole Sundays poking around in the grooves, investigating the different ways of dying. That fascinated the old man. He wanted to get an idea of how it would be. He personally hoped for a nice, cozy flooding of both heart ventricles at once when his time came. He was laden with honors. "The most exquisite deaths, remember that, Ferdinand, are those that attack us in our most sensitive tissues." He had a precious, elaborate, subtle way of talking, like the men of Charcot's day. His prospecting of the Rolandic, the third ventricle, and the gray nucleus didn't do him much good. In the end, he died of a heart attack under circumstances that were anything but cozy. An attack of angina pectoris that lasted 20 minutes. He held out for 120 seconds with his classical memories, his resolutions, the example of Caesar. But for 18 minutes he screamed like a stuck pig. His diaphragm was being ripped out. His living guts, 1,000 open razors had been plunged into his aorta. He tried to vomit them out at us. I'm not exaggerating. He crawled out into the living room. He damn near hammered his chest in. He bellowed into the carpet, in spite of the morphine. You could hear him all over the house and out in the street. He ended up under the piano. When the cardiac arterioles burst one by one, it's quite a harp. It's too bad nobody ever comes back from angina pectoris. There'd be wisdom and genius to spare. We'd done enough meditating. It would soon be time for the venereal patients. That was at La Porneuve, out past La Garenne. We worked together there. Just as I'd foreseen, a tugboat whistle blew. It was time for us to be going. The venereal clinic was quite a place. While waiting for their injections, the clappers and syphilitics got acquainted. There was embarrassment at first, then they got to enjoy it. As soon as it was dark in the winter, they'd rush out to meet near the slaughterhouse down the street. Those people are always in a terrible hurry. They're afraid that sweet little erection won't come back. Mother Vitruve had figured it all out on her way to see me. The youngsters with their first dose. It makes them melancholy. It really gets them down. She used to wait for them at the exit. Motherly tenderness was her act, touching sympathy. "It burns pretty bad, doesn't it, boy? I know how it is. I've nursed them. I've got an amazing kind of herb tea. Why don't you come home with me? I'll make you some." 2 or 3 cups of coffee, and the kid would come across. One night there was a terrible shambles down by the wall. An Algerian, with a hard-on like a horse, was buggering a little baker's boy for the hell of it, right near the night watchman's cabin. The watchman, who was an old hand at watching, took it all in. First the kid sighed, then he whimpered, and then he began to howl. He writhed and struggled. There were 4 of them holding him. Even so, he got away and ran into the old man's cabin for protection, and the watchman locked the door. "He got himself finished off, believe it or not," said Vitruve. "I could see the watchman through the blinds. The 2 of them were at it. Birds of a feather, if you ask me." She didn't believe in sentiments. She took the lowest view, and she was right. To get to La Porneuve, you had to take the bus. "You can spare 5 minutes," Gustin said. He wasn't in any hurry. We sat down in the bus shelter, the one before the bridge. It was right there on the riverfront at number 18 that my parents went broke in the winter of '92. That was a long time ago. Their business was notions, flowers, feathers. There was only one shop window, and all they had in it was 3 hats. The Seine froze over that year. I was born in May. The springtime, that's me. I suppose it's our fate, but you get sick of growing old, of seeing everything around you change, the houses, the numbers, the streetcars, the hairdos, short dresses, creased hats. Who cares? The horseless carriage. The future belongs to aviation. It's all the same. It's all a drain on your attention. I don't feel like changing any more. There are plenty of things I could complain about, but I'm stuck with them. I'm a mess, but I adore myself as much as the Seine stinks. The day they remove the hook-shaped lamp-post from the corner by number 12, I'll be very sad. Man is temporary, I know that, but we've already temporized enough for my money. There come the barges. Nowadays each one has a heart of its own. It thuds loud and sullen in the echoing darkness of the arches. Enough of that. I'm falling apart. I'll stop complaining. But don't let them pile on any more. Things seem pretty crummy, but if they could carry us away with them, we'd die of poetry. In a way, that wouldn't be bad. Gustin agreed with me about all those endearing little things, except that he looked to the bottle for forgetfulness. Why not? There was always a little beer and nostalgia in his Gallic mustache. At the venereal clinic, we used to mark vertical bars on a big sheet of paper as we went along. That was all there was to it. A red stroke, Salvarsan. Green, Mercury. And so on. The rest was routine. All we had to do was pump the juice into their buttocks or the bend of their arms. It was like larding a roast. Green, arm. Yellow, get those pants down. Red, both buttocks. Another one in the ass. Ditto, bismuth. Blue, dripping vein. Swine, get those pants on. Swab that arm. The rhythm was merciless. Batches and batches of them. Endless lines. Limp cocks, pricks, dripping peckers, oozing, festering. Starched sheets as stiff as cardboard. Clap. Queen of the world, the ass is its throne, heated summer and winter. Sometimes the poor bastards are good and worried, but after a while they start passing each other suckers' remedies and screwing harder than ever. As long as Julien doesn't notice, they'll never come back. lying to us, howling for joy, urethra full of razor blades, prick split in two, cock in mouth. Get that crack ready. Here's case history number 34. Timid little white-collar worker with dark glasses. Wise guy. Every 6 months he goes to the Cour d'Amsterdam and gets a dose on purpose, so as to expiate by the rod. He pisses his razor blades into the little half-wits he meets through the ads. It's his way of saying his prayers, as he puts it. Number 34 is nothing but one big microbe. Here's what he wrote in our toilet. I'm the terror of all cunts. I've buggered my big sister. I've had it 12 times. He's a punctual customer, quiet, well-behaved, and always glad to be back. That's our bread and butter. It's not as bad as working on the railroad. When we got to La Perneuve, Gustin said, Say, Ferdinand, just now, while I was dozing, don't try to tell me different. You read the lines of my hand. Well, what did you see? I knew what was worrying him, his liver. It had been sensitive around the edges for a long time, and lately he'd been having awful nightmares. He was building up to cirrhosis. In the morning, I heard him throwing up in the sink. I told him it was nothing. Why upset him? The damage was done. The main thing was that he should keep his jobs. At La Jonction, he'd landed his job in the Welfare Bureau soon after taking his degree. Thanks to a little abortion, that's the long and the short of it, the girlfriend of a city councilor who was very conservative at the time, Gustin had just set himself up next door. He was poor as a church mouse. It had come off smoothly. His hand hadn't begun to shake. The next time it was the mayor's wife. Another triumph. Out of gratitude, they had appointed him charity doctor. In the beginning, everybody had liked him in his new job. Then all of a sudden they didn't like him. They were sick of his mug and everything about him. They couldn't stand him. So they did everything in their power to make life miserable for him. They ran him down, accusing him of everything imaginable, of having dirty hands, of getting his doses wrong, of not knowing which drugs were poisonous, of bad breath, of wearing buttoned shoes. When they'd tormented him so much he was ashamed to be seen in the street, and after threatening 1,000 times to fire him like a fart, they changed their minds and began to tolerate him for no good reason except that they were sick of regarding him as a punk. All the filth, the envy, the vexation of the district had put its mark on his map. He'd suffered all the gall and rancor of the pen-pushers in his clinic, the hangovers of the 14,000 alcoholics of the district, the gastric catarrhs, the excruciating stoppages of the 6,422 cases of clap that he wasn't able to cure, the ovarian pangs of the 4,376 menopause cases, the querulous anxiety of 2,266 sufferers from high blood pressure, the irreconcilable contempt of 722 bilious headaches, the persecution mania of 47 tapeworm owners, plus the 352 mothers of children with worms, and the nondescript mob, the vast horde of masochists with manias of every kind, the eczema patients, the albuminous, the diabetic, the fetid, the palsied, the vaginous, the useless, the too muches, the not enoughs, the constipated, the repentant queers. Whole shipments of murderers had been flowing over his face, cascading under his glasses morning and afternoon for 30 years. At La Jonction, he lived right in the middle of the shithouse, directly over the X-ray room. He had his 3-room apartment, and it was a good, solid stone building, not a plywood box like nowadays. But to hold your own against life, you need dikes 10 times higher than in Panama and little invisible sluices. He'd been living there since the Exposition, the big one, since the happy days of Argenteuil. Now there were big buildings all around the place. Occasionally Gustin would still attempt a little distraction. He'd bring in a little cutie, but that didn't happen too often. His great sorrow came back to him as soon as any sentiment started up, after the third meeting. He preferred to drink. There was a bistro across the street with a green front and a banjo player on Sundays. It was handy for the French fries. The girl really knew how to make them. The rot gut burned his innards. For my part, I haven't even tried to drink since I've had that buzzing in my ears day and night. It knocks me out. It makes me look like I had cholera. Gustin osculates me now and then. He doesn't tell me what he thinks, either. That's the one thing we're discreet about. I've got my troubles, too, I have to admit it. He knows my case. He tries to cheer me up. "Go on, Ferdinand, go ahead and read. I'll listen to the damn thing. Not too fast, though, and cut out the gestures. It wears you out and it makes me dizzy." After the battle, King Crowgold, his knights, his pages, his brother the archbishop, the clerics of his camp, the whole court, went to the great tent in the middle of the bivouac and dropped with weariness. The heavy gold crescent, a gift from the caliph, was nowhere to be found. Ordinarily it surmounted the royal dais. The captain entrusted with its safe keeping was beaten to a pulp. The king lies down, tries to sleep. He is still suffering from his wounds. He wakes. Sleep refuses to come. He reviles the snorers. He rises. He steps over sleepers, crushing a hand here and there, leaves the tent. Outside he is transfixed with the cold. He limps, but still he makes his way. A long file of wagons rings the camp. The sentries have fallen asleep. Crowgold moves along the deep trenches that defend the camp. He talks to himself. He stumbles, recovers his balance just in time. Something is glistening at the bottom of the ditch. An enormous blade. It trembles. A man is there, holding the glittering object in his arms. Crowgold leaps, overturns him, pins him down. It's a common soldier, and slits his throat like a pig with his short sword. Glug, glug, the thief gurgles through the hole. He drops everything. It's all over. The king bends down, picks up the caliph's crescent. He climbs out of the ditch. He falls asleep in the mist. The thief has had his just deserts. About that time the crash came, and I almost got fired from the clinic. Gossip again. I heard about it from Lucie Carabin, who had a dress shop on Maidenform Boulevard. Lots of people came to her shop, and they gossiped a good deal. She let me in on some pretty rotten rumors. So vicious, in fact, that it couldn't have been anybody but Mireille. I wasn't mistaken. Pure calumny, of course. She was spreading it around that I had been organizing orgies with some of my female patients in the neighborhood. Really lousy stuff. Secretly, Lucie Carabin was kind of glad to see me having a little trouble. She was jealous. So I wait for Mireille to come home. I hide in the Impasse Vivienne, where I know she'd have to come by. I wasn't making enough money yet to go off and write full-time. I was still good for another hitch of bad luck. I was in a foul humor. I see her coming. She passes in front of me. I give her a kick in the seat that sends her sailing off the sidewalk. She gets my meaning, but she won't talk. She wanted to see her aunt first. The little bitch wouldn't come clean. I couldn't get a word out of her. She'd spread all that gossip to get me worried. Then I'd hurry up and give them what they were after. Violence was no use, especially with Mireille. It only made her more spiteful than ever. She wanted to get married, to me or somebody else. She was fed up with factories. At 16, she'd already worked in 7 of them in the western suburbs. "No more job," she'd announce. At the Goody Gumdrop's English candy factory, she'd caught the director getting sucked off by an apprentice. What a place! For 6 months she tossed dead rats into the big sugar vat. At Saint-Ouen she'd been snagged by a forelady who'd taken to swatting her in the washroom. They had walked off the job together. Mireille knew all about capitalism before she even began to menstruate. At the free camp in Marty-sur-Oise, there had been finger play, fresh air, and rousing speeches. She had developed nicely. On Federate's Day, she was an honor to the settlement house. It was she who brandished Lenin on a pole from La Courtine to Père Lachaise. The way she came swaggering down the street, the cops were flabbergasted. And with those luscious legs, she had the whole boulevard horning out the Internationale. The little pimps at the dance hall where she hung out didn't realize what a number they had on their hands. She was still a minor and scared of the vice squad. For a while she tagged along with Robert, Gégène, and Gaston. But they were building up to a mess of trouble. She would be their downfall. I could expect just about anything from Vitruve and her niece, especially Vitruve. She knew too much about me not to make use of it some day. I appeased them with money, but the kid wanted more. She wanted the whole works. When I tried to get around her with affection, it looked mighty suspicious to her. "I'll take her out to the Bois," I said to myself. "She's got a grudge against me. I've got to do something to catch her interest." I had my plans for the Bois. I'd tell her a nice story. I'd flatter her vanity. "Ask your aunt," I'd say. "You'll be home before midnight. Wait for me at the Café Byzance." So there we go. After the Porte Dauphine, she was already in a better humor. She liked the swanky neighborhoods. At the Hôtel Méridien, it was the bedbugs that got her down. When she picked up a little boyfriend and had to take her slip off, the marks made her feel ashamed. They all knew it was bedbug bites. They were all familiar with the liquids and the stuff you burn. Mireille's dream was a room without bugs. If she had cleared out then, her aunt would have had her brought back. She relied on her for the dough she brought in, but there was also a little pimp, Bébert from Val-de-Grâce, who had the same ideas. He ended up on snow. He'd been reading The Journey. As we were approaching the cascade, I began to get confidential. "I know you've got a boyfriend in the post office who gets a kick out of letting you whip him." She was too happy to put on airs or beat about the bush. She told me all about it. But when we got to the Pré Catalan, she was afraid to go on. The darkness frightened her. She thought I was taking her into the woods to beat her up. She felt in my pockets to see if I had a rod. I didn't have a thing. She felt my pecker. On account of the passing cars, I suggested we go over to the island where we could talk more at our ease. She was a slut. She had a hard time coming, and danger appealed to her. The youngsters rowing on the lake lost control, got tangled in the branches, cursed, tipped, and ruined their little lanterns. "Listen to the ducks gagging in the diluted urine." "Mireille," I say once we were settled, "I know you're a champion liar. One thing you don't trouble your head about is the truth." "Go on," she says. "If I were to repeat 1/10 of what I heard—" "Okay," I say, "you can turn that off. I'm full of indulgence for you. I'd even call it weakness. Not on account of your body, or your face, or your nose. What attracts me is your imagination. I'm a voyeur. You tell me dirty stories, and I'll tell you a beautiful legend. Is it a bargain? 50-50. You'll be getting the best of it." That appealed to her. She liked talking business. I filled her in. I guaranteed there'd be plenty of princesses, yards and yards of genuine velvet, brocade to the very linings, furs and jewels, beyond imagining. We were in perfect agreement about the setting and even the costumes. And then at last our story started in. "We are in Bredon, in Vendée. The city is making ready for a tournament. Here come the courtiers in fine array, naked wrestlers, mountebanks. Their coach rides by, plowing through the crowd, pancakes frying, 3 knights in damascened armor. They have come from far away, from the south, from the north. Their bold challenges ring out. Here comes Thibaut the Wicked, a troubadour. At daybreak he reaches the city gate along the towpath. He is weary and footsore. He has come to Bredon in quest of haven and shelter, and to seek out Jode the dissembler, the sheriff's son, to remind him of a sinister affair, the murder of an archer in Paris near the Pont au Change in their student days. Thibaut enters the city. At Sainte-Geneviève ferry he flatly refuses to pay the fee. He comes to blows with the ferryman. The archers appear. They overpower him and drag him away. Here he is, bound hand and foot, foaming at the mouth, in tatters, dragged before the sheriff. He struggles furiously and flings the ugly story in his face." The tone appealed to Mireille. She wanted more. We hadn't got along so well in a long time. Finally, it was time to go home. There were only a few couples left on the paths. Mireille was all cheered up. She wanted to catch them in the act. We abandoned my beautiful legend for a furious discussion about whether what women really wanted was to shack up with each other. Mireille, for instance, wouldn't she like to lay her girl-friends a little? Goose them, maybe? Especially the dainty little ones, the gazelles. What with those athletic haunches of hers, that sumptuous ass? "What about dildos?" she remarked. "Sure, that's why we watch. Why we look so hard when girls are having fun. To see if they won't grow one. So they can tear each other to pieces, the bitches. So they can rip each other's guts out and bleed all over the place. So all their rottenness can come pouring out of them." My sweet little Mireille was well informed. She followed my little show perfectly. I thought I'd better warn her. "If you repeat one word of this in Racy, I'll make you eat your shoes." And I grabbed hold of her under the gas lamp. I could already see the triumphant look on her face. I could feel it in my bones that she was going to tell the whole world that I had behaved like a beast in the Bois de Boulogne. I began to see red, to think that she'd taken me for a ride again. I give her a good smack. She grins, defiantly. From the thickets and copses, from all sides, people run out to watch us, by 2s and 4s, in droves, all brandishing their cocks. The ladies have their skirts hiked up front and back, the brazen, the loose, the cautious. "Attaboy, Ferdinand!" the whole lot of them shout. What a noise! It rose up out of the woods. "Give her the works! Clout her! Sock her!" Naturally, all that encouragement made me rough. Mireille begins to shriek and run. I run after her. I knock myself out. I give her some wicked kicks in the rear end. They land with a dull thud. Hundreds of Ranelagh sex fiends come running up. They collect by the prickloads in front of us. They pull up from behind. The grass is full of them. Thousands are pouring down the drive. More and more of them come stepping out of the darkness. The women's dresses are in tatters, tits torn and dangling, little boys without pants. They knock each other down, trample each other, toss each other up in the air. Some are left dangling from the trees, along with smashed-up chairs. An old bag, English, comes along in a little car and sticks her head out the window so far it almost falls off. She was beginning to get in my way. Never had I seen eyes so full of happiness. "Hooray, hooray!" she shouts without even stopping her car. "Great stuff! You'll crack her ass open. You'll send her sky high. You'll knock the eternity out of her. Hooray for Christian Science!" I ran still faster. I ran faster than her car. I gave it everything I had. I was dripping with sweat. As I charged, I thought of my job. I'd be sure to lose it. That gave me the chills. "Murray, have pity. I adore you. Will you wait for me, you damn slut? Will you listen to me?" When we got to the Arc de Triomphe, the whole crowd began to whirl like a merry-go-round. The whole mob was chasing Mireille. The square was littered with corpses. The living were tearing off each other's pricks. The Englishwoman was toting her car over her head at arm's length. "Hooray, hooray!" She knocks over a bus with it. The traffic is blocked by 3 files of mobile guards with shouldered rifles, all for our benefit. Mireille's dress flies away. The Englishwoman flings herself on the kid, claws at her breasts, trickling, pouring red all over. We fall, we writhe all together, we strangle each other, pure bedlam. The flame under the Arc de Triomphe rises higher, breaks, scatters through the sky. The whole place smells of smoked ham. Then Mireille, whispering in my ear, speaking to me at last. "Ferdinand, my darling, I love you. I admit it. You have wonderful ideas." The flames rain down on us. Everyone picks up a big chunk. We stuff them, sizzling and whirling, into our flies. The ladies put on bouquets of fire. We fall asleep inside each other. 25,000 policemen clear the Place de la Concorde. It was too much for us inside each other. It was too hot. There was smoke coming out. It was hell. My mother and Vitruve in the next room were worried. They kept coming and going, waiting for my fever to go down. An ambulance had brought me home. I had collapsed on top of a sewer grating on the Avenue McMahon. The bicycle cops had found me. Fever or not, I always have such a buzzing in both ears that it can't get much worse. I've had it since the war. Madness has been hot on my trail, no exaggeration, for 22 years. That's quite a package. She's tried a million different noises, a tremendous hullabaloo, but I raved faster than she could. I screwed her. I beat her to the tape. That's how I do it. I shoot the shit. I charm her. I force her to forget me. My great rival is music. It sticks in the bottom of my ears and rots. It never stops scolding. It dazes me with blasts of the trombone. It keeps on day and night. I've got every noise in nature, from the flute to Niagara Falls. Wherever I go, I've got drums with me and an avalanche of trombones. For weeks on end, I play the triangle. On the bugle, I can't be beat. I still have my own private birdhouse, complete with 3,527 birds that will never calm down. I am the organs of the universe. I provide everything, the ham, the spirit, and the breath. Often I seem to be worn out. My thoughts stagger and sprawl. I'm not very good to them. I'm working up the opera of the deluge. As the curtain falls, the midnight train pulls into the station, the glass dome shatters and collapses, the steam escapes through 24 valves, the couplings bounce sky high. In wide-open carriages, 300 musicians, soused to the gills, rend the air, playing 45 bars at once. For 22 years she's been trying to carry me off, at exactly midnight, but I can fight back, with 12 pure symphonies of cymbals, 2 cataracts of nightingales, a whole troop of seals being roasted over a slow fire. It's bachelor's work, that's for sure. It's my second life. Anyway, it's my business. If I mention it now, it's to explain that I had a little attack in the Bois de Boulogne. I often make a lot of noise when I talk. I talk too loud. People make signs at me to lower my voice. I drool a little. I can't help it. It's very hard for me to take an interest in my friends. I tend to forget their existence. I'm preoccupied. Sometimes I puke in the street. Then it stops. It's almost quiet. But the walls begin to shake and the cars go into reverse. The whole earth trembles and me with it. I don't speak. Life begins again. When I get to see God in his place, I'll blast his ear, the inner ear. I've studied those things. I wonder how he'll like that. I'm the devil's station master. The day I go, wait and see how the train jumps the track. Monsieur Bison, the truss-maker, whom I do little jobs for, will find me paler than ever. He'll get used to it. I was thinking about all that in my room while my mother and Vitruve were padding about next door. The gate of hell in your ear is a little atom of nothing. Move it a quarter of a hair's breadth, a micron, and look through. You're done for, that's all. You're damned forever. You ready? No? Do you think you can make it? Kicking in isn't free of charge. A beautiful shroud embroidered with tails, that's what the pale lady wants. The last gasp is very demanding. It's the last movie and nothing more to come. A lot of people don't know. You've got to knock yourself out. I'll be up to it soon. I'll hear my ticker give its last slobbery pfft, and then plop. It'll wobble in its aorta, like an old broom handle. It'll be all over. They'll open it up to check on that sloping table. They won't see my beautiful legend, nor my music either. The pale lady will have taken it all. Here I am, madame, I'll say to her. You're the greatest connoisseur of all. I was dead to the world. But even so, I couldn't get Mireille off my mind. I had no doubt about her spilling the dirt all over the place. My, oh my, they'd be saying at the clinic. Ferdinand's been overdoing it. He goes out to the Bois to get laid, the way they always exaggerate. With Mireille, of all people, debauching all our young women. They're putting in a complaint. He's a disgrace to his profession, a rapist and an anarchist. No less. It made my blood boil in my bed to think about those fairy tales. I was oozing all over like a toad. I was suffocating. I wriggled and thrashed. I threw off all the covers. Suddenly I felt strong as an ox. But it's perfectly true that those devils were following us. That charred smell all over. An enormous shadow shuts off my view. It's Léonce's hat, an agitator's hat, with a brim as wide as a racetrack. He must have put out the fire. It's Léonce Poitras. I'm positive. He's always been shadowing me. He's out to get me. He hangs around the prefecture a damn sight more than legitimate business warrants, after 6 o'clock. He's all over the place, always active, organizing the apprentices, doing abortions. He doesn't like me. I give him the creeps. He's out to get me. He admits it. He's the bookkeeper at the clinic. He wears a flowing bow tie. That hat blocks off part of my sleep. My temperature must be rising. I'm going to explode. At meetings, he's the life of the party. You should see him. He can shout for 2 hours on end at those trade union blackmail sessions. No one can make Léonce shut up. If anybody tries to change a single word in one of his motions, he blows his top. He can shout louder than a colonel. He's built like a brick shithouse. He can't be beat for hot air, and his cock has no equal either. Comes up harder than 36 biceps. Cast iron. That's him. He's secretary of the Bricklayers and Roofers Union of Vanves-le-Revolt. Elected, no less. His buddies are proud of Léonce, the lazy, pugnacious bastard. For pimping on the labor movement, he hasn't his equal. With all that, he wasn't satisfied. He was jealous of me, my ideas, my spiritual treasures, my looks, the way people call me doctor. There he was with the ladies, waiting, for me to make up my mind, for me to kick in. Nothing doing, just to burn him up. I'd stay right on the ground where I was. It would be a miracle. I'd even kiss him in the hope of killing him, by contagion. What's that noise upstairs? Various noises. It's the pianist giving lessons. No, practicing. He's nervous. He must be alone. C, C, C. Not so hot. B, B. Come, try again. E, E, D. It'll come out all right in the end. An arpeggio with the left hand, and now the right hand's perking up. B sharp. Christ almighty. Through my window I can see Paris, spread out below me, and then it begins to climb, toward us, toward Montmartre. One roof pushes the next, sharp, cutting, bleeding in the light, streets blue, red, and yellow. Lower down the Seine, pale mists, a tugboat buffeting the current, with a tired whale. Still farther off the hills. Everything looks alike. The night will take us in. Is that my concierge banging on the wall? I must be in pretty bad shape for her to come up. Mother Barange is too old for all those stairs. Where can she be coming from? She crosses my room ever so softly. She doesn't touch the floor. She doesn't even look to right or left. She leaves by the window out into the void. There she is, off in the darkness above the houses. There she is, over there. D, F, G sharp, E. Shit! Isn't he ever going to stop? That must be his pupil starting in. When fever spreads through you, life gets as flabby as a barkeeper's belly. You sink into a muddle of entrails. I hear my mother rubbing it in. She's telling Madame Vitrouve the story of her life, over and over again, to make it clear what a time she's had with me. Extravagant, irresponsible, lazy, nothing like his father, he so conscientious, so hard-working, so deserving, so unlucky, who passed on last winter. Sure, she doesn't tell her about the dishes he broke on her bean. Oh, no. D, C, E, D flat. That's his pupil in trouble again, skipping sixteenths. He's tangled up in the teacher's fingers. He's skidding. He can't straighten out. His nails are full of sharps. Watch that beat, I roar. My mother doesn't say a word about how he used to drag her through the back room by the hair. The place was really too small to argue in. Not one word about all that. Nothing but poetry. Yes, we lived in cramped quarters, but we loved each other so. That's what she was saying. Papa was fond of me. He was so sensitive about every little thing that my behavior, so much to worry about, my alarming propensities, the terrible trouble I gave him, hastened his death. All that grief and anguish affected his heart. Plop. The fairy tales people tell each other. They make a certain amount of sense, but they're a pack of filthy, stinking lies. The stinking bitches get so het up filling each other full of bullshit that they drown out the piano. I can puke in peace. Vitruve is no slouch at telling whoppers either. She lists her sacrifices. Mireille is her whole life. I can't catch it all. I'd better go to the can to vomit. Probably a touch of malaria, too. Brought it back from the Congo. I'm pretty far gone in all directions. By the time I get back to bed, my mother is in the middle of her courtship. The days when Auguste rode a bike. Not to be outdone, the other one goes on shamelessly about her desperate efforts to save my reputation, et l'inutise. Oh, no, I can't stand it. I sit up. I'm at the end of my rope. I can't move. I just lean over and vomit on the other side of the doss. If I've got to be delirious, I'd rather wallow in stories of my own. I see Thibault the troubadour. He's always in need of money. He's going to kill Jode's father. Well, at least that will be one father less in the world. I see splendid tournaments on the ceiling. I see lancers impaling each other. I see King Krogold himself. He has come from the north. He had been invited to Bredon with his whole court. I see his daughter, Wanda, the blonde, the radiant. I wouldn't mind jerking off, but I'm too sticky. Jode is horny in love. Oh, well, why not? I've got to get back. A sudden surge of bile. The effort makes me bellow. This time my old bitches can't help hearing. They come in and patch me up. I throw them out. In the hallway they start shooting the shit again. After the way they'd been running me down, the tide changes. They discover my good points. They're dependent on me for a good many things. Better be realistic. They'd been overdoing it. After all, who brings home the bacon? My mother wasn't making much, working for Monsieur Bisond, the famous truss maker, not enough to get by on. It's hard at her age to make ends meet on a commission basis. And who keeps Madame Vitruve and her niece going with his clever ideas? Suddenly a new wave of suspicion. They begin to hedge. He's a scatterbrained brute, but good-hearted. You've got to admit that, yes, of course. There's the rent and groceries to think about. Mustn't exaggerate. They hasten to put each other's minds at rest. My mother is no working woman. She says that over and over again. It's her litany. She's a small business woman. Our family ran itself ragged for the glory of small business. We're no drunken workers up to our ears in debt. Oh, no, certainly not. There's a big difference, and don't forget it. 3 lives, mine, hers, and most of all my father's, were ground down by sacrifice. Nobody even knows what became of them. They paid our debts. And now my mother knocks herself out trying to recapture those lives of ours. She's reduced to her imagination. They've disappeared. Our pasts as well. Whenever she has a free moment, she tries to put things back on their feet, but inevitably they collapse again. She flies into terrible rages if I even begin to cough, because my father had a chest like a bull, good, strong lungs. I can't stand the sight of her any more. She gives me the creeps. She wants me to share in her fantasies. I'm not in the mood. One of these days I'm going to do something bad. I want to have my own fantasies. C, E, A. The pupil is gone. The pianist is relaxing, doing a berceuse. I wish Emily would come up. She comes every evening to straighten out. She hardly says anything. I forget she's there. Ah, here she is. She wants me to take some rum. The drunks next door are bawling again. He has a high fever. I'm terribly worried, my mother repeats for the 100th time. He's so kind to his patients, yaks Vitruve. At that point I was so hot I dragged myself to the window. On a long tack across the Étoile, my gallant ship glides through the dusk, under full sail. She is heading straight for the Hôtel Dieu. The whole town is on deck, still and calm. All those dead, I know them all. I even know the helmsman. He's my buddy. The pianist has caught on. He's playing the tune we need, Black Joe, for a cruise, to catch the wind and weather, and the lies. If I open the window, it will be cold. Tomorrow I'm going to kill Monsieur Bisond, who keeps us going, the truss-maker, in his shop. I want him to travel. He never goes out. My vessel groans and pitches over the Parc Monceau. She's slower than last night. She's going to hit the statues. 2 ghosts go ashore at the Comédie Française. 3 enormous waves carry off the arcades of the Rue de Rivoli. The siren screams against my window panes. I close my door. A roar of wind. My mother appears with her eyes popping out. She scolds me, misbehaving as usual. Vitruve comes running. More good advice. I rebel. I give them hell. My fair ship is limping. Those females can wreck the infinite. She's off course. It's shameful. Nevertheless, she heels over to port. There's no more graceful craft afloat. My heart follows her. Those bitches would do better to run after the rats that are fouling the rigging. She'll never make that tack with her rope so taut. Got to slacken them. Let out 3 turns before the Samaritain. I shout all that out over the rooftops. My room is going to sink. I've paid for it, haven't I? Every last cent, with my lousy, rotten existence. I shit in my pajamas. What a mess. Things are bad. I'm going to founder at the Bastille. Ah, if only your father were here. I hear those words. I explode. It's her again. I turn around. My father, I say, was a skunk. I yell my lungs out. There was no lousier bastard in the whole universe, from the Galerie Lafayette to Capricorn. At first she was stupefied, transfixed. Then she gets hold of herself. She calls me the lowest of the low. I don't know which way to look. She bursts into tears. She rolls on the carpet in anguish. She rises to her knees. She stands up. She comes at me with the umbrella. She hauls off and gives me a couple of cracks full in the face. The handle breaks in her hands. She bursts into tears. Vitruve throws herself between us. She never wants to see me again. That's what she thinks of me. She sobs so hard the whole place shakes. All my father left behind him was his memory and carloads of trouble. Memory is an obsession with her. The deader he is, the more she loves him, like a she-dog that can't get enough. But I won't put up with it. I'll protest if it kills me. I repeat that he was a sneak, brute, hypocrite, and yellow in every way. She starts up again. She's ready to die for her Auguste. I'll smash her face. Hell, I haven't got malaria for nothing. She upbraids me. She lets herself go. She has no consideration for the state I'm in. I'm in a blind rage. I bend over and lift up her skirt. I see her calf, as skinny as a poker, without any flesh on it, her stocking all sagging. It's foul. I've seen it all my life. I puke on it, the works. Ferdinand, you're out of your mind. She backs away, gives a start, and runs for it. You're out of your mind, she cries again from the stairs. I stagger and fall flat. I hear her limp all the way down. The window is still wide open. I think of Auguste. He liked boats, too. He was an artist at heart. He had no luck. He drew storms now and then on my blackboard. The maid is still there beside my bed. "Lie down here in your clothes," I say. "We're cruising. My ship has lost all her lights over the Gare de Lyon. I'll give the captain a receipt so he'll come to the Quai d'Arago when they set up the guillotines. The key of morning." Emily laughs. She doesn't get it. "Tomorrow," she says. "Tomorrow." And she goes back to her kid. Then I was really alone. Then I saw the thousands and thousands of little skiffs returning high above the left bank. Each one had a shriveled little corpse under its sail, and his story, his little lies to catch the wind with. The last century. I can talk about it. I saw it end. It pulled out by the road past Orly, Choisy-le-Roi, Rungis, where my Aunt Armide lived, the eldest of the family. She talked about all sorts of things that nobody remembered. The day we picked for our visit was a Sunday in the fall, before the hardest months. We wouldn't be back until spring for the surprise of finding her still alive. Old memories stay with you, but they're delicate, fragile. I'm sure we took the horse car in front of the Châtelet. We and our cousins would climb up to the top deck. My father stayed home. My cousins would joke. We'd never find Aunt Armide in Rungis, they said. All alone in the house without a maid, she was sure to have been murdered, and what with the floods, we probably wouldn't be notified until it was too late. So we'd jog along to Choisy along the river. It took hours. That gave me a little fresh air. We'd be taking the train back. When we got to the end of the line, we'd have to hurry. Over the big cobblestones. My mother would tug at my arm to make me keep up. We'd meet other relatives also on their way to visit the old lady. My mother would have trouble with her bun, her veil, her straw hat, and her hairpins and hatpins. When her veil was wet, she'd chew at it in irritation. The avenues on the way to my aunt's were full of chestnuts. I couldn't pick any up. We hadn't a moment to lose. Beyond the road there were trees, fields, an embankment, clods of earth, and then the country. Farther still, countries unknown. China, and after that, nothing at all. We were in such a hurry to get there that I made it in my pants. To tell the truth, I was in such a hurry all through my childhood that I had shit on my ass until I was drafted. We were all wringing wet by the time we got to the first houses. It was a sweet little village, I realize that now, with quiet little nooks, winding lanes, moss, all picturesque as hell. The fun was over when we reached her gate. It squeaked. My aunt had sold ready-to-wear at the Carreau de Temple for close on 50 years. All her savings had gone into her cottage in Rungis. She lived at the back of one room, beside the fireplace. All was in her armchair, waiting for people to come see her. She kept the blinds drawn on account of her eyes. Her cottage was in the Swiss style. That was all the rage in those days. Out in front there were some fish pickling in a smelly pool. A little more walking and you'd be at the door. Then darkness swallowed you up. You touched something soft. "Come closer. Don't be afraid, little Ferdinand." That meant smooching. I couldn't get out of it. It was cold and prickly and then kind of warm at the corner of her mouth. The taste was awful. Somebody lighted a candle. The relations huddled together and began to gossip. It gave them a kick to see the relic kiss me. I was sick to my stomach from just that one kiss, and from walking too fast. But when she began to talk, they all had to shut up. They didn't know how to answer her. My aunt conversed only in the imperfect subjunctive, old-fashioned. It cramped everybody's style. It was time for her to be moving along. There had never been a fire in that fireplace behind her.
The draught was never quite sufficient.
The real reason was economy. Before we left, our maid offered little cakes, dry-as-dust cookies taken from a tightly covered receptacle that was opened twice a year. Everyone declined, of course. They weren't children anymore. The cookies were for me, Ferdinand, and to show my pleasure and appreciation I had to jump up and down for joy. My mother pinched me. That was my signal to perform. I ran out into the garden, always the little imp, and spat it all out to the fish. Everything that's washed up was there in the darkness, behind my aunt, behind her armchair. There was my grandfather Leopold, who never came back from India. There was the Virgin Mary, Cyrano de Bergerac, Félix Faure, Louis-Ferdinand, and the imperfect subjunctive. That's how it was. I let the relic kiss me once again before leaving, and then hurried departure, out through the garden at breakneck speed. In front of the church we ditched some cousins, the ones who were going to Juvisy. In kissing me they gave off every known smell, rancid breath between beard and shirt front. My mother's limp was worse from sitting still a whole hour. Her leg had gone to sleep. When we came to the cemetery at Thiers, we'd dash in for a minute. There were 2 more of our dead at the end of one of the lanes. We scarcely looked at their tombs and lit out like thieves. We'd catch up with Clotilde, Gustave, and Gaston after the crossroads at Belle Épine. My mother was dragging her bad leg and bumping into things. She even sprained her ankle once trying to carry me just before the grade crossing. In the darkness, our only thought was to reach the big apothecary jar at the pharmacy. That was on the main street. It meant we were saved. Against a background of raw gaslight, gusts of music flew from the clattering doors of the wine shops. We felt threatened and quickly crossed the street. My mother was afraid of drunks. The inside of the station was like a box. The waiting room was full of smoke, with a rickety oil lamp dangling from the ceiling. Huddled together around the little stove, the travelers hawked and coughed and sizzled in their heat. There's the humming of the train. It crashes in like thunder. You'd think it was tearing the whole place apart. The travelers shake themselves, break into a run, and storm the carriages like a hurricane. We're the last 2. I get a good clout to teach me not to play with the door handle. At Ivry we have to get out. We take advantage of our day out to drop in on Madame Héronde, the seamstress. She mends all our lace, especially the old things that are so fragile and hard to dye. She lived in a shack at the far end of Ivry, on the Rue des Palissés, in the middle of the fields. This was a good chance to stir her up a little. Her work was never ready on time. The customers were ferocious. Nowadays nobody would dare to gripe the way they did then. I used to see my mother in tears almost every night over the seamstress and the lace that never came back. If our customer got peeved about her torn Valenciennes, she wouldn't be back for a whole year. The plain beyond Ivry was even more dangerous than the way to Aunt Armide's. No comparison. Sometimes there were toughs. They'd insult my mother. If I turned around, I'd get a smack. When the mud got so soft and mushy that your shoes came off in it, it meant we hadn't far to go. Madame Héronde's shack was in the middle of an empty lot. Her mutt heard us and began to bark like mad. We caught sight of the window. Our visit always came as a great surprise to Madame Héronde. She couldn't get over it. My mother upbraided her, unloaded her grievances. Finally, both of them burst into tears. There was nothing for me to do but wait and look out, as far as possible, across the plain, heavy with darkness, that stretched out as far as the banks of the Seine and ended in a long, cluttered line of housing lots. Our seamstress did her mending by the light of an oil lamp. The smoke choked her, and the light was ruining her eyes. My mother kept after her to have gas put in.
"It's really indispensable,"
she said again as we were leaving. Mending tiny little insets, pieces as delicate as spider webs, she was certainly ruining her eyes. It wasn't only self-interest that made my mother say these things, but friendship as well. I never visited Madame Héron's shack when it wasn't dark.
"They're installing it in September,"
she said every time. It was a lie to make my mother leave her alone. My mother thought well of her for all her faults. My mother was in mortal terror of thieving seamstresses. Madame Héron had no equal for honesty. She never did us out of a single penny. And yet she was poor as a church mouse, and we entrusted her with treasures. Whole chasubles of Venetian lace, such as you wouldn't even see in a museum nowadays. When my mother spoke of her later on in the family circle, it was with enthusiasm. It brought tears to her eyes.
"She was a real fairy, I've got to admit. It's too bad she couldn't keep her word. She never delivered anything on time, never once."
The fairy died before the gas was installed, of fatigue, carried off by the flu, and also, no doubt, by the sorrow of having a skirt chaser for a husband. She died in childbirth. I remember her funeral well. It was at Le Petit Ivry. There were only the three of us, me and my parents. Her husband hadn't bothered. He was a handsome man. He drank up every cent he ever owned. He spent whole years at the bar on the corner of the Rue Gaillon. We saw him there for at least another 10 years every time we passed. And then he disappeared. When we left Madame Héron's, it wasn't the end of our visits. At Austerlitz, we had another gallop and then a bus ride to the Bastille. The Wurtzams had their workshop near the Cirque d'Hiver. They were Alsatians, cabinet-makers, a whole family of them. It was Wurtzam who antiqued all our small pieces of furniture, the kidney-shaped tables, consoles, and so on. For the last 20 years he'd done nothing else, first for Grandma, then for other people. Marquetry doesn't last. It's a perpetual headache. Wurtzam was an artist, an excellent craftsman. They all of them lived in the shavings. His wife, his aunt, a brother-in-law, 2 female cousins, and 4 children. He was never on time either. His vice was fishing. He'd often spend a whole week by the Canal Saint-Martin instead of filling his orders. My mother would shout herself blue in the face. He always had some insolent comeback. Then he'd apologize. The whole family would burst into tears. There'd be 9 of them crying, and we were only 2. They were a shiftless lot. They never paid their rent. In the end, they were thrown out and had to take refuge in the jungle off the Rue Caulaincourt. Their shack was down at the bottom of a pit. You had to walk over planks to get to it. We'd start shouting from far off and head for their lantern. What tempted me at their place was to upset the glue pot that was always teetering on top of the stove. One day I made up my mind. When my father heard about it, he told my mother that I'd strangle her one day. It was my nature. He could see it all. The nice thing about the Wurtzams was that they never bore a grudge. After the worst bawlings out, as soon as you'd give them a little money, they'd be singing again. Nothing ever got them down. Shiftless, never a look ahead. That's the working class for you. No sense of responsibility like us. My mother always seized on these incidents as object lessons to show me how not to live. I thought they were very nice. I went to sleep in their shavings. My mother had to shake me when it was time to race down to the boulevard and jump into the Halle aux Vins bus. I loved the inside of it because of the big crystal eye that lit up the faces all along the benches. Pure magic. The horses gallop down the Rue des Martyrs. The people move aside to let us pass. Even so, we're very late in getting back to the shop. Grandma is griping in her corner. Auguste, my father, pulls his cap way down over his eyes. He's pacing about like a lion on the bridge of a ship. My mother collapses on the stool. She's in the wrong. There's no use explaining. Nothing we had done that day appeals to them. Finally, we close the shop. We say goodbye politely. The three of us set out for home and bed. It's still an awful hike. We lived on the other side of the Bon Marché. My father wasn't an easy man to get along with. When he wasn't in his office, he always wore a cap, the nautical kind. It had always been his dream to be the captain of an ocean liner. That dream made him mighty bitter. Our apartment on the Rue de Babylone looked out on the Mission. The priests sang a good deal. Even at night they'd get up to sing a few more hymns. We couldn't see them on account of the wall that was right against our window. That made it kind of dark. My father didn't make much at the Coccinelle Fire Insurance Company. When we got to the Tuileries, he often had to carry me. The cops all had big bellies in those days. They hung around under the lamps. The Seine is surprising to a kid, the way the wind ruffles the reflections and the black emptiness below, shifting and grumbling. We turned down the Rue Vaneau, and then we were home. There was always a to-do about lighting the hanging lamp. My mother didn't know how. My father, Auguste, fumbled, cursed, swore, and kept upsetting the holder and the mantle. My father was a stout, blond man who would fly into a rage over nothing, with a chubby, round nose like a baby's over an enormous mustache. He rolled his eyes ferociously when he was angry. He never remembered anything but troubles. He'd had plenty. He made 110 francs a month at the insurance company. With his yen to serve in the Navy, he had pulled 7 years in the artillery. He would have liked to be imposing, well-off, and respected. At the Coccinelle office, they treated him like dirt. His pride tormented him, and he couldn't stand the monotony. He had nothing in his favor but his school diploma, his mustache, and his lofty principles. To make things worse, I got born. We were on the downgrade. We still hadn't eaten. My mother was pottering about with pots and pans. She had stripped to her petticoat for fear of grease spots. She kept muttering that her Auguste didn't appreciate her good intentions and the difficulties of the business. He sat with his elbows on one corner of the oilcloth table cover, mulling over his troubles. From time to time he put on a scowl to show that he couldn't hold himself in much longer. She still kept trying to mollify him. But when she tried to pull down the beautiful yellow globe of the hanging lamp, he really flew off the handle. "Clemence, stop that! Christ almighty! You're going to start a fire! Haven't I told you to use both hands?" He began to bellow something awful. He was so mad I thought he was going to bite his tongue off. In his bad spells he used to turn purple and swell up all over. He rolled his eyes like a dragon. It was horrible to look at. My mother and I were scared stiff. Then he broke a dish and went to bed. "Turn toward the wall, you little pig. Don't turn around." I had no desire to. I knew. I was ashamed. It was my mother's legs, the skinny one and the fat one. She continued to limp about from one room to the next. He was trying to pick a fight. She insisted on finishing the dishes. She tried to clear the air with a little tune.
And through the holes in the roof the sun shone down upon us.
Auguste, my father, read La Patrie. He sat down beside my crib. She came over and kissed him. His storm was subsiding. He stood up and went to the window. He pretended to be looking for something down in the court. He let a resounding fart. The tension was down. She let a little fart in sympathy and fled kittenishly into the kitchen. Later they closed the door to their bedroom. I slept in the dining room. The missionaries' hymn came in over the walls, and in the whole Rue Babylone there was only a walking horse. Clop, clop, that late cab. To raise me, my father was always taking on extra jobs. L'Emperant, his boss, humiliated him in every possible way. I knew L'Emperant. He was a redhead who had gone pale, with long golden hairs, just a few of them instead of a beard. My father had style. Elegance came natural to him. That vexed L'Emperant. He avenged himself for 30 years. He made him do nearly all his letters over again. When I was still smaller, at Puteaux, where they'd put me out to nurse, my parents used to come and see me on Sunday. There was plenty of fresh air. They always paid in advance, never a cent owing. Not even when things were at their worst. But in Courbevoie, what with worrying and doing without all sorts of things, my mother began to cough. After that she never stopped. It was slug syrup and later on the Raspail method that saved her. On account of my father's style, Monsieur L'Emperant suspected him of fancy ambitions. From the garden of the nurse's place in Puteaux you could look down over the whole of Paris. When Papa came to see me, the wind ruffled his mustache. That's my earliest memory. After the fashion shop in Courbevoie went bankrupt, my parents had to work twice as hard. They really ran themselves ragged. She as my grandmother's saleswoman, he doing all the overtime he could at La Coccinelle. But the more he exhibited his high-class style, the more L'Emperant detested him. To keep from getting bitter, he took up watercolors. He used to paint at night after supper. They brought me back to Paris. I'd see him in the evening drawing, mostly boats, ships at sea, 3 masters in a heavy breeze, black and white or in color. He had it in his blood. Later on, memories of his days in the artillery, batteries galloping into position. Or he'd do bishops, at the request of his customers, because of the bright robes, and dancing girls with hefty legs. My mother would offer a selection of his watercolors to the peddlers at lunch hour. She did all she could to keep me alive. I just shouldn't have been born. At Grandma's on the Rue Montorgueil, she sometimes spat blood in the morning while arranging the sidewalk display. She'd hide her handkerchiefs. Grandma came out.
"Wipe your eyes, Clemence. Crying won't help matters."
To get there early enough, we'd get up at daybreak and cross the Tuileries as soon as the housework was done. Papa would turn the mattress. The days were no joke. It was exceptional if I didn't cry a good part of the afternoon. In that shop, I came in for more slaps than smiles. I apologized for everything I did. I was always apologizing. We had to be on the lookout for theft and breakage. Junk is fragile. I ruined tons of the stuff, never on purpose. The thought of antiques still makes me sick, but that was our bread and butter. The scrapings of time are sad, lousy, sickening. We sold the stuff over the customer's dead body. We'd wear him down. We'd drown his wits in floods of hokum. Incredible bargains. We were merciless. He couldn't win. If he had any wits to begin with, we demolished them. He'd walk out stunned with the Louis XIII cup in his pocket, the open-work fan with cat and shepherdess wrapped in tissue paper. You can't imagine how they revolted me, grown-ups taking such crap home with them. During working hours, Grandma Caroline ensconced herself behind the prodigal son, an enormous tapestried screen. Caroline had an eye for light fingers. Customers are low characters, especially the women. The fancier they dress, the worse crooks they are. A little piece of chantilly slips like a breeze into a practiced muff. The shop was hardly a blaze of light, and in the winter it's especially treacherous on account of the ruffles, velvets, furs, canopies big enough to enfold 3 bosoms, not to mention the long-range boas of all kinds starting from the shoulders, the waves of diaphanous chiffon, birds of overwhelming sorrow, the lady struts plowing through piles of bric-a-brac, clucks, retraces her steps, scatters things all over the place, pecking, cackling, finding fault for the hell of it. We were goggle-eyed, trying to find something that would appeal to her. There was plenty to choose from. Grandma was always out rustling, looking for white elephants at the auction rooms. She brought back everything: oil paintings, amethysts, whole forests of candelabras, cascades of embroidered tulle, cabochons, pyxes, stuffed animals, armor, parasols, gilded monstrosities from Japan, alabaster bowls and worse, gimcracks without a name, and objects nobody ever heard of. The lady gushes and burbles in this treasure house of shards. The heap settles back into place behind her. She overturns, she jingles, she twists and turns. She's just come in to look. It's raining. She's come in out of the rain. When she's had enough, she leaves, promising to come again. Then we have to gather up the rubbish in a hurry. We crawl around on our knees, scraping under the furniture. If nothing's missing, if every handkerchief, knick-knack, piece of cut glass, every gewgaw is accounted for, we heave a great sigh of relief. Mother slumps down, massaging her leg cramped from standing, speechless with exhaustion. And then, just before closing time, the furtive customer steps in out of the darkness. He slips in softly, explains his business in a whisper. He has a small object to sell, a family keepsake. He undoes the newspaper wrapping. We don't think much of it. We'll wash his treasure in the kitchen sink. We'll pay him in the morning. He leaves with a mumbled goodbye. The Panthéon Courcelles bus races past, almost grazing the shop. My father comes in from his office. He keeps looking at his watch. He's on edge. We've got to make it fast. He puts down his hat. He takes his cap from the nail. We still have to eat our noodles and make our deliveries. We'd put the light out in the shop. My mother was no cook, but she managed to work up some sort of mess. When it wasn't egg soup, it was sure to be macaroni. No mercy. After the noodles, we sat still for a moment. A little meditation is good for the stomach. My mother tried to entertain us, to dilute our embarrassment. If I didn't answer her questions, she'd keep on trying.
"There's butter in them, you know,"
she would say gently. The light came from a naked gas jet behind the screen. The plates were in darkness. Stoically, my mother helped herself to some more noodles to encourage us. It took a good swig of red wine to keep them down. The alcove where we ate was also used for the washing and for storing the junk. There were heaps of it, mounds. The stuff that couldn't be patched up, that couldn't be sold, that wasn't fit to be shown, the worst monstrosities. From the transom, draperies hung down into the soup. There was also, for some reason or other, a big coal range with an enormous hood that took up half the room. In the end, we'd turn over our plates for a smidgen of jam. It was like living in a filthy museum. After we moved away from Courbevoie, Grandma and my father stopped talking to each other. Mamma kept talking the whole time to keep them from throwing things at each other. Once we had downed our noodles and enjoyed our sampling of jam, we hit the road. The sold article would be wrapped in a big canvas. Usually it was some piece of drawing-room furniture, a kidney, or occasionally a poudreuse. Papa hoisted it up on his shoulders, and we'd start for the Place de la Concorde. After the splashing fountains, I'd be kind of scared. As we headed up the Champs-Élysées, the darkness was immense. He sped along like a thief. I had trouble keeping up. It seemed like he was trying to ditch me. I'd have liked him to talk to me. All he did was grunt insults at strangers. By the time we reached the Étoile, he was in a sweat. We took a little rest. When we got to the customer's house, he had to look for the service entrance. When we delivered in Auteuil, my father was in a better humor. He didn't take out his watch so often. I'd climb up on the parapet, and he'd tell me all about tugboats, the green lights, the whistle signals between the strings of barges. "She'll be down the Pointe du Jour in no time." We'd admire the wheezing old tub and wish her a happy journey. It was when we were going into the Terne section that he really got into a foul mood, especially if it was a dame. He couldn't stand them. He'd be in a temper before we even got started. I remember one time we were going to the Rue des Mours. Outside the church, he gives me a clout and a vicious kick to make me shake a leg crossing the street. When we got to the customer's house, I couldn't keep from crying. "You little bastard," he shouts at me. "I'll give you something to cry about." He climbed up the stairs behind me with his little tea-table on his neck. We rang at the wrong door. All the maids looked out. I was squealing like a stuck pig, on purpose to get his goat. What a ruckus! At last we find the right bell. The maid lets us in. She sympathizes with me. The lady of the house switches in. "My, what a naughty little boy. He's made his papa angry." He didn't know which way to look. He would have liked to crawl into a drawer. The lady tries to comfort me. She pours my father a glass of cognac. Then she says, "Polish it up, my good man. I fear the rain will leave spots." The maid gives him a rag. He gets to work. The lady gives me a piece of candy. I follow her into the bedroom. The maid comes in too. The lady lies down in a mess of lace. All of a sudden, she hikes up her dressing gown and shows me her fat legs, her behind, and her clump of hair. Phew! She goes poking around inside with her fingers. "Come, little darling. Come, little love. Come, suck me in there." Her voice was ever so soft and tender. No one had ever spoken to me like that before. She opens it out, oozing. The maid was doubled up with laughter. That's what held me back. I ran off to the kitchen. I wasn't crying anymore. They gave my father a tip. He didn't dare to put it in his pocket. He just looked at it. The maid was laughing again. "I guess you don't want it," she asked him. He ran out to the stairs. He forgot all about me. I had to race after him in the street. I called him all the way down the avenue. "Papa, Papa!" I caught up with him on the Place des Ternes. We sat down. It wasn't very often that he kissed me. He squeezed my hand. "Yes, my boy, yes, my boy," he kept repeating as if to himself, looking off into space. He had feelings deep down. I had feelings too. Life has nothing to do with feelings. We went straight back to the Rue de Babylone. My father distrusted his imagination. He talked to himself in corners. He was afraid of being carried away. He must have been steaming inside. He was born in Le Havre. He knew all about boats. A name that kept coming back to him was that of Captain Derouin, who had been in command of the city of Troy. He'd seen his boat putting out to sea, moving out of the basin. She never came back. She had been lost with all on board off the coast of Florida. A fine three-mast bark. Another, the Gondriolan, a Norwegian, overloaded, had crashed into the locks. Bad handling. He told me all about it. 20 years later, the incident still filled him with horror and indignation. And then he'd go back into his corner and mull things over some more. His brother Antoine was something else again. With real heroism, he had crushed every impulse to wander. He, too, had been born right near the great semaphore. When their father died, he taught French at the lycée. He'd gone straight into the Bureau of Weights and Measures, a steady job. To play it absolutely safe, he'd married a young lady in the statistics division. But a yearning for far-off places kept plaguing him. He still had adventure in his bones. He never felt buried enough. He kept digging in deeper and deeper. He and his wife would come to see us on New Year's Day. They were so thrifty, they ate so miserably, and never spoke to a soul, that the day they conked out, nobody in the neighborhood remembered them. Everybody was surprised. They died in secret, he of cancer, she of abstinence. They found Blanche, his wife, on the Butte Chaumont. That was where they used to spend their vacations. Just the same, it took them 40 years, always together, to commit suicide. My father's sister, Hélène, was a different story. She had wind in her sails. She ended up in Russia. She got to be a whore in St. Petersburg. For a while she had everything, a carriage, 3 sleighs, a village all her own, with her name on them. She came to see us at the Passage twice in a row, done up like a princess, stunning and happy and all. She came to a tragic end, shot by an officer. She had no willpower. She was all flesh, desire, music. It made my father puke just to think of her. When she heard of her death, my mother said, "What a terrible end, but it's a fit end for an egotist." Then there was Uncle Arthur. He was no model either. The flesh was too much for him, too. My father had a certain liking for him, a kind of weakness. He lived like a regular bohemian, on the fringe of society, in a shanty, shacked up with a housemaid. She worked at the restaurant outside the École Militaire. Thanks to her, there's no denying it, he managed to eat very well. He was a dandy, with a goatee, corduroy pants, pointed shoes, and a long, slender pipe. Nothing ever got him down. Making women was his main occupation. He was sick a good deal, seriously so when the rent came due. He'd stay in bed for a week or more at some girlfriend's house. When we went to see him on Sundays, he didn't behave very well, especially with my mother. He'd take little liberties with her. That made my old man see red. When we left, he'd swear by 80,000 devils that we'd never go back. "Really, that brother of mine, his manners are disgusting." But we'd go back all the same. He would draw boats on his big drawing board under the skylight. Yachts cutting through the foam, that was his style, with gulls all along. Now and then he'd do some work for a catalogue, but he had so many debts he always felt discouraged. He was cheerful when doing nothing. From the cavalry barracks next door you could hear all the bugle calls. Arthur knew all the words that went with them by heart. He'd start in again at every refrain. He made up some smutty ones. My mother and the housemaid went, "Oh, oh." Papa was furious because of my tender years. But the screwiest member of the family was certainly Uncle Rodolphe. He was really off his rocker. He would titter quietly when you spoke to him. He only answered his own questions. That could go on for hours. He insisted on living in the open air. He never consented to have anything to do with a store or an office, not even as a watchman, not even at night. He preferred to take his meals out of doors on a bench. He distrusted the insides of houses. When he was really too hungry, he'd come to see us. He'd turn up in the evening. That meant things were pretty rough. He made his living carrying baggage in the railroad stations. It was a job that took stamina, and he kept at it for more than 20 years. He had an in with the Urban Express. He ran like a rabbit after cabs and baggage as long as he was able to. His high season was when people were coming back from vacation. His job made him hungry and always thirsty. The coachman liked him. He was screwy at the table. He'd stand up with a glass in hand, clink it all around, and strike up a song. He'd stop in the middle and burst out laughing without rhyme or reason, and drool all over his napkin. We'd take him home. He'd still be laughing. He lived on the Rue Lepic, at the Rendezvous de Puy-de-Dôme, a shack on the court. He kept his belongings on the floor. There wasn't a single chair or a table. At the time of the exposition, he became a troubadour. He'd stand outside the papier-mâché grottos along the Seine, drumming up trade for old Paris. His coat was a patchwork of rags of every color. He'd keep warm by bellowing and stamping his feet. In the evening, when he came to dinner in his carnival rig, my mother made him a hot water bottle. His feet were always cold. To make matters worse, he took up with a wench. She was a spieler, too. She stood in a painted cardboard grotto at the other entrance. Poor thing. She'd already begun to cough her lungs out. She didn't last 3 months. She died right there in his room at the Rendezvous. He didn't want them to take her away. He bolted his door. He came home every night and lay down beside her. It was the smell that put them wise. Then he went raving mad. He didn't understand that things die. They buried her by force. He wanted to carry her all the way to Pantin himself on a hod. Finally, he went back to work by the Esplanade. My mother was horrified.
"Dressed like a scarecrow in this cold, it's a crime."
What upset her most was that he wouldn't wear his overcoat. He had one of Papa's. They sent me to have a look. I was underage, so I could get through the gate without paying. He was there behind the fence, dressed like a troubadour, all smiles again.
"Hello," he
said.
"Hello, son. Do you see her? Do you see my Rosine?"
He pointed a finger across the Seine. The plain, a point in the mist.
"You see her?"
I said yes. I never crossed him. I told my parents he was all right. Pure spirit. That was Rodolphe. Late in 1913, he went away with a circus. We could never find out what had become of him. We never saw him again. We left the Rue de Babylone to open another shop, to try our luck again. This time it was in the Passage des Beresinats, between the Stock Exchange and the boulevards. Our living quarters were over the shop, 3 rooms connected by a spiral staircase. My mother was always limping up and down those stairs. Tip-tap-plunk, tip-tap-plunk. She'd hold on to the banister. The sound gave my father the creeps. He was always in a temper anyway because the time wouldn't pass. He kept looking at his watch. With Mamma and her leg in addition, it didn't take much to start him off. Our top room was above the glass roof of the passage. The windows looked out on an open space, so they had bars to keep out burglars and cats. That was my room, and it was also the place where my father could draw and paint when he came home after his deliveries. He'd fuss over his watercolors, and when he was finished he'd often make as if to come down and catch me playing with myself. He'd lurk in wait on the stairs. I was quicker than he was. He only caught me once. But he'd always find some excuse for giving me a licking. It was a battle between us. In the end, I'd always apologize for my insolence. It was an act. I hadn't done anything. He'd ask me questions and answer them for me. When he was through licking me, he'd stay there behind the bars, looking out at the stars, the atmosphere, the moon, the night high above us. That was his quarterdeck. I knew that. He'd be commanding the Atlantic. If my mother interrupted him, if she called him to come down, he'd start griping again. They'd collide in the darkness, in the narrow cage between the second and third floors. She'd be in for a good smack and a volley of insults. Tip-tap, plunk. Tip-tap, plunk. Whimpering under the onslaught, she'd run down to the basement and count her wares. "Why can't you leave me alone? God damn it to hell, what have I done to deserve this?" His bellowing shook the whole house. In the narrow kitchen, he'd pour himself a glass of red wine. Nobody let out a peep. That was how he wanted it. In the daytime, I had Grandma. She taught me to read a little. She herself wasn't very good at it. She had learned late, after her children were born. I can't say she was tender or affectionate, but she didn't talk much, which is a good deal, and she never hit me. She hated my father's guts. She couldn't abide him with his education, his high principles, his idiotic rages, and his catalogue of complaints. For her money, her daughter was an ass to have married such a prick, making 70 francs a month in the insurance company. As for me, the kid, she hadn't quite made up her mind what to think of me. She was keeping me under observation. She was a woman of character. At the Passage, she helped us as long as she could with what junk she still had left from her stock. We only lighted one window. That was as much as we could fill. It was a discouraging lot of bric-a-brac, decrepit with age, gray elephants, crap. If that was all we had to sell, we were sunk. We only kept going by scrimping. Always noodles and pawning Mamma's earrings at the end of every month. It was a wonder we had anything to eat at all. We took in a little money doing repair jobs. We did them a lot cheaper than anybody else. We'd take them at any price. And we delivered day and night. For a profit of 2 francs, we'd hike out to the Parc Saint-Maur and back.
"It's never too late for the brave,"
said my mother cheerfully. Her specialty was optimism. But Madame Héronde was always holding things up. She went too far. Every time she kept us waiting, there was a crisis. The whole lot of us damn near starved. By 5 in the afternoon, my father would be back from the office, trembling with anxiety, looking at his watch the whole time. "Clemence, I repeat for the 100th time. If that woman gets robbed, what's going to become of us? Her husband will sell it all. He spends all his time in the whorehouse. I know it for a fact. Everybody knows." He dashed up to the top floor, bellowing the whole time, then back down to the shop. Our house was like an accordion. The amplification was terrific. I'd go scouting for Madame Héronde as far as the Rue des Pyramides. If I didn't see her coming with her bundle bigger than she was, I'd run back empty-handed. Then I'd go look again. Finally, when all hope was gone, when it was plain that she had been lost with all on board, I'd sight her off the Rue Thérèse, gasping in an eddy of the crowd, listing under her bundle. I'd tow her to the Passage. In the shop she'd collapse. My mother gave thanks to heaven. My father couldn't bear to witness these scenes. He'd climb up to his attic, looking at his watch at every step, refurbishing his obsession. He was building up to the next outburst, the deluge that wouldn't be long in coming. Getting into trim. The Pinezes screwed us. My mother and I go traipsing over to show them our selection of lace, for a wedding present. They lived in a palace across from the Pont Solferino. I remember what struck me first, the vases. Some were so big and fat you could have hidden inside. They'd stuck them all over the place. Those people were very rich. We were shown into the salon. The beautiful Madame Pinez and her husband were there. They were expecting us. They give us a friendly reception. My mother spreads her stuff out in front of them, on the carpet. She gets down on her knees. It's handier. She talks herself blue in the face. She really knocks herself out. They stall. They can't make up their minds. They simper. They put on the dog. Madame Pinez reclines on the sofa in a dressing gown with a lot of ribbons. He takes me around in back, gives me a few friendly little pats, cuddles me a little. My mother on the floor is doing her damnedest, plowing through the pile, brandishing the merchandise. Her bun comes undone. Her face is dripping wet. She's awful to look at. She gasps for breath. She loses her head. She clutches at her stockings. Her bun topples, falls in her eyes. Madame Pinez comes over to me. They both start tickling me. My mother is still at it. Her spiel isn't getting her anywhere. I'm about to come in my pants. A flash. I see her, Madame Pinez. She's swiped a handkerchief. It's disappeared between her tits.
"My compliments, madame. You have such a nice little boy."
That was to throw the dust in her eyes. They'd seen all they wanted. We quickly did up our bundles. My mother was sweating big drops, but smiling just the same. She didn't wish to offend anyone.
"Another time, perhaps,"
she excused herself ever so politely.
"I'm so sorry I couldn't tempt you."
In the street outside the doorway she asked me in a whisper if I hadn't seen her slip the handkerchief into her corset. I said no.
"Your father will be sick. We had that handkerchief on consignment. Valenciennes open work. It belonged to the Greggs. It wasn't ours. But imagine, if I had taken it away from her, we'd have lost her as a customer, and all her friends, too. There would have been a scandal."
"Clemence, look at your hair. It's undone. It's all over your eyes. You're green around the gills, poor thing. You're falling apart. You're running yourself ragged." Those were his first words when we came home. So as not to lose sight of his watch, he hung it up in the kitchen above the noodles. He gave my mother another look. "You're positively green, Clemence." The watch was so's we'd get through with the eggs, the stew, the noodles, with our tiredness and the future. He was fed up.
"I'll go get dinner,"
she suggested. He didn't want her to touch anything. He couldn't stand the thought of her handling the food. "Your hands are dirty. Hell, you're played out." She went to set the table. She dropped a plate. Infuriated, he rushed to help her. The place was so small we were always bumping into things. There was never room enough for a wild man like that. The table rocked. The chairs began to waltz. It was a terrible mess. They collided. They got up full of black and blue marks. We went back to our leek salad. It was confession time. "So you didn't sell anything? All your trouble was for beans? You poor dear." He began to sigh something awful. He was feeling sorry for her. He envisaged a future full of shit. We'd never get out of it. Then she gave it to him straight. A handkerchief had been stolen, and the circumstances. "What's that?" He couldn't take it in. "You didn't say anything? You let them get away with it? The fruits of our toil!" He was in such a rage that he cracked at the seams. His jacket burst. "It's abominable!" he roared. In spite of the uproar, my mother kept yelping some kind of excuses. He had stopped listening. He seized his knife and brought it down in the middle of his plate. It split. The noodle juice ran all over the place. No, I can't stand it." He rushed around, waving his arms. He took hold of the little sideboard, the Henri III. He shook it like a plum tree. There was an avalanche of dishes. Madame Mahon, the corset-maker who had the shop across from us, came to the window to enjoy the fun. She was an indefatigable enemy. She had detested us from the start. The perruquiers, who had a bookstore 2 shops further down, made no bones about opening their window. Why should they stand on ceremony? They propped their elbows on the windowsill. My mother's going to catch it. That's a safe bet. As far as I'm concerned, I have no preferences. For yelling and boneheadedness, there's nothing to choose between them. She doesn't hit so hard, but more often. Which of the two I'd rather somebody killed? Well, all in all, my father, I guess. They don't want me to see. "Get up to your room, you little pig. Go to bed. Say your prayers." He bellows, he rushes, he explodes, he bombards the kitchen. There's nothing left on the nails. Pots, pans, dishes, crash, bang, everything goes. My mother, on her knees, implores heaven for mercy. He overturns the table with one big kick. It lands on top of her. "Run, Ferdinand!" She still has time to shout. I run, passing through an avalanche of glass and debris. He charges into the piano that a customer has left us as security. He's beside himself. He bashes his heel into it. The keyboard clangs. Then it's my mother's turn. Now she's getting hers. From my room I can hear her howling. Auguste, stop!" And then short, stifled gasps. I come part of the way down to look. He's dragging her along the banister. She hangs on. She clutches his neck. That's what saves her. It's he who pulls loose. He pushes her over. She somersaults. She bounces down the stairs. I can hear the dull thuds. At the bottom she picks herself up. Then he takes a powder. He leaves through the shop. He goes out in the street. She struggles to her feet. She goes back up to the kitchen. She has blood in her hair. She washes at the sink. She's sobbing. She gags. She sweeps up the breakage. He comes home very late on these occasions. Everything is very quiet again. Grandma realized that I needed a little fun, that it wasn't good for me to be in the shop all the time. It made me sick to my stomach to listen to my lunatic father shouting his inanities. She bought a little dog for me to play with while waiting for the customers. I wanted to treat him like my father treated me. When we were alone, I'd give him wicked kicks. He'd slink away to whimper under the furniture. He'd lie down to beg pardon. He acted exactly like me. It didn't give me any pleasure to beat him. I'd much rather have kissed him. In the end, I'd fondle him, and he'd get a hard-on. He went everywhere with us, even to the movies, to the Thursday matinee at the Robert Houdin. Grandma treated me to that, too. We'd sit through all 3 shows. It was the same price. All the seats were 1 franc, 100% silent, without words, without music, without titles, just the purring of the machine. People will come back to that. You get sick of everything except sleeping and daydreaming. The trip to the moon will be back again. I still know it by heart. Sometimes in the summer there were only the 2 of us, Caroline and myself, in the big hall up 1 flight of stairs. In the end, the usher would motion us to leave. I'd have to wake up Grandma and the dog. Then we'd hurry through the crowd and the bustle of the boulevards. We were always late in getting home. We'd come in panting.
"Did you like it?"
Caroline would ask me. I didn't say anything. I didn't like personal questions. The child is secretive. That's what the neighbors said. On the way home, she'd stop at the corner of our passage and buy me a copy of Illustrated Adventure Stories from the newspaper woman with the charcoal foot-warmer. She'd hide it for me in her panties, under her 3 thick petticoats. My father didn't like me to read such hogwash. He claimed it corrupted you, that it didn't prepare you for life, that I'd do better to learn the alphabet out of something serious. I was going on 7. I'd soon be going to school. I shouldn't be given any wrong ideas. The other shopkeepers' children would also be going to school soon. The time for tomfoolery was past. On our way home from deliveries, he'd make me little sermons about the seriousness of existence. Wax alone wouldn't do it. Foreseeing that I'd be a thief, my father blared like a trombone. One afternoon, Tom and I had emptied the sugar bowl. It was never forgotten. But that wasn't my only fault. In addition, my behind was always dirty. I didn't wipe myself. I didn't have time. That was my justification. We were always in too much of a hurry. I never wiped myself properly. I always had a sock coming to me, and hurried to avoid it. I left the can door open so as to hear them coming. I shat like a bird between 2 storms. I bounded upstairs and they couldn't find me. I'd go around for weeks with shit on my ass. I was conscious of the smell. I'd be careful not to get too close to people. He's as filthy as 36 pigs. He has no self-respect. He'll never make a living. Every boss in the world will fire him. He saw a shitty future in store for me. He stinks. We'll always have him on our hands. My father looked far ahead, and all he saw was gloom. He put it in Latin for emphasis. Sana corpore sano. My mother didn't know what to say. A little further down the passage there was a family of bookbinders. Their children never went out. The mother was a baroness. De Caraval was her name. She didn't want her children to learn bad language at any cost. They played together all year long behind the window panes, putting their noses in each other's mouths and both hands at the same time. Their complexions were like celery. Once a year, Madame de Caraval took a vacation all by herself. She'd go visiting her cousins in Périgord. She told everybody how her cousins came to meet her at the station in their break, drawn by 4 prize-winning horses. They would drive together through endless estates. The peasants would troop out to kneel on the castle drive as they passed. That was the kind of stuff she dished out. One year she took the 2 kids with her. She came back alone in the winter-time, much later than usual. She had on deep mourning. You couldn't see her face behind all the veils. She offered no explanation. She went straight to bed. She never spoke to anybody after that. The change had been too much for those children who never went out. The fresh air had killed them. That disaster gave everyone pause. From the Rue Thérèse to the Place Gaillon, all you heard about was oxygen, for more than a month. As for us, we often had the chance to go to the country. Uncle Édouard, my mother's brother, was only too delighted when he could do something for us. He'd suggest excursions. My father never accepted. He always found some pretext for getting out of them. He didn't want to be beholden to anybody. That was his motto. Uncle Édouard was up to date. He had a way with machinery. He was mighty clever with his hands. He wasn't extravagant. He wasn't the kind to involve us in a spending spree, but even so, the slightest outing is bound to be rather costly.
100 francs, my mother would say, don't last long when you go out.
Nevertheless, the sad story of the Caravals had got the whole passage so upset that something had to be done. It was suddenly discovered that everybody looked peaked. Advice was passed from shop to shop. No one could think of anything but microbes and the perils of infection. The kids came in for a wave of parental solicitude. They were made to take whole jugfuls, whole barrelfuls of cod-liver oil, reinforced in double doses. Frankly, it didn't do much good. It made them belch. It made them greener than ever. They could hardly stand up to begin with. Now the oil killed their appetite. I have to admit that the passage was an unbelievable pest hole. It was made to kill you off, slowly but surely, what with the little mongrel's urine, the shit, the sputum, the leaky gas pipes. The stink was worse than the inside of a prison. Down under the glass roof, the sun is so dim you can eclipse it with a candle. Everybody began to gasp for breath. The passage took cognizance of its asphyxiating stench. We talked of nothing but the country, hills and valleys, the wonders of nature. Édouard offered once more to take us out one Sunday, all the way to Fontainebleau. Papa finally gave in. He got our clothes ready and the provisions. Édouard's first three-wheeler was a one-cylinder job, as massive as a field howitzer, with half a coachman's seat in front. We got up that Sunday much earlier than usual. My ass was given a thorough wiping. We waited a whole hour at the meeting place on the Rue Gaillon before the contraption got there. Our departure was something. It had taken at least 6 men to push the thing from the Pont Binot. The tanks were filled. The carburetor spewed in all directions. The steering wheel quaked. There was a series of terrible explosions. They tried it with the crank. They tried it with a strap. They harnessed themselves to it by 3s and 6s. Finally, a tremendous explosion. The engine began to turn. Twice, fire broke out, and was quickly extinguished. My uncle said, "Pile in, ladies and gentlemen. I think she's warm now. Now we can get started." It took nerve to stay put. The crowd pressed in on us. Caroline, my mother, and I wedged ourselves in. We were tied so tightly to the seat, so squeezed in among the clothes and gear, that only my tongue protruded. But I came in for a good little whack before we moved off, just to keep me from getting any ideas. The three-wheeler bucked and settled back. It gave 2, 3 big jolts. A terrible crashing and belching were heard. The crowd shrank back in terror. They thought we were goners. But the monster was climbing the Rue Réaumur in frantic fits and starts. My father had rented a bike. Since he couldn't pedal up the hill, he pushed us from behind. The slightest stop would have been the end. He had to push with all his might. At the Square du Temple, we stopped a while. We started off again with a crash. In full flight, my uncle poured grease straight out of the bottle into the connecting rods, the chain, and the whole works. It always had to be swimming in grease, like the engine of an ocean liner. There's trouble in the front seat. My mother has a bellyache. If she takes time out, if we stop, the engine is perfectly capable of conking out. If it stalls, our goose is cooked. My mother bears up heroically. My uncle, perched on his infernal machine, looking like a shaggy deep-sea diver surrounded by 1,000 tongues of flame, adjures us over the handlebars to hold tight. My father is tagging after us. He pedals to the rescue. He picks up the parts as they fall off, pieces of levers and pedals, nuts, cotter pins, and some bigger things. We hear him cursing and swearing louder than the clatter of the machine. The cobblestones were the cause of our disaster. At Clignancourt they snapped all 3 chains. At the Vanves toll gate they demolished the front springs. We lost all our lamps and the big horn shaped like a dragon's maw in the rills where the road was being repaired at La Villette. Near Picpus and on the highway we lost so much stuff that my father missed some of it. I could hear him cursing behind us, that it was the end of the world and night would catch us on the road. Tom ambled along ahead of our expedition. We took our bearings by his asshole. He had time to piss wherever he pleased. Uncle Edouard was more than clever. He had real genius for repairs of all sorts. Toward the end of our outings, he had everything in his hands. His fingers were doing all the work. Between jolts, he juggled with splinters and wrist pins. He played the leaks and pistons like a trumpet. His acrobatics were marvelous to watch. But at a certain moment, everything came tumbling out on the road all the same. We'd go into a drift. The steering gear would founder. We'd run plunk into the ditch. Crashing, gushing, snorting, the thing would run us all into the mud. My father came up bellowing. The tin can let out one last "Bwah!" and that was all. The bastard passed out on us. We stank up the countryside with crankcase oil. We disentangled ourselves from the catafalque, and then we pushed the whole thing back to Osnières. That's where the garage was. My father was magnificent in action. His calves bulged in his ribbed woolen stockings. The ladies along the road couldn't take their eyes off him. My mamma was proud of him. The engine had to be cooled off. We had a small collapsible canvas bucket for the purpose. We'd take water from the fountains. Our 3-wheeler looked like a factory mounted on a pushcart. There were so many hooks and pointed gadgets sticking out on all sides that we ripped our clothes to tatters pushing. At the toll gate, my uncle and papa went into a bar for a beer. The ladies and myself collapsed, wheezing and panting, on a bench outside and waited for our pop. Everybody was in a foul temper. In the end, I was the victim. Storm clouds hung over the family. Auguste was aching for a tantrum. He was just looking for a pretext. He was pooped. He was sniffing like a bulldog. No one but me would do. The others would have told him where to get off. He took a stiff drink of Pernod. He wasn't used to it. It was a dumb thing to do. On the grounds that I'd torn my pants, he gave me a royal thrashing. My uncle stuck up for me, kind of. That only added to his fury. It was on the way back from the country that I got my worst lickings. There are always crowds of people at the city gates. I screeched as loud as I could just to get his goat. I stirred up mob sentiment. I rolled under the cafe tables. I heaped mountains of shame on him. He blushed from head to foot. He hated attracting attention. I hoped it would make him bust. We started off again with our tails between our legs, our backs bent over the infernal machine. There were always such scenes on the way back from our trips that my uncle gave up the whole idea.
"Of course the air is good for the little fellow," they said, "but the automobile gets him upset."
Mademoiselle Mahon had the shop straight across from us. You can't imagine what a dog she was. She was always trying to pick a fight with us. She never stopped plotting. She was jealous. And yet she was doing all right with her corsets. She was an old woman, and she still had her faithful clientele, handed down from mother to daughter for the last 40 years. Women that wouldn't have let just anybody see their bosoms. Things came to a head over Tom, who'd got into the habit of pissing against the shop windows. Still, he wasn't the only one. Every mutt in the neighborhood did worse. The passage was their promenade. The Mahon woman crossed the street for no other purpose than to provoke my mother, to make a scene. It was scandalous. She bellowed the way our mangy cur befouled her window. Her words resounded on both sides of the shop and up to the glass roof. The passers-by took sides. It was a bitter brawl. Grandma, ordinarily so careful about her language, gave her a good tongue-lashing. When Papa came home from the office and heard about it, he flew into such a temper you couldn't bear to look at him. He rolled his eyes so wildly in the direction of the old bag shop window, we were afraid he was going to strangle her. We did our best to stop him. We clung to his overcoat. He had developed the strength of a legionnaire. He dragged us into the shop. He bellowed loud enough to be heard on the 4th floor that he was going to make hash out of that damn corset-maker.
"I shouldn't have told you about it,"
my mother wailed. The harm was done. In the weeks that followed, my life was a little more peaceful. My father was absorbed. Whenever he had a moment's free time, he'd glare at the corset shop. She did the same. They'd spy on each other from behind the curtains, floor by floor. The moment he got home from the office, he'd begin to wonder what she might be up to. It was directly across the street. When she was in her kitchen on the 2nd floor, he'd be standing in the corner of ours, muttering ferocious threats. "Will you look at the rotten old bag? Isn't she ever going to poison herself? Couldn't she take some mushrooms? Couldn't she swallow her false teeth? Hell, she even examines her food for ground glass." He couldn't stop staring at her. He had no time for my propensities. It was better in a way. The neighbors were afraid to commit themselves. Dogs urinated all over the place, on their windows too, not just on hers. It was no use sprinkling sulphur. The fact is that the Passage des Bérinats was a kind of sewer. Piss brings company. Anybody who felt like it pissed on us, even grown-ups, especially if it was raining out in the street. They came in just for that. People even crapped in the side alley, the Allée Primorgoy. What call had we to complain? Often a pisser, with or without a dog, gets to be a customer. After a while, my father wasn't satisfied with bristling at the corset-maker. He'd work himself up against Grandma. "The dirty old bag, huh, with her stinking mutt. You want me to tell you what she's been doing? You don't know? She's sly. She's underhanded. She's an accomplice. Well, there you have it. They're in it together, cooking up some lousy trick. And it's nothing new. Ah, those two bitches. What for? You really want to know? To drive me raving mad, that's all. That's the long and the short of it."
Come, come, Auguste, I assure you, you're imagining things. You make a mountain out of the least word.
I'm imagining things? Why don't you come right out and say I'm nuts? Go ahead. Imagining things. Ah, Clemence, you're incorrigible. Life goes on and you don't learn a thing. We're being persecuted, that's what. Stepped on, ridiculed. They're dishonoring me. And what have you to say? That I'm imagining things. No. Oh, it's too much. And damned if he didn't burst into tears. It was his turn. We weren't the only ones in the passage with stands, kidney-shaped tables, little chairs, and fluted Louis XVI pieces. Our competitors, the junk dealers, sided with Mahon. That was to be expected. My father couldn't sleep any more. His nightmare was cleaning the sidewalk outside our shop. He'd wash down the flags every morning before going to work. He'd come out with his pail, his broom, his rag, and the little trowel he'd slip under the turds to pick them up and throw them in the sawdust. What a humiliation for a man with his education. The turds increased in number, and there were many more in front of our shop, lengthwise and crosswise, than anywhere else. Obviously a plot. Mademoiselle Mahon was at her second-floor window, grinning from ear to ear as she watched my father battling the shit. It gave her a kick that lasted all day. The neighbors collected to count the turds. Bets were laid that he wouldn't be able to clean it all up. He'd make it fast, then he'd rush in to put on his collar and tie. He had to be at La Coccinelle before anyone else to open the mail. Baron Meffez, the director, counted on him implicitly. This was when tragedy hit the Court Hélène. A drama of passion at number 147 in the Passage. It was in the papers. For a whole week there was a dense crowd parading, grunting, pondering, and spitting outside their shop. I'd seen Madame Courtelenne lots of times. My mother made her blouses of fine Irish linen with lace insets. I remember well her long eyelashes, her eyes full of gentleness, and the look she gave even a kid like me. I'd often jerk off thinking of her. During fittings you get to see shoulders, skin. The moment she left, it never failed, I'd run up to the can on the fourth floor and masturbate strenuously. I'd come down with big rings under my eyes. Those people had scenes, too, but they were over jealousy. Her husband didn't want her to go out. He did the going out. He was a former officer, small and dark-haired, with a terrible temper. They sold rubber goods at 147, drainage tubes, instruments, and articles. Everyone in the Passage said she was too pretty to keep that kind of shop. One day her jealous husband came home unexpectedly. He found her upstairs starting up with two men. It gave him such a shock that he pulled out his revolver and shot her first, and then himself, straight in the mouth. They died in each other's arms. He hadn't been out more than 15 minutes. My father's revolver was a military model. He hid it in the bedside table. The caliber was something enormous. He had brought it home from the army. The Courtelenne tragedy might have given my father grounds for the worst tantrums, something to yell about. Actually, it made him clam up. He hardly spoke at all. There was no lack of turds on the sidewalk outside our door. With all the people who passed, there was so much spit it made the pavement sticky. He cleaned it all up, and not a peep out of him. That was such a revolution in his habits that my mother began to watch him when he locked himself up in his room. He'd stay there for hours. He neglected his deliveries. He gave up drawing. She'd look in through the keyhole. He'd pick up his gat. He'd turn the cylinder. You'd hear click, click, He seemed to be practicing up. One day he went out alone and came back with cartridges, a whole box of them. He opened them up in front of us to make sure we'd got a good look. He didn't say a word. He just put the box down on the table beside the noodles. My mother was scared stiff. She flung herself on the floor. She clasped his knees and implored him to throw it all in the garbage. It was no use. He was as stubborn as a mule. He didn't even answer. He shook her off roughly and swilled a quart of the red stuff all by himself. He refused to eat. When my mother kept after him, he pushed her against the cupboard. Then he beat it down to the cellar and closed the trap over his head. We heard him shooting. Ping, ping, ping. He took his time. The shot rang out, followed by a tremendous echo. He must have been shooting at the empty barrels. My mother called down to him, screaming through the cracks.
Auguste, Auguste, I implore you, think of the child. Think of me. Call your father, Ferdinand. Papa, Papa,
I bellowed. I wondered whom he was going to kill. Mademoiselle Mahon? Grandma Caroline? Both of them, like at the Coeur d'Alene's? He'd have to find them together. Ping, ping, ping. He went right on shooting. The neighbors came running. A bloodbath, they thought. He ran out of ammunition. In the end, he came upstairs. When he raised the trap, he was as pale as a corpse. We clustered around him. We held him up. We settled him in the Louis XIV armchair in the middle of the store. We spoke to him ever so gently. His revolver, still smoking, dangled from his wrist. When she heard the shooting, Madame Mahon shat in her skirts. She came over to see what was going on. Then, right in front of all the people, my mother told her good and loud what she thought of her. And my mother wasn't the bold kind.
Come right in. Take a good look. Look at the state you've driven him to. A good man. A family man. Aren't you ashamed of yourself? Oh, you're a wicked woman.
Madame Mahon hadn't much to say for herself. She went back home in a hurry. The neighbors gave her hard looks. They comforted my father. My conscience is clear, he kept mumbling under his breath. Monsieur Vizio, the pipe dealer who had been in the Navy for 5 years, tried to placate him. My mother wrapped the weapon in several layers of newspaper and then in a cashmere shawl. My father went to bed. She cupped him. He went on trembling for a couple of hours at least.
Come, child, come,
she said when we were alone. It was late. We ran down to the Pont Royal by way of the Rue des Pyramides. We kept looking to left and right to see if anybody was coming. We threw the package in the drink. We returned home even faster than we'd come. We told my father we'd been taking Caroline home. The next day he had terrible aches and pains. It killed him to stand up. For the next week at least, it was Mamma that had to scrub the sidewalk. Grandma had her doubts about the forthcoming exposition. The last one, in '82, hadn't done anything but screw up small business by making a lot of damn fools spend their money in the wrong way. After all that ballyhoo, all that fuss and bother, there was nothing left but 2 or 3 empty lots and a pile of rubbish so disgusting-looking that even 20 years later nobody was willing to take it away. Not to mention the 2 epidemics that the Iroquois, the blue, the yellow, and the brown savages had brought over. The new exposition was bound to be even worse. There was sure to be cholera. Grandma was positive. The customers were already beginning to save up. They were putting pocket money aside, finding 1,000 pretexts for not buying anything. They were waiting for the opening. A rotten bunch of griping blackguards. My mamma's earrings never left the pawn-shop.
If the idea was to get the peasants to come in from the country, why couldn't they arrange dances for them at the Trocadero? It's big enough for everybody. They didn't have to rip the whole city open and plug up the Seine. Should we throw money out the window because we've forgotten how to have fun by ourselves? No!
That was how my grandmother Caroline saw it. The moment she left, my father began racking his brains, trying to figure out what she had meant by her bitter words. He discovered a hidden meaning, personal insinuations, threats. He was on his guard. "At least I forbid you to discuss my private affairs with her. Exposition hell. You want me to tell you, Clemence? It's a pretext. What she's getting at? You want to know? Well, I had a hunch the moment she opened her mouth. Divorce. That's what she wants." Then he pointed across the room at me in my corner. Ungrateful wretch. Sneaky little profiteer. Getting fat on other people's sacrifices. Me, with my shit-ass, my boils, my insatiable consumption of shoes. There I was. All this was about me, the scapegoat for all their misfortunes. Oh, God damn it to hell! If it weren't for him... Oh, what's that? I'd clear out so fast. Bah! I can promise you that. I'd have done it long ago. Not tomorrow, see? This minute. God damn it! If we didn't have this little hunk of shit on our hands, she wouldn't keep harping, believe you me. Divorce. Oh, divorce! He was all shriveled, shaken with spasms. He was like the villain in the movies, only worse because he swore out loud. Oh, by all the whorehouses in hell! Freedom! Bah! Self-abnegation? Yes. Sacrifice? Yes. Privation? Yes. The whole shooting match and then some. And all for this perverted little shit-ass. Oh, freedom, freedom! He disappeared into the wings. On his way upstairs he belabored his chest with great dull blows. The mere mention of divorce threw my mother into convulsions.
"Why, Auguste, I do everything I can. You know that. I work my fingers to the bone. I do the work of 10. You can see that for yourself. Things will get better. I promise you. I implore you. One day we'll be happy, all three of us." "What about me?" he shouted down from upstairs. "I suppose I don't do my best, and a lot of good it does." She surrendered to her sorrows. The floodgates burst. "We'll bring him up properly. You'll see. I swear it, Auguste. Don't work yourself up. He'll do his best, too. He'll be like us. He'll be like you. You'll see. He'll be like us. Won't you, child?" We started delivering again. We saw the big monumental gate going up at the corner of the Place de la Concorde. It was so delicate, so fancy, so full of frills and gingerbread from top to bottom, it made you think of a mountain in bridal dress. Every time we passed by, we saw something new being done to it. Finally, they took the scaffolding away. Everything was in readiness for the public. At first, my father pooh-poohed the whole thing, and then he went, after all alone one Saturday afternoon. To everyone's surprise, he was delighted, pleased, happy, like a kid who's been to fairyland. All our neighbors, except Madame Mahon, of course, came running over to hear him tell about it. At 10 that night, he still had them spellbound. In less than an hour on the grounds, he had seen everything, been everywhere, understood it all, and a lot more, from the pavilion of black snakes to the gallery of machines, and from the North Pole to the cannibals. Vizio, the sailor who had been all over the world, said the whole thing was marvelous.
He'd never have believed it. And he knew a thing or two. My Uncle Rodolphe, who had been working in the sideshow, done up as a troubadour ever since the exposition opened, was non-existent as a storyteller. He was there in the shop with the rest of them. Draped in his finery, he'd grin for no reason. He'd make paper birds and wait for supper to be served. Madame Mayon was at her window, worried sick to see all the neighbors coming over our way. For her money, it was sure to end in some plot. Grandma stayed away a whole week. Papa's bumptiousness gave her a pain, and every night he started his lecture all over again, adding new touches. Rodolphe got hold of some free tickets, so one Sunday the three of us dove into the crowd. At the Place de la Concorde, the mob got hold of us and really pumped us in. We came to, breathless and half unconscious, in the gallery of machines. It was terrifying. Hanging in midair in a transparent cathedral with little panes of glass that went way up to the sky. The racket was so awful we couldn't hear my father, and he was shouting his lungs out. Steam gushed and spurted on all sides. There were giant kettles as big as 3 houses, gleaming pistons that came charging at us out of the bottom of hell. In the end, we couldn't stand it. We were scared. We beat it. We passed the Ferris wheel, but what we liked best was the bank of the Seine. It was weird the way they had rigged up the esplanade. Terrific. 2 rows of enormous cakes, fantastic cream puffs, full of balconies crammed with gypsies swathed in flags, music, and millions of little light bulbs that were lit in broad daylight. That was wasteful. Grandma was right. We moved on, crushed worse and worse. I was right near all the feet. The dust was so thick I couldn't see where I was going. I swallowed whole mouthfuls and spat cement. Finally we got to the North Pole. An explorer, really friendly, was explaining the show, but so confidentially, so softly, all wrapped up in his furs, you could hardly hear a thing. My father told us what was what. Then the seals came out for their dinner. They bellowed so loud there was nothing else in the world. So we beat it. In the big refreshment palace, lovely orangeade was being dished out in a long line at a little moving counter absolutely free of charge. Between us and it, a riot was going on, a seething mob struggling to get at the glasses. Thirst has no mercy. If we'd attempted it, there wouldn't have been anything left of us. We fled through another door. We went to see the natives. We only saw one behind a fence. He was boiling himself an egg. He wasn't looking at us. He had his back turned. It was quiet there, so my father started gabbing again with lots of animation, trying to enlighten us about the curious customs of tropical countries. He wasn't able to finish. The nigger was fed up, too. He spat in our direction and disappeared into his cabin. I couldn't see straight or open my mouth. I had breathed in so much dust all my passages were blocked. From one eddy to the next, we made it to the exit. Even after we'd passed the Invalides, I was still being jostled and trampled. We were so shaken, so shattered by fatigue and excitement, we hardly recognized each other. We took the shortest way home, by way of the Marché Saint-Honoré. Then we went straight upstairs and drank all the water in the kitchen. Our neighbors, with Visio, our sailor, in the lead, the perfume dealer from number 27, Madame Gratat from the glove shop, Dorival, the pastry cook, and Monsieur Perroquier, popped right over to hear about it. They wanted us to tell them all about it and then some. Had we been to see all the exhibits? Hadn't they lost me? How much had we spent? What? At every turnstile? Papa told them the whole story with thousands of details, some of them true and others not so accurate. My mother was happy it had been worth it. For once Auguste was being really appreciated. She was mighty proud for his sake. He puffed himself up. He laid it on thick. She knew he was telling fairy tales, but that's what it is to be an educated man. She hadn't suffered for nothing. The man she had given herself to was somebody, a thinker. There was no denying it. All those poor bastards sat there with their tongues hanging out. Pure admiration. Papa made it all up as he went along, without the slightest effort. There was magic in our shop, with the gas turned off. All by himself he put on a show 100 times more amazing than 4 dozen expositions. But he didn't want the gas, just candles. Our shopkeeper friends brought their own glims dug out of their storerooms. They came back night after night to listen to Papa and kept asking for more. His prestige was enormous. They could think of nothing better. In the end, I guess, Madame Mahon must have taken sick over there in her hovel, haunted by bitter thoughts. They'd told her everything, down to the last syllable. About 2 weeks later, she couldn't stand it any more. One night she came down all alone and crossed the passage. She looked like a ghost. She was in her nightgown. She banged on our window. We all turned around. She didn't breathe a word. She stuck a piece of paper on the glass. The inscription was brief, in big capital letters, "Liar." Everybody burst out laughing. The charm was broken. They all went home. Papa had nothing more to say. The pride of our shop was the coffee table in the middle, Louis XV, the only piece we were really sure about. People were always making us offers. We didn't try very hard to sell it. We couldn't have replaced it. The Bretontais, our fancy customers from the Faubourg Saint-Germain, had noticed it a long time ago. They asked us to lend it to them for a play they were putting on, a comedy, with some other society people in their private house. The Pinezes were in it, and the Cormanches, the Doranges, whose daughters were so cross-eyed, and a lot of others who were customers more or less. The Girondins, the Commodores, the Dalambistes, who were related to the ambassadors, the cream of the cream. It was going to be put on one Sunday afternoon. Madame Bretontais was sure their play would be a howling success. She came back more than 10 times, always to pester us about that table. We couldn't refuse. It was for charity. To make sure nothing would happen to it, we took a cab and delivered it ourselves in the morning, wrapped in 3 blankets. Then, in the afternoon, we came back just in time to take our seats, 3 stools near the door. The curtain hadn't gone up yet, but already it was marvelous. The ladies, dressed fit to kill, all burbling and sashaying. They smelled so good you almost fainted. Looking around, my mother recognized all the best pieces from her shop. Her boleros, her neckbands, her Chantilly lace. She even remembered the prices, and hadn't they had them made up nicely? Lace could be so lovely, and wasn't it becoming to them? She was in 7th heaven. Before we left the shop, I had been warned that if I gave off any smells, I'd be thrown out 1, 2, 3. I had given myself such a wiping the toilet was all stuffed up. Even my feet were clean in my dress shoes. Finally the people took their seats. Somebody called for silence. The curtain rolled up. Our coffee table appeared, plunk in the middle of the stage, same as in our shop. That set our minds at rest. A few bars on the piano, and the actors were saying their lines. Oh, how beautifully they spoke! All the characters coming and going and posturing in the bright light. They were marvelous. They started bickering and arguing. They were getting madder and madder, but it made them more charming than ever. I was carried away. I wanted them to start all over again. I didn't quite get it all, but I was captivated, body and soul. Everything they touched, their slightest gestures, the most commonplace words were enchanted. The people around us applauded. My parents and I didn't dare. On the stage I recognized Madame Pinez. She's absolutely divine. There were her legs again and those throbbing tits. She's lying on a deep silk divan, sheathed in an airy negligee. She's desperate, she's sobbing, all on account of Dorange, another of our customers. He's bawling the hell out of her. She has no one to turn to. The heartless blackguard slips around behind her and takes advantage. She's bent over our coffee table, bawling. He steals a kiss and starts to bill and coo. It was nothing like home. Finally her resistance breaks down. She sinks back gracefully on the couch. He gives her another buss square on the lips. She swoons, she passes out. Phew! And him waggling his ass. I really caught on. The polite passion, the deep, luscious melody. All those visions to jerk off on. Our coffee table, I've got to admit, looked mighty good there. The hands, the elbows, the bellies of the plot all rubbed against it. La Pinez clutched it so hard you could hear it crack all the way across the room. But the worst was when handsome young Dorange, in a very tragic moment, made as if to sit down on it. Mamma's heart jumped in her throat. Luckily, he bounced up again, almost instantly. During the intermission, she kept worrying. What if he did it again? My father understood the whole play, but he was too far gone to talk about it just then. It did something to me, too. I didn't touch the soft drinks or even the cookies that the society people passed around. Those socialites are used to mixing grub with magical emotions. They're pigs. It's all one to them as long as they're chewing. They gulp it all down at one sitting, the rose and the crap it grows in. We went back to our seats. The second act passed like a dream. Then the miracle was over. We were back again among plain, ordinary things and people. We waited, all three of us on our stools. We didn't dare let out a peep. We waited patiently for the crowd to drift out so we could take our table. Then a lady came in and asked us to wait just a little while. We agreed. The curtain went up again. We saw all the actors, all the people in the play. They were all sitting around our table, playing cards together. The Pinezes, the Coulommanches, the Bretontais, the Doranges, and Croix, the old banker. They all sat there facing each other. Croix was a funny little old man. He often came to my grandmother's shop on the Rue Montorgueil, always very friendly and polite and completely shriveled up. He used violet perfume. It stank up the whole shop. He collected only one thing. It was his only interest in life: Empire bell pulls. The game on our table started quite amicably. They gave each other cards as politely as can be. Then things went kind of sour. They began to speak sharply, not at all like in the play. They weren't talking for the fun of it any more. They shouted numbers at each other. The trumps resounded like somebody getting a licking. Behind their father, the Dorange girls were squinting something awful. The mothers and wives were left strictly to themselves, sitting with their chairs against the wall, all tensed up and scared to breathe. A command rang out. The players exchanged places. On the table, the dough was piling up, heaps and mounds of it. Old man Croix was pounding the tabletop with both hands. In front of the Penezes, the pile kept growing and swelling like an animal. They were red in the face with excitement. With the Bretontais, it was the exact opposite. They were losing their pizzazz. They were as pale as ghosts. They didn't have a cent left in front of them. My father went pale, too. I wondered what he was going to do. We'd been waiting at least 2 hours for the game to end. They'd forgotten us. Suddenly the Bretontais stood up. They offered to stake their castle in Normandy. They announced it solemnly, on 3 cards. And little Cron won. He didn't seem happy about it. Bretontais stood up again. "I'm staking the house," he muttered. "The house we live in." My mother was thunderstruck. She jumped up like a spring. My father couldn't hold her back. She climbed up on the stage with her limp. In a voice still shaken with emotion, she addressed those big gamblers.
"Ladies and gentlemen, we've got to take our little boy home. We ought to have been in bed long ago. We're going to take our table."
Nobody raised any objection. They all acted as if they'd been hit on the head. They were staring into the void. We picked up our table and whisked it out fast. We were afraid they'd call us back. When we got to the Pont Solferino, we stopped a moment for breath. Years later, my father was still telling that story, with priceless gestures. My mother didn't care for it. It stirred up too much emotion in her. He always pointed out the exact place in the middle of the table where we plain people had seen millions and millions vanish in a few minutes, and all a family's honor and all its castles go up in smoke. I didn't learn very quickly with Grandma Caroline. Even so, the day came when I could count up to 100 and read better than she could. I was ready to take up addition. It was time for me to go to school. They chose the grade school on the Rue des Juniors, right near the shop, the dark door on the other side of the Carrefour des Francs Bourgeois. You went down a long corridor, and there was the classroom. It looked out on a little court, and on the other side there was a wall so high that the blue sky was blotted out. To keep us from looking up, there was also the big tin shed that covered part of the yard. We were expected to concentrate on our lessons and not to bother the teacher. I hardly got to know him. All I remember is his spectacles, his big stick, and his cuffs on the desk. It was Grandma who took me to school for 8 days. On the 9th, I fell sick. In the middle of the afternoon, the matron brought me home. Once I got to the shop, I couldn't stop puking. Waves of fever ran through me. A heat so dense that I thought I had turned into somebody else. It was kind of fun if I only hadn't had to throw up so much. My mother was suspicious at first. She thought I had eaten too much nougat. It wasn't my way. She begged me to control myself, to make an effort not to vomit so much. The shop was full of people. When she took me to the can, she was afraid somebody'd swipe her lace. I was feeling worse than ever. I threw up a whole basin full. My head began to boil. I couldn't hide my joy. All sorts of funny things were going on in my head. I'd always had a big head, a good deal bigger than other children. I could never wear their berets. Suddenly, as I was puking, my mother remembered this monstrous deformity of mine. She was worried sick.
"Auguste, do you suppose he's coming down with meningitis on us? That would be just our luck. It's all we needed. That would really be the end."
I finally stopped vomiting. I was baked in heat. I was terribly interested. I'd never suspected so much stuff could fit inside my noodle. Fantasies, weird sensations. At first everything looked red, like a cloud all swollen with blood, right in the middle of the sky. Then it disintegrated and took the form of a lady customer, enormous, gigantic. She began to order us about, up there in the sky. She was waiting for us, hanging in mid-air. She commanded us to get busy. She made signs, to get a move on, the whole lot of us, to clear out of the passage, PDQ, every last one of us. There wasn't a moment to lose. And then she came down. She came toward us under the glass roof. She filled the whole passage, an enormous strutting figure. She didn't want a single shopkeeper left in his shop. Not one of our neighbors was allowed to stay put. Even Madame Mahon came along. She had grown 3 hands and 4 gloves. I could see we were going out for a good time. Words danced around us like actors, impassioned cadences, surprise effects, magnificent, irresistible inflections. The gigantic lady customer had stuffed her sleeves full of our lace. She cleared out the showcase, right out in the open. She wrapped herself in point lace, whole mantillas, enough chasubles to cover 20 priests. And amid the frills and finery she grew and grew. All the little good-for-nothings in the passage, the umbrella vendors, Visio of the tobacco pouches, the girls from the pastry shop, they were waiting. The tragic and glamorous Madame Courtelaine was there beside us, her revolver slung on a strap. It was full of perfume, and she was spraying the whole place. Madame Gounayou, with the veils, the one who'd been shut up indoors for years on account of her runny eyes, and the caretaker in his cocked hat. They were all in a huddle as though getting ready for some shindig, all in their Sunday best. And even little Gaston, one of the bookbinder's kids that had died, had come back for the occasion. His mother was just nursing him. He was sitting on her lap, good as gold, waiting to be taken for a walk. She was holding his hoop for him. Old Aunt Armide drove in from the cemetery in Thiais. She drew up in a brougham at the end of the passage. She had just come for the drive. She had grown so old since the previous winter that she had no face at all, only a lump of soft dough in its place. I recognized her anyway by the smell. She gave my mamma her arm. My father Auguste was all ready, slightly ahead of time, as usual. His watch hung from his neck, as big as an alarm clock. His rig was something very special. Morning coat, straw hat, hard rubber bicycle, cock in evidence, stockings molded by his calves. All spiffed up like that with a flower in his buttonhole, he got on my nerves worse than ever. My poor mother, overcome with embarrassment, returned his compliments. Madame Mahon, the old battle-axe, was carrying Tom balanced on her hat in among the feathers. She made him bite everybody who came by. As we trooped along beside the enormous customer, there got to be more and more of us. We pushed and jostled in her wake, and the lady kept growing. If she hadn't bent down, she'd have gone through the glass roof. As we were passing by, the printer, death notices and visiting cards, popped out of his cellar, pushing a baby carriage with his 2 brats in it. There wasn't much life in them, either. All bundled up in paper money. Nothing but 100-franc notes. All counterfeit. So that was his racket. The music dealer from 34, who owned a phonograph, 6 mandolins, 3 sets of bagpipes, and a piano, refused to leave anything behind. He wanted us to take the whole lot with us. We harnessed ourselves to his showcase, and the whole thing collapsed under the strain. There was a terrible crash. An orchestra of brilliant soloists pour from the stage door of the plush barn, the Café Concert, across from 96. They get together a long way from the giantess. They blare out 3 terrific chords, violins, bagpipes, and harps. The trombones and double basses blow and scrape so loud and lovely that we all howl with delight. Slender, trim usherettes with fragile little caps are bouncing all around us. They fly through the air and land in the tangerines. At 48, the 3 elderly sisters, who hadn't set foot outside their shop in 52 years, who are always so courteous, so patient with their customers, suddenly start driving out the clientele with big sticks. 2 old bags conk out on their sidewalk, disemboweled. The 3 old ladies tie foot warmers on their asses to make them run faster. Objects rain in all directions from the gigantic customer. Stolen knickknacks. They drip from every fold in her clothing. Her accessories keep falling off, and she keeps picking them up. Outside Cesar's jewelry shop, she repairs her dress and wraps herself in chains and pearls, all phony. Everybody laughs. She takes a whole salad bowl full of amethysts and throws them by the fistful through the skylight. We all turn violet. She bombards the glass roof with topazes from the next tray. We all turn yellow. We were almost at the end of the passage. There's an enormous crowd ahead of our procession and a howling mob behind us. The woman from the stationery store at 86, I had swiped some pencils from her, fastened onto my pants, and the widow with the antique cupboards went for my dick. It was no fun. It was the umbrella man that saved me. He hid me under his parasol. If Aunt Armide had found me again, I'd have had to kiss her right in the head cheese. This time Uncle Edouard and his 3-wheeler were chasing my father. He had his nose so close to the road that it almost bent his bicycle. A big pebble lodged in one of his nostrils. The engine cooed as softly as a lovesick pigeon, but Uncle Edouard had his eyes attached to 2 strings and was dragging them smack over the road for fear of missing something. In the front seat, Aunt Armide, wedged in among the cushions, was passing the time of day with a gentleman all in black. He was hugging a thermometer 3 times as big as me. That was the doctor from the Espéride, who had come for a consultation. He was filled with consternation. Thousands of luminous particles darted from his face. At the sight, the neighbors took off their hats and bowed down to the ground. And then they showed their backsides. He spat on them. He didn't have time to stop. We stormed the entrance all together. We invaded the boulevards. As we were crossing the Place Vendôme, a fierce gust of wind inflated the customer. At the Opéra she swelled up twice as big, 100 times. All the neighbors scurried under her skirts like mice. No sooner were they settled than they dashed out again in a panic. Then they rushed back again to hide in the caverns. The confusion was awful. The little dogs from the passage ran squirting in all directions, doing their business, going for people's asses, nipping ferociously. Madame Jouvienne, number 72, toiletries, expired before our eyes, under a mountain of mauve flowers, jasmine, from suffocation. 3 passing elephants trampled her slowly to death. 1,000 little rivulets of perfume came pouring out. 4 little baker's apprentices who worked for L'Argenteuil, the pastry cook, came running up, carrying the enormous pipe from the Mohammed tobacco advertisement that lit up at 6 o'clock. They smashed the bowl against the Marché Saint-Honoré, trying to move the buildings out of the way. First they bashed in the one on the right, poultry, and then the one on the left, fish. But we had to keep going, especially the giantess. Our giantess, with 2 planets for tits. I was being knocked around pretty bad. My father tried to hold me, but it was no use. He got caught in the spokes of his bike. He bit Tom's tail. He trotted along ahead of us barking, but no sound came out. The caretaker put me back on my feet. All he had on was the top of his uniform. The lower end of him was thin air. We got a good laugh out of him with his long pole for lighting the gas with. He stuck it up his nose, every inch of it. As we were crossing the Rue de Rivoli, the customer missed her step. She tripped over a bus-stop shelter and smashed a building. The elevator squirted out and gored her eye. We passed over the ruins. On the Rue des Juniors, my little friend Emile Sarsaparilla popped out of my school. A hunchback. That's how I'd always known him, and green around the gills, with a big wine-colored smudge running out of his ears. Now he didn't look bad at all. He was handsome, pink, and natty. I was glad for his sake. Now all those people we had known were running in the caverns underneath the lady, in her drawers, through whole streets and neighborhoods, compressed inside her petticoats. They went where she chose. We were squeezed tighter than ever. My mother held me by the hand. Faster and faster. At the Place de la Concorde, I realized she was taking us to the exposition. It was mighty kind of her. She wanted us to have fun. The lady, our customer, had all the money, all the shopkeeper's cash stashed away on her. She was going to treat us. It was getting hotter, and we were still wedged against the lady. In among the drapery, next to the lining, I saw thousands of things hanging. All the stolen goods in the world. As we galloped, the little Byzantine looking-glass, the one we'd been looking for months on the Rue de Montorgueil, fell on my head. It left a bump. If I'd been able to, I'd have sung out that it was found. But we were already so penned in, I'd never have been able to pick it up. The time had come, we all realized, to squeeze a little tighter. We were shoved into the gate, the monumental gate, the arrogant gate that rose into the sky like the bun on a lady's hair. Going in like that without paying, we were all scared shitless. Luckily, we were swept in by the swish of petticoats. We were crushed, suffocating, crawling on our bellies. Up above, our customer bent down when it came time to go through. Was it all over? Were we under the Seine? Would the sharks be coming to ask us for a penny? What do you think? When do you ever get admitted to anything for free? It just doesn't happen. I let out a yell so sharp, so piercing, that the giantess lost her head. All of a sudden she picked up her skirts, every single frill and ruffle, and her drawers, and lifted them sky-high, way over her head. A tempest rushed in, a wind so glacial we screamed for pain. There we were on the quay, frozen stiff, abandoned, shivering, helpless. Down below, between the embankment and the 3 barges, the customer had flown away. Our neighbors from the passage turned so white I couldn't recognize a single one of them. The giantess had fooled us all with her magnificent thefts. There wasn't any more exposition. It had been over long ago. Already we could hear the howling of the wolves on the Cour de la Reine. It was time to get going. But we couldn't run right. A lot of feet were missing. Small as I was, I ran Madame Mahon over. My mother lifted her skirts, but she ran more and more slowly on account of her calves. Suddenly they were as thin as wire, and so hairy they got tangled up in each other like spiders. The people up ahead wound her into a ball and let her roll. But the buses were coming, at fiendish speed. They thundered down the Rue Royale, blue ones, green ones, lemon-colored ones. The shafts broke. The harnesses gushed out across the esplanade and fell against the trees in the Tuileries. I sized the situation up at a glance. I harangued, I exhorted, I rallied my troops. I laid down my plan of attack. We try to back up on the sidewalk outside the Orangerie, but it's hopeless. Almost instantly, poor Uncle Edouard and his motor car are run over at the foot of the statue of Bordeaux. A few minutes later, he comes out of the Solferino metro station with his 3-wheeled tub welded onto his rear end like a snail. We lead him away. He has to hurry, to crawl faster and faster on account of the hundreds of motor cars. Rancors from the automobile show. They bombard the Arc de Triomphe. Hell-bent for the cemetery, they descend on our routed army. For a split second I caught sight of Rodolphe, leaning against the pedestal of the statue of Joan of Arc, smiling happily. He's auctioning off his troubadour costume. He wants to be a general. This is no time to disturb him. The asphalt is all ripped up. A chasm opens. Everything falls in. I skirt the precipice. I catch Armide's pocketbook just as it's about to disappear. There's an inscription on it in beads. In fond remembrance. Her glass eye is inside. We're so surprised we all laugh like hell. But the avalanche of punks is coming on from all sides. This time there are so many of them, the Rue Thérèse is full up to the 4th floor. A hill of packed meat. We start climbing. It buzzes like a manure pile all the way up to the stars. But to get back home, we have to bend back 4 thoroughly padlocked iron gates. We push by the hundreds and thousands. We try to get in through the transom. Nothing doing. The bars bend but jump right back into place. They snap in our faces like rubber bands. A ghost has hidden our key. He wants a prick and won't settle for anything else. We tell him to go to hell. "Fuck you," he says. We call him back. There are 10,000 of us trying to argue with him. Echoing down the Rue Gambouste, 100,000 cries of disaster come to us in bursts. That's the crowds that are being massacred off the Place Gaillon. The buses are still raging. The apocalypse goes on. The Clichy Odeon plows through the desperate mob. The Panthéon Courcelles storms in from the rear, sending the pieces sky high. They rain down on our shop window. My father beside me moans, "If only I had a trumpet." In despair he sheds his clothes. In a second he's mother naked, climbing up the Bank of France. He's perched on top of the clock. He rips off the minute hand and brings it down with him. He dandles it on his knees. It fascinates him. It gives him a kick. We're all feeling pretty gay. But a detachment of guards bursts in through the Rue Méhul. The Madeleine Bastille goes into a spin, tips, and crashes into our gate. Luckily, the whole thing collapses. The axle catches fire. The van bursts into crackling flames. The conductor is whipping the driver. They're coming faster and faster. They take the Rue des Moulins. They climb the grade. They take the fire with them. A hurricane. The cyclone strikes, weakens, rises up again, and breaks against the Comédie Française. The whole building bursts into flame. The roof comes loose, rises, flies away in flames. In her dressing room, La Screwball, the beautiful actress, is frantically poring over her lines. Her soul has to be saturated with poetry before she can appear on the stage. She gargles her crack so hard that she stumbles. She falls plunk into the fire. She lets out a terrible scream. The volcano has swallowed up everything. Nothing is left in the world but our fire. We're all cooking in it. A ghastly redness rumbles through my brain with a crowbar that dislodges everything, blinding me with terror. It gobbles up the inside of my bean like fiery soup, using the bar for a spoon. It will never go away. It took me a long time to recover. My convalescence dragged on for another 2 months. I had been very sick. It ended with a rash. The doctor came often. In the end, he insisted they send me to the country. That was easy to say, but we hadn't the cash. They took me out in the fresh air whenever possible. When the January quarter came due, Grandma Caroline went out to Asnières to collect the rent. She took me with her. She owned 2 brick and stucco houses out there on the Rue de Plaisance, a little one and a medium-sized one. She rented them out to working-class people. They were her property, her income, her savings. We started off. We had to go slow on my account. I was weak for a long time. I'd get nosebleeds for no reason at all, and I peeled all over. After the station, it's straight ahead. Avenue Faidherbe, Place Carnot. At the town hall, you turn left, and then you cross the park. At the bowling alley between the fence and the waterfall, there's always a crowd of funny old codgers. Lively old grandpas full of spunk, always good for a joke, and some that grouse the whole time. Retired shopkeepers. Every time they knocked the 9-pins over, the jokes flew thick and fast. I understood all their gags, better and better as time went on. The funniest thing was when they had to pee. They'd trot behind a tree, one at a time. They had an awful hard time of it. "Hey, Toto, watch out you don't lose it." That's the kind of thing they said. The others took up the refrain. To me, they were irresistible. I laughed so loud my grandmother was embarrassed. Standing around in that wintry blast, listening to their cracks, it was a good way to catch your death. Grandma didn't laugh much, but she wanted me to enjoy myself. It was no joke at home. She realized that, and this was cheap entertainment. We stayed a little while longer. When the game was over and we finally left the little old-timers, it was almost dark. Caroline's houses were beyond Les Bourguignons, after the market gardens, which in those days extended all the way to the dikes at Archères. So as not to sink into the muck and manure, we had to walk single file on a line of planks. You had to be careful not to bump into the frames, whole rows of them full of seedlings. I went behind her, still laughing, but careful to keep my balance, remembering all those cracks.
"Did you enjoy it all that much?" she asked. "Tell me, Ferdinand, did you really?"
I didn't care for questions. I shut up like a clam. To own up brings bad luck. We got to the Rue de la Plaisance. That's where the work began. Collecting the rent was a headache. The tenants were in full revolt. They fought every inch of the way, and they never paid in full. Never. They tried every slimy trick. The pump was always out of order. The discussions were interminable. They started griping about everything under the sun before Grandma even opened her mouth. The shithouse was stuffed up. They were very dissatisfied. They shouted their complaints from every window in the place. They wanted it fixed, and right away. They were afraid we'd put one over on them. They hollered to prevent us from mentioning the rent. They wouldn't even look at the bills. Their shithouse was really stopped up. It was overflowing into the street. In winter it froze, and the bowl cracked under the slightest pressure. Every time it cost 80 francs. The bastards wrecked everything in sight. That was the tenants' way of getting even, and making children. Every time we came back, there were new ones, with less and less clothes on. Some of them were stark naked, lying in the bottom of a cupboard. The worst drunks and slovens treated us like dirt. They watched every move we made as we unplugged the drain. They followed us to the cellar when we went down for the bamboo pole to clean out the siphon. Grandma pinned up her skirts with safety pins and stripped to her shift on top. Then we went to work. We needed lots of hot water. We had to get it from the shoemaker across the street and bring it over in a pitcher. The tenants wouldn't give us a drop. Then Caroline started poking down into the drain. She worked her pole back and forth and dislodged the muck. The pole alone wouldn't do it. She plunged in with both arms. The tenants all came out with their brats to watch us cleaning out their shit, and the papers, and the rags. They'd wad them up on purpose. Caroline was undaunted. What a woman! Nothing could get her down. She fought her way through. The tenants saw the drain was working again. They couldn't help admiring her energy. Not to be outdone, they began to help us. They brought out wine. Grandma clinked glasses with them. She wasn't one to bear grudges. We wished each other Happy New Year. It was all very cordial and friendly. That didn't bring in any money. They were unscrupulous. If she'd given them notice, they'd have had time for vengeance before moving out. They'd have wrecked the whole joint. Both houses were full of holes. Every time we went out there, we tried to fill them in. It was a waste of time. They kept making more. We took putty with us. Pipes, attics, walls, and floors were all shreds and patches. But what they attacked most viciously was the toilet bowl. The whole thing was full of cracks. It made Grandma cry to look at it. Same with the garden gate. They'd bent it double. It looked like licorice. For a while we'd given them a concierge, a friendly, obliging old woman. She hadn't lasted a week. She was so horrified she cleared out. In less than a week, 2 of the tenants had gone up to strangle her, in her bed. Some nonsense about doormats. Those houses are still there. Only the name of the street has changed, from Plaisance to Marne. That was the fashion for a while. Lots of tenants have come and gone, bachelors and spinsters, whole families, generations. They've gone on making holes, and so have the rats, the little mice, the crickets, and woodlice. No one has plugged them in ages. Uncle Edouard inherited the houses. They've taken so much punishment they've got to be regular sieves. No one paid his rent any more. The tenants had grown old. They were tired of arguing. So was my uncle. They were even sick of fighting about the shithouse. There was nothing more to wreck. There was nothing left. They turned them into storerooms. They put in their wheelbarrows, their watering cans, and coal. At the moment, we don't even know exactly who's living there. They've been condemned to widen the street. They're going to be torn down. As far as we know, there are 4 families. Portuguese, so they say. Nobody's bothered to try to keep them up. Grandma knocked herself out. It didn't do her any good. When you come right down to it, that's what killed her. Messing around that day in January, even later than usual, first in cold water, then in boiling water, always in the draft, putting oakum in the pump and thawing out the faucets. The tenants came out with their candles to needle us and see if the work was getting ahead. The rent? Well, they wanted a little more time. We should come around next week. We started back to the station. At the ticket window, Grandma Caroline had a dizzy spell. She clutched the railing. It wasn't like her. She had chills all over. We went back across the square to a cafe. While we were waiting for the train, the 2 of us shared a grog. When we got to Gare Saint-Lazare, she went straight home to bed. She was all in. She came down with a high fever, same as I'd had in the Passage, but hers was grippe, and it turned to pneumonia. The doctor came morning and evening. She was so sick that we in the Passage didn't know what to tell the neighbors when they asked. Uncle Edouard shuttled back and forth between her place and the shop. She was worse than ever. She was sick of having her temperature taken. She didn't even want us to know what it was. She still had all her wits about her. Tom hid under the furniture. He didn't budge. He hardly ate. My uncle came to the shop. He had a great big balloon full of oxygen. One night my mother didn't even come home for supper. Next morning it was still dark when Uncle Edouard shook me in my bed and told me to get dressed quick. To go and kiss Grandma, he explained. I didn't know exactly what he meant. I was still half asleep. We walked fast. It was on the Rue du Rocher, second floor. The concierge hadn't been to bed. She came out with a lamp to light the hallway. We went upstairs. Mamma was in the first room, crying, down on her knees, slumped against a chair. She was moaning softly, mumbling in her grief. Papa was standing. He didn't say a word. He went out to the landing, then he came back again. He looked at his watch. He tugged at his mustache. Then I caught a glimpse of Grandma in her bed in the next room. She was breathing hard, gasping, suffocating, making a disgusting racket. The doctor was just leaving. He shook hands with everybody. Then they led me in. I could see she was fighting for breath. She was all yellow and red. Her face was covered with sweat, like a wax mask beginning to melt. Grandma stared at me, but her look was still friendly. They had told me to kiss her. I was already leaning against the bed. She motioned me not to. She smiled a little. She wanted to tell me something. There was a rasping sound in her throat. It wouldn't come out. In the end, she made it. She spoke as softly as she could. "Work hard, my dear little Ferdinand," she whispered. I wasn't afraid of her. We understood each other deep down. The fact is that I have worked hard, all in all. That's nobody's business. She wanted to say something to my mother, too. "Clemence, my little girl, take care. Don't let yourself go, please, for my sake." That was all she could manage. She couldn't breathe at all. She motioned us to leave, to go into the other room. We obeyed. We could hear her. The whole apartment was full of it. We stayed there at least an hour, stunned and silent. My uncle went to the door. He wanted to see her, but he didn't dare disobey. He only pushed open one of the double doors. That way we could hear her more distinctly. There was a kind of hiccup. My mother jumped up. She went eek, as if her throat were being cut. She crumpled up in a heap on the carpet between her chair and my uncle. Her hand was clenched so tight over her mouth that we couldn't take it away. When she came to, she screamed, "Mama's dead!" over and over. She didn't know where she was. My uncle stayed on to keep watch. We went back to the Passage in a cab. We closed the shop. We rolled down all the blinds. We felt kind of ashamed, kind of guilty. We didn't dare to move for fear of spoiling our grief. Mamma and all of us cried with our heads on the table. We weren't hungry. We didn't want anything. We didn't take up much room, but we'd have liked to make ourselves even smaller, to apologize to somebody, to everybody. We forgave each other. We begged and promised to love each other. We were afraid of losing each other, forever, like Caroline. Then came the funeral. Uncle Edouard attended to everything all by himself. He had made all the arrangements. He had his grief, too. He didn't show it. He wasn't demonstrative. He called for us at the Passage just as they were taking away the body. Everybody, neighbors, and people with nothing else to do, came over and said, "Be brave." We stopped on the Rue d'Eau-de-Ville to pick up our flowers. We took the best, nothing but roses. They were her favorite flower. We couldn't get used to her absence. Even my father was shattered. There was nobody but me to have scenes with. I was getting better, but I was still so weak it was no fun to pick on me. Seeing me so wobbly, he hesitated to bellow at me. I dragged myself from one chair to another. I had lost 6 pounds in 2 months. I was wasting away. I puked up all the cod liver oil. My mother couldn't think of anything but her grief. The shop was sinking beyond rescue. Even at rock-bottom prices, we couldn't sell our trinkets. The customers were all stone broke. They were making up for their wild extravagance at the exposition. They had as little mending done as possible. They thought twice before spending 5 francs. My mother would sit there for hours without moving, on her bad leg, in an impossible position, benumbed. When she got up, it hurt so bad that she'd limp the whole time. My father would pace about upstairs in the opposite direction. The sound of her limp drove him nuts. I'd pretend I had to do something. I'd go to the can and play with myself. I'd give it a tug or two. I couldn't get it up. Aside from the 2 houses that had gone to Uncle Edouard, there were 3,000 francs left from Grandma's estate. But that money was sacred. Mamma said so right away. We must never part with it. We unloaded the earrings. They went for loans, one in Clichy, the other in Asnières. And yet our stock was getting sleazier and skimpier, enough to break your heart. It was hardly fit to show. Grandma, at least, had been enterprising. She'd bring us stuff to sell on consignment, white elephants that other dealers were willing to lend her. But with us it wasn't the same. They were suspicious. No get up and go. That's what they thought of us. We were going to the dogs. When my father came home from the office, he'd dream up solutions, some pretty grim ones. It was he who cooked our bread soup. Mamma wasn't up to it. He'd be stringing the beans. Why wouldn't we turn on the gas and all commit suicide? My mother just sat there. He blamed it all on the Freemasons, and Dreyfus, and all the other criminals who were out to get us. My mother was off her rocker. Even her movements were weird. She'd always been clumsy. Now she dropped everything. She'd break 3 dishes a day. She never came out of her daze. She was like a sleepwalker. If she went into the shop, she'd be afraid. She didn't want to move. She'd stay upstairs the whole time. One night, when we were going to bed and not expecting anybody any more, Madame Heron turned up. She began to hammer at the shop door and sing out. We'd forgotten all about her. I went to open. My mother didn't want to be bothered. She even refused to see her. She just went hobbling around the kitchen. So then my father spoke up. "How about it, Clemence? Make up your mind. If you leave it to me, I'll just send her home. You know that." She thought it over a minute. Then she went down. She tried to count the pieces Madame Heron had brought back. She couldn't count right. She was all muddled with grief. Ideas, figures, it was all a fog. Papa and I helped her. Then she went up to bed. Later she got up and came down again. She spent the whole night straightening out the shop, furiously, obstinately putting the stuff away. In the morning everything was in perfect order. She was a different woman. You wouldn't have recognized her. All of a sudden, she felt ashamed. What a terrible humiliation to have let Madame Heron see her so frazzled.
When I think of my poor Caroline, of the energy she had up to the last minute, what if she'd seen me like that?
Suddenly she bucked up. During the night she had even made all sorts of plans.
"Well, Ferdinand, son, if the customers won't come to us any more, we'll go find them. Spring is coming. We'll close the shop for a while. We'll do all the markets in the suburbs. Chatou, La Vézinée, Bougival, where they're putting up all those fine villas, where all the fancy people live. That will be better than stewing in our own juice, than hanging around here waiting for nothing. Besides, you'll get some fresh air."
The idea of doing the markets didn't appeal to my father one bit. A risky business. It panicked him to think about it. He foresaw the worst complications. We were sure to get our last remnant of merchandise stolen. We'd be stoned by the local shopkeepers. Mamma let him talk. She'd made up her mind. Anyway, we had no choice. We were skipping every other meal. We'd taken to lighting the stove with tapers instead of matches. One morning the time came and we raced off to the station. My father carried the big bundle, an enormous piece of canvas stuffed with merchandise. Everything we had left that wasn't too disgusting. Mamma and I lugged the cartons. On the platform at Saint-Lazare, he ran through the list of his fears again. Then he beat it to the office. In those days, Chatou was quite a trip. We were there at the crack of dawn. We bribed the local cop. He rolled out the red carpet and found us a place. We found a stand for our stuff. We had a pretty good spot, between a butcher and a man selling little birds. But they didn't want us there. That was plain from the start. The butter and egg man behind us kept griping the whole time. For his money, we were screwballs with piles of rubbish. He made some very crummy remarks. The alley we were in wasn't the best place, but it was near the park, in the shade of magnificent linden trees. About noontime the ladies appeared, simpering and my dearing. If a wind started up, we were lost. At the first breeze, all our stuff blows away, all the bonnets and hankies and ribbons. Those things are just waiting to take off. They're as light as clouds. We fastened them with mountains of clasps and clothespins. Our stand looked like a hedgehog. The ladies strolled by, capricious creatures, butterflies followed by one or two cooks. Then they'd turn and come back. My mother tried to catch them with her spiel, to draw their attention to her embroideries, to the boleros she was taking orders for, to her Brussels-type lace, or Madame Heron's gossamer marvels.
"Isn't it amusing to meet you here, in this draughty market? Oh, you have a shop? Do give me your card. Of course we'll come to see you."
They went on to gush somewhere else. We didn't sell them much. Well, it was publicity. Now and then a tornado would pick up our doodads and drop them on the veal cutlets next door. The butcher gave us a piece of his mind. We'd have made out better if we'd brought along our handsome dressmaker's dummy with the firm bust. That would have brought out our exquisite treasures, the muslin and satin frills, the creations of Madame Heron's fairy wand. To maintain a Louis XV flavor, an atmosphere of refinement, amid the tripe and vegetables, we'd haul out a real museum piece, a diminutive masterpiece, the rosewood doll's cupboard. We kept our sandwiches in it. Our dread, maybe even worse than the wind, was showers. All our finery turned to pancakes. The ochre ran out in rivers. The sidewalk was all sticky with it. The stuff felt like a lot of sponges. The trip home was awful. We never complained in my father's hearing. The following week it was Enghien, and certain Thursdays Clignancourt, the port. We were right next to the flea market. I liked the markets all right. They made me miss school. The fresh air pepped me up. When we saw my father in the evening, he gave me a pain in the neck. He was never satisfied. He met us at the station. I felt like dropping the little cupboard on his dogs to make him jump. At Clignancourt it was an entirely different clientele. We'd only lay out our junk, our worst crap, the stuff that had been in the cellar for years. We let it go for beans. It was at the flea market that I met little Polo. He worked for a woman 2 rows behind us. He sold buttons up and down the avenue near the port, or he'd stroll around the market with his tray on his belly, held up by a string around his neck.
13 for 2 sous, ladies.
He was younger than me, but awfully smart. We made friends right away. What I admired about Popol was that he didn't wear shoes, just boards tied on with tapes. They didn't hurt his feet, so I took off mine too when we went out on expeditions together on the fortifications. He sold his buttons quick, in baker's dozens, bone and mother of pearl. You didn't have time to look. After that, we were free. In addition, he had a little racket.
It's easy,
he explained as soon as we had no secrets from each other. In Bastion 18, or in the streetcar shelters near La Villette, he'd make little dates with soldiers and butchers and soften them up. He asked me to come and meet them. I couldn't because it was too late when he did those things. You could make 5 francs, sometimes more. Behind the weighing house, he showed me, I didn't ask him to, the way grown-ups sucked him off. Popol was lucky. He had juice. I didn't have any yet. One time he made 15 francs in a single evening. I had to lie to get away. I said I was going for French fries. My mother knew Popol well. She couldn't abide him even at a distance, and she forbade me to go with him. We went just the same. We'd go wandering around as far as Gonesse. I found him irresistible. Every time he got a little scared, he had a tic. He'd suck in his tongue, and suck and suck. It made him look awful. In the end, from seeing so much of him, I began to do it too. Popol's boss, the one that sold the dry goods, had a funny little jacket she put on him. It was very special, like a blazer, all covered with buttons, big ones and little ones, thousands of them, in front, in back, a whole sample case, mother of pearl, steel, and bone. Popol's idea of heaven was absinthe. His boss poured him a little aperitif whenever he came back sold out. It made him spunky. He smoked army tobacco. We made our own cigarettes out of newspaper. He didn't mind sucking people. He had a dirty mind. Every man we passed, we'd bet how big it was. My mother couldn't leave her stand, especially in that kind of neighborhood. I'd slip away more and more. And then here's what happened. I'd thought Popol was a regular guy, loyal and faithful. I was mistaken. He behaved like a queer. Why not face it? He was always talking about an arquebus. I didn't know exactly what he meant. So one day he brings it over. It was a big rubber band on a forked stick, a kind of slingshot for shooting sparrows.
Let's practice,
he says.
Then we'll smash a window. There's an easy one on the avenue. After that, we'll try a cop.
Okay. It seemed like a good idea. We'd go off by the school.
We'll start here,
he says. School was just out, and it was handy for a getaway. He passes me his bean shooter. I put in a big stone. I pull it way back, as far as the rubber will go.
Take a gander up there,
I say to Popol. And ping, crash, right square in the clock. The whole thing flies into smithereens. I stand there frozen like an asshole. The racket and the dial going to pieces like that, I'm flabbergasted. People come running. I'm screwed, cornered like a rat. They all start tugging at my ears.
Popol,
I holler. He's melted into thin air. He's gone. They drag me off to my mother. They raise hell with her. She'd better pay for the breakage, or they'll take me off to jail. She gives her name, her address. I try to explain. Paul. She slaps rain down so thick and fast I can't see straight. At home it starts up all over again, a tempest. My father beats the hell out of me, kicks me in the ribs, steps on me, takes my pants down. In addition, he keeps bellowing that I'm killing him, that I ought to be in jail, that I should have been there from the start. My mother pleads, clings to him, falls at his feet, and screams that in prison they get even worse. I was the lowest of the low. I was a gallows bird, that's what I'd come to. Paul had a good deal to do with it, but there was the fresh air, too, and the freedom. I won't try to justify myself. We spent a whole week like that, absolutely frantic. Papa was so mad, he got so red in the face, we were afraid he'd have an attack. Uncle Edouard came in from Romanville just to reason with him. Uncle Arthur didn't have enough influence. He was too frivolous. Rodolphe was far away, touring the provinces with the capital circus. Our neighbors and relations, everybody in the Passage, thought the best thing would be to give me a good physic, and my father, too. It would be good for both of us. They racked their brains and finally decided it was worms that made me so wicked. They gave me some substance. I shat yellow, I shat brown. It sort of calmed me down. It affected my father, too. He was struck dumb for at least 3 weeks. All he did was give me a long, suspicious look now and then, from a distance. I was still his bane, his cross. We took another physic. Each of us had his own. He took Rochelle salts, me castor oil. She took rhubarb. Then they decided that we wouldn't do the markets any more. That gadding about would be my downfall. I made everything impossible with my criminal instincts. My mother took me back to school, giving me lots of advice on the way. She was in a terrible state when we got to the Rue des Jeuneurs. Everybody had warned her they wouldn't keep me a week. But I played it safe. They didn't throw me out. But I have to admit that I didn't learn anything. School made me miserable. The teacher with his goatee, always bleating his problems. It gave me the creeps just to look at him. After all the fun I'd had with Paul, it made me sick to sit still for hours on end listening to a lot of tripe. The kids tried to have a little fun in the yard, but it was pitiful. The wall in front was so high it crushed you. It killed their desire to play. They went back in to struggle for good conduct tokens. Hell! In the yard there was only one tree with one branch and one bird. The kids got it with a slingshot. The cat spent a whole recreation period eating it. My marks were average. I was afraid of being put back. I was even commended for good behavior. We all had shitty asses. I taught them how to keep their pee in little bottles. In the shop, the Jeremiads got worse and worse. My mother kept mulling over her sorrow. She thought of her mother on every possible occasion. She remembered the slightest details. If somebody came in at closing time to sell some knick-knack, she'd burst into tears. "If only my mother were here," she'd blubber. "She knew just what to buy." Those remarks were disastrous. We had an old friend who knew exactly how to take advantage of Mamma's melancholy. Her name was Madame Devon. She was almost as ancient as Aunt Armide. After the War of 1870, she and her husband had made a fortune selling lambskin gloves in the Passage des Panoramas. The shop was famous, and they had another one in the Passage du Saumon. At one time, they had 18 people working for them. "All day long there are customers pouring in and out," Grandma used to say. Handling so much dough had gone to her husband's head. One fine day he lost everything and then some in the Panama Canal. Men have no guts. Instead of fighting it out, he ran off with a skirt. They'd sold everything at a loss. After that, she was down and out. Madame Devon lived on this one and that one. Her only solace was music. She had a little something left, but so little that she barely got enough to eat, and not every day at that. She sponged on her friends. She had married her glove man for love. She wasn't a tradeswoman by birth. Her father had been a prefect under the Empire. She played the piano beautifully. She never took off her fingerless gloves because her hands were so delicate, and in the winter she wore thick mittens, but of open work and decorated with pink pompons. She was always careful about her appearance. She turned up at the shop. She hadn't been to see us in a long time. Grandma's death had moved her deeply. She couldn't get over it.
"So young,"
she'd say at the end of every sentence. She spoke with the delicacy of Caroline, of their past, their husbands, of the Passage du Saumon and the boulevards, with fine shadings and exquisite tact. She really had nice manners, I could see that. As she reminisced, everything turned into a fragile dream. She didn't take off her veil or her hat, on account of her complexion, she said. The real reason was her wig. We never had much on hand for dinner. We'd invite her all the same. But when she'd finished her soup, she'd take off her veil and her hat and the whole works. She'd pick up her soup plate and drink it down. That seemed the handiest way, on account of her false teeth, I guess. You could hear her wiggling them. She distrusted spoons. She was crazy about leeks, but we had to cut them up for her. That was a bore. When we were through eating, she still didn't want to go home. She'd get gay. She'd turn to the piano, a pledge one of our customers had forgotten to redeem. It was never tuned, but it worked pretty well. Everything got on my father's nerves, and so did the old lady with her playful ways. But he softened when she struck up certain arias from Lucia di Lammermoor, and especially the Moonlight aria. She took to coming all the time. She didn't wait to be invited. She was perfectly aware of the havoc. While we put the shop in order, she'd race upstairs, she'd settle herself on the piano stool and toss off 2 or 3 waltzes, and then Lucia, and then Werther. She had quite a repertory, the whole Chalet and Fortunio's song. We had to go up sometime. She'd never have stopped if we hadn't sat down to table.
"Peekaboo,"
she'd call out when she saw us. During dinner, she'd do a good job of crying in unison with Mamma. It didn't spoil her appetite. She didn't mind noodles. I was always aghast at the way she kept asking for more. She pulled the same game all over town, sharing memories with bereaved shopkeepers. She had vaguely known the dear departed of any number of neighborhoods. That was her way of keeping body and soul together. She knew the history of every family in the Passages, and when there was a piano she couldn't be beat. At past 70 she could still sing Faust, but she took precautions. She stuffed herself full of gumdrops to keep from going hoarse. She sang the choruses all by herself, making a megaphone with her hands.
"Glory and fame to the men of old."
Without taking her hands off the keys, she managed to pound it out with her feet. In the end, it was so funny we couldn't control ourselves. We'd die laughing. But once she was started, a little thing like that couldn't faze Madame Devon. She was a born artist. Mamma felt ashamed, but she laughed, too. It did her good. For all her faults and kittenishness, my mother couldn't do without her. She took her along wherever she went. At night, we'd take her as far as the Porte de Bicêtre. She'd walk the rest of the way to Crumlin. not far from the old people's home. On Sunday morning she'd call for us, and we'd all go to the cemetery together. Ours was Père Lachaise, 43rd Division. My father never went in. He couldn't stand graves. He'd never go any farther than the square outside La Roquette prison. He'd read his paper and wait for us to come back. Grandma's vault was very well kept. Sometimes we'd empty out lilacs. Sometimes it was jasmine. We always brought roses. That was the family's only luxury. We'd change the vases, we'd polish the windows. Inside it was like a Punch and Judy show with colored statues and real lace altar cloths. My mother kept bringing new ones. That was her consolation. She was always putting the house in order. While we were cleaning up, she sobbed the whole time. Caroline was down there, not very far away. I always thought of Osnier, the way we'd knocked ourselves out for those tenants. I could see her, so to speak. The place was spick and span. We washed it out every Sunday. But there was a funny little smell from down below. Pungent, subtle, kind of sour, insinuating. Once you'd caught it, you smelled it all over. In spite of the flowers, mixed in with the scent, clinging to you. It makes your head spin. It comes from the tomb. You think you must have been mistaken, and there it is again. It was I who went down to the end of the lane to fill the pitchers for the vases. When we'd finished, I didn't say a word. And then that little smell came back at me. We'd close the door, we'd say a prayer, and we'd start down the hill to Paris. Madame Devon never stopped chattering the whole way. Getting up so early, working on the flowers, and all that crying whetted her appetite. Besides, there was her diabetes. In any case, she was hungry. The moment we left the cemetery, she wanted to have a snack. She couldn't stop talking about it. It got to be an obsession with her.
You know what I feel like, Clemence? Not meaning to be greedy. A little slice of galantine on a nice fresh roll. How does it strike you?
My mother didn't answer. She was embarrassed. I felt like throwing up on the spot. I couldn't think of anything else but vomiting. I thought of the galantine, of what Caroline must be looking like now down there, of all the worms, the big ones, the fat ones with feet, gnawing, swarming about in there, all that decay, millions of them in all that swollen pus, the stinking wind. Papa was there. He had barely time to take me behind a tree. I threw it all up, everything, on the grating. My father jumped fast, but he didn't dodge at all. "You damn pig!" he yelled. He had it all over his pants. The people were looking at us. He was mortified. He went off by himself in the other direction, toward the Bastille. He didn't want to have anything to do with us after that. We went to a little cafe for a cup of verbena to settle my stomach. It was a tiny little cafe just across from the prison. I've often gone by there since. I always look inside, and I never see a soul. Uncle Arthur was up to his ears in debt. From the Rue Cambronne to Grenelle, he had borrowed so much without ever returning it that his life was impossible. He was shiftless. One night he moved on the QT. A friend helped him. They tied his stuff on a donkey cart. They were going out to the suburbs. We were already in bed when they came to notify us. Arthur took advantage of the occasion to ditch his housemaid. She'd been talking about vitriol. Anyway, it was time he took a powder. He and his pal found a shanty where nobody would come around, in the hills around Audiobook. The very next day his creditors descended on us. The bastards! They never budged out of the Passage. They even went after my father at the insurance company. It was disgraceful. My father was in a terrible state. We were in for it again. What scum! What a family! What a crummy lot they all are! Never a minute's peace. They even come and hound me on the job. My brothers act like a bunch of jailbirds. My sister sells her ass in Russia. My son has every known vice. It's a fine how-do-you-do. Christ almighty! My mother couldn't think of anything to say. She'd given up trying to argue with him. He could go on to his heart's content. The creditors realized that Papa set store by his honor. They wouldn't give an inch. They never left our shop. As if things weren't rough enough already. If we paid his debts, we'd have really starved. "We'll go and see him next Sunday," my father decided. "I'll give him a piece of my mind, as man to man." We left at daybreak to make sure of finding him before he started on his rounds. First, we got lost. Then we picked up the trail again. Finally, we located him. I expected to find Uncle Arthur all shriveled up, repentant, scared out of his wits, hiding in some cave, hunted by 300 cops, eating stewed rats. That was what happened to escaped convicts in illustrated adventure stories. It was a little different with Uncle Arthur. Early as it was, we found him at a table outside a bistro, La Belle Adele. He gave us a royal welcome in the arbor. He was drinking hard on credit, and no vinegar either. A nice little Muscadet rosé, first class. He was in the best of health. He'd never felt better. He had the whole neighborhood in stitches. They were crazy about him. They ran over to listen to him. La Belle Adele had never had so many customers. Every single seat was taken. The overflow was sitting on the steps. Small homeowners from as far as Juvisy, in phony Panama hats, and all the fishermen from the canal in wooden shoes would come out to La Belle Adele just to meet Uncle Arthur. They'd never had so much fun in all their lives. He had something up his sleeve for everybody. Every imaginable game, from quoits to pitching pennies, speeches, riddles, under the trees, for the ladies. Uncle Arthur was the life of the party, the ladies' delight. He knocked himself out. He spared no effort. But he never took his hat off, his artist's sombrero, though it was midsummer. The sweat ran down his face in rivers. He was always dressed the same. Pointed shoes, corduroy pants, and that tie, an enormous bow like a lettuce leaf. With his taste for domestic help, he had floored all 3 waitresses, happy to wait on him and love him. He didn't want to hear one word about his troubles in Vaugirard. Let bygones be bygones. He was going to start a new life. My father was all set to chew his ear off. He wouldn't even let him get started. He kissed us each in turn. He was mighty glad to see us. "Arthur, will you listen to me for one moment? Your creditors are blockading our doorway from morning to night. They're driving us crazy. Do you hear me?" Arthur disposed of all those sordid memories with a sweeping gesture. And the way he looked at my father, like he was a poor, obstinate crackpot. The truth is, he felt sorry for him. "Come along now, the whole lot of you. Come on, Auguste. You'll talk later. I'm going to show you the most beautiful view in the whole region. Saint-Germain is nothing, just another little hill. The path on the left, and then down the covered lane. My studio's at the end." That's what he called his shanty. He wasn't lying. The situation was all right. A view of the whole valley. The Seine as far as Villeneuve-Saint-Georges, and on the other side the forest of Sénart. You couldn't conceive of anything better. He was lucky. He didn't pay rent, not a sou. Supposedly he was the caretaker looking after the landlord's pond. The pond only had water in it in the winter. In the summer it was dry. He was popular with the fair sex. He helped the local servant girls to wise up. His place was full of food, muscadet like down below, sausage, artichokes, and mountains of the little cream cheeses my mother was so fond of. He wasn't badly off. He told us about the orders he was getting. Signs for every bar, grocery store, and bakery for miles around. They do the useful things, I supply the charm. That was his philosophy. There were sketches all over the walls. At the sign of the stuffed pike, with an enormous fish in blue, red, and vermilion. The fair sailor lass, for a laundress friend, with luminous nipples, a mighty ingenious idea. His future was assured. We could all be pleased. Before we started back for the village, he stashed everything away in 3 or 4 big crocks, the food and the white wine, as though burying treasure in a furrow. He didn't want to leave a trace. He was suspicious of the people who came by. On his door he'd written in chalk, "Never coming back." We went down to the locks. He knew the bargemen. It was a long hike on steep paths, and my mother limped along behind us. When we got there, she felt dizzy and sat down on a stone. We watched the tugboats maneuvering barges through the locks. They looked so frail and delicate against the walls. They don't dare to touch the sides. The pudgy lock-keeper spits tobacco juice 3 times, takes off his coat, clears his throat, and curses over his windlass. The gate trembles on its pivot, groans, and starts moving in little jerks. The whirlpools hold it back. A trickle of water, and finally she opens. The Artemise lets out a long whistle. The string of barges pulls in. Further on you see Villeneuve-Saint-Georges, little hills, and then the gray bridge over the Yvette. Down below, the country, the plain. The wind starts up, stumbles over the river, whips up water in the floating wash-house, an endless lapping, branches beating triplets in the water. From the valley, from all sides, the modulated song of the breezes. Forgotten the debts. We don't even mention them. The air has gone to our heads. We bat the breeze with Uncle Arthur. He wants to take us across. My mother won't let us go. He jumps into a scow all by himself. He wants to show us his talents. He starts rowing against the stream. My father jumps with excitement and fires advice at him, exhorts him to be careful. Even my poor mother's interest is aroused. She fears the worst. Limping, she follows us up the bank. The shore is lined with fishermen casting worms through the air. Uncle Arthur gets in their way. They give him hell. He gets caught in the water lilies. He flounders. He starts up again, sweating like a whole football team. He turns, slips into the narrows. He has to row like hell toward the gravel pits. The big egg-beater is coming. The pride of the quarries. You can hear her in the distance, grinding up the river with a terrible clanking of chains. She drags at the bottom, bringing everything to the surface. Every known kind of mud and corpses and pike. She kicks up waves that hit both banks at once. Wherever she goes, she spreads terror and disaster. The boats by the shore toss furiously and crash into the stakes. All 3 basins are rocking at once. It's death on the boats. There she is, the pride of the quarries, coming out from under the bridge. All the hardware, all the catapults and steering gear in hell are rattling inside her carcass and on her balconies. She's dragging at least 20 barges loaded with clinkers. This is no time to show off. My uncle gets tangled in a rope. He hasn't time to reach the shore. His boat rises on the swell. His beautiful lid falls in the soup. He bends forward. This is going to be the great stroke. He loses his oar. He loses his head. He tries again. He tips. He falls flat on his ass in the drink, exactly like a water fencer. Luckily, he knows how to swim. We all come running. We comfort him. We congratulate him. The apocalypse has passed. By now, she's sowing havoc up by Ris Orangis. We all repair to the lost minnow, where the lock-keepers hang out. We congratulate each other. It's aperitif time. Hardly taking the time to dry, Uncle Arthur gathers all his friends around him. He has an idea. He wants to start a club called the Brethren of the Sail. The fishermen are less enthusiastic. He takes up a collection. His little girlfriends come over and kiss him. We stay on for supper. Under the Japanese lanterns, between soup and mosquitoes, he breaks into a song. A poet once told me. Nobody wants Uncle Arthur to go back to his pond. Everybody wants his company. He doesn't know whom to please first. We start for the station. We slipped away quietly while he was still warbling. But my father wasn't happy, especially when he thought it over. He was burnt up inside. He was furious with himself for not having spoken up. He'd been lacking in firmness. We went out to see him one more time. Arthur had a new boat with a real sail, and even a little jib up front. He tacked about singing O Sole Mio. The gravel pits echoed with his singing. He was as happy as a lark. My father couldn't stand it. This couldn't go on. Long before the aperitif, we slunk away with our tails between our legs. Nobody saw us leave. We never went back. It was impossible to associate with him any more. He would have debauched us. My father had been working for La Coccinelle exactly 10 years. That entitled him to a vacation, 2 weeks with pay. It wasn't very sensible for the 3 of us to go away like that. It cost a fortune. But that was a terrible summer. The heat was killing us in the passage, especially me. I looked the greenest. I was growing too fast. I was so anemic I could hardly stand up. We went to see a doctor. He was alarmed. What he needs isn't 2 weeks, but 3 months of fresh air. That's what he said. Your passage, he went on, is a pest hole. You couldn't even get a radish to grow there. It's a urinal without doors or windows. You've got to get out of there. He was so outspoken about it that my mother came home in tears. We needed more money. They didn't want to dig too deeply into the 3,000 francs we'd inherited, so they decided to try the markets again. Mer, Onival, and especially Dieppe. I had to promise to watch my behavior, to stop bombarding clocks, to stop going with hoodlums, not to stir from my mother's side. I promised the moon and the stars. I'd be good, I'd even be grateful, and I'd work hard for my school diploma when we got back. That reassured them, and they decided we could go. We closed the shop. First, my mother and I would spend a month in Dieppe and look around. Madame Devon would come in from time to see that nothing went wrong while we were gone. Papa would join us later. He'd make the trip on his bicycle. He'd spend 2 weeks with us. Once we were there, the 2 of us got settled very quickly. We really didn't have too much trouble. We found lodgings in Dieppe over a café, the Tom Tit, in an apartment that belonged to a clerk in the post office. We had 2 mattresses on the floor. The only trouble was the sink. It didn't smell good. When it came time to unload our stuff on the main square, my mother got jittery. We had brought a complete collection of embroideries, frills, and baubles, all very light and airy. It seemed awfully risky to display all those things out in the open in a strange city. After thinking it over, we decided it would be better to go straight to the customers. It was a lot of trouble, of course, but there was less chance of being taken. We did the whole length of the esplanade, along the ocean front, from door to door. It was hard work. Our stuff was heavy. We'd wait outside the villas, on a bench across the way. The best time to go in was when they'd just filled their bellies. You had to hear the piano. Now they're moving into the drawing room. My mother would jump up and race to the doorbell. The reception could be good or bad. Anyway, she managed to sell a certain amount. I got plenty of air. There was so much of it and so strong that it made me drunk. It even woke me up at night. I saw nothing but cocks and asses and boats and sails. The laundry floating on the clotheslines gave me a terrible hard-on. It swells out. It drives you crazy. All those women's panties. At first we were afraid of the sea. We'd stick to the little sheltered streets as much as we could. The gale makes you delirious. I never stopped playing with myself. A traveling salesman's kid lived in the room next to ours. We did all our homework together. He felt me up a little. He jerked off even more than I did. He came to Dieppe every year, so he knew all the different kinds of boats. He taught me all about their rigging and their sails. 3-master barks, square riggers, schooners. I studied the ships with passion while my mother was doing the villas. She got to be as well known on the beach as the coconut man, always hobbling around with her bundle. Inside there were embroideries, patterns, needlework sets to keep the ladies busy, and even irons. She'd have sold kidneys, rabbit skins, hot air, anything to help us last out the 2 months. In our comings and goings we also had our qualms about the port. We were afraid to go too close to the edge on account of the bollards and ropes that are so easy to trip over. It's a mighty treacherous place. If you fall into the muck, it sucks you down. You sink to the bottom. The crabs eat you. They never find you again. The cliffs are dangerous, too. Every year whole families get squashed under them. A moment's carelessness, a false step, a thoughtless remark, and the mountain falls down on top of you. We took as few chances as possible. We seldom left the streets. In the evening, right after supper, we'd start ringing bells again. We'd make a grand tour, starting first at one end, then at the other. We'd do the whole Avenue du Casino. I'd wait on a bench outside the villas. I'd hear my mother shouting herself hoarse inside. She really knocked herself out. I knew all her arguments by heart. I knew all the stray dogs. They turn up, they sniff, they beat it. I knew all the peddlers. That's the time when they come home with their carts. They pull, they push, they run themselves ragged. Nobody takes any notice of them. They're free to curse and swear all they like. They grunt and groan and tug at the shafts. One more pull, just to the next corner. The lighthouse blinks its big eye in the night. The flash passes over the old man. On the beach the surf sucks up pebbles, crashes, rolls, crashes, breaks. On the posters we saw that there was going to be an automobile race after the fair on August 15th. That would be sure to attract a lot of people, especially the English. My mother decided we'd stay on a while. We hadn't had much luck. The weather had been so bad in July that the ladies stayed home with their embroidery. That didn't help us to sell our bonnets and boleros, or even our needlework sets. If at least they had worked at it. But they never got through mending their drapes. They yacked even worse at the seashore than in town. Like all society women, always about maids and bowel movements. They took it easy. They wallowed in idleness. They'd dawdle over our merchandise, pick things up a dozen times. My father had lost hope. His letters were full of worry. We were done for, in his opinion. We'd lost more than 1,000 francs. My mother wrote him to dig into the inheritance. That was real heroism. All this could end very badly. I could already see myself getting blamed for the whole mess. He wrote back that he was coming. We waited for him in front of the church. He finally hove in sight with his bike all covered with mud. I expected him to bawl the hell out of me, blame everything on me. I was all prepared for one of his headlong corridas. But not at all. Actually, he seemed glad to be alive and glad to see us. He even congratulated me on my conduct and my red cheeks. I was really moved. He himself suggested a little walk in the port. He knew all about boats. He remembered his whole childhood. He was an expert on navigation. My mother went off with her bundles, and we made for the docks. I remember a Russian three-master, all white. She had made for the harbor mouth on the afternoon tide. For 3 days she had been fighting the storm off Villers, rolling in the swell. Her jibs were full of foam. She had an awful cargo of loose lumber, mountains of it, piled every which way on every deck. In the holds there was nothing but ice, enormous, dazzling blocks, the top of a river. She'd brought it all the way from Archangel to sell in the cafes. She was listing badly, and the crew weren't happy. My father and I and a lot of other people went over and followed her in from the harbor light to her berth. She was so drenched with spray that her mainyard was dragging in the water. I can still see the captain, an enormous roly-poly, shouting into his funnel, 10 times louder than even Papa. His monkeys climbed up in the shrouds to roll up all the spars and canvas, all the gaffs and yards up to the big St. Andrew's cross at the masthead. During the night they had expected her to be smashed against the rocks. The rescue squads had refused to be put out. God had taken the day off. 6 fishing smacks had been lost. Even the big buoy off the reef of Trotteau had taken too much punishment and broken loose from its chain. That gives you an idea of the weather. In front of the Saucy Trollop Cafe, they maneuvered her around the mooring buoy. The drift wasn't bad. But the hauling crew were so drunk they couldn't see straight. They hauled in the wrong direction. The bow smashed into the customs wharf. The lady on the prow, the beautiful sculptured figurehead, stove her tits in. It was a shambles. The sparks flew. The bowsprit went through the window, straight into the cafe. The jib scraped the bar. Everyone was screaming and yelling. People came running. The curses volleyed and thundered. Finally, as gently as you please, the fine ship pulled alongside. Bristling with cables, she tied up at the dock. After a great deal of activity, the last sail fell from the foremast, spread out on the deck like a seagull. The stern hawser gives a last deep groan. The land embraces the ship. The cook comes out of his galley and empties out an enormous bowl for the squawking birds. The giants on board stand at the rail shaking their fists. The drunken longshoremen aren't in the mood to go up the gangplank. The companion ladders are dangling alongside. The harbor-master's clerk in a frock coat is the first to go aboard. The pulley swings a plank overhead. More insults fly. The rumpus goes on. The longshoremen swarm over the rigging. The hatch covers are taken off. Now we see the iceberg in sections. After the forest. Faster, coachman. Here come the wagons. There's nothing more to see. The excitement is elsewhere. We go back to the semaphore. They're expecting a collier. She comes in past Guignol Rock with her flag at half-mast. The pilot in his boat dances and splashes from one wave to the next. He's fighting every inch of the way. He's thrown back. Finally, he grabs the ladder and climbs up the side. The old tub has been hammering into the storm all the way from Cardiff. She's rolling from rail to rail in a mountain of foam and spray. She's caught in the current, carried toward the breakwater. Finally the tide shifts a bit, sets her right, and drives her into the harbor mouth. Her whole hull is trembling as she pulls in. The waves are still chasing her. She grunts and rumbles and blows out steam. Her rigging screeches in the gale. Her smoke falls back on the crests of the waves. The ebb tide beats against the jetties. Now you can make out the helmets in the Emblemuse Narrows. The little rocks come up at low tide. 2 cutters in trouble are trying to feel their way through. There's going to be a tragedy. We mustn't miss a mouthful. The fans collect at the end of the breakwater by the bell. They study the situation through binoculars. A man beside me lends me his. The squalls are getting so thick they gag you. You can't breathe. The wind blows up the water rougher than ever. It splashes in streams high up against the lighthouse, way up to the sky. My father pulls his cap down. We wouldn't be going home before nightfall. 3 dismasted fishing boats come in. You can hear the voices from the channel. They're calling each other. They get tangled up in each other's oars. Mamma was beginning to worry. She's waiting for us at the Little Mouse, the fishmonger's hangout. She hasn't sold much. But the 2 of us aren't interested in anything but ocean voyages. Papa was a good swimmer. He was crazy about bathing. It didn't appeal to me. The beach at Dieppe is no good. But after all, this was vacation, and besides, I was even filthier than in the Passage. At the Tomtit, we only had 1 little basin for the 3 of us. I got out of washing my feet. I was beginning to smell very bad, almost as bad as the sink. Sea bathing takes a lot of courage. The crest of the wave seethes and foams, rises high in the air, roars, descends reinforced with thousands of pebbles. It catches me. Chilled to the bone, bruised, the child totters and falls. A universe of pebbles beats my bones amid the flaking foam. First your head wobbles, sways, staggers, and pounds into the gravel. Every second is your last. My father, in a striped bathing suit, between 2 roaring mountains, is shouting like mad. He bobs up in front of me. He belches, thrashes about, makes wisecracks. A roller knocks him over too, turns him upside down. There he is with his feet in the air. He's wriggling like a frog. He can't straighten himself out. He's done for. At this point, a terrible volley of pebbles hits me in the chest. I'm riddled, drowned. It's awful. I'm crushed under the deluge. Then the wave carries me back and lays me down at my mother's feet. She tries to grab me, to rescue me. The undertow catches me, carries me out. She lets out a terrible scream. The whole beach comes running. But it's no use. The bathers crowd around, all hysterical. The raging sea pounds me down to the bottom, then lifts me gasping to the surface. In a flashing moment, I see that they're discussing my agony. There they are, every imaginable color, green, blue, parasols, lavender ones, lemon yellow ones. I whirl about in pieces. And then I don't see a thing. A life preserver is strangling me. They haul me up on the rocks, like a whale. Brandy scorches my throat. They cover me all over with arnica, and those terrible rub-downs. I'm burning under the bandages. I'm strangled in 3 bathrobes. All around me people are saying the sea is too rough for me. Okay, that suits me fine. I hadn't expected as much. It was a sacrifice on the altar of energetic cleanliness. Already 10 days had passed. Next week it would all be over. My father would have to go back to the office. It made us sick to think about it. There wasn't a single minute to waste. We weren't selling much. All of a sudden, business had got so slow that only a real moment of panic could have made us decide to go on that excursion, to take the boat to England, all three of us. It was the idea of going back so soon that sent us off our rockers, that drove us to extremes. We started off at daybreak, hardly time for a cup of coffee. Grandma's nest egg, well, we'd already gone through half of it. We went on board ahead of time. We had the cheapest seats, in the bow. They were fine. We had a wonderful view of the whole horizon. It was agreed that I'd be the first to point out the foreign shores. The weather wasn't bad, but even so, as soon as we were a little way out and had lost sight of the lighthouses, it began to be kind of wet. The ship started to seesaw. This was real seafaring. My mother took refuge in the shelter where the life jackets were kept. She was the first to vomit across the deck and down into third class. For a moment she had the whole area to herself.
"Watch out for the child, Auguste,"
she had barely time to yelp. That was the surest way to infuriate him. Some of the others began straining their guts over the side. In the rolling and pitching, people were throwing up any old place, without formality. There was only one toilet, in one corner of the deck. It was already occupied by 4 vomiters in a state of collapse, wedged in tight. The sea was getting steadily rougher. At every rising wave, oops. In the trough, a dozen oopses, more copious, more compact. The gale blew my mother's veil away. It landed, wringing wet, on the mouth of a lady at the other end, who was retching desperately. All resistance had been abandoned. The horizon was littered with jam, salad, chicken, coffee, the whole slobgullion. It all came up. My mother was down on her knees on the deck. She smiled with a sublime effort. She was drooling at the mouth.
"You see,"
she says to me in the middle of the terrible plummeting,
"you see, Ferdinand, you still have some of that tuna fish on your stomach, too."
We try again in unison. Bwah! And another bwah! She was mistaken. It was the pancakes. With a little more effort, I think I could bring up French fries. If I emptied all my guts out on the deck, I try, I struggle, I push like mad. A fierce wave beats down on the rail, smacks against the deck, rises, gushes, rolls back, sweeps the steerage. The foam stirs up the garbage and spins it around between us. We swallow some of it. We spit it up again. At every plunge, the soul flies away. At every rise, you recapture it in a wave of mucus and stink. It comes dripping from your nose, all salty. This is too much. One passenger begs for mercy. He cries out to high heaven that he's empty. He strains his guts. And a raspberry comes up after all. He examines it, goggle-eyed with horror. Now he really has nothing left. He wishes he could vomit out his 2 eyes. He tries hard. He braces himself against the mast. He's trying to drive them out of their sockets. Mamma collapses against the rail. She vomits herself up again, all she's got. A carrot comes up, a piece of fat, and the whole tail of a mullet. Up top by the captain, the first and second-class passengers were leaning over the side to puke, and it came tumbling down on us. At every wave we caught a shower with whole meals in it. We were lashed with garbage, with meat fibers. The gale blows the stuff upward. It clings in the shrouds. Around us the sea is roaring, the foam of battle. Papa, in a cap with a chin strap, supervises our misery. He's in the pink, lucky man. He's a born sailor. He gives us good advice. He wants us to lie even flatter, to crawl on the floor. A woman comes staggering. She wedges herself in beside Mamma so as to throw up better. There's a sick mutt, too. So sick he shits on the lady's skirts. He rolls over and shows us his belly. Piercing screams are heard from the shithouse. Those 4 are still jammed in. They can't puke any more. They can't pee, they can't shit. They're leaning over the toilet, pushing. They bellow, begging someone to shoot them. And the tub pitches still higher, steeper than ever, and plunges into the depths, into the dark green. And she rises again, the stinker. She picks you up again, you and the hole in your stomach. A stocky little character, a wise guy, is helping his wife to throw up in a little bucket. He's trying to encourage her. "Go on, Leonie. Don't hold back. I'm right here. I'm holding you." All of a sudden she turns her head back into the wind. The whole stew that's been gurgling in her mouth catches me full in the face. My teeth are full of it. Beans, tomatoes. I'd thought I had nothing left to vomit. Well, it looks like I have. I can taste it. It's coming up again. Hey, down there, get moving. It's coming. A whole carload is pushing against my tongue. I'll pay her back. I'll spill my guts in her mouth. I grope my way over to her. The 2 of us are crawling. We clutch each other. We embrace. We vomit on each other. My smart father and her husband try to separate us. They tug at us in opposite directions. They'll never understand. Why bear grudges? It's nasty. Bwah! That husband is a stupid brute. Come on, sweetie, we'll vomit him up together. I give his fair lady a complete hank of noodles with tomato juice, a drink of cider 3 days old. She returns the compliment with Swiss cheese. I suck at the strings. My mother's snarled up in the ropes. She comes crawling after her vomit. The little dog is caught in her skirts. We're all tangled up with this brute's wife. They tug at me ferociously. He starts peppering my ass with his foot to get me away from her. He was a regular bruiser. My father tried to mollify him. He hadn't said 2 words when the other guy rams him in the breadbasket with his head and sends him sprawling against the winch. And that wasn't the end of it. The strong man jumps on him and starts hammering at his face. He bends down to finish him off. Papa was bleeding all over. The blood poured down into the vomit. He was slipping down the mast. In the end he collapsed. But the husband still wasn't satisfied. Taking advantage of a moment when the roll has sent me spinning, he charges me. I skid. He flings me at the shithouse like a battering ram. I smash into it. I bash the door in. I fall on the poor, sagging bastards. I turn around. I'm wedged in the middle of them. They've all lost their pants. I pull the chain. We're half drowned in the flood. We're squashed into the bowl. But they never stop snoring. I don't even know if I'm dead or alive. The siren woke everybody up. We climbed up and stuck our heads out the portholes. The jetties at the entrance to the harbor were like a lacework of wooden piles. We looked out on England as though disembarking in the other world. Here, too, there were cliffs and then green, but much darker and rougher than on the other side. The sea was perfectly flat now. It was easy to vomit, but you didn't need to so much any more. Talk about shivering. It's a wonder our teeth didn't crack. My mother was weeping spasmodically from having vomited so much. I had bumps all over. A big silence fell in our ranks. Everyone felt bashful, worried about going ashore. Corpses couldn't have been any more bashful. The steamer tugged at the anchor, gave 2-3 jerks, and then we really stopped. We fished around for our tickets. Once we were through customs, we tried to clean ourselves up. My mother had to wring her skirt. Rivers of water ran out. My father'd taken such a beating a chunk of his mustache was missing. I pretended not to notice, but he had some shiner. He dabbed at it with his handkerchief. Little by little we pulled ourselves together. The streets were still heaving pretty bad. We walked past the shops, little tiny ones the way they are over there, with striped shutters and little whitewashed stoops. My mother did her best. She didn't want to hold us back, but she was limping way behind. We thought of going to a hotel, of taking a room right away so she could rest, just a little while. We'd never get to London. We were already too wet. We were sure to get sick if we tried to go any farther. And besides, our shoes wouldn't hold out. They were drinking up the mud, making a noise like a flock of sheep. We identified a hotel. The word was written on the front in gold letters. At the door we got scared and went past. The rain kept coming down harder and harder. We tried to figure out how much things would cost, the least little things. We were afraid of the currency. We went into a tea room. They understood us all right. Once seated, we looked at our suitcase. It wasn't ours. In the confusion at the customs, we'd taken the wrong one. We ran back PDQ. Ours was gone. We gave the one that didn't belong to us to the station master. So then we didn't have anything. We were really out of luck. Such things only happened to us. That was perfectly true in a way. My father didn't pass up the opportunity to point it out. We had no fresh clothes to put on, not even a shirt. Still, we had to see the sights. People began to notice us in the village, the three of us shivering in the rain. We definitely looked like gypsies. We thought we'd better take a road out of town. We took the first one we saw, after the last house. Brighton, said a signpost. 14 miles ahead. We were good walkers, that didn't scare us, but we couldn't keep together. My father was always way ahead. He wasn't very proud of us. Even there, soaked, muddy, half-crippled, he kept as far away from us as possible. He couldn't stand us clinging to him. He kept his distance. My mother was so fagged out she could hardly drag her leg. She was panting like an old hound. The road wound along the cliffs. We pushed along in the downpour. Down below, the ocean roared at the bottom of the chasm, full of clouds and landslides. My father's yachting cap was oozing into his mouth. His dust coat clung so tight his ass looked like an onion. Mamma hobbles along. She abandons her hat, the one trimmed with swallows and little cherries. We gave it to a bush. The gulls, running away from the storm, are screeching all around us. They must have been surprised to see us in the clouds, too. Under the gusts of rain, we kept our foothold as best we could. On the side of the cliff, on hills like waves, another and still another, endless, the clouds had spirited my father away. He seemed to melt away in the downpour. Every time we saw him, he was farther away, pressing on doggedly, always smaller, heading down the far slope.
We'll just climb to the top of this one, Ferdinand, and then I've got to rest. Do you think we can see Brichton? Do you think it's still far?
She was at the end of her rope. It was impossible to sit down. The embankments were pure mud. Her clothes had shrunk so that her arms stuck way out. Her shoes were swollen up like saddlebags. At that point, my mother's leg buckled. It caved in under her weight. She toppled over into the ditch. Her head was wedged in, stuck fast. She couldn't move. All she could do was make bubbles like a toad. The rain in England is like an ocean suspended in mid-air. Little by little you drown. I shouted, "Papa, help!" at the top of my lungs. Mamma had fallen head down. I pulled with all my might. It was like a tug of war. It was no good. But finally our explorer turns up after all. He's all dizzy with the clouds. We go at it together. We heave and we hoist. She moves. We extract her from the muck. She comes up smiling. My, was she happy to see her Auguste again. Was he all right? He hadn't had too bad a time? What had he seen from the end of the cliff? He didn't answer. He only said we'd better make it snappy. Get back to the port, quick. Up and down, another 100 hills, breathless and panting. The storm had made such a mess of the road we couldn't recognize it on the way back. We caught a glimpse of lights, the port, the lighthouses. It was pitch dark. Crawling, staggering, we passed the same hotel. We hadn't spent a nickel. We hadn't met anybody. We hadn't a stitch of clothing to our name. We were all strips and tatters. We looked so worn out, they were good to us on the boat. They let us move from third to second class. They told us to lie down. At the station in Dieppe, we stretched out on the benches. We were going right back. In the train, there was another big scene on account of Mamma's constipation. "You haven't gone in a week. You'll never go again."
"I'll go when we get home."
The irregularity of her bowels was an obsession with him. It haunted him. Sea voyages are constipating. From then on, he couldn't think of anything but her bowels. In the passage, we were finally able to dry ourselves. All three of us had colds. We got off easy. My father had a beautiful shiner. We said it was a horse. He just happened to be behind it when something exploded. Madame Devon was bubbling with curiosity. She wanted to hear all about it, every detail of our adventure. She'd been to England, too, on her honeymoon. She was so eager to hear about it, she stopped playing the piano, right in the middle of the moonlight aria. Monsieur Vizio was also crazy about stories and discoveries. Edouard came by with Tom to hear the news. Mamma and I had our little impressions, too. But Papa wouldn't let us open our mouths. He hogged the floor. He had certainly seen some amazing, fantastic, stupendous, absolutely unexpected things. At the end of the road, way out beyond the cliffs, when he was in the clouds, between Bridgeton and the hurricane, Papa all alone, cut off from the world, lost in the tempest, between heaven and earth. Now it was over, he stopped at nothing. He gave them all the wonders they could ask for. He shot off his mouth like a machine gun. Mamma didn't contradict him. She was always happy to see him triumph. "Isn't that right, Clemence?" he'd ask her when his story was getting a bit too tall. She nodded. She backed up everything he said. Of course, she knew he was overdoing it, but if it gave him pleasure... "But what about London? You didn't get there?" asked Monsieur Larocite, the optician from 37, who was completely senile and imported his lenses from over there. "Oh, yes, but only the outskirts. We saw the best part, the harbor. When you come right down to it, that's the only thing that's really worth seeing. And the suburbs. We only had a few hours." Mamma didn't bat an eyelash. Soon word got around that we'd been in a big shipwreck, that the women had been landed on the cliffs with a cable. He made it up as he went along. And the way we'd gone roaming around London with the other survivors, mostly foreigners. He stopped at nothing. He even imitated their accents. There was a session every night after dinner. Fantasies, new ones every time. Madame Mahon was beginning to boil and bubble again. In her den she didn't come over. We were too mortally on the outs for that. She made her phonograph sing so as to interrupt my father, so as to make him stop. Mamma closed the shop to give us a little peace and pulled the shutters all the way down. Then Madame Mahon came over and banged on the windows to needle Papa, to make him come out and start a riot. My mother wouldn't let him. The neighbors were all furious. They were all on our side. They were developing a taste for explorations. One night when we came home from our errands, we didn't hear Madame Mahon and her phonograph. Our usual visitors came in one by one. We settled ourselves in the back room. Papa started in on his story. It was something brand new. Suddenly, from the old battle-axe's place, boom! A tremendous blast, and a whole string of firecrackers. The flash is blinding. It explodes against the shop. The door crashes in. We see the old bag waving her arms. She's holding a torch and some rockets. She lights the fuses. The rockets whistle and whirl. She's dreamed up the whole act just to cramp my father's style. She flails around like a demon. She sets fire to her skirts. She's going up in flames. The people rush out. They smother her in curtains. They put out the blaze. But her shop's on fire, corsets and all. The firemen come running. We never saw the old witch again. They took her away to the bug house in Charenton. She stayed there for good. Nobody wanted her back. They signed a petition from one end of the passage to the other, saying she was insane and impossible. Hard times were back again. No more talk of vacation or markets or England. The rains pounded down on our glass roof. The passage was closed up tight with the sour smell of people and little stray dogs. It was fall. The thrashings were coming thick and fast again because I wanted to play instead of doing my homework. I didn't catch on very well in school. Once again my father made the discovery that I was really feeble-minded. The sea air had made me grow, but had made me more listless than ever. I was always daydreaming. He flew into terrible tempers. He accused me of hopeless laziness. Mamma was beginning to moan and groan again. Her business was going from bad to worse. The styles never stopped changing. Batiste came in again. We dragged out our old bonnet tops. The ladies rolled them up like napkins and put them on their tits and in their hair. In the crisis, Madame Héronde was always busy making things over. She invented boleros of Irish linen, made to last 20 years. Alas, it was only a passing fancy. After the Grand Prix, we mounted them on wire. Now they were lampshades. Sometimes Madame Héronde was so worn out she got her orders balled up. She gave us little embroidered bibs when we were expecting comforters. The scenes were something. The customer would split a gut and threaten to haul us into court. We were in despair. We paid for all the damage, which accounted for 2 months' worth of noodles. The day before my examination, a volcano erupted in the shop. Madame Héronde had dyed a negligée cuckoo yellow, when it was actually meant to be a bridal dress. People have been killed for less. A criminal blunder. The customer would skin us alive. And it was all written plain as day in the order book. Madame Héronde collapsed, sobbing, in my mother's arms. My father was upstairs bellowing. "Ah, you'll always be the same. You'll always be soft. Haven't I warned you 46 times? Didn't I tell you they'd ruin us, those seamstresses of yours? Ah, suppose I made even half a mistake at La Coccinelle. I can just imagine what they'd say in the front office." The mere idea was so terrifying that he thought he was dead and buried. He blanched. We sat him down. The crisis passed. I went back to my arithmetic. He reviewed my lessons with me. I couldn't think of anything to say. He got so balled up in his explanations that I couldn't see straight. I attacked the problem ass backwards. I didn't know very much to begin with. I gave up. He started in on my failings. In his opinion, I was incorrigible. For my money, he was as nutty as a fruitcake. He started up again about my division. He tangled himself up to the square roots. He slapped my face. He pulled my ears. He accused me of grinning, of taking him for a fool. My mother came in for a minute. That redoubled his fury. He bellowed that he wanted to die. On the morning of my exam, my mother closed the shop. She thought it would encourage me if she came along. The exam was held at the grade school next to Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, right in the entrance hall. On the way, she tried to bolster up my self-confidence. It was a solemn occasion. She thought of Caroline. That made her whimper some more. All the way around the Palais Royal, she made me recite my fables and the list of departments. At 8 o'clock sharp, we were all outside the gate, waiting to have our names taken. The kids were all cleaned up and neatly dressed, but terribly nervous. The mothers, too. First there was dictation, then problems. It wasn't very hard, I remember. All you had to do was copy. This was a bunch that had flunked the previous fall. For almost all of us, it was a matter of life and death, if you wanted to be taken on as an apprentice. When it came to the oral, I was lucky. I pulled a big fat little guy with warts all over his nose. He had a flowing bow tie, sort of like Uncle Arthur. He wasn't an artist, though. He'd been a pharmacist on the Rue Gombost. Some of the people there knew him. He asked me 2 questions about plants. I hadn't the faintest idea. He answered them himself. I was in a complete muddle. Then he asked me the distance between the sun and the moon, and then between the earth and the other side. I was afraid to stick my neck out too far. He had come to the rescue. When he asked me about the seasons, I knew a little more. I mumbled something kind of vague. He really wasn't hard to please. He finished all the answers for me. Then he asked me what I was planning for the future if I got my diploma. "I'm going into business," I said without enthusiasm. "It's a hard life, my boy," he said. "Couldn't you wait a while? Another year, perhaps?" I guess he didn't think I was very strong. Right away I thought I'd flunked. I thought of the return home, of the tempest I was going to unleash. I began to feel dizzy. I thought I was going to faint. I could feel the blows in advance. I clutched the desk. The old guy saw me turn pale. "Come, come, boy," he said. "Don't worry. All that doesn't mean a thing. I'll pass you. You'll get your start in life, if you want it as badly as all that." I went back and sat down on a bench some distance away by the wall. I was still mighty upset. I wondered if he hadn't been soft-soaping me, just to get rid of me. My mother was outside the church on the little square. She was waiting for the results. Everybody hadn't finished yet. There were still some kids waiting. I saw the others now, stammering their confessions across the table cover, the map of France, the continents. Since hearing those words about starting out in life, I looked at my little friends as if I'd never seen them. Their dread of failing made them strain against the desk, wriggling as if they were caught in a trap. Was that what it meant to start out in life? They were trying to stop being kids that very moment, struggling to arrange their faces to look like men. We all looked pretty much alike, all dressed the same way in our school smocks. They were all like me, small shopkeepers' kids, or their parents did tailoring at home or sold stationery or something. They were all pretty puny. They opened their eyes, big and round. They panted like puppies in their effort to answer the old guy. Lined up along the wall, the parents watched the proceedings. The looks they shot at their offspring were fierce, electric, enough to cramp anybody's style. The kids were wrong every time. They shrank up even smaller. The old man was untiring. He answered for everybody. The kids were all dunces. The mothers' faces were getting redder and redder. Thousands of thrashings threatened. There was a smell of impending massacre. Finally, all the kids were through. It was all over, except for the list of successful candidates. And then, the miracle of miracles, everybody had passed. The government inspector made the announcement from the platform. He had a paunch with a chain on it, a great big watch charm that jiggled between sentences. He sort of bumbled and got all the names screwed up. It didn't matter. He took advantage of the occasion to say a few words. They were really kind words, cordial and encouraging. He told us that if we conducted ourselves as valiantly in later life, we had nothing to fear, we'd be rewarded. I'd wet my pants and shat in them something awful, too. I could hardly move. I wasn't the only one. None of the kids were able to walk right. But my mother caught a whiff while pressing me to her bosom. The stink was so terrible we had to make it fast. We couldn't stop to say goodbye to all my little friends. My studies were over. To get home even faster, we took a cab. We made a draft. The cab had funny windows that rattled all the way. She spoke of Caroline again.
How glad she'd have been to see you succeed. Ah, I only hope she has second sight.
My father was on the second floor with the lights out, waiting to hear the results. He was so excited he had taken in the sidewalk display and the lamps all by himself.
Auguste, he passed. Do you hear? He passed. He came through with flying colors.
He received me with open arms. He lit the lamp to get a good look at me. He gazed at me affectionately. I'd never seen him so moved. His whole mustache was trembling. "That's splendid, my boy. You've given us a lot of trouble, but now I congratulate you. Now you'll be starting out in life. The future lies open before you. If only you take the right course, the straight and narrow, work hard, struggle." I begged his forgiveness for having always been bad. I hugged and kissed him with all my heart. Only I stank so bad he began to sniff. "Ah, what's this?" He pushed me away. "Oh, the stinker, the little pig. He's filled the whole place with shit. Ah, Clemence, Clemence, for God's sake take him upstairs before I lose my temper. He's revolting." That was the end of his effusions. They scrubbed me hard. They drenched me in cologne. The next day we went looking for a really respectable establishment where I could start my business career. A place where they wouldn't be too easy on me, where they wouldn't let me get away with anything. If you really want to learn, you've got to be on the jump. That was Edouard's opinion. He had 20 years of experience. Everybody agreed with him. In business, it's absolutely essential to look your best. An employee who lets himself go is a disgrace to his firm. You're judged by your shoes. Never look down at the heel. The Prince Regent, near Les Halles, had been in business for a century. You couldn't hope for better. A lifelong reputation for ferocious pointed dress shoes. They were known as duckbills. Your toenails are driven into your flesh. The man of fashion is a cripple. My mother bought me 2 pairs, guaranteed to last forever. Then we went across the street to the deserving classes clothing store. We took advantage of the sales. I needed a complete outfit. She bought me 3 pairs of pants, of such good quality, so long-wearing that we took them a little bigger, with a 10-year hem. I was still growing fast. The jacket was as somber as possible. Besides, I kept my armband, my mourning for Grandma. I had to look thoroughly serious-minded. Collars are important, too. You mustn't go wrong. A wide collar can atone for a multitude of sins when you're young and scrawny. The only flight of fancy permitted was a frivolous snap-on bow tie. Naturally, there had to be a watch chain, but darkened, too, for mourning. I had the whole works. I looked respectable. I was all set. Papa wore a watch, too, but his was gold, a precision instrument. He counted every passing second on it to the very end. The long hand fascinated him, the one that goes around fast. He'd sit there for hours looking at it. My mother herself took me to introduce me to Monsieur Berlope, ribbons and trimmings, on the Rue de la Michaudière, just across the boulevard. Being the soul of honesty, she had told him all about me in advance, that he'd have his hands full with me, that I'd be a hard row to hoe, that I was pretty lazy, disobedient by nature, and passably scatterbrained. That was her idea. I always did my best. In addition, she warned them that I picked my nose incessantly, that it was a passion with me. She suggested that they try to shame me. She said they'd always been trying to better me, but it didn't help much. While listening to these details, Monsieur Berlope was slowly paring his nails. He looked thoughtful and grave. He was wearing a terrific vest sprinkled with golden bees. I remember his fan-shaped beard, too, and his round embroidered skull-cap that he didn't take off for us. Finally he answered. He'd try to train me. He still hadn't looked at me. If I showed willingness, intelligence, and zeal, well, he'd see. After a few months behind the counter, maybe they'd send me out on the road with a salesman to carry the sample cases. I'd get to know the customers. But before taking any chances, he'd have to see what I was good for. If I had a business head, if I was cut out for the job, if I had the competence, the loyalty. After what my mother had said, all that seemed mighty doubtful. While speaking, Monsieur Berlope ran a comb through his hair, spruced himself up, took a look at his profile. There were mirrors all over the place. He was doing us an honor in seeing us. Mamma never tired of saying so. It was a big favor to be interviewed by the boss in person. Berlope and Son didn't hire just anybody, not even on trial, not even without pay. The next morning at 7 o'clock sharp, I was already on the Rue Michaudière outside their iron shutter. I jumped to it. I helped the errand boy. I turned the crank for him. I wanted to show my zeal first thing. Of course, it wasn't Monsieur Berlope himself that broke me in. It was Monsieur Lavelong. He was a real bastard. You could see that right away. He had his eye on you all day long, always trying to catch you off your guard. Wherever you went, he came pussyfooting along behind you. He slithered after you like a snake from corridor to corridor, his arms dangling, ready to pounce, to crush you, on the lookout for a cigarette, for the least bit of a butt, for any poor tired bastard that sat down. Before I'd finished taking my coat off, he gave me the lowdown. "I am your personnel director. What's your name?" "Ferdinand, sir." "Well, you'd better get this straight. No monkey shines around here. If you're not absolutely up to snuff in a month from now, I personally will fire you. Understand? Have I made myself clear?" Having made himself clear, he vanished like a ghost between the piles of boxes. He was always mumbling something or other. When you thought he was miles away, he was right on top of you. He was a hunchback. He'd hide behind the customers. The salesman lived in terror of him from morning to night. He always had a smile on his face, but it was a special kind of a smile. Really poisonous. Silk gets into a worse mess than any other kind of material. All the different widths and lengths, the samples and leftovers, get rumpled and twisted and scattered all over the place. By the end of the day, it's a horrible sight. Enormous mounds, all tangled up like bushes. From morning to night, the store is full of dressmakers' errand girls, clucking and griping, never satisfied. They rummage, they complain, they splash around. The place is a nut house of silks and satins, wriggling and writhing with ribbons. After 7 o'clock, we have to put it all away. What a mess! There are too many of us. We suffocate in the stuff. An orgy of loose ends. Thousands and thousands of colors. Moire, satin, tulle. Wherever those yaks get a hand in, it's worse than a battlefield. There isn't a single box left. The numbers are all mixed up. We get the hell bawled out of us, and then some, by every louse in the department. Fat salesmen with slicked-down hair or wigs a la Mayol. Cleaning up is the apprentice's job. Rolling up the spools, pinning up ends, turning the baby ribbon, the masses of felt, macrame, velvet, the riot of changeable silk, all the leftovers, the whole sickening avalanche of remnants. It's all for the apprentices. You've hardly got it straightened out when some more wreckers start in, making more havoc, ruining all your work. They put on airs. They make idiotic remarks. They're so kittenish you want to puke, and always carrying their patterns around, looking for some other shade, the one we haven't got. In addition to this, I had my regular job that was pretty exhausting, running back and forth to the stockroom, about 50 times a day. It was on the 8th floor. I had to tote all the boxes, whole carloads of tag ends, of mixed-up snippets or plain rubbish. All the returns were my job. The marquisettes, big pieces and little pieces, the styles of a whole season, I hauled them up 7 flights. It was really a tough job, enough to kill a mule. With all my hurry and effort, my collar with the bow tie on it worked itself up around my ears, and yet it was double-starched. Monsieur Lavelong was very hard on me, and unfair. As soon as a customer came on the scene, he motioned to me to beat it. I wasn't ever allowed to hang around. I wasn't fit to be seen. Naturally, with all the layers of dust in the stockroom and the way I sweated, my face was one big smudge. But the moment I left, he began to give me hell for disappearing. It was impossible to please him. The other punks were in stitches at the way I was always running, the way I raced up the stairs. Lavelong wouldn't let me rest a minute. "A little sport is good for young people." That was his line. I'd hardly come down when they'd slip me another load. "Get going, kid. You can't fool me." Smocks were not worn in the garment district in those days. It wasn't considered proper. With the kind of work I was doing, my beautiful jacket was soon threadbare. "You're going to wear out more than you make," my mother complained. That wasn't hard, because I wasn't paid at all. It's true that in some trades the apprentices had to pay to learn. In a way, I was lucky. I was in no position to complain. I raced up to the stockroom with so much vigor that the other kids called me the squirrel. Even so, Lavelong always had it in for me. He couldn't forgive me for having been taken on by Monsieur Berlop. The mere sight of me gave him the gollywobbles. He couldn't stand my guts. He did everything he could to discourage me. He even complained about my shoes. He said I made too much noise on the stairs. It's true I had a tendency to walk on my heels. My toes hurt something terrible. Especially toward closing time, they felt like hot coals. "Ferdinand," he'd yell, "you're insufferable. You make more racket all by yourself than a whole bus line." That was an exaggeration. My jacket was coming apart in several places. I was a bottomless pit for suits. They had to have another one made out of one of Uncle Edouard's old ones. My father was in a constant temper. He was having the worst kind of trouble at the office. While he was away on vacation, those bastards, the clerks, had taken advantage of his absence to slander him. Monsieur Lemprant, his boss, believed every word they told him. His trouble was stomach cramps. When he was really in pain, he saw tigers on the ceiling. That didn't help. I didn't know what to do to make a good impression at Berlop's. The harder I raced up the stairs, the more Lavallon couldn't stand me. I really gave him a pain in the neck. Along around 5 o'clock, he went out for a cup of coffee, and I took the opportunity to take my shoes off for a minute up in the stockroom. I'd do it in the can, too, when nobody was there. So one day those cocksuckers go and tell the boss. Lavallon did a 100-yard dash. I was his obsession. He was there in 2 seconds flat. "Will you come out of there, you little skunk? Is that what you call working? Jerking yourself off in every corner you can find? Is that your way of learning the trade? Flat on your ass with your dick in the air? That's the younger generation for you." I found another place where I could give my dogs a little air. I'd hold them under the faucet. My shoes were always getting me in trouble. At home, too. After making such a sacrifice, my mother would never have admitted that she had bought them too narrow. It was just my laziness again, my unwillingness. I was always in the wrong. The stockroom where I took the boxes was little Andre's headquarters. His job was repairing the boxes and going over the numbers with a brush and blacking. He'd started in the year before. He lived miles away in the suburbs. He had a long way to travel. The hole he lived in was after Vanvay. The neighborhood was called the Coconut Palms. He had to get up at 5 o'clock so as not to spend too much on streetcars. He brought a basket. His grub was in it. It was closed with a rod and padlock. In the winter he didn't budge. He ate in the stockroom, but in summer he'd go out to the Palais Royal and eat on a bench. He'd leave a couple of minutes ahead of time to be there at 12 sharp when the cannon went off. He liked that. He never showed himself much. He always had a cold. He was always blowing his nose, even in the middle of August. His clothes were worse than mine, all patches. The other apprentices were always picking fights with him because he stuttered and didn't make sense. He preferred to stay upstairs. No one came up to bother him. His aunt whopped the hell out of him, too, especially when he peed in bed. Terrible lickings. He described them in detail. Mine were nothing in comparison. He wanted me to go to the Palais Royal with him. He wanted to show me the whores. He spoke to them, so he claimed. He had some sparrows, too, that would even fly down on his bread. But I couldn't go. I had to go straight home. My father had sworn he'd have me locked up in La Roquette if he caught me bumming around. On the subject of women, my father was a holy terror. If he suspected me of wanting to see what it was like, he flew into a ferocious temper. It was enough that I jerked off. He brought it up every day on the slightest pretext. He was suspicious of little Andre. He had the instincts of the common people. He was a hoodlum's kid. With me it was entirely different. I had respectable parents, and I shouldn't ever forget it. I was so reminded every night when I got home from Berlop's, so tired I couldn't see straight. I'd get an old-time thrashing if I dared to talk back. I'd better not keep bad company. I already had too many foul habits that I'd picked up God knows where. If I listened to little Andre, I'd be sure to end up a murderer. My father could swear to it. Actually, he regarded my loathsome vices as a part of his misfortunes, of the terrible troubles that fate had heaped on him. I did have terrible vices, it was undeniable. It was awful. That's the truth. He didn't know how to go about saving me, and I didn't know how to go about making amends. Some children are simply untouchable. Little Andre smelled bad. His smell was more acrid than mine, the smell of really poor people. He smelled up the whole stockroom. His aunt cropped his hair short with her own scissors. He looked like a lawn with a single tuft left in front. With all the dust he breathed in, the snot in his nose turned to putty. It was stuck tight. His favorite pastime was prying out a chunk and quietly eating it. Since we blew our noses with our fingers in the middle of all the blacking and boogers and numbers, we ended up looking like niggers. Little Andre handled about 300 boxes a day. His eyes were always dilated from trying to see in that attic. He kept his pants on with strings and safety pins. Now that I was doing the dumbwaiter work, he stopped coming in through the sales rooms. That was better for him. It spared him a lot of rough treatment. He came in through the court, slipped past the caretaker's lodge, and went up the outside stairs. If there were too many numbers, I'd stay late and help him. After hours, I was able to take my shoes off. When we wanted to shoot the shit, we had it pretty nice. On account of his nose, we slipped into a little nook between two beams, sheltered from the drafts. Andre was lucky with his feet. He had stopped growing. Two of his brothers were still living with another aunt in Les Lilas. His sisters were with his old man in Aubervilliers. His father read all the gas meters in the region. He hardly ever saw him. He didn't have time. Sometimes we showed each other our pricks. Besides, I told him what was going on downstairs in the sale rooms. The guys who were going to be fired, because some were always getting the axe. That was how those punks spent their time, getting each other fired by spreading stories, vicious lies. We'd also talk about the different methods of getting a look at a customer's ass when she sat down for a minute. Some of those errand girls were pretty wicked. Sometimes they'd put their feet up on a stool just to give you a view of their ass. Then they'd toddle away with a big grin. One of them showed me her garters as I was passing, and made sucking noises at me. I went upstairs to tell little Andre about it. We speculated. What would her crack be like? Was it very runny, and what color? Yellow, red? Did it burn? And her legs, the top part? We made sounds, too, with our tongues and saliva. We imitated the kissing routine. Even so, we knocked off 25 to 30 pieces an hour. Little Andre taught me the trick with the pin, which is the main thing to know when you're smoothing out the ends of the pieces, on the selvage, the little rim of the satin. One on each side. That's where you stick them. You've got to be careful not to mess up the smooth side. You've got to wash your hands first. It's a real art. At home, they realized I wasn't going to last long at Berlop's, that I hadn't started out right. La Vallon would run into Mamma around the neighborhood when she was out shopping. He'd always make some nasty remark. "Ah, madame, that little boy of yours, he's not a bad sort, but what a scatterbrain. Ah, how right you were. His head just isn't screwed on right. I really don't know what we'll be able to do with him. Everything he touches, he knocks it over. Ah la la." It was all a pack of lies. Lousy injustice. I knew it perfectly well. I wasn't so innocent any more. He told all those stinking lies so I'd go on working for nothing. He took advantage of my parents. Let them go on feeding me. He ran me down so he wouldn't have to pay me. There was nothing I could do about it. If I'd complained, they wouldn't have believed me. They'd only have yelled louder. Even a poor little punk like André was making 35 francs a month. They couldn't exploit him any worse. My father tortured his imagination about my future. Where could they send me? He was at his wit's end. I was no good for office work, probably even worse than he was. I had no education at all. If I failed in business, it was the end. Right away he was at half-mast. He clamored for help, and yet I tried. I worked up enthusiasm. I got to work hours ahead of time. I was the last to leave. And even so, they disapproved of me. I was always fouling things up. I was in a panic. Everything I did was wrong. If you haven't been through that, you'll never know what obsessive hatred really smells like. The hatred that goes through your guts all the way to your heart. Nowadays, I'm always meeting characters who complain, who bristle with indignation. They're just poor bastards that aren't getting anywhere. Jerks. Dinner-table failures. That kind of rebellion is for weak sisters. They didn't pay for it. They got it for nothing. They're drips. Where did they get it from? No place. The lycée, maybe. It's a lot of talk. Hot air. Real hatred comes from deep down, from a defenseless childhood crushed with work. That's the hatred that kills you. There'll be more of it, so deep and thick there will always be some left, enough to go around. It will ooze out over the earth and poison it so nothing will grow but viciousness among the dead, among men. Every night when I came home, my mother asked me if I hadn't been given notice. She was always expecting the worst. At supper we talked about it some more. The subject was inexhaustible. Would I ever earn my living? With all that kind of talk, I couldn't stand looking at the bread on the table. I was afraid to ask for any. I hurried through the meal. That drove my mother crazy, though she was a quick eater, too.
Ferdinand, you're doing it again. You don't even see what you're eating. You gulp it all down without chewing. You bolt your food like a dog. And the way you look, you're transparent, you're green. How do you expect to get any good out of your food? We do all we can for you, but you just waste your food.
Little André had a certain amount of peace in the stockroom. Lavalong hardly ever went up. As long as he painted his numbers, nobody bothered him much. André loved flowers. Invalids often do. He brought them in from the country and stuck them in bottles. He decorated all the rafters with them. One morning he even brought in an enormous bunch of hawthorn. The others saw him coming in. They couldn't stand it. They talked about it so much in front of Lavalong that he went up in person to have a look. He bawled the hell out of André and threw the whole bundle out in the court. Downstairs in the big showrooms they were all bastards, especially the shipping clerks. I've never known such stinkers, such a slimy lot of fishwives. They had nothing to think about but making packages. One of these characters was Magadour, a big tall guy in the Paris shipping department. He was the worst bastard imaginable. He went to work on André and turned him against me. They often came in together from the Porte des Lilas. He told him all kinds of crap to poison him against me. It was easy. André was very impressionable. All alone in his corner for hours on end in the stockroom, he was always mulling things over. All you had to do was hand him a line and get him worried. Once he was started, nothing could stop him. Any cock and bull story would do it. I come in and find him all in a dither.
"Is it true, Ferdinand?" he asks me. "Is it true that you want to take my job?"
His attack took me by surprise. I was flabbergasted. I couldn't understand. He went on.
"Oh, go on, save your breath. Everybody in the store knows all about it. I was the only one that didn't suspect. I'm a sap, that's all."
He was always pretty pale. Now he turned yellow. He always looked horrible with his snot and the gaps in his teeth. When he got excited, you couldn't stand to look at him. His face all covered with impetigo, the stubble on his head, the way he smelled. I couldn't bring myself to say anything. I was too much ashamed for him. I'd 1,000 times rather have been fired on the spot than have him suspect me of wanting to take his job. But then where would I go? That was a big decision to make. Much too big for me. All I could do was hang on, do my damnedest, try to clear myself. I tried to put him straight, but that bastard Mogadour had really rubbed it in. After that, he didn't trust me at all. He never showed me his prick any more. He was afraid I'd go and tell on him. He went to the crapper by himself to smoke in peace. He never even mentioned the Palais Royal any more. Between 2 trips to the 8th floor, hauling all the bundles, I collapsed under the mansard roof. I took off my shoes and my coat and waited for it to pass. André pretended not to see me. He had a copy of Illustrated Adventure Stories. He read it all by himself. He spread it out on the floor. If I spoke to him, even at the top of my lungs, he pretended not to hear me. He brushed in his numbers. Everything I could say or do made him suspicious. In his opinion, I was a traitor. If he were ever to lose his job, he had often told me, his aunt would give him such a licking he'd end up in the hospital. That was the story. I'd known it all along, but even so, I couldn't stand having him take me for a rat.
"Say, André,"
I said to him at my wit's end,
"you ought to know I don't want to get you fired."
He still didn't answer. He went on mumbling over his pictures. He read to himself out loud. I took a look to see what it said. It was the story of King Krogold. I knew the story well. I'd always known it, since Grandma Caroline. She'd taught me to read with it. All he had was one old number.
"Say, André," I said, "I know the whole story by heart. I know how it goes on."
He still didn't answer, but I was getting somewhere. I'd caught his interest. He didn't have the next number.
"Here's how it goes,"
I said, grasping at the opportunity.
"All the people of Christiania, the whole city, have taken refuge in the church, in the cathedral, under the vaulting. It's 4 times as big as Notre Dame. They all go down on their knees in there. Are you listening? They're afraid of King Krogold. They pray to heaven for forgiveness for having meddled in the war, for having protected Prince Gwendor, the traitor. They don't know where to go. There are 100,000 of them in the church. Nobody dares to leave. They're so scared they don't even know their prayers. They mumble a lot of gibberish. Old people, merchants, young people, mothers, priests, cowards, little children, beautiful dames, the archbishops, the constables, they're all shitting in their pants. They all lie flat in a heap, a terrible jumble, all grunting and moaning. The situation is so desperate they're even afraid to breathe. They entreat, they implore that King Krogold won't burn the whole place, but only the suburbs a little, that he won't burn everything to punish them. They're attached to their market, the granaries, the weighing house, the presbytery, the courthouse, the cathedral, St. Christiania, the most magnificent in the whole world. Nobody knows where to put himself. They're so cowed, how to disappear. And then, from down below, from beyond the walls, an enormous din is heard. It's King Krogold's advance guard. The clatter of heavy armor on the drawbridge. Ah, yes, they're coming all right, and the horsemen of his escort. King Krogold is at the gates. He rises up in his stirrups. The jangling of 1,000 suits of armor is heard. The knights crossing the suburb of St. Stanislas. The enormous city seems deserted. There's nobody in the king's path. Here comes the train of servants. The gate isn't wide enough. The wagons will never get through. They rip down the high walls on both sides. Everything comes tumbling down. Wagons, legions, barbarians rush through. Catapults, elephants with upraised trunks pour in through the breach. In the city everything is silent, frozen. Belfries, convents, houses, market stalls. Nothing stirs. King Krogold has stopped on the first steps of the parvis. Around him his 23 mastiffs mount the steps, yelping and leaping. His pack is famous for their prowess in hunting the bear and the aurochs. They've torn whole forests to pieces, from the Elbe to the Carpathians. In spite of the tumult, Krogold hears the sound of hymns, sung by that dense, hidden, harried crowd beneath the vaulting. Their prayer. The vast doors swing on their hinges, and Krogold sees them all seething and writhing before him. In the depths of the shadow, can the whole people be in hiding? He fears treachery. He doesn't go in. The organs rumble. Their thunder pours out through the triple porch. Defiance! This city is disloyal, and always will be. He orders the provost to clear the church at once. 3,000 henchmen storm in, bruising and battering, chopping and mauling. The crowd gives way, regroups around them, squashes against the doors, gathers in the aisles. The ruffians are sucked in. They charge and charge again. They aren't getting anywhere. Still in his saddle, the king waits. His charger, a huge, shaggy beast, paws the ground. The king is devouring a great big hunk of meat, a leg of mutton. He bites into it. He buries his fangs in it. He tears it to pieces. He's awful mad. What's this? No headway? The king hoists himself up in his stirrups again. He's the biggest bruiser of them all. He whistles. He calls. He gathers his mastiffs around him. He brandishes his big hunk of meat over his crown. He chucks it way out, into the darkness. It falls in the middle of the church, in the middle of the cowering mass. The whole pack bounds forward, howling. They spring up everywhere, leaping at throats, tearing, crunching. The panic is terrible. The yapping grows louder. The whole terrified flood pours out the doors, pushing, scrambling, a torrent, an avalanche, all the way to the drawbridges. They're dashed against the walls, between the lances and the wagons. The king's path is open. The whole cathedral is his. He spurs his horse. He enters. He orders all to be silent. The dogs, the people, the organ, the army. He rides another 2 lengths. He's past the 3 porches. Slowly he unsheathes his enormous sword. He makes a big sign of the cross with it, and then he hurls it away, far, far. It lands in the middle of the altar. The war is over. His brother, the bishop, approaches. He falls on his knees. He sings his credo. Say what you like, that makes an impression. Little Andre would really have liked me to go on, to throw in some more details. He liked nice stories. But he was afraid I'd begin to influence him. He fished around in his box. He jiggled his little pieces of zinc, his brushes. He didn't want me to cast a spell on him. He didn't want us to be friends like before. The same afternoon I came back up again with another load. He still wouldn't speak to me. I was good and tired. I sat down. I really wanted him to talk to me. "Say, Andre," I said, "I know the next chapter, too, when all the merchants go off to Palestine, with Thibault on the crusade, and they leave the troubadour behind to guard the castle, and Wanda, the princess. You never heard about that? It's marvelous, especially Wanda's vengeance, the way she washes away her affront in blood, the way she humiliates her father."
Little André pricked up his ears. He didn't want to interrupt me, but I heard faint sounds in the corridor. I didn't want to break the spell. Suddenly I saw Lavalong's fizz in the little window. I jumped. He must have come up that very second to catch me. Of course, somebody had tipped him off. I shot up. I put my shoes on. He just gives me a little sign.
"Splendid, Ferdinand, splendid. We'll attend to this later. Stay right where you are, my boy."
I didn't have to wait long. The next day I come home for lunch, and my mother gives it to me.
"Ferdinand,"
she starts right in, already resigned, absolutely convinced.
"Monsieur Lavalong has just left. Yes, in person. Do you know what he said? He doesn't want you on the job any more. Isn't that a fine how do you do? He was dissatisfied before, but this was the last straw. He tells me you hide in the attic for hours on end, instead of getting ahead with your work, and giving little André bad ideas. He caught you, don't deny it, telling stories, disgusting stories. Don't try to tell me any different. With a common child like that. A gutter snipe. Monsieur Lavalong has known us for 10 years, luckily, thank goodness. He knows we're not to blame. He knows how we work our fingers to the bone, both of us, your father and I, to give you everything you need. He knows the kind of people we are. He respects us. He wants to treat us kindly. He's asked us to take you back. Out of consideration for us, he won't dismiss you. He'll spare us the shame of it. Ah, when I tell your father, he's going to be sick."
Just then he comes home from the office. The moment he opened the door, she starts telling him the story. As he listened, he clutched the table. He couldn't believe his ears. He looked me up and down and shrugged his shoulders. The two of them collapsed with dismay. A monster like me was past understanding. He didn't bellow. He didn't even hit me. He only wondered how he could bear it. He gave up. He rocked his chair. Was all he said, back and forth. Then, finally, he spoke. "So you're even more unnatural, more underhanded, more abject than I imagined, Ferdinand?" Then he looked at my mother and called her to witness that there was nothing more they could do, that I was incorrigible. I myself was crushed. I searched the depths of my soul, trying to figure out what enormous vices, what unprecedented depravities I could be guilty of. I couldn't get it straight. I couldn't make up my mind. I found a whole raft of them, but I wasn't sure of anything. My father closed the session. He went up to his room. He wanted to be alone to think. I slept in a nightmare. The whole time I saw little André telling Monsieur Berlop awful things. The following afternoon my mother and I went to get my reference. Monsieur Lavalong gave it to us in person. Besides, he wanted to speak to me.
"Ferdinand,"
he said to me,
"out of consideration for your worthy parents, I'm not going to dismiss you. They are taking you back, of their own free will. You see the difference? Believe me, I'm sorry to see you leaving us. But I've got to face the facts. Your misconduct has undermined discipline in every department, and I'm responsible, you see. I have had to take measures. What's right is right. But let this setback be a lesson to you. What little you've learned will surely be of use to you somewhere else. Experience is never wasted. You'll have other employers. Maybe some will be even less indulgent. It was a lesson you needed. Well, Ferdinand, now you've had it. I only hope you benefit by it. At your age you can always make up for lost time." He shook my hand with a good deal of conviction.
My mother's emotion was indescribable. She dabbed at her eyes.
"Apologize, Ferdinand," she ordered me as we were getting up to go. "He's young, monsieur, he's young. Thank Monsieur Lavelong for giving you an excellent reference after all you've done. You don't deserve it, you know."
"Don't mention it, madame. It's nothing at all, I assure you. It's the least I could do. Ferdinand is not the first young man to start out on the wrong foot. Oh, no, far from it. 10 years from now, he himself, I can assure you, will come to me and say, 'Monsieur Lavelong, you did the right thing. You are a good man. Thanks to you, I found out what's what.' But today, he has it in for me. It's only natural." My mother protested. He tapped me on the shoulder. He showed us out. The very next day they took on another apprentice for the stockroom. I heard about it. He didn't last 3 months. He flopped down on every landing. The work killed him. But, innocent or guilty, a lot of good it did me. I was getting to be a real headache for the whole family. Uncle Edouard began to look for another job for me as a salesman. I'd have to start all over again. But it wasn't so easy for him this time. I'd have to try a different line. I already had a past. It would be best not to mention it. And that's what we decided. Once he'd recovered from the shock, my father started raving again. He drew up a complete inventory of all my faults, one by one. He searched for the vices hidden deep down in me like a scientist looking for mysterious phenomena. He let out diabolical screams. He was having his fits again. He was being persecuted by a whole carnival of demons. He really turned down the gas. He dragged everybody into it. Jews, schemers, social climbers, and most of all the Freemasons. I don't know what they had to do with it. He tracked his enemies to the ends of the earth. He got so lost in his apocalypse that in the end he forgot all about me. He laced into L'Empreinte, the monster with the stomach trouble, and Baron Maffaz, his managing director. Anybody and anything would do as long as he could rave and splutter. He made a terrible hullabaloo. The neighbors were in stitches. My mother dragged herself at his feet. He wouldn't stop bellowing. He remembered me and my future. He discovered the worst symptoms in me, the most abominable profligacy. Oh, well, he washed his hands of me, like Pontius Pilate. That's exactly what he said. His conscience was clear. My mother looked at me, her cross. It was sad, but she resigned herself. She'd never abandon me. Obviously, I was going to end on the gallows, and she'd stick by me all the way. We had only one thing in common in our family in the Passage, and that was our terror of going hungry. We all had plenty of that. It was with me from my first breath. They passed it right on to me. We were all obsessed with it. As far as we were concerned, the soul was fear. In every room the walls sweated fear of going without. It made us swallow the wrong way. It made us bolt our meals and run around town like mad. We zigzagged like fleas all over Paris, from the Place Maubert to the Étoile, for fear of being auctioned off, for fear of the rent, of the gas man, the tax collector. We were always in such a hurry I never had time to wipe myself properly. Since my dismissal from Berlopes, I had, in addition, all to myself, the fear of never getting anywhere in the world. I've known poor, unemployed bastards, hundreds of them, here and all over the world, people who were only half a step from the poorhouse. They hadn't managed right. To tell the truth, my main pleasure in life is being quicker than the boss when it comes to getting fired. I can see that kidney punch coming. I can smell it a mile off. I can tell when a job is folding. I've got some other little racket sprouting in my other pocket. Bosses are all stinkers. All they think about is giving you the gate. There's only one kind of real low-down fear, the fear of being out on your ass, flat broke and no job. I've always had one on hand, some lousy meal ticket. It doesn't matter what kind. I nibble at it, kind of like vaccinating yourself. I don't give a shit what it is. I lug it through the streets, the mountains, and the muck. I've had such cockeyed ones they had neither shape, size, nor taste. It's all one to me. It's no skin off my ass. The sicker they make me, the less I worry. I hate all jobs. Why should I make distinctions? You won't catch me singing any hymns of praise. I'd shit on the whole lot of them if I could. That's what it is to work for hire. Uncle Edouard was doing better and better in his hardware business. He mostly sold stuff for automobiles in the provinces, headlights and accessories. Unfortunately, I was too young to go on the road with him. I'd have to wait a while. Besides, after what had happened, I needed watching. Uncle Edouard wasn't so pessimistic about me. He didn't think my case was so hopeless. If I was no good at a sedentary job, he said, maybe I'd make a first-class traveling salesman. It seemed to be worth trying. Appearance was important. You had to have the right clothes. To make me really acceptable, they added a couple of years to my age. They got me an extra stiff collar. I'd wrecked all the others. They got me spats, too, nice and gray over my shoes, so my feet wouldn't look so enormous, so they wouldn't clutter up people's doormats. My father was skeptical. He had given up hope in my future. The neighbors put in their 2 cents worth. They all gave advice. Not that they expected much of my career. Even the passage caretaker was against me. When he went around lighting the lamps, he'd drop in at all the shops and bat the breeze. I'd turn out to be a screwball. That's what he told everybody. Sort of like my father, in his opinion. Good for nothing except pestering people. Luckily, there was Vizio, the sailor. He had a soft spot for me. He realized I was doing my best and contradicted everybody. He said I wasn't a bad kid. There was a good deal of talk, but I was still high and dry. They still had to find me a job. At that point, they began to wonder what they should have me sell. My mother wanted me to be a jeweler. That was her fondest hope. It struck her as eminently respectable. A jeweler's staff had to be more than neat and spruce. They had to look really smart, and they handled treasures behind gleaming counters. But jewelers are tough when it comes to trusting anybody. They're always trembling for their jewels. They can't sleep, they're so scared of being burgled, strangled, and set on fire. Christ! One thing that was indispensable was scrupulous honesty. On that score we had nothing to fear. With parents like mine, so meticulous, so strict about honoring their business obligations, I had a terrific reference. I could apply to any employer, the most obsessed, the most suspicious. With me, he could rest easy. Never, as far back as anybody could remember, had there been a thief in our family, not a single one. Once that was settled, we began to look around. Mamma reconnoitered some. She went to see the people we knew. They didn't need anybody. In spite of my good intentions, it was no cinch landing a job, even on trial. They outfitted me again to make me more attractive. I was getting to be as costly as an invalid. I'd worn out my suit completely. I'd gone through my shoes. In addition to my matching spats, they got me a new pair of shoes, Broomfields, the English brand, with enormous jutting soles. They looked like submarines. They got them twice too big, so they'd last a couple of years at least. They were awfully narrow. I thought I'd sprain my ankle, but I bore it with grim determination. I hobbled along the boulevards like a deep-sea diver. Once I was patched up, my mother and I headed for the addresses we had. Uncle Edouard gave us the ones he got from his friends. We found the rest in the directory. Madame Devon kept the shop every morning until noon while we went out job hunting. Believe me, we had no time for dawdling. We combed the whole Marais, door after door, and then the cross streets, Rue Quincampoix, Rue Galante, Rue aux Rue Vieille du Temple. We did the whole neighborhood, take my word for it, floor by floor. My mother hobbled along behind. Tip-tap, plunk, tip-tap, plunk. She'd offer my services to every family, to little home artisans huddled behind their globes. She offered me ever so kindly, as an extra tool, a useful little drudge, not at all demanding, clever, eager, energetic, and best of all, a fast runner. All in all, a good bargain, well-trained, obedient. At our timid ring on the bell, they'd open the door a crack. At first they were suspicious. Cigarette, immobilized, expectant, they'd peer at me over their spectacles. They'd take a good look. Not very appetizing, they decided. In the face of their blousy, wrinkled smocks, my mother would start her song and dance.
"You wouldn't be needing a young salesman, monsieur? I'm his mother. I thought I'd better come along. All he asks is to give satisfaction. He's a very well-behaved young man. You can easily make inquiries about him. We've been in business for 12 years in the Passage du Beresina. The child has been raised in business. His father works for the Coccinelle Fire Insurance Company. You must have heard of it. We're not rich, either one of us, but we don't owe anybody a single penny. We honor our obligations. His father in the insurance company."
We generally do 12 to 15 of a morning, all kinds. Jewel setters, cutters and polishers, chain makers, silversmiths, and even trades that have gone out of existence, like silver gilders and agate engravers. They examine us some more. They put down their magnifying glasses to get a better look, to make sure we're not bandits, murderers, escaped convicts. Once reassured, they became friendly, even sympathetic. Except they don't need anybody, not for the moment. They couldn't afford any overhead. They made their own calls. The whole family was in the business, all together, in their tiny niches. The 7 stories on the court were honeycombed with their burrows. Their workshops were like little caves carved out of the walls of what had once been fashionable houses. They'd stopped trying to keep up appearances. They lived on top of each other, wife, kids, grandmother, all working together. At the most, they'd take on an apprentice for the Christmas rush. My mother ran out of arguments and suggested as a last inducement that they take me on without pay. That really made them jump. They'd clam up tight and slam the door in our faces. They were suspicious of anybody who'd work for nothing. It looked shady as hell. We'd have to start all over again. My mother concentrated on inspiring confidence, but it didn't seem to get us very far. She couldn't very well represent me as an apprentice in stone setting or machining fine metal. It was too late for that. I'd never be handy with my fingers. The most I could expect to be was a blabbermouth, an outside salesman, a common, ordinary young man. My career had been bungled in every way. When we got home, my father wanted to know what was what. We were always empty-handed, and it drove him nuts. All evening he'd thrash around in the most terrible nightmares. You could have furnished a dozen loony bins with the contents of his dome. My mother's legs were all twisted from climbing stairs. She felt so funny she couldn't stop. She kept limping around the table, making the most terrible faces. She had drawing pains in her legs. She was racked with cramps. We'd race off bright and early to other addresses, all the same. Rue Réaumur, Rue Greneta, the Bastille, Rue des Jeuneurs, and especially the Place des Vosges. After several months of begging and stair-climbing, of puffing and pestering for nothing, my mother began to wonder whether people couldn't tell by the cut of my jib that I was nothing but an insubordinate little no-good. My father didn't doubt it for a moment. He'd known it for years. His certainty was reinforced every time we came home empty-handed, dazed, panting, dog-tired, wet from running, drenched inside and out with sweat and rain. "It's harder to get that kid a job than to liquidate our whole stock, and I don't have to tell you, Clemence, that wouldn't be easy." He hadn't been educated for nothing. He knew how to make comparisons, to draw inferences. My last suit was already sagging in all directions, with great big bags at the knees. Stairs are death on clothes. Luckily, I was able to borrow an old hat from my father. We wore the same size. It wasn't in very good shape, so I always held it in my hand. The part I wore out was the brim. People were awfully polite in those days. It was high time Uncle Edouard found me a decent address. We were really out of luck. We didn't know what to do. And then one day the whole thing got straightened out. He came in at lunchtime, beaming and burbling. He was absolutely positive. He'd gone to see this man, a master engraver. He was going to take me on. It was in the bag. Gorloge was his name. He lived on the Rue Elzévir, in an apartment on the 6th floor. He went in mostly for rings, brooches, embossed bracelets, and small repair jobs. He took anything that came his way. He struggled along from day to day. He didn't expect much. He tried to give satisfaction regardless. Edouard infected us with his confidence. We couldn't wait to see him. We didn't even finish our cheese. In 2 seconds flat, my mother and I were out in the street. A short bus ride, the boulevards, the Rue Elzévir. 5 flights. They were still at table when we rang the bell. They ate bread soup, too, big bowls of it, and then noodles with cheese, and nuts for dessert. They'd been expecting us. My uncle had sung my praises. We'd come at just the right moment. They didn't gild the pill. They didn't try to hide anything. They were having a hell of a time with their engraved ornaments. They made no bones about it. For 12 years there hadn't been anything doing. They were still waiting for things to pick up. They were moving heaven and earth, but the resurrection didn't come. The customers had other things in mind. Ruin was staring them in the face. Even so, Monsieur Gorloge was holding out. He was putting up a fight. He still had hope. He dressed like Uncle Arthur, the happy artist, with a goatee, a flowing bow tie, long pointed shoes, and a baggy smock all covered with wine spots. He sat there at his ease. He was smoking. You couldn't even see him behind the eddies of smoke. He fanned it away with his hand. Madame Gorloge sat across the table from him on a low stool. Her tits were squashed against the workbench. She was round all over, magnificent bulges. Her curves overflowed from her apron. She was cracking nuts with her fists. A staggering blow from way up, enough to split the table wide open. The whole workshop shook. She was quite a number. A former model. I found that out later. The type appealed to me. As for wages, the subject didn't even come up. We didn't want to be indiscreet. That would come later. I didn't expect him to offer anything. But then he made up his mind after all, just as we were leaving. He said I could expect a regular wage, 35 francs a month, transportation included, and besides I had prospects, a sizable bonus if by my efforts I succeeded in reviving the engraver's craft. He thought me a little young, but that didn't matter because I had the sacred fire, because I'd grown up in the racket, because I'd been born in a shop. It was a deal, all very heartwarming, one cheery remark after another. We went home to the Passage full of enthusiasm. The rainbow at last. We finished our meal. We emptied the jam pots. Papa took 3 helpings of wine. He let a fine fart, like he'd almost stopped doing. We kissed Uncle Edouard. There was wind in our sails again after the awful famine. The next day I went to the Rue Elzévir bright and early to get my collection. The way Monsieur Gorloge was lounging around when I came in, I thought he'd forgotten me. He was sitting at the wide-open window, looking at the rooftops. Between his knees he had a big bowl of coffee. He wasn't doing a damn thing, that was plain. The view amused him. The thousands of courtyards in the Petit Marais. He had a dazed, dreamy look. That can be mighty fascinating, it can't be denied. The lovely lacework of slate, the light playing over it, the intermingled colors, the way the gutters twist and twine, and the sparrows hopping about, and the wisps of smoke coiling over the deep chasms of shadow. He motioned me to keep my trap shut and listen to things, to take in the scene. He didn't like to be disturbed. He must have thought me rather uncouth. He gave me a sulky look. All around the court, from top to bottom, at every window, it was like a Punch and Judy show. Heads popping out, bald ones, bushy ones, pale faces, squealing, griping, whistling, and then different noises. A watering can tips, falls, bounces down on the big cobblestones below. A pot of geraniums slips and flops kerplunk on the concierge's lodge. It breaks into smithereens. The concierge comes bounding out of her grotto, flinging her cries out into space. Help! Bloody murder! The whole house is in an uproar. Every pest in the place rushes to the window. They spew fire. They spit at each other. They challenge each other across the void. They're all yelling at once. You can't make out who's in the right. Monsieur Gorloge hangs out the window. He doesn't want to miss one crumb. He's crazy about these scenes. When things quiet down, he's heartbroken. He heaves a sigh, and then another. He goes back to his bread and butter. He pours himself another bowl. He offers me some coffee, too. Ferdinand, he finally says, I'd better tell you again that it's not going to be any sinecure selling my merchandise. I've had 10 salesmen already. They were good boys, nothing wrong with them, and plenty of grit. Actually, you're the 12th, because to tell you the truth, I've tried my hand at it too. Well, there you have it. Anyway, come back tomorrow. I'm not informed today. And, well, no, hang around a while. Monsieur Antoine will be coming in. Maybe I ought to introduce you. Oh, well, you might as well be leaving at that. I'll tell him I've hired you. Won't he be surprised? He doesn't like salesmen. He's my first assistant, my foreman, in fact. He's a tough customer, no doubt about that. You'll know that as soon as you lay eyes on him. But he's very helpful. Yes, I can't deny it. I want you to meet little Robert, too, our apprentice. He's a good kid. You'll get along fine, I'm sure. He'll give you the collection. It's in the bottom of the closet. It's unique, see what I mean? It's pretty heavy, though. About 30 pounds. Nothing but models, copper and lead. The earliest pieces date back to my father. He had some beautiful things, unique. I remember seeing his Trocadero, all hand-carved, mounted as a diadem. Can you imagine? It was worn twice. I still have the photograph. I'll show it to you one of these days." Gorloge was sick of explaining. He was disgusted again, fed up. He made a last effort. He put his feet on the table. He let out a deep sigh. He was wearing embroidered slippers. I can still see them, with kittens running around on them. "Well, Ferdinand, better go on home. Give your mother my best regards. On your way out, would you tell the concierge to run over to the café at number 26 and make a phone call for me? Tell her to call the Three Admirals Hotel and see if Antoine is sick. He's plumb crazy. To find out if anything has happened to him. He hasn't been in for 2 days now. She can yell up to me from the court. Tell her to look it up in the phone book. The Three Admirals. Tell her to send up some milk. The old lady isn't feeling very well. Tell her to send up the paper, any old paper. Well, maybe the sports news." It wasn't the next day, but the day after, that I finally got to see the collection. Gorloge had understated. 30 pounds. It weighed at least twice that much. He had vaguely suggested certain sales techniques, but nothing very definite. He wasn't really sold on any of them. I could do exactly as I pleased. He relied on my initiative. I expected horrors, but I've got to admit I had a sinking feeling when I saw that mess close up. It was unbelievable. Never had I seen such a lot of disgusting monstrosities all at once. A challenge. A pocket inferno. Everything we opened was horrible. Nothing but gargoyles and bottle imps, made out of lead, turned and tortured, fussed and finicked. It turned your stomach. The whole symbolist orgy. Chunks of nightmare. A putty Samothrace. More victories in the shape of little clocks. Necklaces made out of medusas, coils of snakes. More chimeras. Hundreds of allegorical rings, one crappier than the next. My work was cut out for me. All those things were supposed to be put on fingers, on belts, or stuck in ties, or hung on somebody's ears. It was unbelievable. Somebody was expected to buy them. Who? Great God, who? No form of dragon, demon, hobgoblin, or vampire was missing. A complete collection of nightmares, a whole world of sleepless nights, the manias of a whole insane asylum served up as trinkets. I was going from punk to horrible. Even in my grandmother's store on the Rue Montorgueil, the most moth-eaten white elephants were things of beauty by comparison. I'd never be able to make a living with such garbage. I was beginning to see the point about the 10 saps before me. They must have been floored. These nightmares weren't being sold any more. Since the last of the Romantics, people had tucked them away in terror. Many people were still passing them around in families, when somebody died, but taking plenty of precautions. It wouldn't be safe to show such loony stuff to people who hadn't been warned. They might feel offended. Even Gorloge was afraid to do it, in person, that is. He'd given up buffeting the tide of fashion. The heroism was for me. I was the last salesman. Nobody had stuck it out for more than 3 weeks. He himself did nothing but prospect for small repair jobs, to keep the shop going until fashions should change. He had kept up a few connections in the trade, friends from better days who wouldn't have wanted to let him starve. They sent jobs his way, settings and patchwork, disgusting toil, but he never touched a finger to it himself. He passed it all on to our Antoine. Gorloge was an engraver. He wasn't going to ruin his touch doing menial work. He wasn't going to lose his standing and reputation for a few sous. No, sir. On that score he was adamant. At 9 o'clock sharp, I climbed the stairs on the Rue Elsevier. I didn't wait for him to come down. I flung myself on Paris right away, armed with my zeal and my few pounds of samples. Seeing as I was the outside man, they gave me a good outing. I was used to it, from the Bastille to the Madeleine. Miles and miles, all the boulevards, every single jewelry store, one by one, not to mention the little side streets. There was no room in my heart for discouragement. To revive the customer's taste for engraved articles, I'd have cut the moon into little pieces. I'd have eaten my dragons. Pretty soon I myself was executing all their grimaces as I walked. Frantically conscientious, I'd wait my turn on the salesman's bench outside the buyer's room. I ended up believing in the renaissance of the jewel engraver's art. I had the faith of a crusader. I didn't even see my competitors. They went into gales of laughter whenever they heard my name called. When it came my turn at the window, I'd put on my most winning smile, all sweetness and light. Quietly, from behind my back, I'd produce my little jewel case containing the least loathsome items, and put it on the counter. The beast didn't even bother to say anything. He just made a gesture meaning to clear out, that I was a dirty-minded brat. I hurried on, farther and farther. A fanatic doesn't calculate. Dripping wet in my shell, or consumed with thirst, according to the season, I tried the most insignificant little shops, the grimiest little watchmakers, cowering in their suburbs between lamp and globe. From La Chapelle to Les Moulineaux, I did them all. I found a gleam of interest in a junk dealer in Pierrefitte and a rag picker in Saint-Maur. I tried the shopkeepers who've been dozing all around the Palais Royal ever since the days of Camille Desmoulins, under the Arcades Montpensier, the stalls in the Galerie des Pas Perdus, shopkeepers who've lost all hope, grown stiff and sallow behind the counter. They don't want to live, and they don't want to die. I galloped over to the Odeon, to the last of the Parnassian jewelers in the arcades around the theater. They weren't even starving any more. They digested dust. They had their models, too, all of lead, almost identical with mine, enough for 1,000 coffins, and a whole raft of mythological necklaces, and mounds of amulets, a mass so dense that the counters were sinking into the ground. They were shoulder-deep in the rubbish. They were disappearing, turning into Egyptians. They didn't even answer when I spoke. Those guys really gave me a scare. I went back to the suburbs. When I had ventured too far in my hunt for enthusiasm, when I was caught by nightfall and felt kind of lost, I'd hurry up and take a bus so as not to get home too late. My parents left me 15 francs out of my monthly 35. It melted away in fares. Without meaning to, by the sheer force of circumstances, I was getting pretty extravagant. Of course, I should have walked, but then it goes out in shoe leather. Monsieur Gorloge even got around to the Rue de la Paix looking for repair work. The ladies who ran the fashionable shops might have taken a shine to him. The only thing that prevented him from really making a hit was that he wasn't very clean. On account of his beard, it was always full of scabs. His psychosis, as he called it. I'd often catch sight of him in a doorway, scratching furiously. Then he'd walk away happy as a lark. He always had a few rings in his pocket to alter, to change the size, a brooch to weld, the one that never stays closed, a watch chain to shorten, some trinket or other, enough to keep his business running. He wasn't very demanding. It was Antoine, his one assistant, who did all these little jobs. Gorloge never touched them. As I was going down the boulevards, I'd run into him. I'd recognize him in the distance. He didn't walk like other people. He took an interest in the crowd. He looked in all directions. I could see his hat turning on its hinges. He also attracted attention by the polka dots on his vest and his hearty manner. He made you think of a musketeer. "Well, Ferdinand, how are you doing? Still going strong? Still in there fighting? Everything all right? Everything okay?"
"I'm fine, Monsieur Gorloge, really fine."
I'd stand up straight to answer him, despite the crushing weight of my saddlebags. My enthusiasm was undiminished, except that what with making nothing, selling nothing, and hiking all day with that heavy collection, I was getting thinner and thinner. Except for my biceps, of course. My feet were still growing. My soul was growing, and everything else. I was getting to be sublime. When I got back from my selling tour, I'd run a few more errands for the shop. To some artisans, to the wholesalers for jewel cases. All that was in the same street. Little Robert, the apprentice, was better off tinkering with little settings, filing open work, or even sweeping out the joint. There was never much harmony in the Gorloge household. They yelled at each other at the top of their lungs, even louder than in our house. Especially between Antoine and the boss, there were terrible brawls. No more respect, especially on Saturday evenings when they settled accounts. Antoine was never satisfied. Whether they figured by the piece, by the hour, by the week, regardless of the system, he always complained. And yet he was his own boss. There were no other helpers.
"Your lousy joint! You can stick it up your ass. How many times do I have to tell you?"
That was the tone they took with each other. You should have seen Gorloge's face. He scratched his beard. He was so upset he'd nibble at the scales. Some days Antoine got so mad about money that he threatened to smash the glass globe on his head. Every time I expected him to leave, but not at all. It was getting to be a regular habit, like with us at home. But Madame Gorloge didn't get upset like Mamma. The roaring and bellowing didn't interfere with her knitting. Whenever things began to look desperate, little Robert would crawl under the workbench. There he was safe. But he wouldn't miss a second of the corrida. He'd eat a slice of bread and butter. When there wasn't a sou in the place to pay Antoine on Saturday, we'd always, at the last minute, find a few coins in the bottom of a drawer to round out the sum. There was always something. We even had our emergency fund in the big kitchen closet, our cargo of cameos, our stock of delirium, our mythological treasure. That was our last resort. It was no time for hesitation. In the leanest weeks, I'd unload them by weight, someplace, any place. At the Village Suisse, across the street at the Temple, on the sidewalk at the Porte Cromlin. They'd always bring in 5 francs or so. Never since engraving had gone out had a single gram of gold spent more than 3 days at Gorloge's. What repair work we picked up we'd deliver in a hurry, the same week. Nobody was very trusting. 3 or 4 times on Saturdays I took care of the deliveries, to the Place des Vosges, the Rue Royale, as usual on the run. In those days nobody talked about hardship. It wasn't until much later that people began to realize how lousy, rotten it was to be a worker. The suspicion was just dawning. About 7 in the evening, in the middle of the summer, it wasn't cool on the Boulevard Poissonnière on my way back from my cross-country efforts. I remember that we'd stop at the fountain, under the trees by the Théâtre de l'Ambigu, and toss off 2 or 3 cups of water. We even had to wait in line. We'd sit down on the steps of the theater and rest a minute. There were stragglers from all over, still trying to get their breath. It was a perfect place for collectors of cigarette butts, sandwich men, pickpockets, bookmakers on the prowl, small-time pimps, and bums of every description, by the tens and dozens. You'd hear talk about hard times, about little bets you could make, horses that were sure to place, and news of the velodrome. We'd pass La Patrie from hand to hand for the races and the want ads. The song hit at the time was Machiche. Everybody'd whistle it while sauntering around the kiosk, waiting to take a leak. And then we'd cross the street and start off again. The dust was thickest on the Rue du Temple, where the street was being ripped up. They were digging for the metro. Then came the square with the trees on it, a lot of alleys, the Rue Greneta, the Rue Beaubourg. The Rue Elsevier is a long way, around 7 in the evening. It's way at the other end of the district. Little Robert the apprentice. His mother lived in Épernay. He sent her all his pay, 12 francs a week, plus his board. He slept under the workbench on a mattress that he rolled up himself in the morning. I watched my step with the kid. I was very careful. I didn't tell any stories. I'd decided to keep my nose clean. Antoine, our skilled assistant, was awfully strict. He'd smack him for nothing at all. But he liked the job all the same, because after 7 nobody bothered him. He could have fun on the stairs. The court was full of cats. He'd bring them scraps. On his way back upstairs, he'd look through all the keyholes. That was his main amusement. When we got to know each other better, he told me all about it. He showed me his system of looking into the can to see the women pissing right on our landing. 2 holes in the door. He'd put little plugs in them when he was through. He'd seen them all. Madame Gorloge, too. She was the biggest slob of the lot. He could tell by the way she picked up her skirts. He was a peeping Tom by instinct. It seemed she had thighs like monuments, enormous pillars, and so much hair on her pussy the fur went up so high it covered her belly button. Robert had seen her right in the middle of her monthlies. It splattered up the whole shithouse. She had the most amazing ass. You can't imagine. He promised to show me. And something even worse, another hole he had bored, something really terrific, in the bedroom wall, right next to the bed. And there was still another way. If you climbed up on the stove in the corner of the kitchen, you could look down through the transom and see the whole bed. Little Robert would get up at night just for that. Lots of times he'd watch the Gorloges fucking. The next day he told me all about it, except he could hardly stand up from jerking off so much. Little Robert worked mostly with filigree, the rough polishing. He had a file no thicker than a hair that he stuck into the tiniest openings. He'd also put patina on the finished pieces. It was close work. Those things were as fine as cobwebs. He'd squint at them until his eyes hurt. Then he'd stop and sprinkle the floor. Antoine never let him get away with anything. He always had it in for him. He couldn't stand my guts either. We wanted to catch him laying Madame Gorloge. Apparently he did. Robert said so, but he wasn't really sure. Maybe it was a red herring. At the table during meals, Antoine was insufferable. You had to watch your step. At the slightest word, he'd fly off the handle and start packing up his tools. They'd promise him a raise, 10 francs, maybe only 5. "Go shit in your hat," he'd say, right to Gorloja's face. "You give me a good pain in the ass. How can you make promises when you haven't got a pair of shoes to your name? Bullshit." "Don't get excited, Antoine. I assure you that things are going to pick up. One of these days, I'm positive. Soon. Sooner than you think." "Balls. They'll pick up when I'm an archbishop." That was the way they spoke to each other. The sky was the limit. The boss would stand for anything. He was so scared Antoine would pick up and leave. He didn't want to do anything by himself. He didn't want to ruin his hands. While waiting for the Renaissance, his main pleasure in life was his cup of coffee and looking out the window smoking his pipe. The neighborhood panorama. He didn't like anybody to talk to him. You could do anything you pleased as long as you didn't bother him. He told us so perfectly frankly. "Just pretend I'm not here." I still wasn't finding any takers, neither wholesale nor retail. I still had every one of my bats and chimeras on my hands, and yet I hadn't left a stone unturned. From the Madeleine to Belleville, I'd been everywhere. I'd tried everything. From the Bastille to St. Cloud, there wasn't a single door that I didn't open sooner or later. Every junk dealer, every watchmaker from the Rue de Rivoli to the cemetery of Bagneux, every little yid knew me, every punk, every goldsmith. All I got was the brush off. They didn't want anything. This couldn't go on forever. Even bad luck gets tired. Finally, one day it happened. A miracle. On the corner of the Rue Saint-Lazare. I'd been passing the place every day, and I'd never stopped. They sold Chinese bric-a-brac, not 100 yards from La Trinité. Funny, I hadn't noticed before that they went in for grimaces, too, and not little ones, great big ones. Whole windows full of them. And they weren't just kidding. They were real horrors, pretty much like mine, every bit as ugly. But they went in more for salamanders, flying dragons, Buddhas with enormous bellies, all gilded, furiously rolling their eyes. Smoke was coming up from behind the pedestal, like an opium dream, and rows of arquebuses and halberds all the way up the ceiling, with fringes and sparkling glass beads. Real fun. Lots of snakes, too, spitting fire, twined around columns, wriggling down toward the floor. And along the walls 100 flaming parasols, and next to the door a devil, life-size, surrounded by toads with wide-open eyes, lit by thousands of lanterns. Since they sold that kind of truck, the idea came to me, a real inspiration, that they might like my little things. I screw up my courage. I push through the door, with my saddlebags. I unpack. Of course, I stammer a little at first, then finally the patter begins to flow. The guy was a little character with slanting eyes and a voice like an old woman, as sly as they come. He was wearing a silk dress with a flower design and clogs. In short, he looked like a Chinese goblin, except for his soft hat. At first he didn't say much, but I could see I was making an impression with my large selection of charms, my mandrakes, my knots of medusas, my Samothrace brooches. For a Chink, it was hot stuff. You had to have come a long way to appreciate my collection. Finally he thawed. In fact, he was frankly excited, enthusiastic, exultant. He even stuttered with impatience. He came right out with it. "I believe, my dear little young man, that I shall be able to do something for you." And he went on in his sing-song. He knew an art lover near the Luxembourg, a very respectable gentleman, a real scholar, who was crazy about high-class artistic ornaments, exactly my style. This guy was a Manchu. He was here on vacation. He filled me in. I mustn't talk too loud. He couldn't stand noise of any kind. He gave me his address. It wasn't a very good hotel. It was on the Rue Soufflot. All the chink on the Rue Saint-Lazare wanted for himself was a little present, if I got the order. Only 5%. It wasn't much. I signed his little paper. I didn't waste a second. I even jumped into the Odeon bus on the Rue des Martyrs. I tracked down my art lover. I show him my boxes. I introduce myself. I dig out my samples. He's even more slant-eyed than the other guy. He's wearing a long dress, too. He's delighted with my stuff. He makes a whole speech about his pleasure at discovering such beautiful things. Then he shows me on the map where he came from. From the end of the world, even a little farther, way off in the left-hand margin. This was the Mandarin on vacation. He wanted something beautiful to take home with him, except he wanted to have it engraved to order. He'd even selected his model. He just had to have it. He wanted me to make it up for him. A real order. He explained where I could go to copy it. It was in the Galliera Museum on the 3rd floor in the middle showcase. I couldn't go wrong. He made me a little sketch. He wrote the name in big letters. Sakyamuni, it was called. The God of Happiness. He wanted an exact copy of it for a tie pin, because back home, as he told me, I dress in the European style. I'm the Chief Justice. He'd got this idea. He was very trusting. He gave me 200 francs just like that to buy the gold with. It was more convenient. That way we wouldn't lose any time. I can swear I made a face like Buddha myself when I took those 2 bills. This weird way of doing things knocked me for a loop. I staggered on my way down the boulevard. I was so dizzy I almost got myself run over. Finally, I get to the Rue Elsevier. I tell the whole story. What luck when we'd given up hoping. Engraving was coming back. Gorloge had been right. We drank on it. Everybody hugged and kissed me. Everybody made up. We went out and changed the 200 francs. There was only 150 left. Gorloge and I went to the museum to sketch the little chink. He was mighty interesting in his little case, all alone, still as a mouse, on a little camp chair, laughing to himself, holding a shepherd's crook. We took our time. We copied our sketch and reduced it 1 to 100. We made a little model. It all went off fine. Then Robert and I dashed over to the Comptoir Judeo-Suisse on the Rue Francoeur for some 18-karat gold, 100 francs worth at one throw, and 50 francs worth of solder. We put the little ingot away carefully. We double-locked the safe. That hadn't happened in 4 years. Keeping metal overnight on the Rue Elsevier. When the model was finished, we sent it to be cast. 3 times they messed it up. They had to start all over again. Founders never know what they're doing. The time passed. We were getting annoyed. And then finally they caught on. All in all, it wasn't bad. The god was beginning to shape up. It only needed to be finished, polished, and engraved. Then we had lousy luck. The cops came looking for Gorloge. The whole house is in an uproar on account of his 4 weeks of military service. No further postponement was possible. He'd already had too many. He couldn't miss the big maneuvers. No 2 ways about it, he'd have to leave the God of Happiness unfinished. It wasn't the kind of job you could do in a hurry. It needed fine finishing. Since there was no way out, this is what Gorloge decided. Antoine would finish the job. He'd take his time, and I'd deliver it. There was only another 100 francs to collect. Gorloge would collect in person. He made that very clear when he got back from his hitch. He was awfully suspicious. If our Chinaman liked it, we'd make more. We'd make a whole pile of Sakya Munis in solid gold. What could stop us? The future, as we saw it, was one glowing sunrise. Why wouldn't the renaissance of engraved ornaments come to us from the Far East? Why not? Our whole stairway, Stairway B, was buzzing with our story. All the little tinkers upstairs and downstairs were flabbergasted at our luck. They couldn't get over it. What a windfall! There were rumors that we were getting checks from Peking. Gorloge hung around to the last minute. He was building up to a mess of trouble. He and Antoine took turns working on the little character. There were crazy details, things so small, so tiny you couldn't see them properly even with a magnifying glass. The little chair, the shepherd's crook, especially his little puss. It was hard to catch that tiny little smile. They were still scraping away particles with a fine tool, as sharp as a fingernail. He was almost done. It was a perfect copy. But even so, maybe Antoine had better give it a little more thought. Go back to it in 4 or 5 days. Then it would be really first class. Finally, Gorloge made up his mind to get going. It was high time. The cops had been back again. The next day when I got there, I saw him. He was dolled up like a soldier from top to toe. The enormous floating cape, with 2 buttons so you could turn up the corners like a sack of French fries, the kepi with the green pompon, and the bright red pants that went with it. That's what he was wearing when he went downstairs. Little Robert carried his musette bag. It was packed mighty full. There were 3 camemberts, so much alive that everybody made remarks, and 2 quarts of white wine and some smaller bottles, an assortment of socks, and his woolen nightgown for sleeping in the open. The neighbors all came trooping down in denims and slippers. They were all hawking like mad, spitting all over the doormats. They wished him luck. I took Gorloge to the station. I left him outside the Gare de l'Est, on the corner of the Boulevard Magenta. He was worried about having to leave right now with this job on hand. He kept giving me instructions. It burned him up that he couldn't finish it himself. Finally, he said goodbye. He told me to be good. He followed the sign. The whole place was full of soldiers. Some of the guys said we were blocking the traffic with our gab fest. I had to beat it. When I got back to the Rue Elsevier, I passed by the lodge. The concierge calls me.
"Hey," she says, "come in here a minute, Ferdinand. So he's gone? So he finally made up his mind? Well, anyway, he won't be cold out there. They'll make it plenty hot for him. It's a good thing he took all those bottles, 'cause they're going to make it mighty rough for him. Phew, the bastards. They'll make your cuckold sweat." She said all that to get me started, to make me talk. I didn't answer. I was fed up on gossip. That's the God's truth. I was getting to be very cautious. I was right, but I wasn't cautious enough, as I was soon to find out. Once the boss was gone, little Robert couldn't contain himself. He was determined to see Antoine and the patron fucking. He said it would happen. It was bound to. He was a natural-born peeping Tom. The first week we didn't see much. So as to keep the shop running, it was me that went over to the Rue de Provence and down the boulevard looking for repair work. I brought back what I found. It was barely enough. I didn't tote my collection around any more. That would have made them throw me out. Antoine went on fussing with the little priest. He was doing fine. He knew his business.
About the second week, the patronne suddenly began to change. She'd always been kind of standoffish. When Gorloge was there, she hardly ever spoke to me. All of a sudden, she began to be friendly, ingratiating, intimate. At first, I thought there was something phony about it, but I kept my suspicions to myself. I decided maybe it was because I was getting to be more useful, because I was bringing in little jobs. Still, they weren't getting us any dough. Not one of our bills had been paid. Gorloge, who was always suspicious, had made it very clear that we weren't to collect a single bill. He'd do all that when he got back. He'd notified the customers. One morning I came in early and found Madame Gorloge already up, roaming around the room. She pretended to be looking for something by the workbench. She was wearing a swishy dressing gown. For my money, she was acting pretty weird. She comes close. She says to me,
"Ferdinand, on your way home from your errands this evening, be a good boy and bring me a little bunch of flowers. It'll cheer the place up."
She heaves a sigh.
"Since my husband went away, I haven't had the heart to go out."
She waggled her ass around the room. She was putting on a seduction act. That was plain. The door to her bedroom was wide open. I could see her bed. I didn't bat an eyelash. I didn't make a move. Antoine and Robert came up from the cafe. I didn't breathe a word. That evening I brought back 3 peonies. That was all I could afford. There wasn't any money left in the till. As far as I was concerned, it was plenty. I knew I'd never be paid back. And then Antoine gets polite, too, almost palsy-walsy, when only a week before he'd done nothing but yell at us. He was perfectly charming. He didn't even want me to go out any more, to go looking for work. "Take it easy," he said. "Stick around the shop. Watch us work. You'll learn something. You'll make your rounds later." In spite of all our shilly-shallying, the pin was finished. It came back from the polishers. It was my job to deliver it. Just then the patron gets a letter from Gorloge. He said we shouldn't hurry. We should keep the pin a while, wait for him to get back. He'd take it to the Chinaman himself. Meanwhile, if I felt like it, I could show it to some of our customers, the ones that would appreciate it. Right away I began to feel worried. Everybody admired the little character, that's a fact. He looked real good on his little throne, Sakya Muni in solid gold, 18 carats after all. That meant something in those days. You couldn't have asked for anything finer. All our neighbors came around and complimented us, and some of them were connoisseurs. It was an honor to the house. Our customer could have no cause for complaint. Gorloge was going to be away for another 10 days. That left me plenty of time to show it around the shops.
"Ferdinand,"
the patron advised me,
"why don't you leave it here at night in your drawer? Nobody'll touch it, you know. You can pick it up again in the morning."
I preferred to keep it in my pocket and take it home with me. That struck me as much more conscientious. I even fastened it with safety pins, a great big diaper pin and 2 little ones, one on each side. Everybody laughed. "He won't lose it," they said. The way our shop was situated, right under the tiles, it was awfully hot. Even at the end of September, the heat was so bad we were always drinking. One afternoon, Antoine went off his rocker from guzzling so much. He was singing so loud you could hear him all over the court as far as the concierge's lodge at the other end. He'd brought up some absinthe and a lot of little cakes. We all nibbled. Robert and I put all the little bottles out under the faucet on the landing to cool. We bought them on credit, whole baskets full. There was trouble, though. The grocers got mean. It was crazy in a way. We'd all gone berserk. It was the hot weather and the freedom. The patron joined us. Antoine sat right beside her. We laughed to see them necking. He went looking for her garters. He lifted her skirts up. She was giggling like a goat. She was irritating as hell. You wanted to sock her. He pulled out one of her tits. She just sat there beaming. He poured out the rest of the bottle. Robert and I finished it. We licked the glass. It was better than Banyuls. In the end, everybody was crocked. The frenzy of the senses. Antoine hiked up her skirts completely, at one stroke, way over her head. He got up, too, and just as she was, all bundled up in her skirts, he pushed her into the bedroom. She was still laughing. She had the giggles. They closed the door behind them. She went right on cackling. The time had come for Robert and me to climb up on the kitchen stove and watch the show. It was a good place, ringside. You could see the whole bed. We couldn't miss a trick. Right away, Antoine pushed the fat mama down on her knees. He was awfully brutal. She had her ass up in the air. He tickled and teased her. He couldn't find her dingbat. He tore her ruffles. He tore everything in sight. And then he attacked. He took out his cock. He began to charge her. And it was no make-believe. I hadn't expected he could be so wild. I couldn't get over it. He was grunting like a pig. She was making noises, too, louder and more piercing every time he charged. Robert had told me the truth about her ass. We could see it good now. All red, enormous, scarlet. Her fine lace panties were all in tatters and sopping wet. Antoine was coming in like a battering ram. You could hear the smack. They wrestled like savages. The way he was going at her, I was sure he'd kill her. His pants were dragging on the floor. His smock was still in his way. He ripped it off with one tug. It fell right next to us. He was naked now, except he still had his slippers on, the boss's, the ones with the embroidered kittens. He was so excited he skidded on the carpet. He banged his head against the bar of the bed. He was madder than a hornet. He felt his head. He had bumps. He slipped out. He bounded back in a fury. "You stinking bitch!" he bellows at her. "You lousy whore!" He drives his knee into her ribs. She tries to get away. She begins to simper and moan. "Antoine, oh, Antoine, darling, I can't stand it. Stop, I implore you. Be careful. Don't make me a kid. I'm wringing wet." That was for the birds. She was asking for more. "Go on, you old cow. Shut your trap. Open your basket." He didn't listen to her. He put her back on again with 3 enormous clouts in the gizzard. Bam! They resounded. She gasped for breath, the stinker. She wheezed like a bellows. I wondered if he was going to kill her, finish her off on the spot. He gave her another vicious clout, right while he was pumping. They were both roaring like wild animals. She was coming. Robert was green around the gills. We climbed down off our diving board. We went back to the workbench. We didn't say a word. We'd wanted a show. We'd had our money's worth. Except it was dangerous. The corrida was still going on. We went down to the court to get the pail and brooms, supposedly to clean up. We went in to see the concierge. We thought that was a better place to be in case he strangled her. There was no tragedy and no corpse. They came out beaming. We just had to get used to it. The next few days we ordered provisions from all over, from 3 different grocers, on the Rue des Écoufes and the Rue Beaubourg, who didn't know us yet. We set up a whole food department, and quite a cellar, too. Beer and sparkling Moselle vin, all on credit. We were going to the dogs. I found excuses for not eating with my people at home. It was getting to be something on the Rue Elsevier. We never stopped pouring it down. We didn't do a lick of work. In the afternoon, about 4 o'clock, Robert and I would wait for the corrida to start. We weren't scared any more. It didn't excite us so much, either. Besides, Antoine was weakening. The fight had gone out of him. The least little effort was making him winded. She began to resist, to fight him off. Then his fury came back. It was a regular circus. She was braying like a jackass. He kept skidding every time he tried. He couldn't get it in any more. So he jumps out of bed and heads straight for the kitchen. Luckily, being as we were on top of the stove, he didn't see us. He was too hot and bothered. He went right by and began rummaging around the cupboard, just like that, mother naked in his slippers. He was looking for the butter dish. His cock kept bumping into things. "Ow, ouch! Oh, ouch!" he kept yelping. We were in stitches. Christ, it was funny. We thought we'd explode. "The butter! Damn it, the butter!" Finally he found his dish. He took a whole ladleful. He went back with a whole mess of it. He runs back to the bed, quick. She was putting on airs again, wriggling and writhing. He buttered her treasure, the whole thing and all around it, slowly and very carefully, like a specialist. She was all shiny. He had no trouble. He took her by storm. It went in easy. The excitement was terrific. They let out piercing yells. They collapsed on their sides, then flat on their backs. They went to sleep. It wasn't any fun anymore. The first ones to make a stink were the grocers on the Rue Berce. They refused to give us any more food on the cuff. They came around with their bills. We heard them coming up. We didn't answer. They went back down to the concierge. They raised hell. Things were getting rough. So then Antoine and the patron began going out all the time. They did their drinking on the outside. They ran up terrible bills in every joint in the neighborhood. I didn't breathe a word about all this at home. They'd have blamed it all on me. They'd have thought I was at the bottom of all the monkey shines. The main thing was the jewel case, that solid gold Sakyamuni. I didn't let him run around. He didn't get out much. I kept him very carefully way down in the bottom of my pocket, and fastened with 3 diaper pins. I stopped showing it to people. I didn't trust anybody any more. I was waiting for the boss to come back. In the shop, Robert and I took it easy. Antoine hardly did a lick of work. After their parties, he and the old bitch would come in and kid around with us. We turned the whole place into a shambles. Meanwhile, in the afternoon, they'd saw wood for hours. We were one happy family, as thick as thieves and twice as sticky. But one night the axe fell. We hadn't bolted the door. It was dinner time. There was a lot of bustle on all the landings. So one of our enraged liquor suppliers, the meanest of the lot, comes dashing up the stairs, 4 at a time. We didn't hear him until it was much too late. He opens the door. He comes in. He finds the 2 of them in bed, Antoine and her fatness. He begins to yap like a dozen seals. His eyes were all bloodshot. He wanted to murder Antoine on the spot. He was brandishing his big hammer. I thought he was going to emboss him one. It was true we owed him plenty, for at least 25 bottles. White, rosé, cognac, even vinegar. It degenerated into a pitched battle. It took 8 of us to handle that gorilla. We called in all our friends. Antoine was bleeding like a stuck pig. He had 2 enormous shiners, a blue one and a yellow one. From downstairs in the court he went on threatening us. He was delirious. He called us every name in the book. Crooks, scum, cocksuckers. You just wait, you lousy chiselers. You'll hear from me sooner than you think, you crumb bums. You'll see when the police get here. Things were getting sticky. The next day, in the afternoon, I say to Robert, "Listen, kid, I gotta go out. They came around again from Tracars this morning asking for their brooch. It should have been delivered at least a week ago." "Okay," he says. "I got to go out, too. I got a date with a guy on the corner outside the Matin." The 2 of us raced down the stairs. Neither Antoine nor the patron had been home for lunch. When we get to the 3rd-floor landing, I hear her coming up, all out of breath, red in the face, incandescent. They must have been eating too much.
"Where are you going, Ferdinand?"
"Just a little errand down the boulevard to see a customer."
"Oh, don't go," she said.
She seemed put out.
"Come back upstairs a minute. I've got something to tell you."
Okay. I go back upstairs with her. Robert runs off to his date. The minute we get in, she closes the door. She locks everything. She pushes both bolts. She steps in ahead of me. She goes into the bedroom. She motions me to come in, too. I come closer. I wonder what's going to happen. She starts feeling me up. She blows up my nose.
"Ah, ah,"
she goes. That excites her. I pet her a little, too.
"Oh, what a little pig. I hear you look through keyholes. Is that right? Oh, tell me it isn't true."
With one hand, she starts massaging me underneath.
"I'm going to tell your mamma. Oh, what a little pig. Oh, sweet little pig."
She begins to gnash her teeth. She begins to wriggle. She clutches me. She sticks in her tongue, a real low-down kiss. I see stars. She makes me sit down beside her on the bed. She flops down backwards. Suddenly she hikes up her skirts.
"Touch me," she
says.
"Touch me down there."
I put my hand on.
"Go ahead,"
she insists.
"Go ahead, angel dumpling, go ahead. Call me Louison. You're Louison. You slimy little pig. Call me. You will, won't you?"
"Yes, Louison," I say. She sits up. She kisses me again. She takes everything off. Blouse, corset, shift. I see her all naked. Her thingamajigs so voluminous, spread out all over the place. It was too much. I was sick to my stomach. She grabs me by the ears. She pulls me down to Mother Nature. She bends me with all her might. My nose is in a hell of a state. It's dazzling and all runny. It's all over my neck. She makes me kiss it. At first it tastes like fish, then like a dog's muzzle.
"Go on, little love. Go on. Don't be bashful."
She manhandles me. She pesters the life out of me. I'm up to my ears in marmalade. I'm afraid to sniff too hard. I'm afraid of hurting her. She's shaking like an apple tree.
"Bite me, sweet little puppy. Bite into it. Go ahead,"
she encourages me. She's heaving like mad. She lets out little squeals. I plunge in deep. It smells like eggs and shit. My collar is strangling me, the celluloid. She pulls me out of the pit. I come up for air. My eyes are like covered with varnish. Even my eyebrows are all sticky.
"Get undressed," she orders me. "Take all that stuff off. I want to see your cunning little body. Quick, quick. You'll see, you little rascal. You a virgin? Tell me, angel. You'll see how I'm going to love you up. Oh, what a nasty little pig. I'll teach you to look through keyholes."
She billowed and writhed while waiting for me. The whole bed was zigzagging. She was a regular vampire. I didn't dare take off too much, just the choker that was killing me, and my coat and vest. She hung them up beside the bed on the back of the chair. I didn't want to take everything off, the way Antoine did. I knew my ass was shitty and my feet coal black. I could smell myself. To keep her from insisting, I started up again as fast as I could. I played the ardent lover. I climbed, I squeezed, I grunted. I charged like Antoine, but much more gently. I felt my thingamajig sailing all around. I was lost in the foam. I didn't dare use my fingers, though that's what I should have done. I scrabbled around in her mustache. Finally it slipped right in, all by itself. She squashed me against her tits. She was having a hell of a good time. It was stifling. It was like a furnace. She wanted me to work harder. She didn't beg for pity, like with that bastard. Oh, no, she wanted me to be more brutal.
"Deeper, angel, deeper. Don't be afraid. My, what a big fat one you've got. Ah, you're ripping me apart, you big thug. Oh, rip me. Are you coming? Oh, say yes. Oh, you're killing me, you little bastard. My big little skunk. Isn't it good?"
And bam, I plowed into her. I was done in. I lay down on the job. She blew in my face. I had a noseful. From her licking, too. Garlic. Roquefort. They'd been eating sausage.
"Swoon, good little pet. Oh, swoon. We'll die together. Aren't you going to, little treasure? You're killing me. There. Don't worry about me."
She swooned. She began to list. She turned over almost on top of me. I felt my chip coming. Suddenly I say to myself, "Cheese it, kid." I was out cold, but just the same. 1, 2, 3, I wrench myself loose. I pull it out. It gushes all over my belly. I try to squeeze. I get a handful.
"Oh, what a little beast," she hollers. "Oh, what a slimy little toad. Come quick and let me clean you up."
She goes for my pecker. She makes a meal of it. She likes the sauce.
"Oh, what a delicious little dessert,"
she squeals. She goes looking for it all over my legs. She pokes into the folds. She's really thorough. She's going to swoon again. She's down on her knees, clinging to my legs. She contracts. She relaxes. Fat ass and all, she's as nimble as a cat. She forces me down on her again.
"I'll show you, you little louse,"
she says roguishly. She sticks 2 fingers into my opening. She forces me. What a scrimmage! The stinker, the way she's steamed up, she'll be at it all day.
"Oh,"
it suddenly occurs to her.
"I've got to take a douche."
With one jump, she was out of the room. I hear her pissing in the kitchen. She's rummaging under the sink.
"Wait for me, angel,"
she sings out. I've had enough. I jump into my suit. I grab the door, I push it open. I'm on the landing. I take the stairs 4 at a time. I take a good deep breath. I'm out in the street. It's time to think things over. I catch my breath. I walk slowly toward the boulevards. When I got to the Ambigu, I finally sat down. I pick up a newspaper from the sidewalk. I'm just beginning to read it. I don't know why. I feel my pocket. I did it without thinking, a sudden inspiration. I feel it again. I can't find the bump. I feel the other. Same result. I haven't got it anymore. My jewel case is gone. I look for it harder and harder. I feel all my linings. My pants, Inside, outside, nothing doing. I go to the can. I undress completely. I turn everything inside out. Nothing. I'm not blind. The blood boils in my veins. I sit down on the steps again. I'm cooked and good. I'm really screwed. I pull out my pockets again, and again, but I'd given up hope. I remember perfectly. I'd pinned it all right, way in the bottom of my inside pocket. I'd felt it before going out with Robert. The safety pins were gone. They hadn't come out all by themselves. All of a sudden, I remembered the funny way she'd held me by the head the whole time. And on the other side of the chair, she'd been working with one hand. It all came to me in waves. Fright, terror welled up in me, straight up from my heart. It pounded worse than 49 truck horses. My whole head shook. That didn't do any good. I began to look again. The case couldn't have fallen. It couldn't have slipped out the way I'd pinned it. Impossible. Diaper pins don't open so easy. And there were 3 of them. They don't come open all by themselves. To make sure I wasn't dreaming, I ran back toward the Place de la République. When I got to the Rue Elsevier, there was nobody home. They'd all gone out. I waited on the stairs until 7 o'clock to see if they'd come in. Nobody came. I tried to put things together. Words, snatches of talk, incidents. It all came to me little by little. Suppose Antoine had engineered it. And what about little Robert? Maybe they were both in on it, in cahoots with the bitch. When I stood up, I couldn't feel my 2 legs. I went down the street like I was drunk. The people noticed me. I stayed a while in the little tunnel by the Porte Saint-Denis. I was afraid to come out. I saw the buses in the distance, swaying in the heat. I felt dizzy. I didn't get back to the Passage until late. I said I had a bellyache. That stopped them from asking questions. I had such cramps I didn't sleep all night. Next day I was out at the crack of dawn. I was in such a hurry to know. When I got to the shop, I took a good look at all 3 of them. They didn't seem to be thinking anything. Neither the bitch, nor Antoine, nor the kid. When I told them the pin had been lost, they gaped at me. They were flabbergasted. "What's that, Ferdinand? You're not sure? Have you taken a good look at home? Turn your pockets inside out. We haven't found anything here. How about it, Robert? You didn't see anything?" It was the kid who swept. "You'd better sweep again." The way they talked, they seemed so savage, so villainous, that I began to bawl. I could see them in the mirror making little signs to each other. Antoine avoided looking at me. He kept his back turned. He pretended to be cleaning his emery stone. She went on blowing hot air, trying to trip me up, to make me contradict myself. "You don't remember at Tracars? Didn't you say you were going there? Maybe you left it there. Are you sure?" I was floundering in the soup. What a vicious, rotten trick. There wasn't a thing I could do. I was cooked. Nobody'd believe me if I told the truth. What was the use? "The boss will be back the day after tomorrow. Try to find it before then. Robert will help you." She was full of ideas. Any way you looked at it, I was screwed. If I went into details, they'd call me an imposter, a horrible, abject monster, trying to wriggle out by slandering the boss's wife. So good, so kind. Had I no shame? What colossal gall! What a preposterous calumny! What monumental villainy! I didn't even try to defend myself. I didn't even feel like it any more. I couldn't eat. My head was all stuffed up, my mind, my mouth, my whole face. My mother thought I was looking odd. She wondered what ailment I could be coming down with. My guts were all tied up with fear. I wanted to disappear, to get so thin there'd be nothing left. My father made caustic remarks. "You wouldn't be in love by any chance? It wouldn't be spring fever? You got pimples on your ass?" He took me off to one side and asked me, "You wouldn't have a dose of clap?" I didn't know which way to squirm. Gorloge, who was late wherever he went, had come back by a route of his own. He had dawdled from one town to the next. He arrived on a Wednesday. We'd been expecting him since Saturday. The next morning, when I went to work, he was in the kitchen, sharpening his files. I stood behind him for quite a while. In the hallway, I was afraid to move. I waited for him to speak to me. I had a shitless lump in my throat. I'd forgotten what I meant to say. He must have been told by then. I hold out my hand just the same. He kind of squints at me from the side. He doesn't even turn around. He goes back to his work. I wasn't even there anymore. So I run into the shop. I was so scared I left half my collection in the bottom of the closet so as to get out faster. Nobody called me back. They were all there in the room, concentrating on their thingamajigs. I left without a word. I didn't even know where I was going. Luckily, I was used to that. I walked along in a dream. On the Rue Réaumur, I was in a terrible cold sweat. On the big terrace, I went from one bench to another. In spite of everything, I tried to go into a shop, but my hand trembled so on the door handle I never made it inside. I thought everybody was following me. I spent hours like that, the whole morning, and the afternoon too, the whole time from one bench to another and so on, as far as the Square Louvois, always leaning against the house fronts. I couldn't walk any more. I didn't want to go back to Gorloge's. Even my parents were better than that. It was just as awful. But at least it was nearer. Only a step from the Square Louvois. It's funny when you've got no place to breathe in but places that are all equally horrible. I walked around the Bank of France once, twice, very slowly, with my disgusting junk. Then suddenly I pulled myself together and went back to the Passage. My father was on the doorstep, obviously waiting for me. The way he told me to go upstairs left no room for doubt. The storm was on. He began right away to stammer so bad and so loud that steam came out instead of words. I couldn't understand a thing, except that he was blowing off rockets. His cap was buffeted by the storm. It flew in all directions. He rained blows on it. He jammed it down on his noodle. His face swelled up still worse, absolutely crimson, with livid furrows. He changed color. He went violet. I was fascinated. Was he going to turn blue, and then yellow? I was so drenched in his fury that I couldn't feel anything. He picked up some doohickey on the sideboard. He brandished it with a view to breakage. I thought he was going to tear the whole place to pieces. He bit his tongue so hard, so furiously, it swelled up like a stopper, a big lump of meat wedged into his mouth and like to burst. But it didn't. He put down the hot plate. He gagged. He couldn't go on. Suddenly he dashed out. He headed for the street. He ran through the Passage. I thought he was going to fly away, he was so blown up, so irresistible, so horrible. My mother stayed with me. She trotted out the whole fool story, every detail of the disaster, and all her own little ideas, her time-worn certainties. Monsieur Gorloge had been there. He had talked to them for 2 hours. He knew all about it. He'd told them everything. He had prophesied the whole future. "That child will be your ruin," He's corrupt to the marrow, a wretch. I trusted him. He was beginning to get ahead." Those were his parting words. Mamma had been scared he'd turn me in, that he'd have me arrested right away. She hadn't dared to answer. As far as she was concerned, there were no two ways about it. I'd been taken in. Why didn't I own up right away? At least that I'd lost it, instead of prevaricating and turning my boss against me. That was the least revolting possibility. They'd pay him back little by little, and in any case, my parents, that was already settled.
"Who set you such an example?" she asked me in tears. "What did you do with the pin? Come, tell me, my boy. We won't eat you. I won't say a word to your father. I swear I won't. There, you do trust me? We'll go see her together, if you gave it to a woman. Tell me right away before he comes home. Maybe she'll give it back in exchange for a little money. Do you know her well? Don't you think so? That way it'll all come out all right in the end. We won't say a word to anybody."
I waited for her to calm down some. Then maybe I'd be able to explain. Just then my father comes in. He hadn't cooled off at all. He begins to pound the table and bang at the partitions as hard as he can, with both fists, all the time letting off jets of steam. When he stops for a second, it's only to kick at the furniture. His anger lifted him up. He was like a horse galloping through the air, bashing into the walls. The whole place was shaking. What an onslaught! The sideboard capsizes. From blast to crash, the scene went on all night. He'd bounce into the air in his fury and fall on all fours. He barked like a mastiff. Between fits and frenzies, they bellowed the pros and cons. It was no time for me to try to say anything. When she ran out of arguments, my mother came upstairs to see what she could do with me. I didn't answer. She wanted me to confess. She went down on her knees by my bed and cried as if I were already dead. She mumbled prayers. She went on imploring me. She wanted me to own up right away, to tell her if it was a woman, we'd go and see her together. "I tell you it was the boss's wife," I finally vomited up. I couldn't stand it any more. Hell and damnation.
"Ah, be still, you little wretch. You don't realize how you're hurting us."
It was no use insisting. How could you talk to such mugs? They were stopped up worse than all the shithouses in all Osnier. That's my opinion. It was a terrible blow, all right. I stayed in my room a long time, 5 or 6 days without going out. They forced me to come down and eat. She called me a dozen times. In the end, she came up and got me. I didn't want anything at all. Especially, I didn't want to talk. My father talked to himself. He went off into monologues. Raging and fuming, he went on and on about the forces of evil, his whole repertory, destiny, the Jews, his rotten luck, the exposition, Providence, the Freemasons. As soon as he got home from his deliveries, he'd climb up to the attic. He'd started doing watercolors again. He really had to. We had pressing needs. Gorloge had to be paid back. But he couldn't concentrate. His mind wandered. The moment he picked up a brush, he was so exasperated the stem would snap in his hands. He was so jumpy he'd smash his little India ink pen to bits, and his paint pots, too. The colors flowed all over. It was hopeless. The mere feeling that I was anywhere near him made him want to smash everything to pieces. And as soon as he was with my mother, he started up again. He redoubled his alarms and excursions. "If you let him bum around the street all day on the pretext of learning the business, we haven't seen the end of our troubles, believe you me. This is only the beginning. He won't content himself with being a thief. He'll be a murderer, see? A murderer. I wouldn't give him 6 months before he murders some old woman for her money. He's on the downgrade all right. He isn't slipping. Take it from me, he's hurtling, he's galloping, headlong. I can see it plain as day, can't you? You don't believe me? You're blind. But not yours truly, not on your life, not me." Here he took a deep breath. He was hypnotizing her. "Will you finally listen to me? You want me to tell you what's going to happen? No? You don't want to know?"
"No, Auguste, I implore you."
"Ah, so you're afraid to listen. So you know." He seized her by both wrists. He wouldn't let her get away. She had to listen to the bitter end. "It's us, see? It's us he's going to rub out, one of these days. Yes, my dear, he'll settle our hash. That's the kind of gratitude you'll get from him. Don't say I didn't predict it. Don't say I didn't warn you. Christ almighty! My conscience is clear. Ah, God damn it to hell! I've warned you in every key. I've shouted it from the rooftops. For years. Oh, well, allez jacta." He got my mother so scared she began to foam at the mouth and bleat, and blow bubbles. She was out of her mind. He really knocked her for a loop. "I don't mind being strangled, okay, but you can't pull the wool over my eyes, goddammit. Do what you like. You'll be responsible." In the face of these savage predictions, she didn't know what to say or do. Convulsed with grief, she kept chewing at her lips. She bled profusely. I was damned, there was no doubt about that. He started his Pontius Pilate act again. He splashed up the whole floor. I was dirt, and he washed his hands of me. The water flowed in jets. At high pressure. He said whole sentences in Latin. It came back to him at dramatic moments. Just like that, standing in the little kitchen, he'd hurl the anathema at me. He'd declaim in the ancient manner. He'd break off occasionally, pause to explain, because I had no education, no feeling for the humanities. He knew everything. All I really knew was one thing, that I was untouchable, not fit to be handled with a 10-foot pole. I was despised on all sides, even by the Roman moralists, by Cicero, by the whole empire, by all the ancients. My papa knew all that. He didn't have a single doubt left. His certainty made him bellow like a polecat. My mother went right on bawling. He played the scene so often it got to be a regular act. He'd pick up the laundry soap, the big heavy cake, and brandish it like mad, with wild sweeping gestures. Now and then he'd put it down, perorating all the while, and pick it up again, and brandish it some more. The soap would slip out of his hand, and go bouncing under the piano. We'd all dive for it. We'd rummage around with the broom. We'd fish with the handle. Shit, piss, and corruption. We'd bash our heads against the corners. There were wild collisions. We'd stick the broom handle in our eyes. It would end in a battle. They'd call each other every stinking name in the world. He'd make her hop around the table on one foot. They'd forget me for a minute. My mother was so terrified she lost all shame. She went all over the passage retailing my villainies. She asked the other parents for advice, the ones that had trouble with their brats, that had gotten into messes on their jobs. How had they managed?
"I'm perfectly willing to make more sacrifices," she added. "We'll see this thing through to the bitter end."
All very eloquent, but it didn't get me out of the soup. I still had no work. Even Uncle Edouard, so ingenious, with so many strings to his bow, was beginning to get upset. He found me a bit of a nuisance. He'd already pestered just about all his friends with my shenanigans, my hard luck. He was getting kind of sick of it. I stumbled over every obstacle. There was something wrong with me. I was beginning to get his goat. The neighbors were mighty interested in my tragedy. Our customers, too. As soon as they got to know me a little, my mother told them all about it. That didn't help matters. Even Monsieur L'Emperant at La Coccinelle finally got mixed up in it. It's true that my father didn't sleep any more, that he was beginning to look like a corpse. He came to work so exhausted that he staggered in the hallways as he carried the mail from one floor to another. Besides, he'd lost his voice. He'd gone hoarse from bellowing his inanities. "Your private life, my friend, doesn't concern me in the least. That's your business. But I expect you to do your work properly. Look at the face on you. You're falling apart. You've got to take care of yourself. What have you been doing on the outside? Aren't you getting enough rest?" That was the way he peppered him. Then my father was scared and told him all about it, all his family troubles. "Ah, my poor boy, is that all? Lord, if only I had your stomach. Believe me, I wouldn't give a good goddamn. Not much. About all my neighbors and relations, about all my sons and cousins, my wife, my daughters, my 18 fathers. If I was in your place, I'd piss on everybody, on the whole world. You hear what I say? You're soft, monsieur, that's all I can see." That was how L'Emperant looked at things, on account of his ulcer. An inch away from the pylorus, eating into him, excruciating. The whole world for him was nothing but one mass of acid. The only thing left for him to do was to try to turn into bicarbonate. He worked at it all day. He took whole carloads of the stuff. He couldn't put out the fire. He had a poker at the bottom of his esophagus that was burning his guts. Soon there wouldn't be anything left but holes. The stars would shine through every time he belched. He and Papa were always offering to change places. "I'd take your ulcer any day. Anything you please, if only you'll take my son off my hands. How about it?" That was my father. He'd always put moral torment way above physical pain. It was more respectable, more essential. That's how it was with the Romans, and that's how he saw all the trials of existence. At peace with his conscience, through thick and thin, come what may, amid the worst calamities. No compromise, no evasions. That was his law, his raison d'être. "My conscience is my own. My conscience." He shouted that in every key. When I stuck my fingers in my nose, if I upset the salt cellar, he opened the window on purpose to give the passage a treat. Seeing me down like that, my ears chewed off in every direction, Uncle Edouard finally took pity on me. He was a very good guy. I was up to my ears in shit. He got his connections moving again and found a way, a shrewd trick to get me out of there. The foreign language routine. Just like that, he says I ought to know at least one, if I want a job in business, that it was being done nowadays. It was a necessity. The hardest part was getting my parents' consent. The suggestion floored them completely. Still, Edouard knew what he was talking about. We'd lost the habit in our shanty of hearing anything sensible. It came as a big surprise. My uncle didn't believe in being strict all the time. He was for conciliation. He didn't believe in force. He didn't think it would get results. He told them so straight from the shoulder. "If he does anything wrong, I don't think it's on purpose. His intentions aren't bad. I've been watching him for years. He's just dull-witted. He doesn't understand what people want of him. It must be adenoids. He ought to be out in the fresh air and stay quite a long time. Isn't that what your doctor told you? If you ask me, I'd send him to England. We'll find a respectable boarding school, not too expensive or too far away. Maybe we could make an arrangement for him to work for his board and lodging. How does it strike you? When he comes back, he'll know the language. It'll be easy to find him a job. I could find him something in the retail trade, in a bookstore, or in a haberdashery. Some place where he isn't known. Gorloge would be forgotten. We'd never even mention it again. When my parents heard that, they were flummoxed. They pondered the pros and cons. It took them off their guard. There were so many dangers, and what about the expense? There was nothing left of Caroline's legacy, only a few thousand francs, and that was Edouard's share. Right away he offered it. He put the money on the table. They'd give it back when they could. He wouldn't listen to any nonsense. He wouldn't even take an IOU. "Think it over," he said. "I'll be back tomorrow. By then I'll have some information." The excitement was at its peak. My father wouldn't have anything to do with it. He was absolutely convinced that all that money would be thrown out the window, that it was sheer waste and madness to boot, that if I escaped from their vigilant supervision for so much as a week, I'd turn into the worst of thugs. That was a certainty, and you couldn't tell him any different. I'd murder somebody in England just as quickly as in Paris. No two ways about it. It was in the bag. All they had to do was turn me loose for a month. Were they asking for disaster? Well, their prayers would be answered, and then some. They'd be cooked, up to their necks in debt, a son in the pen, extravagance all along the line. And the consequences? Unspeakable. Those people over there would never look sharp enough. They'd never be smart enough, the poor bastards. He'll put them through the mill. And what about the women? I'd rape every last one of them. It was plain as day. Go on. Tell me I don't know what I'm talking about. He had his penitentiary on the brain. No one could argue with him. To him, that was the only remedy, the only palliative, the only way to hold me in check. Don't you learn anything from experience? Haven't we been through enough? Berlope, Gorloge, the clock? Hadn't I proved sufficiently that I was the scum of the earth, a disaster hanging over their heads? I'd drag them all down with me in my ruin. He'd expected it from the start. Alea, God's will be done. He gave us another load of Caesar. All by himself he defended Gaul. He stopped up the kitchen door with his gestures and his ranting. He evoked the past and the future. He shook the whole place. He ran to the water faucet. He stuck his face in the jet and gulped. He was sopping wet and still yelling. He didn't dry himself. He ran around dripping in his hurry to acquaint us with the 1,000 pitfalls in wait for me, with every aspect of the situation. It was inconceivable, frightful, unheard of, the unspeakable surprises that such an expedition would involve. It was diabolical foolishness, and that's that. 2 days later, Uncle Edouard came back to the Passage with some first-class dope. He had located a school. What more could we want? From every point of view and in every way. Just the thing for me, for my nature, my intractable disposition. On a hilltop, with plenty of fresh air, a garden, a river down below. Excellent food, extremely moderate prices. No supplements, no surprises. Last but not least, the strictest discipline. Supervision. It wasn't very far from the coast, in Rochester to be exact, only an hour from Folkestone. In spite of all these advantages, my father had his doubts. He'd see. He clung to his suspicions. He looked for niggers in the woodpile. He read the little ad 100 times. He went right on insisting that we were headed for disaster. It was sure as shooting. First of all, it was insane to contract any more debts, even with Uncle Edouard. Even to pay back Gorloge would be a labor of Hercules. What with the rent, taxes, the seamstress, they'd have to tighten their belts till they croaked. He had to pinch himself to believe they wanted to spend more money. He was aghast to see Mamma going out of her mind, too. It was the height of damn foolishness. How's that? Wasn't she going to think it over a little more? What's that you say? I'm making difficulties. Does that strike you as so unusual? My goodness! What am I expected to do? Say yes, every single time, just like that, to every crazy idea that comes into your head? Go on. I know what I'm doing. I'm responsible. Who's the father around here anyway? Edouard doesn't give a damn, that's a cinch. When the trouble breaks, he'll be miles away. He'll wash his hands of it. But I'll always be here, with a bandit on my neck. That's right. Yes, every bit of it. I exaggerate? Why? Go ahead, say it. Say I'm jealous. Go right ahead. Damn it all. Go ahead and say it.
Of course not, darling. Come, come.
Shut up, you simpleton. Will you shut up? Let me finish and I'll prove it. I can't say anything around here any more. Somebody else is always talking. What's that? That good-for-nothing, that little gangster, that pervert who hasn't even felt the first glimmerings of remorse for his repulsive crime, for his infamous, sneaky theft. There he is, lounging around, defying us both. It's disgraceful, I tell you. It's enough to make you dash your ass against the floor. It makes my hair stand on end. Just because Edouard has deigned to open his mouth. That clown, that jumping jack. All you can think about is travel, extravagance. Sure, why not? New ways of spending our money. Pure tommy-rot, insanity, madness. Has it ever entered your head, you poor addled thing, that we haven't even begun to pay his ransom? You heard me, his ransom. Why, it's unthinkable, abominable. What are we coming to? I'm going out of my mind. Unspeakable. We're up to our necks in absurdity. I can't stand it. It's killing me. Uncle Edouard had taken a powder at the beginning of the session. He'd seen the storm coming. He'd left his prospectuses. I'll be back tomorrow afternoon. You'll have made up your minds by then. He was handling things as best he could, but there wasn't much he could do. My father was in full eruption. This plan for my departure upset his whole tragedy. He tried to save it by fussing over the conditions. He saw completely red. He paced the room like a wild animal. My mother hobbled along behind him. She went on about the advantages, the reasonable prices, the strict supervision, the splendid food, the fresh air, lots of fresh air.
You know Edouard is completely dependable. I know you don't think much of him, but you've got to admit he's no fool. He's not impulsive. He doesn't rush into things with his eyes closed. When he says something, that means it's so. You know that as well as I do. Admit it. Come along now, Auguste, my poor darling.
I don't want to be beholden to anybody.
But he isn't just anybody.
That's all the more reason. Jumping Jehoshaphat.
We'll give him a note, as if he were a stranger.
You know what you can do with your notes, God damn it to blinking hell.
But he's never let us down.
He gives me a swift pain in the balls, that damn brother of yours. Do you hear me? He gives me... I hope I've made myself clear. He's the biggest damn fool of the lot. And you two give me an even worse pain, do you hear me? The whole damn lot of you. He worked himself into such a lather that his whole head swelled up. He let off jets of steam, and in the end his words exploded like firecrackers. She latched onto him. She wouldn't give an inch. She was stubborn. She wrestled him into the corners. Her leg dragged so bad it got caught in all the chairs. She supported herself against the walls.
Auguste, oh, you're hurting me. You're so rough. Oh, my ankle. Now you've done it. I've twisted it.
The screams went on for an hour. He started up again. He kicked the chairs to pieces. He went raving mad. Even so, she pursued him wherever he went, even up the stairs. That drove him even wilder. Tip-tap-plunk, tip-tap-plunk, to hear her clumping on the stairs. He'd have gladly thrown her straight over the banister, or crawled into a rat-hole. She'd make me little signs as she passed, meaning that he was beginning to weaken. He kept on losing his cap. He let her catch up with him. He couldn't keep up the pace. He fled as from a bad smell. "Leave me alone! Leave me alone, please, Clemence! I beg you, leave me alone, God damn it, you stinking bitch! Won't the two of you ever get sick of persecuting me? All you do is talk, talk, talk. I've got it up to here. God damn it to lousy stinking hell, will you ever listen to me?" My good mother didn't care what he said. She was worn to a frazzle, but wouldn't relax her grip. She grappled him by the neck. She kissed him on the mustache. She closed his eyes with kisses. She treated him to a convulsion. She spat supplications into his ears. In the end, she had him gagging. His head was sopping wet with storms and caresses. He couldn't stand straight. He collapsed on the stairs. Then she began talking about his own health, his alarming condition. Everybody had been saying how pale he was. Then he was willing to listen.
"You're going to make yourself really sick, my poor angel, working yourself up into such a state. If you come down, where will that get us? What will become of us? I assure you it's better he should go away. His being here is making you sick. Edouard saw that. He told me so before he left."
"What did Edouard tell you, anyway?"
"Your husband won't last long. If he keeps on working himself up like that, he's wasting away. Everybody's noticed it in the passage. Everybody's talking about it."
"Were those his exact words?"
"Yes, Angel, I assure you. He didn't want me to tell you. You see how tactful he is. You see, I assure you, you can't go on like this. You see, you agree, don't you?"
"To what?"
"To letting the child go. It'll give us a breathing spell. Just you and me together. Wouldn't you like that?"
"No, certainly not. Not so fast. God Almighty, no, not so fast."
"Come along, Auguste. Just think. If you fret yourself to death, where will it get us?"
"Die? Me? Good Lord, die! That's all I'm asking for. Die? Hurry, hurry. Good grief! You think I give a damn? Why, it's all I want in the world. Ah, Christ! Christ!" He disentangles himself. He shakes himself loose. He knocks my mother over. He begins to bellow again. He hadn't thought of that. Death! Christ! His death! He starts up again in a fine lather. He puts his whole soul into it. He jumps up. He runs for the sink. He wants a drink of water. Pum, pum, crash! He skids. He somersaults. He sprawls on all fours. He plunges into the sideboard. He ricochets into the buffet. He hollers so the whole place echoes. He's bumped his nose. He tries to pick himself up. The whole shooting match comes down on us. All the china, the cutlery, the lamp, a waterfall, an avalanche. We're snowed under. We can't even see each other. My mother screams in the ruins. "Papa, Papa, where are you? Papa, answer me." He was stretched out full length on his back. I see his shoes sticking out over the red varnished tiles in the kitchen. "Papa, answer me, darling." "Shit! Can't you leave me alone? God damn it, am I asking you for anything?" In the end, he was worn down. He finally consented. My mother had her way. The fight had gone out of him. He said it was all one to him. He talked about suicide again. He went back to his office. He stopped thinking of anything but himself. He threw in the sponge. He went out so as not to have to look at me. He left me alone with my mother. That was when she began to dish it out again. Her grievances, her whole litany. All sorts of ideas cropped up in her head, and they had to come out. She wanted me to benefit by them, to get a whole bellyful before going away. Just because my father had given up didn't mean I should think I could do anything I pleased.
Listen to me just a minute, Ferdinand. It's high time we had a little talk. I don't want to pester you, scold you, threaten you with one thing or another. That's not what a mother's for, and it's not my way. But even so, there are certain things a mother can't help noticing. I often seem to be daydreaming, but I see what's going on. I don't say much, but that doesn't keep me from thinking. It's a big risk we're taking. Of course it is. Just imagine sending you to England. Your father isn't crazy. He's a thoughtful man. Yes, he's nobody's fool. For poor folks like us, it's sheer madness, sending you abroad. We're deep in debt, and the price of that pin to be paid back. Now 2,000 francs to your uncle. Your father was talking about it only this morning. It's insane, and that's God's truth. I don't want to rub it in, but your father knows what's what. He's got eyes in his head. I'd like to know where we're going to find all that money. 2,000 francs. Even if we move heaven and earth, it doesn't grow on trees. Your father, you've only got to open your eyes, is at the end of his tether. As for me, I'm all in, exhausted. I don't mention it to him, but I'm ready to collapse. You see my leg? It's begun to swell up every night. Do you call this a life? What have we done to deserve it? Are you listening, my boy? I'm not reproaching you. I just want you to realize, to look the situation in the face, to know what we've been through, because you'll be away for several months now. You've made life very hard for us, Ferdinand. I've a right to tell you that, to let you know. I'm always inclined to be lenient with you. I'm your mother, after all. It's hard for me to judge you. But strangers, your employers, these people who've had you with them day after day, they haven't got the same weakness. Gorloge, for instance. Only yesterday, I can still hear him. I told your father what he said. As he was leaving, he'd been here a whole hour. Madame, he said, I see the kind of woman I'm talking to. Your boy, well, if you ask me, it's all perfectly simple. You're like so many mothers. You've spoiled him. He's rotten. That's all there is to it. You think you're being kind. You work yourselves to the bone, and you're ruining your children. I'm telling you exactly what he said, word for word. With the best of intentions, all you'll make of him is a lazy, pleasure-seeking egotist. I was flabbergasted, take it from me. I didn't say boo. I didn't bat an eyelash. As a mother, I wasn't going to tell him he was right. But what do you suppose I was thinking? He was able to see clearly. With us, it's not the same, especially with me. If you're not more affectionate, more reasonable, more hard-working, and especially more grateful, if you're not more considerate, if you don't try to help us more in this hard life of ours, there's a reason, and I'm going to tell you what it is. I'm your mother. I understand because I'm a woman.
It's because you're heartless. That's the whole trouble. I often wonder whom you can take after. I'm wondering right now where you get it from. Certainly not from your father or from me. Your father is all heart. His heart's too big, poor man. And me, I guess you saw the way I was with my mother. My heart's always been in the right place. We've been weak with you. We were too busy. We didn't want to face the facts. We thought things would straighten out all by themselves. And in the end you did a dishonest thing. How perfectly abominable. We're all of us a little at fault. I've got to admit it. And this is what it's led to. He'll be your ruination. Ah, he made no bones about it. Lavelong warned me long ago. He's not the only one who saw it, Ferdinand. Everybody who lives with you catches on after a while. Well, I won't rub it in. I don't want to paint you blacker than you are.
Over there you'll be in entirely different surroundings. Try to forget your evil ways, to keep out of bad company. Don't go running around with little hoodlums, and most of all, don't imitate them. Think of us. Think of your parents. Try to mend your ways over there. Play in recreation time, but don't play when you're supposed to be working. Try to learn the language quickly, and then you'll come back. Improve your manners. Try to mold your character. Make an effort. The English always seem so correct, so clean, so nicely dressed. I don't know what to say, my boy, to make you behave a little better. It's the last try. Your father has explained it all to you. Life is a serious business at your age. You want to be a decent man. I can't tell you any more."
That was God's truth. I'd heard just about all there was to hear. The whole business left me cold. All I wanted was to get out of there as quickly as possible and not to hear any more talk. The main thing isn't knowing whether you're right or wrong. That really doesn't matter. The main thing is to keep people from bothering you. The rest is eyewash. When it came time to go, I felt bad after all, worse than I'd have expected. It's hard not to. As the three of us were standing on the platform in the Gare du Nord, we were a miserable sight. We hung on to each other's clothes, trying to keep together. As soon as we were in a crowd, we grew timid, furtive. Even my father, who hollered so loud in the passage, was helpless outside. He shriveled up. It was only at home that he could wield thunder and lightning. Outside, he blushed for fear of being noticed. He peered out of the corner of his eyes. It took a lot of gumption to send me so far, all alone, just like that. All of a sudden we were scared. My mother, who was the most heroic, tried to find somebody who was going my way. Nobody had ever heard of Rochester. I went in to get a seat. They repeated all the necessary instructions. To be careful, very careful, not to get out before the train stopped, never to cross the tracks, to look in all directions, not to play with the door handle, to watch out for drafts, not to get things in my eyes, to keep an eye on the baggage rack, because something can fall down and bash your brains in when the train jolts. I had a pack-jam suitcase, and in addition a blanket, sort of a carpet, an enormous oriental rug with colored checks, a green and blue plaid. We got it from Grandma Caroline. We'd never been able to sell it. I was taking it back to its home country. It would be fine for the climate. That's what we thought. In the middle of all the racket, I had to recite my lesson a last time. Everything they'd been dinning into me for the last week. Brush your teeth every morning. Wash your feet every Saturday. Ask to take sitz baths. You have a dozen pair of socks, 3 nightgowns. Wipe yourself properly when you go to the toilet. Chew your food and eat slowly. You'll ruin your stomach. Take your worm syrup. Get rid of that habit of touching yourself. I was treated to many more precepts for my moral resurrection, my rehabilitation. They gave me everything before I left. I took it all away with me to England, good principles, excellent principles, and shame on account of my vicious instincts. I'd want for nothing. The price was all settled. 2 months had been paid for in advance. I promised to be well-behaved, obedient, courageous, attentive, sincere, grateful, scrupulous, never to lie, especially never to steal, not to stick my fingers up my nose, to come back completely changed, a model of good behavior, to put on weight, to know English, not to forget my French, to write every Sunday at the very least. I promised everything they asked. If only they'd let me leave right away and cut the tragedy. We'd talked so much there was nothing left to say. It was time to get going. Nasty thoughts came to me, sinister feelings. There's something stupefying about all this loathsome confusion, the steam, the crowd, the whistles. In the distance I could see the rails disappearing into the tunnel. Soon I'd be disappearing too. I had some rotten presentiments. I wondered if the English weren't going to be meaner and crummier, a damn sight worse than the people around here. I looked at my parents. They were trembling all over. They couldn't hold back the tears. I began to bawl too. I was terribly ashamed. I was breaking down like a girl. I didn't think much of myself. My mother clutched me in her arms. It was time to close the doors. They were shouting, "All aboard!" She hugged me so hard, with such a storm of emotion, that I reeled. On those occasions the tenderness that welled up from her misshapen carcass had the strength of a horse. The idea of parting drenched her in advance. A howling tornado turned her inside out, as if her soul were coming out her behind, her eyes, her belly, her bosom. It hit me in all directions. It lit up the whole station. She couldn't help it. It was something awful to look at. "Calm yourself, Mamma, please. The people are laughing at us." I begged her to control herself. I implored her amid the kisses, the blowing whistles, the racket. But it was too much for her. I extricated myself from her embrace. I jumped on the step. I didn't want her to start in again. I didn't dare to admit it, but in a way I was curious. I'd have liked to know how far she could go in her effusions. From what nauseating depths was she digging up all this slop? With my father, at least, it was perfectly simple. He was nothing but a slobbering fool. There was nothing left in his dome but rubbish, pretense, and uproar, a clutter of idiocy. My mother was different. She kept her wits about her. Her mind was still in one piece. Even in the lousiest situation, the slightest caress would send her into a tizzy, like some broken machine, the piano of genuine unhappiness that had nothing left but a few sour notes. Even when I was up in the car, I was afraid she'd grab me again. I went in and out, pretending to be looking for something. I climbed up on the bench. I took down my blanket. I stepped on it. I was mighty glad when the train gave a jolt. We pulled out in a roar of thunder. We had passed Asnières before I settled down like everybody else. I was still anxious. When we got to Folkestone, they pointed out the head conductor, who was supposed to keep an eye on me and tell me when to get out. He was wearing a red shoulder strap with a little bag hanging in the middle of his back. I couldn't very well lose sight of him. In Chatham, he motioned to me. I grabbed my suitcase. The train was 2 hours late. The people from my school, Meanwell College, had gone back home. They'd given me up. In a way, that suited me. I was the only one getting out. The others were going on to London. It was already dark. The place wasn't very well lighted. It was a raised station, propped up on piles, like stilts. It was elongated, a big wooden tangle in the mist, all covered with colored posters. When you walked on the platform, thousands of planks resounded. I didn't want to be helped any more. I was sick of it. I left by a side door and then a footbridge. Nobody asked me anything. I couldn't see my man any more, a different one in a red and blue uniform who'd been pestering the life out of me. I looked around outside the station. The square was mighty dark. The town began right away, little streets tumbling downhill from one dim light to the next. The air was thick and sticky, swirling around the gas jets. The effect was spooky. From way down below came gusts of music, carried by the wind, I guess. Tunes, like a busted merry-go-round in the night. It was a Saturday when I arrived. The streets were full of people flocking past the shops. The streetcar, which looked like a fat giraffe, towered over the shanties, compressed the crowd, shook the window panes. The crowd moved in dense brown waves. It smelled like muck and tobacco and anthracite, and also like toast and a little like sulphur for the eyes. It got thick and more enveloping, more suffocating the farther down I went. It closed in after the streetcar had passed, like fish after a dam. In the eddies, the people felt oilier, stickier than our people. My suitcase got tangled up in legs. I passed from one paunch to another. I took a gander at the food piled up in the shop windows. Little mountains of hams, valleys of bologna. I was mighty hungry, but I was afraid to go in. I had £1 in one pocket and some change in the other. After a lot of pushing and poking, we ended up on the riverfront. The fog was pretty thick. You get used to stumbling. Mustn't fall in the river. The whole place was rigged up like a fair, with little booths and some regular stages. Thousands of lamps, and what a mob! Peddlers fished for suckers in the crowd, shouting themselves hoarse in their language. There were lots of stands all along the esplanade, to suit every taste. Fish and chips, mandolins, wrestlers, weightlifters, a sword swallower, a bicycle track, little birds. There was a terrific mob around the canary pecking the future in a box. There was something for everybody. Nougat, whole barrels of currant jelly dripping all over the place. A dense cloud comes down from the sky. It falls on the fair. For a moment it hides everything, blots out space. You can still hear all right, but you can't see a thing. Neither the man nor his acetylene lamp. Ah, a gust of wind. There he is again. A real gentleman in a frock coat. He exhibits the moon for 2 pence. For 3 he gives you Saturn. It's written on his sign. There's the mist again, falling on the crowd, spreading out. Everything's muffled. The guy breaks off his spiel, folds up his telescope, curses, and clears out. The people are all laughing. You can't even move any more. People lose each other, then they get together outside the stands where the light is really bright. Music drifts over from all directions. You think you're right in the middle of it. It's a kind of mirage, like you were bathing in sound. That's a banjo. A nigger on a carpet right beside me, whimpering on the ground. He imitates a locomotive. He's going to run everybody over. We're all having a fine time. We can't see each other. The fog lifts and blows away. I'm not in a hurry any more. I can take my time about getting to Meanwell. This place on the riverfront suits me. The fair and the strangers in the haze. There's something very pleasant about a language you don't understand. It's like a fog swirling around in your thoughts. It's nice. It's like a dream. There's really nothing better. It's fine as long as the words stay in the dream. I sit down for a while quietly on my blanket against a stone post on the other side of the chains. I can lean back. I'm pretty comfortable. I watch the whole show passing. A whole string of sailors with lanterns on the end of long poles. They're funny guys. Confusion, fireworks. They're all dead drunk and happy. They push and shove and squeal like cats. They throw the whole crowd into a panic. They can't get ahead. Their snake dance gets tangled up in a lamp-post. It winds and unwinds. One of them collapses in the gutter. They've knocked the nigger over. Shouts, challenges, insults. Suddenly they're roaring mad. They want to hang the nigger from the trolley pole. What a racket! A mean fight starts up. The whole place is steaming and sizzling. The blows fall like drum beats. terrible grunts and groans. Whistles blow. A troop of extras come running. A screaming cloud. A whole squad of police, blue with pointed black helmets. They're in a terrible hurry. They pop out of the streets, out of the shadows, from all over, on the double. And the soldiers who've been strutting along the stands, dandling their riding whips, start running too. They plunge into the fray. Catcalls from the saraband. They stagger and fall. Every color in the rainbow. A battle of samples. Jonquil, green, violet. A free-for-all, a scramble. The women escape into the corners with their acetylene lamps. The lights blend with the fog, all screaming something awful, terrified, skinned alive. Police reinforcements arrive. Parrot color. Majestically, they join in the dance. They're toppled over. Their clothes are torn off. A battle in a birdhouse. A welter of riding whips and plumes. A charabanc with 4 horses bounds out of an alley. It stops short in the middle of the riot. Some more bruisers pour out. They fling themselves on the mob like a ton of bricks. They're giants, and they move fast. They nab the most truculent, the drunkest, the ones that are yelling loudest. They toss them into the van, completely upside down. The corpses pile up inside. The battle dies down. The ruckus is swallowed up in darkness. The wagon gallops away. And that's the end of the riot. The crowd flows back toward the bars, to the mahogany counters, to guzzle harder than ever. The roadway is clear. Little carts go by. French fries, sausages, periwinkles. Glasses are clinked. Knives cutting into sausage. The swinging doors are in constant motion, right and left. A drunk stumbles and falls flat in the gutter. The procession circles around him. People dawdle past. A bevy of floozies, cackling and guffawing. Sailors push them into the doorways. They talk. They belch. The bar absorbs them. The Scotsmen dash in. They'd like to fight some more, but they really can't. I follow them in with my suitcase. Nobody asks me anything. They serve me first, a whole mugful of syrup, thick and black and frothy. It's bitter. It's beer. It tastes like stewed smoke. They give me back 2 coppers with the queen on them, the one that just died, with the face like a rear end, the fair Victoria. I can't finish their brew. It turns my stomach, and I'm mighty ashamed. I go back to the procession. We pass the little carts again, with the lamps between the shafts. I hear a regular orchestra. I look around and locate it. It's right near the landing. It's coming out of a big tent, a blaring uproar. They're singing in chorus, completely out of tune. It's amazing the way they manage to torture their mouths, to dilate them, to blow them up like real trombones, and pull them in again. They're on their last legs. They're dying of convulsions. They're praying and singing hymns. There's this big, tall battle-axe with only one eye. She's yodeling so hard it's like to pop out of her head. The way she's jigging and heaving, her bun starts sliding down over her nose, and her bonnet with the ribbons, too. She thinks she's not making enough noise. She grabs her man's trombone and blows. She spits a whole lung into it. But it's a polka she's playing, a regular hornpipe. The gloom is over. The people begin to dance. They hug each other. They hop. They shake each other up. The guy in the uniform that's looking at her must be her brother. He looks just like her except for the beard, and besides he's got glasses and a nifty cap with an inscription. He seems to be sulking. He's got his nose in a book. All of a sudden he breaks into a fit too. He grabs the horn from his sister. He climbs on the stool, spits a good oyster, and begins to jabber. The way he's waving his arms and beating his breast, working himself up into an ecstasy, I can see it must be a sermon. His words come out sobbing, tortured. It's unbearable. The characters around them are laughing fit to kill. He defies them, challenges them. Nothing can stop him, not even the whistles of the boats stemming the current. He goes right on thundering. Personally, he gives me a pain. He puts me to sleep. I sit down on my blanket. I cover myself. Nobody can see me. I'm hidden by the sheds. The Salvation Army guy is still yelling, screeching his lungs out. He makes me tired. It's cold, but I wrap up good. I feel a little warmer. The mist is white, then blue. I'm right next to a sentry box. It's getting dark, little by little. I'm going to sleep. Over there, that's where the music is coming from. It's a merry-go-round, a barrel organ. From across the river, that's the wind, the lapping of the water. A terrible groan from a boiler woke me with a start. A ship was coming up the river, fighting the current. The Salvation Army characters from before had cleared out. Niggers were jumping up and down on the stage, somersaulting in swallowtails, landing in the street. Their lavender coat-tails spun around behind them in the mud and the acetylene glare. The minstrels, it said on their big drum. They went on and on. A roll of the drum, a happy landing, a pirouette. A great big enormous siren rips through the echoes. The crowd stops in its tracks. They all move down to the edge to watch the ship landing. I wedge myself into the staircase right next to the waves. A lot of brats in little boats were whirling around in the eddies looking for the hawser. The launch, the big fat one with the enormous copper boiler in the middle, was rolling like a top. She was bringing the papers. The East Indiaman was having a tough time with the current. She was still in midstream, in the middle of the blackness. She didn't want to come closer, with her green eye and her red one. Finally, the wise guy came in after all, bashing against an enormous bundle of sticks that was hanging from the dock. It cracked like a pile of bones. She had her nose into the current. She roared in the rough water. She churned against the mooring buoy. A tethered monster. She let out one little howl. She was beaten, all alone in the glistening, whirling water. We turned back to the merry-go-round, the one with the organs and the mountains. The party was still going on. I felt better after my nap. It was like magic, an entirely different world. Fantastic, like a crazy picture. All of a sudden, I felt they'd never catch me again, that I'd turned into a memory that no one would ever recognize, that I had nothing more to fear, that nobody'd ever find me again. I treated myself to a ride on the merry-go-round. I held out my change. I took 3 whole rides with 3 crazy floozies and some soldiers. They were cute. They had faces like dolls, eyes like blue candies. I was dizzy. I wanted to take another turn. I was afraid to show my dough. I went off a little way into the darkness. I tore open my lining. I wanted to take out my banknote, the whole pound. And then the smell of something frying steered me to a place right near the locks. It was fritters. I could smell them a mile away, on a cart with little wheels. This kid that was messing with the batter, I can't say she was pretty. She had 2 teeth missing in front. She never stopped laughing. She had a fringed hat with a big pile of flowers on top, crushed under the weight, a regular hanging garden, and long muslin veils that hung down into her kettle. She took them out with a sweet smile. She seemed very young to be wearing such a thing, even at that time of night, even under those cockeyed circumstances. That lid really sent me. I couldn't take my eyes off it. She was still smiling at me. The kid wasn't 20, with pert little boobies and a wasp waist, and an ass the way I like them, taut, muscular, with a good split. I walked around her to get a good look. She was still absorbed in her grease. She wasn't proud or standoffish. I showed her my change. She served me enough fritters to stuff a whole family. All she took was one little coin. There was sympathy between us. She could see from my suitcase that I'd just got off the train. She tries to make me understand something. She tries to explain. She speaks very slowly. She pronounces each word separately. Well, then I begin to feel jumpy. I shrivel up. The poison runs through me. As soon as anybody starts talking to me, I get mean. I didn't want any more gab fests. Save your breath, I've had enough. I know what it leads to, you can't fool me. She gets politer, sweeter, more endearing than ever. Anyway, that hole in her mouth when she smiles makes me sick. I make motions to show that I'm going for a walk over by the pubs, to have a little fun. I leave her my suitcase in exchange and my blanket. I put them down beside her camp chair. I make a sign for her to watch them. I go back to the crowd. With nothing to weigh me down, I head for the shops. I stroll past the piles of grub. But I'm full up. I can't eat any more. The clock strikes 11. Drunks come out in waves and stream down the esplanade, this way and that way, crashing against the wall of the customs house, tumbling, roaring, spreading out, dispersing. The ones that are stewed but still swaggering step into the pub stiffly, rhythmically, buttoned crooked but buttoned, and head straight for the bar. There they stand, speechless, transfixed, riveted by the mechanical din, the valse d'amour. I've got piles of money left. I took 2 more helpings of beer soup, the kind that makes you piss. I went out with a little thug and another burper with a little cat under his arm. He was meowing between the two of us. I didn't get very far. I retreated into the next pub. I staggered through the swinging doors. I sat down on a bench, waiting for it to pass, with all the booze hounds. There was a crowd of dames in short jackets, in feathers and tams and hard-brimmed straw hats. They were all talking like animals, barking and belching. They were dogs, tigers, wolves, crabs. I was beginning to itch. Outside, through the window, fish were passing now. You could see them clear as anything. They were moving slowly, undulating past the glass, coming out into the light. They opened their mouths. Little puffs of fog came out. There were mackerel and carp. They smelled like it, too. They smelled of muck, honey, acrid smoke, everything. Another little slug of beer, and I'll never be able to get up again. That'll be fine. They drool, they chortle, all those bums. They're all fighting. They give each other clouts on the ass that would kill a mule, the stinkers. But then the piano stops. The bartender in the apron throws us all out. I'm in the street again. I unbutton my collar. I feel lousy. I drag myself through the shadows. I can still see the 2 street lamps a little. Not much. I can see the water. I can see it lapping. Ah, I can even see the way down. I take the steps one by one. I lean on the rail. I'm very careful. I touch the drink on my knees. I vomit on it. I make a violent effort. I feel better. An enormous burst comes down on me from above. A whole meal. I can see the guy leaning over. Seconds. A slimy mess. I try to stand up. Hell, I can't make it. I sit down again. I take the whole business. Oh, well. It runs into my eyes. Another wretch. Wah! I see the waters dancing, white and black. It's really cold. I'm shivering. I tear my pants. I can't throw up any more. I lie down again in a corner. The bowsprit of a sailboat passes over me. It just grazes my head. The guys are coming, a whole squadron of them. They're coming out of the fog. They're pulling at the oars. They pull up at the dock. The sails are furled at half-mast. I hear the mob coming, stamping along the dock. That's the fatigue squad. I stay by the water's edge. I'm not quite so cold. My head's fuzzy. I'm all right here. Why not? I'm not bothering anybody. There's some kind of tartans. I know about boats. Still more of them coming. They crowd together. They settle in the waves, up to the rail, weighed down with food. Enough vegetables for an army. Red cabbage, onions, black radishes, mountains of turnips, whole cathedrals of them, heading into the stream towed by a sailboat. They rise up out of the darkness, proud and graceful in the beam of the searchlights. The longshoremen have put the ladder in place. All at the same time they swallow their plugs. They hang their hats on their alpaca coats. They look like a bunch of bookkeepers. They were even wearing cuffs. That's what longshoremen were like in those days. They toted baskets, enormous piles of them, balancing acts. The tops were lost in the darkness. They came back with tomatoes. They dug deep tunnels in the wall of cauliflowers. They vanished in the holes again. They came back out into the lamplight with big loads of artichokes. The boat wasn't listing any more. It was sinking under the weight of the gangplanks. Another batch of phony longshoremen tote some more of the cargo away. That's funny. My teeth are chattering. I'm dying of the cold, literally. I'm not dizzy anymore. Suddenly I remember. Where did I leave my blanket? It all comes back to me. The kid with the fritters. I look from one stand to the next. Finally I find her. She was waiting for me. She'd put everything away, all the kettles, the big fork, folded up the whole shooting match. She was all ready to leave. She was glad to see me back. She'd sold her whole stock. She even showed me that all the dishes were empty. The French fries, the potato salad, all she had left was a piece of head cheese. She smeared it on bread with a knife, a good chunk, and we shared it. I was hungry again. She pulled up her veil to get a better look at me. She made scolding gestures because I'd stayed away too long. She was jealous already. She wouldn't let me help her pulling at the shafts. The shed where she kept her cart was in town. I carried the lantern. I hadn't seen all of her hat. There was more to see. Streamers hanging down to her waist. A great big peacock feather was tied under her chin with a really magnificent scarf with a mauve and gold flower pattern. In the shed we piled up the pots. We locked the door and went out bumming. She came closer to me. She wanted to talk to me seriously. But again I wouldn't give in. I played dumb. I showed her my address, Meanwell College. I stopped under a lamp so she could read it. As it happened, she didn't know how to read. She went on gabbing the whole time. She kept repeating her name. She tapped on her chest. Gwendolen, Gwendolen. I heard her all right. I massaged her tits, but I didn't get the words. To hell with tenderness, sentiment. That stuff is like a family. At first you don't catch on, but it stinks. It's putrid, crawling. No greasy Joan is going to drag any words out of me. Pleased to meet you, kid. Go shit in your hat. Let her carry my bag. God bless your kind heart. Go right ahead. Anyway, she was stronger than me. She took advantage of the dark corners to smother me with caresses. She hugged me like a wrestler. There was no point in resisting. The streets were almost deserted. She wanted me to knead her, to press her, to squeeze her. She was hot stuff, demanding and curious. We hid behind the fog. I had to keep on kissing her. She wouldn't have given my stuff back. It was no use wriggling. I'd have looked like a dope. We were under a lamp. She had a crust on her. She took out my dick. It wasn't hard anymore. She hardens it up. I come. That really drives her crazy. She goes jumping around in the fog. She hikes up her skirt. She dances like a cannibal. I couldn't help laughing. It didn't seem like the right time of day. She wanted the whole works. Hell, she's running after me. She's getting mean. She catches me. She tries to eat me alive, with big sucking kisses. That kid liked foreigners. The esplanade was empty. At the other end, the jugglers were folding their tents. The little carts with candy and jam crossed the open space, jolting in the holes and ruts. They had trouble pushing. We came to a booth. The last woman in the place, a grandmother, was rolling up her hangings. She was dressed like a houri. She blew out her candles. She rolled up her oriental carpets. There were signs all around the entrance, showing the lines of the hand. She was yawning tremendously, enough to dislocate her jaw. "Wah! Wah!" she grunted out through the night. We came closer, me and my floozy. We interrupted her house-cleaning. The two broads knew each other. They stopped to chat. They must have been friends. They jabber a lot of stuff. They were both interested in me. The Fatima motions me to come up, to step into her shack. I couldn't refuse. The other one minded my things. The old bag takes my hand. She turns it over. She looks at my palms. Close up under the lamp. She's going to tell my fortune. I catch on. They're curious about my future. Women always want to know everything. The minute you refuse to talk. I didn't give a damn. I was nice and comfortable on a pile of cushions. It was a damn sight warmer than outside. I just took it easy. They went on with their hocus-pocus. They were interested in my case. The Fatima was getting excited. She was cooking up my horoscope. My girl was frowning. My fate must have been sad. I let them work on my hands. It wasn't unpleasant. Anyway, I had other things to worry out. I looked around me some. Their tent had stripes and stars on it, and on the ceiling embroidered moons and comets. It was too late to get up much interest. I couldn't understand a word of their gibberish. It was at least 2:00. They kept at it, drawing things out. Now they were talking about the little furrow. They were conscientious souls. My hands were always dirty. That couldn't have helped much. And the nails. I could just as well have dropped off to sleep. Finally they were done. They didn't agree. My kid paid the old bag with her own money, 2 coins. I was looking. She had the cards laid out for her. And then we were through with the future. We went out under the curtains. The old bag climbed up on her counter and went back to her hangings. From that moment on, my conquest, this Gwendolen, looked at me differently. I wasn't the same guy. I felt that she had presentiments. She thought me transfigured. She didn't pet me the same way anymore. My destiny must have been pretty sticky. I guess the cards showed the same as the furrows. Pure grief. I felt so sleepy I could have dropped on the spot, but it was too chilly. We had to keep tramping around on the dock. There really wasn't a soul, just a little dog that tagged around after us for a while. He trailed off toward the storehouses. We went into a shelter right by the water. We listened. We saw the tide lapping against the wall, chattering like tongues, and then the sound of oars and the deep breathing of the guys. My greasy Joan dragged me away. I think she wanted me to go home with her. I wouldn't have minded sleeping on the sacks. There were big piles of them all the way up to the rafters. They cut the wind. She made motions to say she had a real room with a real bed. That didn't appeal to me. It meant intimacies. Even then, in the depths of my weariness, she gave me the willies. I make a sign meaning no. I've got this address I want to get to. Meanwell College. If it comes to laying Gwendolen, I'd rather go back to school. Not that she was so ugly-looking. She had charm in her way, even a kind of elegance. She had an ass on her, and muscular thighs and cute little boobies. An ugly-looking puss, but it was dark. We could have done our business. We'd certainly have had a good time. But once we'd had our sleep out, then what? Anyway, I was too tired. And besides, it was impossible. It stirred up my gall. It cramped my cock to think of it. Of all the treachery of things. As soon as you let anybody wrap you up, the whole stinking rotten business. And of my mother. Ah, the poor woman. And of Gorloge and Madame Mahon and the quotations. And the kitchen faucet and La Vallon and little André, the whole lousy mess. Yes, damn it all, I had as much as I could take. A big, stinking, steaming load of shit up to here. See what I mean? Nothing doing. I'd gladly have knocked hell out of this fritter baby, so innocent, so kind. An extra special thrashing till she couldn't see straight. If I'd thought I was stronger. To teach her what was what. That she'd have knocked me for a loop, that was sure. She could take care of herself. She was built like a wrestler. She would have turned me like a pancake if I'd started getting real mean. That's all I had on my mind in the little side streets while my cutie was unbuttoning me. She had the grip of a working girl, rough as a grater, and not at all bashful. Everybody was screwing me. Oh, well. Finally, I got my address out. We'd have to find the place sooner or later. She couldn't read at all, so we went looking for a policeman. 2 or 3 times we went wrong. It was always some funny-looking fountain at a street crossing in the middle of the fog. We had a hell of a time finding one. We looked from dock to dock. We went stumbling over barrels and gangplanks. It was fun, in spite of being so exhausted. She held me up and my suitcase, too. She really had a good disposition. She was losing her bun. I even pulled her hair. That made her laugh, too. The stray dog started following us again. Finally, through the cracks in a shelter, we saw a real light. The watchman was slumped over. He jumped when he saw us. He had on at least 3 overcoats, one on top of the other. He cleared his throat a long time. He came out in the fog. He shook himself like a duck. He was very obliging. He was able to read my address. He showed us. Way up there, he pointed his finger, way at the end of the night, where Meanwell College was. on the hilltop after a string of lanterns that climbed up in a zigzag. He went back into his shack. He squeezed in through the door with all his layers. Once we knew the way, we weren't in such a hurry. There was still a climb, a big, long slope. Our adventure wasn't over. We climbed very slowly. She didn't want me to knock myself out. She was all kindness. She didn't dare to molest me any more. She only kissed me a little when we stopped to rest. She made signs under the lamp that I was just her style, that she liked me fine. About halfway up the slope, we sat down on a rock. From there you could see clouds of fog moving in the distance across the river. They came swooping down, blotting out the little boats on the smooth water, dousing their lights. Then there was moonlight, and then clouds took over again. The kid made some more gestures. Wasn't I hungry? She offered to get me something to eat. Her heart really seemed to be in the right place. Dazed as I was, I wondered if I'd have the strength to topple her off the edge with a good swift kick in the ass. Well, how about it? Below us, the cliff dropped sheer into the brink. All of a sudden we hear voices, men, a whole gang. I recognized them with their lanterns. It was the minstrels, phony niggers with blackened faces. They were coming up from the harbor, too, pulling their cart in the fog. They're having a lot of trouble with it. It's heavy, all that setup of theirs. They'd taken it all apart. Their poles and instruments jiggle and clatter. They see us. They talk to Greasy Joan. They take time out. They settle down a while. They go into conference. They pile up all their coins on the end of the bench, trying to count them, but they can't make it. They're too tired. One at a time they go wash their faces in the waterfall nearby. They come back livid in the morning light. You'd think they were dead already. They raise their heads a moment. They sag. They sit down again in the gravel. They crack some more jokes with my cutie. Finally, we all pick ourselves up. We leave together. We push the wheels of their contraption. We tug and pull to get them up the hill somehow. I still had quite a way to go. They didn't want to leave us. Meanwhile, College was over past the trees, then another turn, and then a slope and a garden. By now, things were blue. When we got to the gate, we were all pretty palsy-walsy. It was hard to find the right number. We scratched matches in 2 or 3 different places. Finally, we had it. The kid began to bawl, but we had to leave each other sometime. I made gestures, signs, to tell her she shouldn't stay there. She should go on with the boys. I'd be seeing her again for sure, down below, in the port, one day. I made affectionate gestures. It was true. All in all, I really wanted to. I gave her my blanket to make her believe me. I'd go and get it. She had trouble understanding. I didn't know what to do. She was kissing me like mad. Our pantomime sent the minstrels into stitches. They imitated our kisses. In the narrow little street, an icy wind was blowing. We were all so worn out, I could hardly stand up. But really, our effusions were too funny. In the end, we were all rocking with laughter. It was all so dumb, at that time of night. Finally, she made up her mind. She didn't want to go on alone, so she followed the minstrels. They all pushed off together behind the cart, the instruments, the bass drum. A nice little stroll they were having. The kid waved some last goodbyes from far off with her lantern. Finally they disappeared, in the trees around the bend in the street. Then I looked at the sign in front of me where I was supposed to go in. It was written plainly, Meanwell College, and above that, in much redder letters, Director J.P. Merriwin. That was the place. I hadn't gone wrong. I lifted the little knocker. Tap, tap. At first nothing happened. Then I rang at the other door. Still nobody answered. Quite a while. Finally I heard somebody moving. I saw a light coming down the stairs. I could see through the curtains. It gave me a rotten feeling. For 2 cents I'd have cleared out. I'd have run after the kid. I'd have caught up with the other guys. I'd have never come back to the school. I was already turning on my heels. Bing, I bump right into this guy, a little man, all stooped over in a dressing gown. He pulls himself up. He looks me over. He jabbers explanations. That must be the boss. He was all upset. He had side whiskers. They were red, with a few white hairs. A little wig over his eyes. He repeated my name. He'd come out through the garden, taken me by surprise. That was a funny way to act. He must have been afraid of thieves. He sheltered his candle. He stood there in front of me, mumbling. It wasn't a very warm place for an interview. He couldn't find all the words he needed. The wind blew out his candle. "Ferdinand, good morning. I am glad to see you. But you are very late. What happened?" "I don't know," I said. He didn't press the point. He went ahead. He took tiny little steps. Finally he opened the door. He jiggled with the lock. He was shaking so hard he couldn't get the key out. Once we were in the entrance, he motioned me to wait, to sit on the chest. He was going to fix things upstairs. Right in the middle of the stairs, he thought of something. He leaned down over the banister and pointed his finger at me. "Tomorrow, Ferdinand, tomorrow, I'll only talk English to you, eh, what?" It made him laugh in advance. "Attendez-moi un moment. Wait. Moment. There, you see, you're catching on, Ferdinand. Already." He was clowning. It took him forever up there, poking around in drawers, closing doors, moving cupboards. I said to myself, what does he think he's doing? I'm going to sleep just like this. I was still waiting. At the end of the corridor, I saw the gas jet flickering. It was turned low. Little by little, my eyes got used to the light, and I saw the clock, a great big one, really magnificent. The dial was all copper, and a tiny little frigate was dancing out the seconds. Tick-tock, tick-tock. She went sailing right along. In the end, I was so tired it made me fuzzy. The old codger was still fussing around, fighting with bric-a-brac, running the water, talking with a woman. Finally, he came down. He had gone to a lot of trouble, completely washed, shaved, dressed fit to kill, and some style, like a lawyer. A flowing black cape, hanging from his shoulders, accordion pleats, and on the top of his dome, a pretty little skullcap with a big tassel. I figured it was for my benefit. He wants to impress me. He makes a little sign. I get up. I start moving. To tell the truth, I could hardly stand up. He cast about for some more phrases, something appropriate, about my trip, if I'd had trouble finding the place. I didn't answer. I followed him, first through the drawing room, around a piano, then through the laundry room, the wash room, the kitchen. Finally he opens another door. And what do I see? A bed. I didn't waste any time. I didn't wait to be told. I jumped right on it. I spread myself flat. Right away, the little crab gets all excited. He flies into a rage. He couldn't stand it. He hollers. He jumps up and down. He dances around the sack. He hadn't been expecting such a thing. He grabs me by the shoes. He tries to pull me off. Chaussure! Chaussure! Boots! Boots! He was getting madder and madder. He was in a terrible state. My mud on his lovely bed, on all those big flowers. That's what was upsetting him, sending him into an epileptic fit. Go shit in your hat, I was thinking. Go split a gut, you little asshole. He was desperate. He ran up and down the hall, looking for reinforcements. If they'd touched a finger to me, I'd have gone wild. I'd have got right off that bed and given that little fart some thrashing, on the spot. I was exactly in the mood. I was all set. He was skinny and puny. He was getting on my nerves with his damn nonsense. I'd have turned him inside out like a glove. I was fed up. He went right on yapping, but I had no trouble falling asleep. For fresh air and the view, you couldn't have asked for anything better than Meanwell College. The location was marvelous. From the garden and even from the windows of the study you could look out over the whole countryside. When the weather cleared, you could see for miles the river, the 3 towns, the port, the docks huddled together by the shore, the railroad lines, the ships disappearing and coming back into view a little way out, behind the hills past the meadows, toward the sea past Chatham. The effect was magnificent. Only it was awfully cold at the time I got there. The place was so unprotected on top of the cliff it was impossible to keep warm. The wind hammered against the house. The squalls and storms came bounding over the hill. The wind roared through the rooms. The doors rattled day and night. We were living in the middle of a tornado. When the tempest began to roar, the kids yelled like deaf people. They couldn't hear each other. Nothing could stand up against that wind. It was bend or break. The trees were stooped over. They never straightened up. The lawns were in tatters. Whole patches were ripped up. You can imagine. In a rough, ravaged climate like that, you get a ravenous appetite. It turns out husky kids, real bruisers, when there's enough to eat. But at Meanwell College, the grub wasn't so hot. It was worse than middling. Their prospectus was a big lie. There were 14 of us at table, including me, plus the boss and his wife. In my opinion, that was at least 8 too many, considering what there was to eat. 6 of us could have handled it. On days when the wind was blowing strong, the eats were very meager. I was the biggest and the hungriest of the crew. I was growing like mad. It was almost time for me to stop. In a month, I doubled in bulk. The violence of the elements created a revolution in my lungs and in my stature. The way I helped myself, the way I scraped all the platters without being asked, I got to be a regular pest at the table. The kids eyed my plate. They gave me dirty looks. I was the enemy, naturally. I didn't give a damn. I didn't say a word to anybody. I was still so hungry I'd even have eaten noodles if anybody had asked me to. A school that gave you enough to eat would go bankrupt. They've got to watch their step. I made up for it on the porridge. There I was ruthless. I took advantage of my strength, and I was even worse with the marmalade. There was a little saucerful for 4 of us. I gobbled it up, all by myself, straight out of the dish. I did away with it before anybody could see what was happening. The others could gripe all they pleased. I never answered. Why should I have? You could have all the tea you wanted. It warms you. It bloats you. It's perfumed water, not bad, but it makes you even hungrier. When the tempest went on for a long time, when the whole hilltop roared for days on end, I dug into the sugar bowl, with a tablespoon or even my bare hands. It was yellow and sticky. It gave me strength. At meals, Mr. Merriwen had the big platter right in front of him. He himself dished everything out. He tried to make me talk. No soap. Me talk. The mere idea made me see red. I was a tough customer. Only his lovely wife had me kind of bewitched. She might have softened me. I sat next to her. She was really adorable, absolutely. Her face, her smile, her arms, all her movements, everything. She was busy the whole time, trying to make little Yonkind eat. He was a freak, a retarded child. After every mouthful, or pretty near, she had to help him, clean him up and wipe away his slobber. It was rough work. This idiot's parents were in India. They didn't even come to see him. A little screwball like that was a real nuisance, especially at mealtime. He'd swallow everything on the table, the spoons, the napkin rings, the pepper, the oil and vinegar bottles, even the knives. Swallowing things was his passion. He always had his mouth all dilated, distended like a boa constrictor. He'd suck up all sorts of little objects, even off the floor, grunting and slobbering the whole time. Mrs. Merriwen always stopped him, took the things away, always patient and gentle, never a harsh word. Aside from his swallowing act, the kid wasn't so bad. He was actually rather good-natured. He wasn't bad-looking either, only his eyes were weird. He bumped into everything without his glasses. He was disgustingly nearsighted. He'd have collided with a mole. He needed thick lenses like bottle stoppers. They made his eyes pop out. They were wider than the rest of his face. The least little thing frightened him. Mrs. Merriwen always comforted him with the same 2 words. "No trouble, Yonkind, no trouble." He himself would repeat those words for days on end, for no rhyme or reason, like a parrot. After several months at Chatham, that was all I remembered. No trouble, Yonkind. 2 weeks, 3 weeks passed. They left me alone. They didn't try to force me. They'd have liked me to talk, for me to learn a little English. That was only natural. My father asked in his letters if I was making an effort, if I was applying myself to my studies. I didn't let them rope me in. Talk wasn't for me. I'd had enough. I only had to bring back my memories. The hullabaloo at home, my mother's blah blah, all the applesauce people can serve you up in words. Hell no, not for me. I had my belly full. I'd had all the confessions, all the soft soap I could take. No, thank you. I had whole carloads. If I even thought of trying, the whole mess stuck in my throat. They weren't going to catch me again. I'd had enough. I had a good excuse for keeping my mouth shut, a golden opportunity, and I was determined to take every advantage of it, to the bitter end. No appeals to sentiment, no fiddle-faddle. They made me want to throw up with all their talk. Maybe even worse than noodles. And believe me, it gave me the creeps even to think of home. Mr. and Mrs. Merriwen were at their wits' end. They wondered what made me so silent, so sullen and obstinate. It was mostly he that made overtures, the minute we sat down to table, on any subject he could think of. He really wanted me to learn. "Hello, Ferdinand," he'd sing out. I wasn't greatly tempted. "Hello, hello," I'd answer, and that was all. It stopped right there. We began to eat. From behind his glasses he gave me a pained look. He had spells of melancholia. He must have said to himself, "That boy won't be with us long. He'll leave if he's unhappy." But he didn't dare to say any more. He'd blink his little cock-hole eyes, his turned-up chin would twitch, and he'd raise his eyebrows, which shot off in different directions and weren't the same color either. He was the old-fashioned type, with side whiskers and a little cosmetic mustache, very pointed at the ends. He looked rather jolly. He was always on the jump, playing games, and even racing around on a tricycle. She, his wife, wasn't the same at all. She hadn't her equal for charm. I have to admit that she was a dream. She made a profound impression on me. That refectory of theirs on the ground floor was a pretty miserable place. The walls were daubed a kind of snuff color all the way up to the ceiling. It looked out on a blind alley. The first time she came into the room with Jonkind, you can't imagine how beautiful she seemed to me. I had a feeling, something very unusual. I kept looking at her. I blinked both eyes. I felt dizzy. I buried my nose in my slob gullion. Nora was her name. Nora Merriwin. At the beginning and end of the meals, we all went down on our knees while the old man said prayers. He commented at length on the Bible. The kids dug into their noses and wriggled in all directions. Jonkind didn't want to wait. He wanted to eat the doorknob that was right in front of him, on a level with his mouth. The old-timer really threw himself into his prayers. He liked to mumble. He'd bumble away for a good 15 minutes. It rounded out the meal. In the end, we'd get up when he said, "Eva and Eva." Only the bottom half of the walls was painted brown. The rest was whitewashed. There were engravings of Bible stories. There was Job with his staff, all in rags, crossing a desert. Then there was Noah's Ark, crushed under the rain that was bouncing on the waves on the foamy fury, just like in Rochester. Our roof was the same way. I can bet the storms we had were much more violent. Even the double windows couldn't stand up to it. Later it was calm. Then everything was enchanted. An enormous realm of mist like another world. You couldn't see 2 steps away in the garden. There was nothing left but one big cloud. It crept softly into the rooms. It hid everything. It seeped in everywhere, into the classroom, in between the kids. The sounds of the city, of the port, rose up like an echo, especially from the river below. It sounded like a tugboat coming straight into the garden. You could even hear it panting behind the house. It came back, and then it was gone again, down into the valley. All the railroad whistles coiled and twisted through the mists in the sky. It was a kingdom of phantoms. We even had to hurry back into the house. We would have fallen off the cliff. While they were saying their prayers, I had dangerous sensations. As we knelt, I almost touched Nora. I breathed against her neck, into her hair. I had terrible temptations. It was a desperate moment. I had to hold myself back from doing something dumb. I wonder what she would have said if I had dared. I played with myself, thinking of her, at night in the dormitory, very late, long after all the others, and in the morning I'd have a little more. Her hands were marvels, tapering, pink and white, tender, the same gentleness as her face. Just to look at them was like a glimpse of fairyland. What troubled me most, what moved me deep inside, was the special charm she had, that lit up on her face when she was speaking. Her nose would tremble just a little, and her cheeks and the curve of her lips. I was really damned. It was sorcery. It intimidated me. I saw stars. I couldn't move. At the least smile, waves of magic ran through me. I was afraid to look at her. I stared at my plate the whole time. Her hair, too, when she passed by the fireplace, was a pure play of light. Hell, she was turning into a fairy. That was plain. The part I mostly wanted to eat was the corner of her lip. She was as kind to me as she was to the idiot. She translated every word for me, everything that went on at table, everything the little snot-noses said. She explained everything, first in French. She repeated everything very slowly. She took on work for two. Her old man went on twinkling behind his glasses. He didn't chirp very much any more. He just acquiesced. "Yes, Ferdinand, yes," he said approvingly. After that he entertained himself. He'd pick his teeth very slowly, and then his ears. He'd play with his dental plate, unhook it, and pop it back into place. He'd wait till the kids were done, then he'd start up his prayers again. Once we were back on our feet, Mrs. Merriwin, before we went back to school, made another stab at arousing my interest in things. "The table, la table. Now come along, Ferdinand." I resisted all her charms. I didn't answer one word. I let her go out ahead of me. Her buttocks fascinated me, too. She had an admirable ass, not just a pretty face. Taut, compact, not too big, not too little, all in one piece under her skirt. A muscular banquet. A thing like that is divine. That's the way I feel about it. The witch, I'd have eaten every bit of her, gobbled her up, I swear. I kept my temptations to myself. I distrusted the other kids in the place like the plague. They were a bunch of little snot-noses, always looking for a fight, always shooting the shit, crazy and dumb as hell. I'd lost interest in that kind of foolishness. The way those kids made faces all the time, they made me sick. I was too old. I hadn't the patience. I couldn't stand school any more. The stuff they do, the truck they recite, it's unbearable. When you think of what's waiting for you, the way you'll be treated as soon as you're out. If I'd felt like shooting my mouth off, I'd have mowed all those phony little bastards down with 3 words and a menacing gesture, knocked them flat. Just to see them bouncing around the cricket field made my blood boil. At first they laid for me in corners, to break me in, as they put it. They'd decided they were going to make me talk regardless. There were about a dozen of them. They swallowed their cigarettes. I pretended not to notice. I waited until I had them good and close. Then I went all out. I poked them smack in the eyes. I kicked them square in the shins. I sent them sprawling. It was a massacre, a pudding. They went over like 10-pins. Days later, they were still feeling their bones. After that, they behaved better. They got to be soft-spoken, respectful. They came back for another sniff. I laid out 2 or 3 of them. After that, they knew what was what. I was really the strongest and maybe the meanest, French or English. Kids are all the same kind of vermin. You've got to step on them quick. There's no point in using kid gloves. You've got to teach them right away or you never will. Give them a good shellacking. Otherwise you'll be the one to get stepped on. You'll be all washed up. Miss your chance and all you'll get is one good bellyache. If I'd started talking to them, naturally I'd have told them what business is really like, the realities of life, apprenticeship. I'd soon have wised those little phonies up. Those kids didn't know which way is up. They didn't know a damn thing. All they knew about was football. That isn't enough. And looking at their cocks. There wasn't too much school, only in the morning. Mr. Merriwin was in charge of the schoolwork, religion, and the different kinds of sports. He managed all by himself. There weren't any other teachers. At the crack of dawn, he came around himself in slippers and dressing gown to wake us up. He was already smoking his pipe, a little clay one. He waved his long cane over the bed, bringing it down once in a while, but never hard. "Hello, boys, he'd cry with his little old woman's voice. We followed him to the washroom. There was a row of faucets. We used them as little as possible. It was too cold to soap yourself. And it never stopped raining. From December on, we had a regular deluge. You couldn't see the least bit of the town anymore, or the port, or the river in the distance. Nothing but fog the whole time. A big mess of cotton. The rains made holes in it. You could see lights, then they disappeared. You could hear all the foghorns, the boats calling. From daybreak on there was always a noise. The grinding of winches, the little train along the waterfront, puffing and squealing. When he came in, Merriwin turned up the gas jet so we could find our socks. After the washroom, we ran, still sopping wet, down to the basement for our measly feed. A bit of prayer and then breakfast. That was the only place where they burned a little coal, the greasy, slippery kind that erupts like a volcano, that explodes and smells like asphalt. It's a pleasant smell, but then it gives off a whiff of sulfur that stings pretty bad. On the table there were sausages on toast, but Lord, they were small. They were mighty good, a delicacy, but there was never enough. I could have bolted the whole lot. Through the smoke, the flames threw reflections on the wall, on Job and the Ark. Fantastic visions. Not speaking the English language, I had plenty of time to look around. The old man chewed slowly. Mrs. Merriwin came in last. She had dressed Yonkind. She settled him in his chair. She moved the cutlery out of his reach, especially the knives. It was really a wonder he hadn't stuck his eye out yet, and greedy as he was, that he hadn't swallowed a coffee pot and bust. I looked furtively at Nora, Mrs. Merriwin. I listened to her like a song. Her voice was like the rest of her, enchanting gentleness. What interested me in her English was the music, the way it danced in and out of the firelight. I was living in a daze myself, a little like Yonkind. I was soft in the head. I was letting myself be bewitched. I had nothing to do. The stinker, she must have known. Women are scum. She was as low down as the rest of them. "What's the matter with you, Buster?" I said to myself. "You swallowed a kite? You sick? You off your rocker? Flying away? Watch yourself, kid. Pinch yourself. Pull yourself together before it's too late." So, naturally, I tightened up. I curled up like a hedgehog. The danger was past. I kept my trap shut. I had to watch myself. My imagination was running away with me. It was a dreamy kind of place, with its opaque storms and its clouds all over. I had to hole up and keep patching my armor. One question kept coming back to me. How had she come to marry that little worm, that little rat with the cane? It seemed impossible. That goblin, that monster, with that mug. Even on a pipe bowl it would scare people out of their wits. It wouldn't sell for a dime. Oh, well, it's her business. She was always keeping after me, trying to make me converse. "Good morning, Ferdinand. Hello, good morning." I was all hot and bothered. Her expression was so adorable. Plenty of times I almost fell. But I'd pull myself together quick. I reminded myself of all the stuff I had on my mind. I saw La Vallon's face and Gorloge all mixed up. I had plenty to choose from to make me puke. Madame Mahon, Sakyamuni. I only had to sniff. My nose was always in the shit. I answered inside. "Go on talking, baby doll. Go right ahead. You won't get a rise out of me. You can laugh your head off. Smile like a dozen frogs. You won't catch me. I'm hardened. Take it from me. I've had it up to here." I thought of my father, his scenes, the bills he was always dishing out, all the shit that was waiting for me, the lousy jobs, the crummy customers, all the beans, the noodles, the deliveries, the bosses, all the thrashings I'd had in the passage. If I had any desire to kid around, that knocked it right out of me. I was convulsed with memories. I scraped my ass with them. I was so mad I tore off whole patches of skin. My bleeding ass. No, this skirt wasn't going to take me. Maybe she was good. Maybe she was marvelous. Let her be 1,000 times more radiant and beautiful. You won't catch me going soft on her. She wouldn't wring a single sigh out of me. She could cut her face in ribbons to please me. She could roll them around her neck. She could cut 3 fingers off her hand and stick them up my ass. She could buy herself a pure gold pussy. I still wouldn't talk to her. Never. I wouldn't even kiss her. All that was the bunk. More of the same. And that was that. I preferred to stare at her old man, to look him up and down. That kept me from having dumb ideas. I drew comparisons. He was part turnip, green diluted blood, part carrot, too, on account of the squiggly hairs coming out of his ears and at the bottom of his cheeks. How had he ever got hold of this beauty? It couldn't have been money. Then it must have been a mistake. Of course, you've got to remember women are always in a hurry. They'll grow in anything. Any old garbage will do. They're just like flowers. The more beautiful they are, the worse the manure stinks. The season is short. Bazing. And the way they lie all the time. I'd seen some horrible examples. They never stop. It's their perfume. That's the long and the short of it. I should have talked to her? Beans. She'd have taken me for a ride. That was sure as shit. I'd have understood even less. Buttoning up built my character, at least. In school, Mr. Merriwin tried to persuade me. He went to a lot of trouble. He put all the kids to work making me talk. He wrote whole sentences on the blackboard in capital letters, easy to decipher, and the translation underneath. The kids repeated them all together, in chorus, in cadence, over and over. I opened my mouth wide. I pretended something was coming. I was waiting for it to come out. Nothing came out. Not a syllable. I shut my mouth again. The try was over. They'd leave me alone for another 24 hours. "Hello, hello, Ferdinand," the old ape would sing out, crestfallen at the end of his wits. When he did that, he really gave me a pain. I'd have made him swallow his big stick. I'd have put him on a spit. I'd have hung him up on the window by the ass. Ah, he caught on finally. He stopped pushing me. He suspected the kind of instincts I had. I frowned. I grunted when my name was called. I kept my overcoat on, even in school. I slept in it. I meant a lot to Merriwin. He didn't want to lose me. His school wasn't overcrowded. He didn't want me to go home before my 6 months were up. He was worried about my impulses. He kept on the defensive. In the dormitory, we kids were left to ourselves. Once the prayers were over, we said them in our nightgowns, kneeling on the floor at the foot of the bed. Merriwin delivered a kind of sermon. We formed a circle around him, and then he went off to his room. We didn't see him any more. After hurrying through our responses, we hit the sack quick, impatient to start playing with ourselves. It warms you up. Nora shut the idiot up in a special bed with a grating over it. He was always trying to get out. He walked in his sleep so bad that sometimes he upset the bed. I'd made friends with a crazy little kid that jerked me off almost every night. He suggested a lot of other things. He had ideas. I had plenty of juice, more than the others. He was greedy. He made all the kids laugh with his clowning. He sucked 2 of the other kids. He pretended to be a dog. Woof, woof, he'd bark. He'd crawl around like a puppy. He came when we whistled. He liked being ordered around. On the nights when the storm was really acting up, when the wind was howling in the alley under our windows, we made bets whether the wind would put out the lamp, the one that creaked so bad, that was hanging over the gate. I used to hold the bets, The ginger, the chocolate, the pictures, the cigarette butts, even a few lumps of sugar, and 3 matches. They trusted me. They put it all on my bed. The woof-woof dog often won. He had an instinct about stormy weather. On Christmas Eve there was such a cyclone that the lamp in the alley smashed to bits. I can still remember. Kid Woof-Woof and I ate up all the bets. It was the style and tradition that in the afternoon everybody put on sport clothes, a green and yellow striped uniform and a cap to match, all decorated with the college seals and blazons. I wasn't very eager to dress up like a jester, and one of those outfits I felt sure must be mighty expensive, especially the cleated shoes. I wasn't in the mood for toys. I didn't see any games in my future. It was just some more damn foolishness, made to order for little punks. Right after lunch, old man Merriwin himself took off his half-soutane, put on his Pied Piper coat, and bazing, out he went. All of a sudden he was full of beans. You wouldn't have known him. He'd go romping up and down the field like a pony. Under the squalls and showers he was especially happy. His little harlequin suit had a magical effect on him. He was comical, as jumpy as Quicksilver. Englishmen, you've got to admit, are a funny sight. A cross between a pastor and a little boy. Everything about them is ambiguous. Mostly they bugger each other. He was awfully keen on having them buy me a complete set of livery so I could be rigged out like a champion from Meanwell College. So I wouldn't stick out like a sore thumb when we went for a walk or on the football field. He even showed me a letter he'd written my father on the subject. Maybe there was something in it for him. Maybe he'd get a rake off. There was something suspicious about the way he kept insisting. I didn't bat an eyelash when I saw the letter, but I had a little laugh to myself. Go ahead and send it, you old fool. You don't know my parents. They don't give a good goddamn about sports. Obviously, he had no idea. Obviously, they'd tell him what for. They'd stick at the monkey suit. Any bets? There'd be hell to pay. Well, anyway, after lunch, rain or shine or earthquake, we all had to go out. 2 by 2, we had to climb another hill behind ours, absolutely waterlogged, a chaos of bogs and torrents. I brought up the rear with Mrs. Merriwin and the idiot in between us. We brought his pail and shovel so he could make mud pies, big mushy ones. That kept him quiet for a while. Umbrellas and raincoats were no use at all. Nothing could resist the tornadoes. If it hadn't been for the slush that was thicker than lead, we'd have flown away with the birds. I had the best position in the football game. I kept the goal. That gave me a chance to meditate. I didn't like to be disturbed. I let almost everything through. When the whistle blew, the brats flung themselves into the battle. They plowed through the muck till their ankles cracked. They charged at the ball, full steam into the clay. They plastered themselves with it. Their eyes were full of it. Their whole heads were covered. When the game was over, our little angels were nothing but molded garbage, staggering hunks of clay, with big wads of pigeon shit sticking to them. The muddier they were, the shittier, the more hermetically sealed, the happier they felt. They were wild with joy under their crusts of ice, wedged into their clay helmets. Our only trouble was lack of competition. Rival teams were rare, especially nearby. Actually, the only ones that played us regularly, every Thursday, were the kids from Pitwit Academy, on the other side of the bridge at Stroud, a gang of miserable pimple faces, foundlings, a charitable institution. They were mighty skinny, even lighter than our gang. Actually, they didn't weigh anything. At the first violent charge downwind, they flew away just like the ball. The main thing was to hold them, to flatten them down. We used to beat them 12-4, regularly. It was the custom. If there were any complaints, if we heard the slightest murmur, we didn't hesitate a second. We beat the shit out of them. We massacred them. That was the custom, too. If they kicked so much as a single goal more than usual, our boys got really vicious. They said they'd been double-crossed. They began to look for the guilty parties. Murder was in the air. When we got home in the evening, they went over the whole business again. After prayers, when the old man had closed the door, hell broke loose for 5 minutes. Youngkind was to blame. The fool things he did. He was always responsible for the penalties we got. He got his punishment. It was epic. They lifted up the grating and spilled him out of his crib. First, they spread him out on the floor like a crab. 10 of them all together gave him a mean whipping with belts, even with the buckles. When he yelled too loud, they'd pin him under a mattress and everybody stamped on him. Then they went after his pecker to teach him how to behave, till there wasn't any more, not a single drop. Next day he couldn't stand up. Mrs. Merriwin was puzzled. She couldn't make the kid out. He didn't say no trouble any more. He crumpled up at the table and in class. For 3 days he was a wreck. But he was incorrigible. You'd have had to tie him to make him keep still. You had to keep him away from the goal. The minute he saw the ball go in, he went off his rocker. He dashed in like a madman, jumped on the ball, wrenched it away from the goalkeeper. Before we could stop him, he'd run away with it. At times like that, he was really out of his mind. He ran faster than anybody else. "Hooray, hooray, hooray!" he'd keep shouting all the way down the hill. It wasn't easy to catch him. He'd run all the way to town. Often we'd catch him in a shop, kicking the ball into shop windows, smashing signs. He was a demon athlete. He had funny ideas. You never knew what he was going to do next. For 3 months, I didn't say boo. I didn't say hip or hep or oof. I didn't say yes. I didn't say no. I didn't say anything at all. It took some heroism. I didn't speak to a living soul. That suited me fine. In the dormitory, everything went on as usual. The jerking and sucking. I wondered about Nora, but I didn't really know a thing. Around January and February, it was terribly cold, and the fog was so thick we could hardly find our way home from the playing field. We groped our way. The old man let me alone in school and on the hill. He'd stopped trying to argue with me. He caught on to my character. He thought I was thinking things over, that I'd come around after a while, if handled gently. That's not what interested me. What gave me the creeps was the thought of going back to the Passage. It gave me the shivers 3 months in advance. It drove me crazy just to think about it. Christ, having to start talking again. On the physical side, I had nothing to complain about. I was doing all right. I was feeling a good deal stronger. The rough climate, the glacial weather was just what I needed. It built me up more and more. If the eats had been better, I'd have turned into a regular strong man. I'd have laid them all flat. Another couple of weeks went by. That made 4 months of silence. Then all of a sudden Merriwin got kind of scared. One afternoon when we came in from sports, I saw him grabbing a sheet of paper. He begins to write my father, hysterically. A lot of bilge. It was a dumb thing to do. By return mail, I got 3 big, long letters that I can safely describe as vile, stupid, bristling with threats, blood-curdling oaths, insults in Greek and Latin, warnings, prospective punishments, selected anathemas, infinite grief. My conduct was diabolical, apocalyptic. That got me down again. He writes me an ultimatum to plunge into the study of the English language immediately in the name of his terrible principles, of their extreme privations, of their 20 million sacrifices, of the horrible sufferings they had endured, all for my sake. Merriwin, the stupid bastard, stuttered and stammered. He was all upset, flummoxed at having brought on such a deluge. A lot of good it had done him. Now the dikes were broken. It was every man for himself. I can't begin to say how rotten sick it made me to see all my old man's damn foolishness right there on the table, spread out in black on white. It was even crummier in writing. What an asshole he turned out to be, old swallowtail Merriwin. Worse than all the brats lumped together, and 10 times stupider and stubborner. I was sure he'd be my downfall with those glass eyes of his. If he'd kept quiet and minded his business, as agreed, I was good for another 6 months. Now that he'd put his foot in it, it was only a question of weeks. I locked myself up in my silence. I was very angry with him. If I picked up and left, he'd ask for it. It would be a disaster for the school. He'd brought it on himself. Meanwhile, college wasn't doing very well to begin with. Without me on the football team, they were all washed up. The team would never get through the season. After Christmas vacation, 4 kids left. That is, they didn't come back. The school would have one hell of a football team, even if they let Youngkind play. It would be non-existent. With only 8 snot-noses left, it was no use even lining up. They'd wipe the floor with us. Pitwit would score whenever they felt like it. Even if their kids had been lighter than feathers, even if they'd been twice as undernourished, our boys would cut and run. They wouldn't wait for the massacre. Meanwhile was washed up. No more football meant bankruptcy. The old man was scared shitless. He made a last despairing try. He questioned me in French. Did I have any complaints? Was anything wrong? Did the kids bully me? I'd have liked to see them try. Did my feet get too wet? Was there something special I'd like to eat? There was no sense in talking. I was ashamed to sulk and act like an ass in front of Nora. But self-respect wasn't the half of it. Once you've made up your mind, you've got to go through with it. The more pupils they lost, the more indispensable I was getting. They were always making up to me, smiling, doing me favors. The kids knocked themselves out. Little Jack, the one that put on the puppy act at night, brought me candy. He even gave me some of his watercress, the little tiny leaves, stiff as whiskers, that taste like mustard and grow in special moldy boxes on the windowsill. The old man had told them all to be nice and try and keep me until Easter. For the sake of our sports, the honor of the school depended on it. If I left any sooner, the team would be shot. They wouldn't be able to play pitwit anymore. To make things even nicer for me, they let me off classes. In class, I distracted everybody's attention. I was always banging my desk, or I'd go and look out the window, at the fog and the movement in the port. I had projects of my own. I did things with chestnuts and walnuts. I set up naval battles. I made big sailboats with matches. I prevented the others from learning anything. The idiot behaved pretty well, except he kept sticking his penholder up his nose. Sometimes he put 2 or even 4 of them in one nostril. He pushed them way up and yelled. He drank the ink out of the inkwells. It was better he should take walks. The more he grew, the harder it got to handle him. They took us out together. I missed the classroom a little. I didn't learn anything, but I felt good. I didn't mind the sound of English. It's pleasant, elegant, supple. It's a kind of music. It comes from another planet. I had no talent for learning. It wasn't hard for me to resist. Papa always said I was stupid and opaque. There was nothing to be surprised about. My isolation suited me better and better. Obstinacy is my strong point. They had to give in, to stop bothering me. They flattered my instincts, my taste for bumming. They walked me all over the region, up hill and down village, with the idiot, his wheelbarrow, and all his toys. As soon as school started, we lit out for the country, Yonkind, Mrs. Merriwin, and I. We often came back by way of Chatham, depending on the errands we had to do. We held the idiot by a rope fastened to his belt so he wouldn't make off through the streets. He was always up to something. We'd mosey down to town. We'd saunter along the shop fronts. We'd have to watch out for the carriages. He was scared of horses. He'd practically jump under the wheels. While doing the shopping, Mrs. Merriwin tried to teach me the signs on the shops. That way I'd learn without even trying, without the slightest effort. I let her talk. I just looked at her face, at the particular spot that fascinated me, her smile, that saucy little jigger. I'd have liked to kiss her right there. It was itching me something terrible. I went around behind her. I hypnotized myself on her waist, her movements, her undulations. On market day we took the big basket. It was like a cradle. Yonkind and I each held a handle. We brought back all the food for the whole week. Our shopping took all morning. I saw Gwendolen, my greasy Joan, in the distance. She was still cooking her fritters. She was wearing a different hat. It was even bigger, with more flowers. I refused to go in that direction. I'd never have extricated myself from all the explanations and gush. When we stayed home, because Yonkind had a cold, Nora lay on the couch in the drawing-room and began to read. There were books all over the place. Our blessed angel was a sensitive soul, poetic, imaginative. She didn't soil her hands. She never touched a finger to the food or the beds or the floors. There were 2 maids when I first came, Flossie and Gertrude. They seemed to be pretty hefty. How did they manage that? They must have kept all the grub for themselves. Or maybe it was some disease. They were neither of them any spring chickens. You could hear them griping the whole time. They were always sniffing on the stairs. They'd shake their brooms at each other, but they didn't knock themselves out. It was filthy in the corners. Flossie smoked on the sly. I caught her one day in the garden. No washing was done in the house. We took it all to town to a special laundry at the end of the world, way past the barracks. On those days, Yonkind and I didn't rest a minute. We went up and down the hill any number of times with enormous bundles. We'd have contests to see who could carry more and faster. That was a sport I understood. It reminded me of the days on the boulevards. Our walks got to be wild adventures when the rain came down so heavy and wet, when the sky crashed against the roofs and burst into torrents and waterfalls. The 3 of us clung together to resist the tempest. The storm was so violent that Nora, her curves, her buttocks, her thighs, looked like solid water. Everything was stuck together. We weren't making any headway. We couldn't take the stairs that went up our cliff. We had to go around by the park, to make a detour past the church. We stopped outside the chapel, under the portico, waiting for the storm to pass. The rain drove the idiot crazy with excitement. He'd run out of his shelter. He tilted his head back and took the rain full in the face, with his mouth wide open. He gulped down the rivers. He was having a hell of a good time. He bobbed up and down. He flew into a frenzy. He danced a jig in the puddles. He jumped like a wood sprite. He wanted us to dance, too. It was one of his fits. I was beginning to understand him. It was hard to calm him down. You had to pull his rope and hitch him to the foot of a bench. I knew my parents. This business with the striped suit wasn't going to suit them one bit. I knew it all in advance. They answered after some delay. They still hadn't got over it. They yelled like stuck pigs. They thought I was trying to put one over on them, that the whole thing was a subterfuge to cover up my wild extravagance. They took advantage of the occasion to remark that if I wasted my time kicking a ball around, no wonder I wasn't learning 2 cents worth of grammar. This was their final notice, my last chance. I needn't worry too much about the accent. Any old accent would do, as long as I could make myself understood. I read the letter over again with Nora and her old man. It lay open on the table. There were some passages they didn't dig. The whole thing struck them as very strange and mysterious. I didn't do any explaining. I'd been there for 4 months. I wasn't going to let myself in for a lot of applesauce on account of a jacket. It upset them, though. Even Nora seemed unhappy that I didn't want to wear a sport uniform with the monkey jacket and the rainbow cap. Probably for roaming around town, it would be good publicity for Meanwell, especially me, because I was the biggest and gawkiest. The way I looked on the football field was a disgrace to the school. Finally, they carried on so much that I softened a little. I accepted a compromise. Nora pieced together a rig out of 2 of her old man's cast-offs, and I said I'd try it. Some combination. It made me look real cute, twice as grotesque. I had no shape or middle, but I didn't have to listen to their lamentations any more. At the same time, I inherited a cap, 2 tones, with a crest, a tiny little thing the size of half an orange. It looked weird on my enormous bean, but they thought all that stuff helped the prestige of their establishment. The honor of the school was saved. Now they made a point of taking me out. They didn't have to think of excuses any more. As long as we could roam around and no one tried to make me open my heart, it was okay with me. I couldn't hope for anything better. I'd even have worn a topper if they'd insisted, if it gave them pleasure. They wore them on Sunday when they went to sing hymns at their Protestant Mass. That temple of theirs was like a drill ground. Stand up, sit down. Nobody asked me how I felt about it. They just took me along. They were afraid I'd be unhappy all alone in the house. In church, too, between the pews, we had to keep an eye on Yonkind. It was pretty rough. He kept fairly quiet between the 2 of us, Nora and me. In church, Nora seemed even more beautiful than outside. That's what I thought, at least. With the sound of the organ and the half-tints of the windows, her profile was dazzling. I can still see her. It was years ago, but I can bring back her image whenever I please. At the shoulders, her silk blouse forms lines, curves, miracles of flesh, agonizing visions, soft and sweet and crushing. Yes, I could have fainted away with delight while our kids were bawling the Psalms of Saul. Sunday afternoon there'd be another hymn-singing session at home. I'd be kneeling beside her. The old geezer read something interminable. I had to hold my cock down with both hands, way at the bottom of my pockets. In the evening, after all the meditations, I was bursting with desire. The kid that came around to lap me up had his money's worth on Sunday night. He had his fill. But I wasn't satisfied. It was her I wanted, every last bit of her. Beauty comes back at you in the night. It attacks you. It carries you away. It's unbearable. I was soft in the head from jerking off on visions. The less we had for meals, the more I masturbated. It was so cold in the house we put all our clothes back on as soon as the old geezer had cleared out. The lamp under our window, the one we made bets about, creaked the whole time. To save a little warmth, we went to bed 2 by 2. We did each other up brown. I was ruthless. I couldn't stop. My imagination kept winding me up. I devoured Nora in all her beauty, every nook and cranny. I ripped up the bolster. I'd have ripped out her quiff if I'd really bit into her, her entrails, the juice of her marrow. I'd have drunk it all. I'd have sucked up every bit of her, left nothing. I'd have taken all her blood, every drop. Still, it suited me better to ravage the bed, to chew up the sheets, than to let Nora or any other skirt take me for a ride. I'd caught on, believe me. I knew the score with women. Ass is a rat race, a sucker's caravan, an abyss, a bottomless pit, and that's that. My way was to strangle my dick. I was oozing like a snail, but I didn't let it come out, not me. Cock that wets will suck eggs. To hell with all that stinking mush. Yak, yak, I love you, I adore you. Sure, sure. Let her shit in your face. Why worry? It's a party. Bottoms up. It's so lovely. It's so innocent. I'd wised up when I was a kid. Sentiment, hell. Balls. Go jump in the lake. Go fly a kite. I clutched my oil can. My fly was all twisted. Ding-dong dell. You won't catch me dying like a sucker, with a poem on my lips. Ugh. Aside from the business with the prayers, I had other tortures to put up with. The crafty demon of lechery walked every path. He was hiding behind every bush. I walked enormous distances with the idiot and my lovely, and got to know every inch of the country around Rochester in every kind of weather. We explored every valley, every path and bypath. I looked at the sky a good deal to distract my attention. It changed color with the tides. During calm spells, pink clouds came up, on the land side and on the horizon, and then the fields turned blue. The way the town was laid out, the roofs sloped down toward the river. It looked like an avalanche, an enormous herd of cattle, all black and pressed together in the mists that blew down from the open country, all steaming in the yellow and violet fog. She was always making detours and arranging for long rests at propitious moments. It didn't get her anywhere. It didn't make me open my heart. Even when we spent hours coming home through little narrow streets. Even one evening when it was already dark on the bridge that goes to Stroud. We looked down at the river. A long time, the eddies swirling around the arches. We heard all the bells from the villages, far, far away in the distance. Then she took my hand and kissed it, just like that. I was all stirred up. I didn't react. I didn't move. No one could see us. I didn't say a word. I didn't bat an eyelash. She never suspected. It wasn't easy to resist. The harder it was for me, the stronger I became. She wasn't going to soften me, the bloodsucker, even if she were 100 times as pretty. Anyway, she was going to bed with that little ape. When you're young, it makes you puke to see the old fossils they shack up with. If I'd said anything, I'd have tried to find out why it was him. Why him when he was so ugly? It was incongruous. Maybe I was slightly jealous. I guess I was. But it's true that he was horrible to look at and listen to, with his little short arms, flapping like stumps, all the time for no reason. He waved them around so much he seemed to have 10 of them. It made you scratch just to look at him. He was always snapping his fingers, clapping his hands, twirling his cane, crossing his arms, but just for a second. Bzing, he was off again, like a jumping jack. What a guy! Twitching and jerking, like a loony chicken. She, on the contrary, emanated grace. Every moment was lovely. She was a mirage of charm. When she left the room, you felt a void in your soul. Your heart slipped down to the basement in sadness. She had every reason to be downcast. She might have shown signs of worry. During the first months, I always saw her happy, patient, untiring with the snot-noses and the idiot. They weren't always a pleasure to handle. Her life was no joke. With her beauty, she should have been able to marry a bag of money. She must have been bewitched, or taken some kind of a vow. And he certainly wasn't rich. It stuck in my craw. In the end, I couldn't think of anything else. For Nora, the idiot was an awful nuisance. She had every reason to be exhausted at the end of the afternoon, just wiping his nose, taking him to pee, keeping him from getting run over, from swallowing everything in sight. It was really a rotten chore. She was never in much of a hurry. As soon as the weather picked up a little, we stayed out even later. We dawdled around the village and by the river bank. Youngkind didn't drool as much when we were out walking as at home. Only he swiped things, matches, for instance. The minute you left him alone for a second, he set fire to the curtains. Not to be bad. He'd come and tell us right away. He'd want us to see how pretty the little flames were. The shopkeepers in town saw us passing so often they all got to know us. They were grocers, that's what they called them. Something like épiciers. That's one word I actually learned. In their windows they piled up regular mountains of apples and beets, and whole valleys of spinach on their enormous counters. The stuff went all the way up to the ceiling. The hills ran from one shop to the next. Cauliflower, margarine, artichokes. It made Youngkind happy to see those things. He'd jump up on a pumpkin. He'd bite into it like a horse. The shopkeepers thought I was crazy, too. They asked her how I was getting along. The minute I turned my back, they made motions to Nora with their fingers. They'd tap their heads. "Better, better," they whispered. "No, no," she answered sadly. I wasn't any better, damn it. I'd never be better. It gave me the creeps the way they carried on. So worried, so sympathetic. When we went shopping, there was one little thing I'd always noticed. It puzzled me quite a lot. Those bottles of whiskey. In the course of a week, we always brought back one and often two, and sometimes brandy, too. And I never saw the stuff on the table, or in the parlor, or in the glasses. Not a single drop. We always drank water, absolutely straight. So where did the booze go? Was there a tippler in the house? I had strong suspicions. I kept saying to myself, somebody's lapping it up. There's one spoiled brat around here that doesn't feel the cold. The way he's pouring it down, he doesn't have to worry about rheumatism. That's a cinch. The weather began to improve. The winter was over. It had passed in walks, games, cross-country races, storms, and masturbation. To get a little more to eat, I did a little sleight of hand in the shops. They thought I was so simple they never suspected my tricks. I put on the innocent mischief act. I disappeared. I played peekaboo with Youngkind behind the posts and counters. I snitched a little sausage, an egg here and there, a few crackers, a banana or two, just a few odds and ends. Nobody ever bothered me. In March we had another rainy spell. The sky was heavy, crushing. It gets on your nerves in the end after all those months. It weighs on everything, on the houses, the trees. It falls right down to the ground. You walk on it, you're sopping wet. You walk in the clouds, in mists that melt into slush, in the soup, on broken bottles. It's miserable. The farthest we went on our walks was past Stroud, on paths, through woods and over hills, to an enormous estate where they raise pheasants. They weren't wild at all. They roamed around by the dozens. They pecked like chickens on a big lawn with some kind of monument in the middle, an enormous black block of coal, standing upright, tremendous, almost as big as a house. It dominated the landscape. We never went any farther. After that, there wasn't any path. One place I was sorry I couldn't go in the evening was the waterfront at the bottom of the town, especially on Saturday. Nora would have been delighted to please me by going there more often, but it was dangerous on account of Yonkind. He tripped over the ropes. Half a dozen times he almost drowned himself. On the whole, it was better for us to stick to the heights, and best of all to the open country, where you see the dangers in the distance, big dogs, bicycles, and so on. One afternoon, just by chance, as we were looking for something new, we climbed a different hill, the one that went up toward Bastion 15, on the other side of the cemetery, where Scotsmen, the 18th Regiment, drilled every Thursday. We watched them drill, and they weren't fooling. They really gave themselves a workout, marching up and down behind their bagpipes and trumpets. They churned up the ground. They sank in deeper and deeper. They went right on parading, harder than ever. They were up to their shoulders. Our walk wasn't over. We went on through the valley. Right in the middle of the fields, we saw something being built. Lots of workmen. They were putting up a big house. We looked through the fence. There was an enormous sign. It was easy to decipher. They were building another school. A magnificent location between the fort and the villas, and a clearing for sports, at least 4 times as big as ours. The track had already been laid out and covered with cinders. The little flags were in place at all 4 corners. The goals were marked. Everything was just about ready. The builders didn't seem to be laying down on the job. They were almost finished. 3 stories were done already. The place seemed to be swarming with workmen. The name was written in red letters, "The Hopeful Academy," for boys of all ages. It was quite a shock. Nora Merriwin was flabbergasted. She stood there gaping like a statue. Finally we left on the double. She was in a big hurry to report the news to the little stinker. I didn't give a damn about their business, but I realized that this was a real tragedy, a catastrophe. We didn't see either of them all day. It was I that fed Yonkind at the table after the other kids. Next day, Nora was still white as a sheet. She was all upset. She, who was usually so charming, so playful, so mild-mannered, was making movements almost like him, snapping her fingers all the time. It looked like she hadn't slept. She couldn't sit still. She stood up, went upstairs, came down again to talk to him, and then she'd leave again. The old geezer sat motionless. He'd even stopped blinking. He was in a daze. He stared into space. He didn't eat. He only drank his coffee. He kept pouring himself whole cups. Between gulps, he'd smack his right palm with his left fist with all his might. Smack! Smack! And that was all. 2 days later, he went up with us as far as the Scotsman. He wanted to see for himself. They were making great strides in fixing up the Hopeful. They'd done the track over and mowed the cricket field. Besides, they had 2 tennis courts and even a miniature golf course. They were sure to open by Easter. The overgrown kid went jumping up and down by the fence. He wanted to look over. He was a runt. He couldn't see much. He looked through the cracks. We found a ladder. He motioned us to keep on going. He'd catch up with us on our grounds. He did actually come back. He wasn't so frisky anymore. He sat down beside his wife. This thing had knocked him cold. He'd had an eye full of the wonders of Hopeful College. I could see what this competition meant. Our kids were taking it on the lam already. They thought Meanwell stank. And now? What was to prevent them from leaving? It was a hopeless catastrophe. I couldn't catch what the old folks were saying, but the tone was mighty gloomy. The 3 of us went back and looked at the scaffolding. They were building walls for kicking practice. The place was an orgy of luxury. While gazing at all the splendor, the old man stuck his fingers up his nose, 3 at a time in his confusion, trying to think. At the table he was in a trance. I guess he couldn't see much future ahead. He let the gravy get cold. He chewed so hard on his false teeth that they popped out. He put them on the table right beside his plate. He didn't know what was going on. He kept mumbling snatches of prayers and thoughts. Then he says, "Amen, amen." Suddenly he gets up. He rushes to the door. He takes the stairs 4 at a time. The kids were in stitches. His teeth were still on the table. Nora didn't know which way to look. Youngkind came right over. He bent down. He was foaming at the mouth. He sucked up the false teeth. They'd never laughed so hard. We made him spit them out again. Discipline was shot. The kids did what they felt like. The old man was afraid to say anything. Same with Nora, in the house or outside. To play all those strenuous games, there were only 10 of us left. To make up a team on Thursday, we'd pick up brats on the road, anybody we ran into, little hoodlums we didn't even know. We had to hold out till Easter. The days got a little longer. To keep my parents from getting impatient, I wrote postcards. I made up fairy tales. I said I was beginning to talk. They all congratulated me. It was almost spring. Youngkind caught cold. He coughed for 2 weeks. We were afraid to take him so far after that. We spent whole afternoons outside the fortified castle, an old ruin full of echoes, caves, and dungeons. At the slightest shower, we took refuge under the vaulting with the pigeons. That was their home. There were hundreds of them, very friendly and tame. They'd come and coo right in our hands. They're comical characters. They strut. They make eyes at you. They recognize you right away. What Youngkind liked best was the sheep. He played with them for all he was worth. He'd run after the young ones that stumble and topple over. He'd roll with them in the wet grass. He'd bleat when they bleated. He was in ecstasy. He turned into a regular animal. He went home wet to the skin and coughed for another week. There was lots of clear weather now. New breezes, sweet, enchanting smells. Daffodils and daisies quivered in every field. The sky went back where it belonged and kept its clouds to itself like everybody else. No more of that pea soup that never stops coming down, that pukes all over the countryside. Easter came in May. The kids were bursting with impatience. They were going home to see their parents. It would be time for me to leave, too. My stay was coming to an end. I was quietly steeling myself when we received a registered envelope, a letter from my uncle with money in it and a few words. He told me to stay on, to have patience for another 3 months. It would be much wiser. Uncle Edouard was a good guy. It was a marvelous surprise. He'd done it on his own hook, from sheer kindness of heart. He knew my father. He could imagine the tragedies that would break out if I came home like a dope without any English to my name. It was sure to be pretty lousy. All in all, I was thoroughly recalcitrant, ungrateful, repulsive. I could have made a bit of an effort. It wouldn't have killed me, to give him pleasure. But just as I was about to give in, I felt the gall coming back in my throat. The whole rotten business rose up, the whole stinking mess. To hell with it. I'd be damned if I'd learn anything. I'd come home crummier than ever. I'd been buttoning up for months. Ha, that's the ticket. Don't talk to anybody. Not here and not over there. If you're little, you've got to be tough. Open your mouth and they'll step on you. That's the stuff, if you ask me. You're not very big, so get hard. I could keep my trap shut for another few years, absolutely. I only had to think of the Gorloges, of little André, of Berlope, and even old Lady Devon with her piano playing, her eighth notes, and her moonlight. Balls! Time didn't do a bit of good. They came back at me sharper than ever, and even a damn sight sourer. Bah! My head was still full of it. The thousands of beatings, the slaps, the swift kicks. Christ! And all their stinking rottenness, and my buddies, and the fags, and the floozies, and all their low-down tricks. What was I supposed to do? Think about a lot of hooey? Ever and ever, like the little stinker? Amen, amen. Applesauce. I made faces. I imitated them all by myself. I made a face like Antoine when he was shitting in the can. I shat in his face. Language, language, speak, speak. About what? I'd never seen Nora dressed in a light color, a tight-fitting blouse, pink satin. It brought her boobies right out. The movement of her hips was terrific, too. The way they swayed, the mystery of the ass. It was coming on to the end of April. She tried again to cheer me up, to win me over. One afternoon I see her coming out for our walk with a book. A great big one. Some kind of Bible, to judge by the size and weight. We go to the usual place. We settle down. She opens the book on her knees. I can't help looking on. The effect on Kid Yonkind was magical. He plunged his nose into it. He didn't budge. The colors fascinated him. This book was full of pictures, marvelous illustrations. I didn't need to know how to read it. I knew all about it. I could see the princes, the upraised lances, the knights, the purple, the greens, the scarlets, all the armor studded with rubies, the whole shooting match. It was a good job. Well done. I knew good work when I saw it. It was tops. She turned the pages slowly. She began telling the story. She wanted to read it to us word for word. Her fingers were terrific, like beams of light on every page that passed. I'd have liked to lick them, to suck them. I was under the spell. Just the same, I didn't say boo. I looked at the book all by myself. I didn't ask a single question. I didn't repeat a word. What most amazed Yonkind was the beautiful gilt edges. They dazzled him. He went to pick daisies. He came back and strewed them all over us. He filled the margins with them. The two most marvelous pages were in the middle of the book. A whole battle spread all over. An amazing turmoil. Dromedaries, elephants, Templars charging. A hecatomb of cavalry. All the barbarians routed. It was really marvelous. I couldn't stop looking. I was almost going to talk. I was going to ask questions. Bing! I tighten up. I get sore. Rotten luck. Another second. But I didn't say boo. I clutched the grass. To hell with it. No more stories for me. I was vaccinated. What about little André? Wasn't he the prize cocksucker? Hadn't he screwed me good? Hadn't he? Some skunk he turned out to be. Didn't I remember plenty of legends? And my own damn foolishness? Am I right or am I wrong? Once you get into the habit, where does it get you? So stop batting my brains out. Leave me alone. Leave me to my bread and onions. I'd rather be unhappy than listen to stories. Okay, that does it. It's all settled. I even proved I was a man. I cleared out with Yonkind. I let her read her book by herself, completely flummoxed in the grass. The idiot and I ran down to the river. We came up by way of the pigeons. When we got back, I looked at her face. She was on her way home with her pictures. She certainly thought I was pig-headed. She was certainly sad. She was in no hurry to get back. We started off very slowly. We stopped near the bridge. It had already struck 6. She looked at the water. The Medway has a strong current. When the tides are high, it gets really wild. It comes down in big eddies. The bridge shakes in the whirlpools. The water is hoarse. It makes hollow sounds. It gasps in big yellow knots. Nora leaned way over. Then she quickly raised her head. She looked far away into the distance, at the day sinking behind the houses on the coast. It threw a light on her face, a sadness that made her features tremble. It grew stronger. She couldn't stand it. It made her all fragile. She had to close her eyes. As soon as Hopeful Academy was finished, our kids began to leave. The ones that wanted to clear out didn't even wait until Easter. 6 day pupils left at the end of April, and 4 boarders. Their old men came and got them. They didn't think Meanwell College was good enough anymore. They drew comparisons with that other dazzling place. I've got to admit it, Hopeful Academy made quite a splash in the middle of its grounds. The building alone was worth the trip. All of red brick, it looked out over Rochester. You couldn't see anything else on the whole hillside. They'd put up an enormous flagpole on the lawn. They flew great big banners. Every pavilion in the Maritime Register, and yards, shrouds, the whole works, for the kids that wanted to learn about rigging and seafaring and prepare for the Naval Academy. That's how I lost little Jack, my little jerker-offer. He had to transship. His father wanted him to be a sailor. The Hopeful made a lot of fancy publicity about getting you ready for the Navy. We lost so many boarders that in the end there were only 5 of us at Meanwell, including Yonkind. The survivors weren't very happy. Actually, they were burned up. They must have been behindhand with their payments. They couldn't settle their bills. That's why they were stuck. The football team melted away in a week. The Pitwit Pimpleys, the charity palefaces, came around twice more, asking us to crush them. We tried to explain, to tell them it was all over. They didn't understand. They missed their 12-0. They couldn't understand. They had no rivals left, not a one. It depressed them something awful. They went home deep in gloom. The Hopeful boys were too snooty. They wouldn't play them. They snubbed them like lepers. They said they were in a higher category. The Pitwits were sunk. They had to match up with themselves. At our table at Meanwell, the tragedy was getting serious, bitter and grim. Nora Merriwind did wonders to keep the meals going. The maids left, first Gertrude, the older one, then 4 days later Flossie. A cleaning woman came. Nora hardly touched her food any more. She left us all the marmalade. She didn't touch it. She didn't put any more sugar in her tea. She took her porridge without milk. That left more for the rest of us. But I was awfully ashamed just the same. When the pudding was passed on Sunday, there was such a rush we almost bent our spoons. We chipped all the platters. It was a wild scramble. Merriwin lost patience. He didn't say anything, but he wiggled all over. He fidgeted in his chair the whole time. He beat a tattoo on the table. He cut the prayers short so we'd get out quicker. Things were getting too ticklish in the dining room. In class, he did the same thing. He climbed up on his platform. He put on his pleated cape, his lawyer's robes. He sat behind his desk, all huddled up in his chair, staring at the class. He began to blink and wiggle all his fingers, waiting for the time to be up. He didn't talk to the pupils any more. The kids could do as they pleased. Merriwin was getting thin. He'd always had enormous protruding ears. Now they looked like the wings of an airplane. The 4 kids that were left made enough rumpus for 40. And then they got sick of it and simply walked out, anywhere, to the garden, into the street. They left Merriwin all alone. They joined us on our walk. Later we'd meet him on the road. We'd pass him in the open country. We'd see him coming in the distance. He'd race toward us, perched on an enormous tricycle. "Hello, Nora! Hello, boys!" he'd shout as he passed. He'd slow down a second.
"Hello, Peter,"
she answered ever so sweetly. They smiled at each other very politely.
"Good day, Mr. Merriwin,"
all the kids took up in chorus. He'd go racing on. We watched him as he left, pedaling away till he was out of sight. He was home before us. The way things were going, I felt I'd be leaving very soon. I stopped writing again. I didn't know what to say, what to invent any more. I'd thought up everything I could. I was fed up with all that bullshit. What was the use? I preferred to enjoy the time that was left, not to be bothered with letters. But now that Jack was gone, it wasn't so much fun in the dormitory. The little stinker certainly knew how to suck. I was jerking off for Nora too much. My cock was bone dry. In the silence, I dreamed up some new ideas, much more ingenious, more amusing, more tempting. My fatigue was even making me affectionate. Before leaving Meanwell, I'd have liked to see the kid doing it with her old man. The idea got under my skin. Suddenly I had a craving to see them together. It gave me a hard-on just to think of it. What would he do to her exactly? I had experience at the racket, but it wasn't an easy trick to pull off. They had separate rooms. His was on the right side of the hall, right after the gas jet. That was handy enough. But to get a look in at Nora's room, I'd have had to go out the other end of the dormitory and go up the stairs. It was after the washroom. It was difficult, complicated. How did they fuck? Did they do it in his room or hers? I made up my mind. This was something I had to see. I'd waited too long. Now that there were only 5 boarders, it was much easier to move around. Besides, the old man had stopped coming in at night to say prayers. The kids went to sleep very quickly once they'd warmed themselves up good. I waited till they were sawing wood. Once I heard their snores, I slipped into my pants, I pretended I was going to the can, and then I tiptoed. When I got to the old man's door, I bent down. I looked through the keyhole. I was screwed. The key hadn't been taken out. I went on, like I had to take a leak. I come back quick. I lie down again. But that wasn't the end. It's now or never, I says to myself. There wasn't a sound in the whole place. I pretend I'm asleep. I lie there a couple of minutes, tingling but perfectly still. I wasn't nuts. I'd seen the light through the transom, right over the door. It was the same layout as on the Rue Elsevier. I says to myself, if they catch you there, kid, you'll never hear the last of it. I took extreme precautions. I tote a chair into the hall. If they catch me, I figure I'll make out I've been walking in my sleep. I put my chair down right next to the door. I wait. I sit down a while. I flatten myself against the wall. I hear a kind of thud inside, like 2 pieces of wood knocking together. Could that be coming from his bed? I make sure the back of the chair is balanced all right. I climb up, 1/8 of an inch at a time. I straighten up, even more slowly. I'm on a level with the pane. Ah, I've made it. Jeepers, I can see perfectly. I can see everything. I see my man. He's all sprawled out in an armchair. But he's absolutely alone. No sign of the kid. Ah, he's mother naked. Say, stretched out by the fire, all glowing. He's positively scarlet. He's so hot that he's puffing. He's naked to the belly. He's kept on his drawers and cloak, the one with the pleats, his lawyer's robe. It's dragging on the floor behind him. The fire's blazing hot. The whole room is crackling. The big dope is all lit up by the glow. He doesn't seem unhappy. He's kept his lid on, the little one with the tassel. Ah, the stinker, it tips, it topples. He catches it. He puts it back on. He's sadder than in the classroom. He's playing all by himself. He's got a cup and ball, a big one, a colossus. He shakes it, he balances, he tries to catch the ball in the cup. He misses, he giggles. He doesn't get angry. His cap falls off again. His cloak, too. He picks them up as best he can. He burps. He sighs. He puts his toy down for a minute. He pours himself a big glass of liquid. He sips it very slowly. So that's where the whiskey is. He even has 2 bottles beside him on the floor, and 2 siphons within easy reach, and a pot of marmalade, a whole pot. He digs into it with a big spoon. He lifts it up. He gets it all over him. He's eating. He goes back to his game. He empties another glass. The string gets caught. It winds up around the caster of the armchair. He tugs at it, gets all muddled. He grumbles. He lets out a big laugh. He can't find his hands. He's tied. It only makes him laugh, the damn fool. I've seen enough. I come down off my perch. I pick up my chair very quietly. I slip back down the hall. Nobody's stirred. I go back to bed. We worried along until Easter vacation. We had to cut down something awful. On food, on candles, on heat. The last few weeks the kids, the ones that were left, didn't listen to anybody. They did what they pleased. The old man didn't even give classes anymore. He stayed in his room the whole time, or else he went out all alone on his tricycle, on long excursions. The new maid came. She didn't even last a week. The kids were impossible, insufferable. They turned the whole kitchen upside down. A cleaning woman took the maid's place, but only in the morning. Nora helped her to do the rooms and the dishes, too. She put on gloves for that. She protected her beautiful hair with an embroidered handkerchief. She made a kind of turban out of it. In the afternoon I took the idiot for a walk. I did it all by myself. Nora couldn't come any more. She had the cooking to do. She didn't tell us where to go. I was the boss. We took our time. We took all the same streets and sidewalks, and then down along the waterfront. I looked all over for the Fritter kid. I'd have liked to run into her. She wasn't anywhere in town with her cart, neither in the harbor nor in the market, nor around the new barracks. No sign of her. We had some good times on our walks. Youngkind behaved pretty well, except you had to be careful not to get him excited. When we passed soldiers, for instance, brass bands, loud music, you couldn't hold him. There were lots of them around Chatham, and sailors, too. On their way home from drilling, they played wild tunes, triumphant hornpipes, that sent Youngkind out of his mind. He ran right into the band like a dart. It knocked him for a loop. It had the same effect on him as football. He'd dive right into the boom-booms. A regiment is a lively thing. The color, the rhythm, it stands out against the weather. The band was scarlet. They made a big splash against the sky and the dun-colored walls. The Scotsmen puff their cheeks out when they play. They're chesty and husky and strong when they play. Winsome and stalwart, they play their bagpipes. Their music has hair on its legs. We followed them to their barracks, their tents in the open fields. We discovered other parts of the country, past the soldiers, past Stroud and still further, on the other side of another river. We always came back by way of the school, the girls' school behind the station. We waited for them to come out. We didn't say anything. We just looked. We sopped up the vision. We came back down by way of the arsenal, the special cinder field where the pros played. Real tough guys who practiced by the numbers, with narrow goals for the Nelson Cup. They kicked so hard they split all their footballs. We came home as late as possible. I waited until it was really dark, until I saw all the streets were lighted. Then I took High Street, the one that ends by our steps. Often it was after 8 o'clock. The old man was waiting for us in the hall. He was afraid to say anything. He was reading his paper. As soon as we came in, we sat down to table. Nora waited on us. Merriwin didn't talk any more. He didn't say anything to anybody. It was getting to be the easy life. As soon as Yonkind started his soup, he began to drool. We left him alone now. We didn't wipe him off until the meal was over. None of the brats came back from Easter vacation. There was nobody left at Meanwell but Yonkind and me. The joint was a desert. To save on housework, they closed off a whole floor. The furniture had gone. They sold it piece by piece. First the chairs, then the tables, the 2 cupboards, and even the beds. There was nothing left but our 2 beds. They were really liquidating. There was more to eat, though. Quantities of jam, all we wanted. We could take seconds on pudding. The food was plentiful. What a change! That was really something new. Nora did the heavy work, but she prettied up all the same. At the table she was perfectly charming, almost playful. The old geezer didn't hang around long. He'd fill up in a hurry and start off again on his tricycle. Yonkind kept the conversation going all by himself.
No trouble.
And he'd learned another word.
No fear.
He was proud of that. It made him jump with joy. He never stopped saying it.
Ferdinand, no fear,
he kept saying to me between mouthfuls. Outside, I didn't like to be noticed. I gave him a few kicks in the ass. He got the drift. He left me alone. As a reward, I gave him pickles. I always took a supply with me. My pockets were full of them. They were his favorite delicacy. That way I made him behave. He'd let himself be torn limb from limb for pickles. There wasn't much left in our living room. First the knickknacks went, then the upholstered pink couch, then the vases, then the curtains. For the last 2 weeks there was nothing left but the piano, the big black monumental Pleyel, all by itself in the middle of the room. I wasn't very eager to get back, because we weren't very hungry anymore. We took precautions. We brought provisions along. We looted the kitchen before leaving. I wasn't in any hurry at all. Even when I was tired, I was happier roaming around. We took a rest whenever we felt like it. We'd treat ourselves to a last stop on the steps or on the rocks right beside our garden gate. The top of the big staircase that led up from the harbor was almost under our windows. Yonkind and I would sit there as late as possible, saying nothing. From there you could see a lot of ships coming in or passing each other in the harbor. It was like a magic game. All the reflections moving on the water, the portholes coming and going, glittering the whole time, the train burning, trembling, setting the little arches on fire as it passed. Nora always played the piano while she was waiting for us. She left the window ajar. You could hear her plainly from our hiding place. She even sang a little, in an undertone. She accompanied herself. Her singing wasn't loud at all. Actually, it was no more than a murmur, a little ballad. I still remember the tune. I never knew the words. Her voice rose softly and floated down into the valley. It came back to us. The air over the river has a way of echoing and amplifying. Her voice was like a bird beating its wings. The whole night was full of little echoes. The people had all passed, the ones that were going home from work. The stairs were empty. No Fear and I were all alone. We'd wait till she stopped, till she wasn't singing any more, till she closed the piano. Then we went in.